Chapter 1401, Wrong Gift. Zhang Tong and Zhang Zhen had already noticed the fur cloak that Luoya was wearing. At that moment, Zhang Zhen knew how he needed to treat the Luo family from now on. They had to be placed on a pedestal. But before Zhang Tong and Zhang Zhen's envy of the Luo family could sink in, they were immediately ticked off by what Jian Li said. This banquet was held to welcome and apologize to this young man. Jian Li had not only stopped Zhang Tong from going up to Lin Yuan to apologize to him but had even made it seem as though he was the host of the banquet instead. You asked us to add extra dishes? You didn't even show up the entire afternoon. Zhang Tong and Zhang Zhen were furious that Jian Li was trying to use the banquet for his own benefit. However, neither of them dared to show their anger outwardly. But this was another sign that the Jian family was unreliable, and Jian Li was not a person they could trust wholeheartedly. When they entered the banquet hall, Lin Yuan noticed that the table was filled with various fruits and roasted meats slathered in red and yellow sauces. This was not appetizing to Lin Yuan. After training in the Divine Wood Federation for some time, Lin Yuan had eaten his fair share of roasted meats. He much preferred the dishes made by Lu Ji and Zhong Ziyi. Jian Li stood next to Lin Yuan the entire night, trying to come up with a way to get Lin Yuan to reveal his identity and confirm which secret elite family he came from. But try as he might, Jian Li only became more confused. He only gave up and walked over to Zhang Zhen to discuss their collaboration when Lu Ji started to show signs of annoyance. When Jian Li left Lin Yuan's side, Zhang Tong hurriedly walked over. He bowed to Lin Yuan and said, "Young Master Lin, thank you for showing mercy to the rotting poison snake Wirm. This is an apology gift prepared by my father." Zhang Tong took out a wooden box and solemnly handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked amused when he saw the box. He had figured out what was going on from the events at Phoebe Jenny's courtyard. If he was weak, he would have become the rotting poison snake Wirm's next meal after Luoya and Luode. If that had happened, he would already have passed through the rotting poison snake Wirm's digestive system by now instead of standing here attending an apology banquet in his honor. Ji Feng took a step forward and opened the wooden box. Lin Yuan saw a pair of bronze/flawless items storing walnuts inside the box and knew they had to have been personally nurtured by Zhang Zhen. A gift worth 3 million great lush dollars was more than sufficient to show the Zhang family's sincerity. Alas, this gift did not interest Lin Yuan in the slightest. Lin Yuan picked up the item storing walnuts and started to play with them in his hand. They made a clear thud when they knocked together. Zhang Tong looked ecstatic when he saw Lin Yuan receiving the item storing walnuts. However, this was when Lin Yuan tossed the bronze/flawless item storing walnuts back to him and said, "You can just be straight with me. I'm not interested in the Zhang family's apology. This banquet is getting boring. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave now." While it was true that this banquet was boring, Lin Yuan also said this because he wanted Zhang Tong to make known the Zhang family's true motives. If the Zhang family did not have an ulterior motive, they would not see the need to gift Lin Yuan something. They had to have a motive that encouraged them to use the gift to form a bridge between them and Lin Yuan. During the journey from the underground palace to Phoebe Jenny's city, Lin Yuan noticed that Phoebe Jenny's city's geographical position was very special. There was a seemingly endless forest of ironwood trees right outside of Phoebe Jenny's city. Ironwood was considered a profitable resource. However, their roots extended more than 100 meters below the surface, and it was very difficult for feys below silver grade to remove a branch from the ironwood trees. These made it difficult for Phoebe Jenny's city to market on the ironwood trees. As a result, Phoebe Jenny's city became the southmost city in the Divine Wood Federation. Phoebe Jenny's city had towering mountains on one side and raging rivers on the other. This gave them a two-sided natural barrier that also isolated them. Once the restricted area created by Silver Corona was discovered, experts from the Divine Wood Federation would go there to look into it. The only place they would have to rest at would be Phoebe Jenny's city. On the Iron Hammer Federation's side, Lin Yuan had asked Tale to apply for the territory at the border of the Horseshoe tribe. If the people from the Iron Hammer Federation tried to investigate the restricted area, they would be stopped by the Horseshoe tribe. If Lin Yuan could gain control of Phoebe Jenny's city, he would be able to immediately find out and react to any attempt by people from the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation to investigate the restricted area. Thus, Lin Yuan had been eyeing Phoebe Jenny's city from the moment he arrived here. If whatever the Zhang family wanted to ask him could benefit him in the future, he did not mind helping out. But if the Zhang family's goal went against his own, he would knock the Zhang family off their throne and place the Luo family there instead. Zhang Tong anxiously reached out to catch the item storing walnuts that Lin Yuan had tossed back to him, as he was afraid that the sound of them landing on the ground would attract Jian Li's attention. Zhang Tong and his father still had no plans to pull away from the Jian family and reject the collaboration. If Jian Li found out that Zhang Tong was trying to jump ship to Lin Yuan, the Jian family would definitely unleash their wrath on the Zhang family. Zhang Tong became extremely anxious when he heard Lin Yuan say that the banquet was boring. He had been confident that no one would reject this 3 million great lush dollars gift. Lin Yuan's instant rejection left Zhang Tong at a loss. He had come to ask Lin Yuan for help with a matter that affected the Zhang family's future. Once the chance was gone, it would never return. Zhang Tong said honestly, "Young Master Lin, my family would like to work with you. If you provide us with resources, you can use our Creation Master resources for your own benefit." Lin Yuan took out a pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts. The scarlet item storing walnuts spun in Lin Yuan's hand, knocking together and producing clear cracking sounds. Zhang Tong was floored when he saw the item storing walnuts. "Are my eyes deceiving me? That's a pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts." He had assumed that Lin Yuan was uninterested in the item storing walnuts he had been gifted because people from the Great Lush Federation did not have the habit of using the item storing walnuts as toys. He thought that he had chosen the wrong thing to gift. But now, he knew it was because his gift did not live up to its intended recipient. Chapter 1402, Submission After Consideration. However, he did not know if Lin Yuan's bronze/epic item storing walnuts came from an auction or a Class 4 Creation Master. Judging from Lin Yuan's extravagant attire, Zhang Tong felt that the latter possibility was also likely. The Great Lush Federation's secret elite families all invested a bomb into their Creation Masters. Currently, Zhang Tong was scared yet excited. The Zhang family and Jian family's collaboration was mutually beneficial, while working with Lin Yuan would be like living under the thumb of an enormous dragon. With the Jian family, it was possible for them to escape unscathed. But with Lin Yuan, they ran the risk of being crushed to pieces. But only a dragon like Lin Yuan could lead the Zhang family toward a bright future. While Zhang Tong's mind was swirling with thoughts, Lin Yuan said, "I don't have much use for Class 3 Creation Masters. Compared to the Zhang family's individual strength, I'm more interested in the power you hold over Phoebe Jenny's city." Zhang Tong froze. He knew that Lin Yuan was being serious. He clearly expressed his lack of interest in the Zhang family's Creation Master resources and declared what he was truly interested in. Zhang Tong resolutely said, "In Phoebe Jenny's city, our family is the strongest. The other 4 Class 2 Creation Master families have no choice but to admire us from a distance. To tell you the truth, my family is planning on using Phoebe Jenny's city's resources next month to devour the other 4 Class 2 Creation Master resources. The Huang family is connected to us by marriage and has been siding with us for a long time. We have been intending to take out the Meng family, Li family and Luo family since a long time ago. But since Luoya is your acquaintance, we have decided to spare them." Zhang Tong was about to continue speaking, but he was interrupted by Ji Feng. "Our young master isn't interested in this trivial benefit. Since you're aware that our young master is on good terms with the Luo family, what makes you think that he will work with you instead of helping the Luo family? If our young master wanted, he could give Luoda a pinnacle diamond fey that will be able to give your rotting poison snake Wyrm a run for its money. It would even be child's play for him to give the Luo family a Class 4 Creation Master. In order to capture loyalty, the Zhang family is choosing to swallow the other Class 2 Creation Master families instead of working with them. I'm sure that as the young leader of the Zhang family, you are aware of what our young master is after." Zhang Tong was stunned into silence by what Ji Feng said. He believed Lin Yuan could give Luoda a pinnacle diamond fey tonight if he wanted to. However, it was too shocking for him to be able to give the Luo family a Class 4 Creation Master. Class 4 Creation Masters were almost like gods. Why did he make them seem like such a lowly commodity? Zhang Tong glanced at Jian Li, who was deep in discussion with Zhang Zhen, before steeling his heart and saying to Lin Yuan in a sincere tone, "Young Master Lin, my father told me before the banquet that I have the authority to make decisions for the Zhang family. We will submit to you." Luoye, who had been keeping a close watch on Lin Yuan, walked over with a glass of wine in her hand and whispered to him, "Lin Yuan, if you trust me, I can help you keep watch over the Zhang family." Luoye had described the distribution of power to Lin Yuan. However, only the Zhang, Huang and Luo families were in attendance at tonight's banquet. It turned out that it was because the Zhang family was planning on targeting the other 2 families and had already excluded them. Lin Yuan did trust Luoye to a certain extent. If she represented the Luo family in watching over the Zhang family, the two families would be able to keep watch and control each other. This would enable Lin Yuan to easily keep Phoebe Jenny's city in the palm of his hand. Lin Yuan tossed Luoya and Zhang Tong one of the bronze/epic item storing walnuts each. The two of them were overjoyed when they caught the item storing walnuts. However, their joy stemmed from different reasons. Neither of them was happy over the bronze/epic item storing walnuts value. Zhang Tong was happy because Lin Yuan would be able to carry the Zhang family to new heights, while Luoya was happy that she was touching something that had been in Lin Yuan's hand. She was going to treasure the item storing walnut for the rest of her life. Lin Yuan said to Zhang Tong and Luoya, "Once you're done organizing Phoebe Jenny's city, I will complete your pair of item storing walnuts. I will try my best to get a chamber of commerce to set up a branch in Phoebe Jenny's city. For now, the two of you can continue to do what you've been doing." Lin Yuan turned and left the banquet with Lu Ji and Ji Feng. A smile spread across his face as he looked into the night sky. From now on, he would essentially own the entire Phoebe Jenny's city. On their way back to the treehouse, Ji Feng's eyes flashed, and he said to Lin Yuan, "Young master, the prior decree Sleeping Lotus has found the person you asked for. According to your instruction, the prior decree Sleeping Lotus has been secretly watching her and has not made contact. She is currently eating rotting fruits she fished out from a trash bin. She is covered in scratches, and it looks like one of her legs is broken. Her sole injury has been triggered twice in the past hour." This reminded Ji Feng of how he used to be. This person was in the exact situation he had been in. However, he had a much better time in the Radiance Federation than she was having in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan had expected Su Yiren to be in such a pathetic state. The ordinary citizens of the Divine Wood Federation already led tough lives, much less Su Yiren, who was essentially a refugee. After tonight, Lin Yuan would be heading to Oak City tomorrow morning. Since the prior decree Sleeping Lotus had already found Su Yiren, he did not need to call her. Tomorrow, he would be meeting with a dark envoy in all her supposed glory. In the treehouse, Lin Yuan felt extremely content at first. But as the night progressed, the water vapor produced by the plants created a very humid environment inside the treehouse. Lin Yuan had no choice but to release dark blue and use it to control the humidity so the environment would become dry again. After this first night in a treehouse, Lin Yuan swore that there would not be a second. The next day, after eating a breakfast prepared by Lu Ji, Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng prepared to head to Oak City. This time, Lin Yuan did not summon Blackie. Instead, Lu Ji and Ji Feng entered the jeweled cave Golden Toad. The hurricane owlet moths had already set up the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles along the road to Oak City. These tentacles would become tentacle nodes that Lin Yuan could use to transport himself to and from Oak City in a short span of time. Chapter 1403, Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yuan silently appeared in Oak City. Oak City lived up to being one of the major cities in the Divine Wood Federation. Its roads were 3 times wider than those in Phoebe Jenny's city. The tree houses in Phoebe Jenny's city were only around 12 meters tall, while the tree houses in Oak City were more like tree castles around 20 meters tall. Currently, there was a giant tree castle almost 100 meters tall near Lin Yuan. There was a sign hanging at the front of it that read, "Prosperous Chamber of Commerce." Many people were entering and exiting the tree castle. There were basically 2 types of people who visited the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. One of them was ordinary merchants of the Great Lush Federation, while the other type was the elite of Oak City, who were dressed in expensive attire from head to toe. Lin Yuan was very interested in a chamber of commerce controlled by one of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. He planned on trying to find a way to buy plant-type feys that could produce weather from this chamber of commerce. Lin Yuan released Lu Ji and Ji Feng from the jeweled cave Golden Toad and led them to the entrance of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. There were 2 attendants dressed in blue standing at the entrance of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. They carefully eyed every person who walked in and out of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. They stopped numerous people who tried to enter the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan immediately knew that those men were guarding the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's entrance. Besides the members of merchant groups from the Great Lush Federation, ordinary people had to wear clothes or accessories of a certain quality to enter the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan found it strange to have guards assessing possible entrants based on their dressing. However, it could not be denied that this behavior fit right into the Divine Wood Federation's style. Before Lin Yuan could even arrive at the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce entrance, a commotion broke out there. The 2 guards blocked a short person wearing accessories made of leaves. Accessories made of leaves were a common sight in the Divine Wood Federation. However, they were never worn by the elite. Usually, only the common folk wore them. Clearly, people wearing them did not meet the cut to be allowed into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. When Lin Yuan walked nearer, he heard one of the guards say gruffly, "You don't meet the requirement to enter the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Please leave now. Don't prevent us from accepting guests." Just as Lin Yuan was about to pass by the short person, a childish yet stubborn voice said, "I'm begging you, please let me go in. I brought money so I can trade for 5 days worth of reducing heat grass." The small person seemed to be trying to prove something. She carefully pulled out a pouch that jangled when she shook it. She opened it and showed it to the guard with a hopeful expression. The bag was full of dirty metal coins. Great Lush dollars were used during trading in the Great Lush Federation, Divine Wood Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation. Great Lush dollars were made from crystal. However, the metal coins in the bag were native coins made in the Divine Wood Federation that were not recognized by the Great Lush Federation. This was similar to Radiance and Federation dollars. The metal currency could be exchanged for Great Lush dollars, but they could not be used to pay chambers of commerce. Lin Yuan turned and saw that the short person wearing accessories made of leaves was a young girl around 13 years old. The young girl's stubborn gaze reminded Lin Yuan of Chu Ci back when she was trying to buy medicine for him. Lin Yuan unconsciously slowed down his pace. The guard looked conflicted when he saw the bag the young girl was holding out. He seemed to be hesitating over whether he should allow the young girl to enter. At that moment, the other older guard said, "If something goes wrong because you let her in, I will tell the vice president that you are the one who decided to let her in. The young lady is coming here today to check the accounts. Will you be able to take responsibility if this kid bumps into the young lady?" The younger guard's conflicted expression turned cold. He stretched out his arm and pushed the young girl backward. The young girl clutched her bag with a desperate look in her eyes. She pursed her lips and looked around furtively. Once she confirmed that no one was paying attention to her, she closed the bag and tucked it away. Just as she was preparing to leave, she felt a warm pair of hands rest on top of her head. Before she could raise her head, a voice above her said, "If there's something you want to buy, come with me." From the moment the young girl took out the bag, Lin Yuan noticed that there were thick calluses all over her hand. Despite her young age, her hands were rough and lacked any beauty to speak of. There was also dirt caked under her fingernails. Such dirt resulted from dirt staining the fingernails after the hand had spent a lot of time in the dirt. This meant that she did a lot of laborious and dirty work. The young girl's fingers were also covered with injuries, and 2 of her fingers were swollen. The accessories she wore were made of hemp leaves. The exterior of the hemp leaves appeared dark green and thick. However, they were also covered with small and sharp thorns. It would be impossible to create accessories made of hemp leaves without leaving injuries all over one's hand. The reducing heat grass was a bronze spiritual ingredient that could reduce inflammation and remove rotting flesh. It was also very effective against parasitic insect species feys. A young girl had to have a reason to spend her days doing hard labor and her nights creating accessories made of hemp leaves. It was apparent that she was trying to save someone. The reducing heat grass was a very common spiritual ingredient. But the young girl's lack of courage to trade for it from merchant groups meant that she was on her own. Malicious people could target a girl of her age if she went to a merchant group to trade for the reducing heat grass. Lin Yuan's heart ached when he saw how the girl carefully checked her surroundings before tucking away her bag of metal coins. He decided to help her out. When the young girl raised her head to look at Lin Yuan, she froze. At that moment, she felt as though she was looking at a celestial being. However, wariness soon appeared in her eyes. She resembled an injured deer licking its wounds in the forest. A thought seemed to strike her. Instead of running, she mustered some bravery. Chapter 1404, Finish a good deed with another good deed. The young girl fearfully retracted her neck and said to Lin Yuan, "Thank you, Lord. Thank you for bringing me in with you." The 2 guards looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief when he stuck up for the young girl. They did not understand why an elite dressed so lavishly would personally interfere in such a trivial matter. Their eyes were trained to the point that they immediately recognized that Lin Yuan came from an impressive background. But instead of showing the usual joy at being able to welcome a VIP, they looked austere. People from the Great Lush Federation turned up at Oak City often, and many chambers of commerce had set up branches in Oak City. However, the people from the Great Lush Federation who came to Oak City wearing such luxurious garments were usually either the heads of the chambers of commerce or the subordinates sent by the disciples of secret elite families to conduct a check. Hence, the Great Lush Federation elites rarely went to a competitor's chamber of commerce. The two guards shared a look before one of them led Lin Yuan into the chamber of commerce while the other man ran upstairs to report this matter to the higher UPS. Once Lin Yuan entered the prosperous chamber of commerce, he noticed that the interior resembled the interior of the Radiance Federation's Rare Life Form Pavilion. But compared to the Rare Life Form Pavilion, the prosperous chamber of commerce laid out goods that were on the heavier side. When they walked through the entrance, the young girl nervously said to Lin Yuan, "Lord, thank you for taking me in. I have to go and trade for the reducing heat grass now." Lin Yuan was slightly frustrated by what the young girl said. Just as she was about to walk away, he said, "It's fine if you are trying to save a C-rank spirit chi professional. But if you are trying to save a D-rank spirit chi professional or a regular person, the reducing heat grass will severely affect their organs negatively and cause them to start filling up with blood. If there's a parasitic insect species fey inside this person that has punctured this person's organs, only a skilled healing type spirit chi professional will be able to save them." Lin Yuan's words caused the girl to freeze. Helplessness and sorrow bubbled up to the surface, and large beads of tears trickled down her face, leaving obvious streaks in their wake. Lin Yuan gently wiped away her tears. As a result, some of the dirt on her face was transferred to his hand. She resembled a messy child that had been playing in the dirt. He could understand how she was feeling. She did not have anyone to rely on and had to have undergone terrible hardships and mustered up unimaginable courage in order to earn that bag of coins. But now, all that hope of being able to save that person that had been carrying her through all her struggles was dashed. She now saw how naive she had been. This desolation and despair could even cause an adult to crumble, much less a young girl. Since he had encountered her and brought her into the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan would finish off his good deed with another good deed. Lin Yuan's fingertips lit up with a green glow, and all the scars peppering the young girl's hands disappeared. Even the thorns stuck in her fingernails vanished. "It just so happens that I'm a healer. Stay with me for now. Once I'm done buying what I need to buy, I'll help you save that person." The young girl looked delighted, and her tears turned into those of joy. All her wariness disappeared at the same moment that her hands were healed. She did not know what about her was worth being given such treatment by this healer. To ordinary people in the Divine Wood Federation, healers were just as venerable as creation masters because they were the ones who could save lives. The young girl silently followed Lin Yuan, fearing that she would disturb him while he was observing the goods in the Chamber of Commerce. When Lin Yuan got to the fifth shelf, an elderly man dressed in blue walked up to him and said, "Young master, I am the vice president of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch. If there's anything you have in mind, you can let me know. Or if you wish to discuss business, you can do so with me." Lin Yuan noticed that the elderly man was not speaking to him like how he would speak to a regular customer. Otherwise, he would have mentioned discussing business. Lin Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest as he said, "Does the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce have plant-type feys that can produce weather?" The elderly man looked Lin Yuan, Lu Ji and Ji Feng up and down again before he said, "There are many types of plant-type feys that can produce weather. We have stocks for the clear sunshine flower, hazy wind grass, snow crystal orchid, cloudy fog sunflower, and thunderclap chrysanthemum. However, we will be auctioning them off. If you're interested in them, you can join the auction next Thursday. All these 5 kinds of plant-type feys will be up for auction then. If you want to build a new castle and are looking to decorate your garden, we have other surprises waiting for you besides these plant-type feys." Lin Yuan frowned at the elderly man's advertisement for the auction. If the auction was taking place in the next few days, he would be able to wait till then. However, there were still 9 days until next Thursday, and Lin Yuan could not afford to wait. Is it possible for the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce to make an exception? I will buy those plant-type feys at their expected auction prices. The old man thought, is this young man really here as a buyer? Now, the elderly man started treating Lin Yuan as a potential customer. As long as you can afford it, you should be able to buy them before the auction. The invites for the auction haven't been sent out yet, and the item list can be altered at any time. The elderly man sighed before continuing. To be frank, the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce has run into a spot of trouble. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce have joined forces to take control of all the resources open to the Chambers of Commerce in Oak City. We need to attract enough people for this auction in order to stand a chance against the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce's combined attack. Hence, we will be auctioning off any decent resource available to us. The old man's intention could not be clearer. Using the difficulty that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce was experiencing as a reason to turn down his offer was the most polite option. Just as Lin Yuan was about to try and make his case again, a gentle voice sounded out from behind him. Chapter 1405, Rainbow Jade Hibiscus. Young Master, one Rainbow Jade Hibiscus will be up for auction. If you are interested in plant-type feys that can change the weather, the Rainbow Jade Hibiscus should motivate you to join the auction. Lin Yuan turned, and the elderly man walked past him to say, "Young lady, why are you out here instead of resting?" The girl did not reply immediately. Instead, she held her hand up to her mouth and coughed into it. She only stopped coughing when her face flushed slightly. "Elder Duan, the account book is very clear. You've carefully done all the sums, so there's no need at all for me to worry. I heard that there was a VIP from my hometown here, so it's only right that I come out to take a look." The girl was dressed in a long red dress that was adorned with many bright red feathers. These bright red feathers came from a diamond phoenix species fey. She had a composed expression and the aura of someone who had a century's worth of wisdom. This was similar to the aura that Sun Ningxiang had. It was likely that she came from one of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. The girl was also silently observing Lin Yuan at the same time that he was studying her. Lin Yuan had put on a set of plainer spirit chi clothes. The only accessory he had on was a bronze pendant of a furnace. Its design was simple and had 99 diamond-shaped larimars embedded in it. Nonetheless, it was worth 6 million Great Lush dollars. The spirit chi clothes he was wearing were black and made of black silk. The hundreds of fortuitous patterns were embroidered with spider silk from a diamond dark-type spider species fey. Lin Yuan's attire was enough for the girl to make a mental note of him. The average disciples of secret families liked spending money on their clothes to show off their status. Only the truly powerful direct descendants paid attention to their accessories and would always add one or two to their outfits. It was clear that this young man was the latter. Besides his accessories, the girl marveled at Lin Yuan's aura and appearance. She took 2 steps forward and reached out to Lin Yuan as she said, "Hello, my name is Lin Yuan. I'm the president of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce." Lin Yuan gently shook the girl's hand and said, "My last name is Linear." Lin Yuan's mind was fully focused on the rainbow jade hibiscus that Lin Yuan had mentioned. Gray's cloud morph had gained the following abilities: radiance of a clear day, darkness of a cloudy day, frozen snowy day, and roar of a windy day. These abilities came from the clear sunshine flower, cloudy fog sunflower, snow crystal orchid, and hazy wind grass. The thunderclap chrysanthemum should be responsible for the thunderstorm weather. Thunderstorms were the most violent weather phenomena in nature, and they were extremely deadly. Lin Yuan dared not allow Gray to try absorbing thunderstorm weather before it reached gold grade. But with the thunderclap chrysanthemum, Gray would be able to absorb thunderstorm weather. The thunderclap chrysanthemum was a plant-type fey, and the strength of the weather it produced was linked to its grade and quality. As long as he could control the thunderclap chrysanthemum's grade, he would be able to ensure that the thunderstorm weather it produced would not hurt Gray. Sunny, cloudy, snowy, windy, and thunderstorm weather were very common in nature. The rainbows produced by the rainbow jade hibiscus were considered rare weather. Gray had not yet encountered a rainbow from which it could absorb rainbow weather. With the rainbow jade hibiscus, Gray would be able to absorb rainbows and gain a new ability. If Lin Yuan had known about the rainbow jade hibiscus existence, he might not have been set on trading for plant-type feys that could produce weather with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. There were many chambers of commerce in Oak City. If the prosperous Chamber of Commerce was unwilling to sell them for the sake of the auction, there were sure to be other chambers of commerce that would be willing. Moreover, Lin Yuan could use his link to the Sincere Merchant Group to trade with the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. However, the other chambers of commerce might not have the rainbow jade hibiscus. Lin Yuan had mentioned the rainbow jade hibiscus when she heard that Lin Yuan needed plant-type feys that could produce weather because she wanted to convince him to participate in the auction. Lin Yuan said in her charming voice, "Young Master Lin, if you're coming to the auction, I can set a room aside for you so you won't be disturbed during the auction." This was the first time that Lin Yuan was meeting Lin Yuan. He could tell from the way she was trying so hard to promote the auction that it was very important to her. Apparently, the combined attack from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce was scaring the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. The Prosperous Chamber of Commerce was unwilling to sell the plant-type feys that could produce weather to him because they wanted to ensure they had enough items to auction off. Lin Yuan met Lin Yuan's gaze and said softly, "The success of the auction will not depend on the weather-producing plant-type feys. As long as you have other attractive items at the auction, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce would be able to pull in a crowd. A pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts appeared in Lin Yuan's hand, and he started to play with them. At first, Lin Yuan assumed that Lin Yuan was still set on buying the weather-producing plant-type feys in advance. If so, she was disappointed at his lack of courtesy. Elder Duan had already explained the difficulty that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce was in, and she had shown him enough respect by inviting him 3 times. There would be no point in treating Lin Yuan in a friendly manner if he was going to be overbearing. But when she saw the bronze/epic item storing walnuts that appeared in his hand, she inhaled sharply and realized what he was getting at. He was right. If the bronze/epic item storing walnuts appeared at the auction, there would be no need for the weather-producing plant-type feys. It would even be fine to sell the rainbow jade hibiscus in advance. Feys like the rainbow jade hibiscus that could produce special weather were expensive in the Divine Wood Federation, but they were not in demand. However, the bronze/epic item storing walnuts were completely different. Once the news was released that the bronze/epic item storing walnuts were going to appear at the auction, the elite of Oak City would arrive in throngs. Chapter 1406, A Winemaker. It was even possible that the elites from the other major cities in the Divine Wood Federation would come to attend the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's auction because of the bronze/epic item storing walnuts. With this pair of item storing walnuts, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce would not have to be afraid of succumbing to the collusion between the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce. Most importantly, Lin Yuan noticed that the pair of item storing walnuts in Lin Yuan's hand had clearly not been played with before. This pushed their price up even higher. Some of the obscenely wealthy elites could not endure owning item storing walnuts that had already been played with. Lin Yuan glanced around and saw a few customers eyeing their group. She hurriedly gestured to Lin Yuan and said, "Young Master Lin, why don't you come and have a drink in our guest lounge? We have not afforded you the treatment you deserve." Lin Yuan knew that Lin Yuan understood what he was getting at. He tossed the item storing walnuts around as he said, "Since you think of me as a valued guest, I would like to send my best wishes that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's auction will be a big success." Lin Yuan was now sure that Lin Yuan intended on trading the bronze/epic item storing walnuts with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. However, the weather-changing plant-type feys value was far from that of the bronze/epic item storing walnuts. Lin Yuan shot a look at Elder Duan as she said, "Go and fetch the list of items for the auction so young Master Lin can see if anything catches his fancy." The elderly man beamed and replied, "Rest assured, young lady. I will fetch the list of items now and place them in the guest lounge." The elderly man had seen how Lin Yuan had tired herself out over trying to ensure that the auction would be a success. Yet, he was unable to help in any way. The Li family was one of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families, but they were no longer as powerful as they used to be because of that incident. They could no longer stand up to the secret elite families that were behind the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce had 47 branches in total in the Great Lush Federation and Divine Wood Federation. However, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had over 100 branches each. As such, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's cut of the profits was eaten into by the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce's branch in Oak City was amongst the top 5 chambers of commerce in Oak City. Hence, this branch had to be kept afloat no matter what. Otherwise, the merchant groups under the prosperous Chamber of Commerce that operated out of Divine Wood Federation and Ironwood Federation would lose their only stopover. Now, hope had appeared. Lin Yuan had decided to open the guest lounge to Lin Yuan because he was indeed an important guest, and her sincerity would be more apparent if their discussion was conducted there. But another reason was that the various chambers of commerce often dispatched spies, and Lin Yuan could not say for sure that none of them were currently in the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. If the conversation between her and Lin Yuan was leaked, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce would definitely jump into action. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce was in a shaky situation and solely depended on Lin Yuan. She could not allow anything to affect the auction that would decide the fate of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. On the way to the guest lounge, Lin Yuan could clearly feel the young girl's anxiousness rising. He reached out and patted her head as he said, "I have the reducing heat grass. You don't have to go out to buy it. Once I'm done trading for what I need, I'll help you save that person." Lin Yuan handed the reducing heat grass to the young girl. The young girl hurriedly clutched the reducing heat grass close to her body as she looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude brimming in her eyes and said, "Thank you, big brother." Lin Yuan's eyes flashed when she noticed this. She had come out to personally meet Lin Yuan because she had received a report from one of the Blue Guards. Hence, she knew that Lin Yuan and the young girl had bumped into each other at the entrance of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Li Yuan could tell from their interaction that Lin Yuan was extremely kind. There was no other reason he would help this clearly impoverished young girl. Thus, she started looking at him in a different light. She felt that his behavior did not match that of a disciple of a secret elite family. However, it could not be denied that Lin Yuan was shining brightly. Once they arrived at the guest room, Li Yuan picked up a pot from a shelf and a glass cup as she said, "This is elephant bone wine made from the bones of giant elephants that have been fermenting for decades. It is one of my family's secrets. Please have a taste." She poured the wine into a cup. Just as she was about to pour a second cup, Lin Yuan stopped her and said, "Only one of us drinks alcohol. You have a coughing problem, so you shouldn't drink." Lin Yuan handed the cup of wine to Ji Feng. Ji Feng had the habit of sipping wine during meals. Now that he was faced with wine made by one of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families, the alcoholic in him reared its head. He took the cup from Lin Yuan and took a sip before he said, "The elephant bone wine is made from diamond elephant bones, elephant blood, and the elephant grapevine. The metallic taste of the elephant blood has been overpowered by the taste of the alcohol to produce a strong fragrance. It's interesting." When Lin Yuan said that he did not drink alcohol, she felt that he was like a winemaker. Winemakers were always clear-headed and looked out for themselves. But Lin Yuan's second line had come from a place of concern, and Li Yuan knew that Lin Yuan was a thoughtful person. This made Li Yuan curious about which secret elite family Lin Yuan was from. Could he be the only direct descendant of his family and did not have to compete with anyone? People who were used to competition would not be able to have such kind and thoughtful personalities. Before Li Yuan's train of thought could go any further, she was stunned by what Ji Feng said. Although Ji Feng had not stated the elephant bone wine's entire recipe, what he said had been exactly on the nail. It was as though he had personally participated in the brewing process. This meant that this man drank good quality alcohol often. Otherwise, he would have developed such an elevated palate. Chapter 1407, The Fifth Disaster. Since Ji Feng had addressed Lin Yuan as young master, it meant that he was one of Lin Yuan's servants. When were servants able to drink high-quality wine? Li Yuan took a deep breath and picked up a pitcher of freshly squeezed juice. She poured out a glass each for Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and the young girl. At first, the girl was slightly afraid. Lin Yuan could tell how much she wanted to drink the juice but was too afraid to do so. He pushed the cup of juice over to her and said, "Drink it. If you want more, I'm sure President Li Yuan will be happy to give you a refill." He gave the pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts to Li Yuan and said, "This pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts should be enough to trade for all the weather-producing feys in the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, right?" Li Yuan received the item storing walnuts and looked them over carefully. Her expression changed abruptly. When she held them close, she could detect the faint fragrance of nature. This meant that they had just been plucked from the item storing walnut trees and had their skin removed. It could not have been 10 days since they were plucked. This meant that it was likely that he had a bronze/epic item storing walnut tree. Now, Li Yuan no longer thought about how she could trade for the bronze/epic item storing walnuts but how she could establish a long-term working relationship with Lin Yuan. With the bronze/epic item storing walnuts, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's auction was sure to be a success. However, they would inevitably be bought by someone. Once the pair of item storing walnut trees was gone, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce would still be unable to compete with the deep freeze Chamber of Commerce and profit source Chamber of Commerce despite becoming more reputable. If they were able to ensure a constant stream of bronze/epic item storing walnuts at future prosperous Chamber of Commerce auctions, they would be able to stand their ground against the other two chambers of commerce. Li Yuan organized her thoughts and said, "Young Master Lin, we have 7 clear sunshine flowers, 9 cloudy fog sunflowers, 6 snow crystal orchids, 7 hazy wind grass, and only about 4 thunderclap chrysanthemums. However, we only have 1 rainbow jade hibiscus at our Great Lush Federation branch. I can give you a 10% discount, which means their total value is 5.76 million. However, this pair of freshly plucked bronze/epic item storing walnuts will go for at least 25 million at the auction. The highest price that bronze/epic item storing walnuts have been auctioned off for is 35 million. It happened at an auction in Sacred Forest City. Still, we are unable to offer such a high price. How about I price them at 31 million? Would that be okay with you?" Lin Yuan had heard from Zhang Tong and Luoya about the value of the bronze/epic item storing walnuts. Both of them had said that they were worth at least 28 million. The price that Lin Yuan stated fell within this range. It was unlikely that the item storing walnuts would fetch a price of 31 million great lush dollars. An auction placed a maximum price on every item to prevent an outbreak of aggression. It seemed that Lin Yuan was not trying to make money off of this deal with Lin Yuan. Rather, she would be spending money to pay for an improvement in their reputation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had given him a discount on the weather-producing feys. This meant that she had saved him several 100,000 great lush dollars. Lin Yuan was extremely pleased by the trade that Lin Yuan was proposing. Let's do it as you said. As for the remaining 20 million great lush dollars, I will account for it using the items on the list you gave me. Don't worry. I will still leave some items. I won't buy the items that I don't need. If I'm interested in any of the items, I don't mind providing your auction with even more items. Another pair of item storing walnuts appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan's heart almost erupted with delight. She had been afraid that Lin Yuan would buy up all the items available for auction. But with this pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's auction was sure to be packed. But if Lin Yuan bought up all the items, the auction would still be a failure, and people might discover the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's situation. When Lin Yuan took out another pair of the item storing walnuts, Lin Yuan could confirm that he did have the bronze/epic item storing walnut tree. There was no other reason to explain why he had so many freshly plucked bronze/epic item storing walnuts. This discovery made Lin Yuan certain that the family Lin Yuan came from had a creation master that was at least class 4. Her family, which was in decline, would not be able to compare to such a family. At that moment, Elder Duan walked in with the list of items to be auctioned off. He was also carrying a tray with 34 plants on it. There was a small scene above the tray. It depicted a sunny sky with a tornado brewing on one side and a snowstorm with flashing lightning and thunder on the other side. There was a rainbow between the two sides that seemed to connect them. Lin Yuan noticed that all the weather-producing plant-type feys were normal quality. All of them were about the same size as the flower brocade pearls. This meant that they would not take up much space in the spirit lock spatial zone while still enabling Grey to absorb various types of weather. Since they were all normal quality, it meant that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce had nurtured them. Another possibility was that they had a source to buy these feys. Lin Yuan received the list from Elder Duan but did not immediately read through it. Instead, he looked up at Lin Yuan and said, "Is it possible for me to order weather-producing feys from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce in the future?" Lin Yuan had been struggling to come up with a way to establish a lasting connection with Lin Yuan. But now, he had solved the problem for her. She said with a smile, "Of course you can. Besides the clear sunshine flower, cloudy fog sunflower, snow crystal orchid, hazy wind grass, and thunderclap chrysanthemum, I can also obtain others like the soft rain lotus." Chapter 1408, Dark Sun Send Mess Butterflies. Lin Yuan paused before continuing. "However, whether I will be able to obtain feys that can produce special weather like the rainbow jade hibiscus depends on luck." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan said, "Of course. I will set aside 10 million great lush dollars as the down payment for the weather-producing plant-type feys. From now on, I will buy up all the weather-producing plant-type feys you can get your hands on." Lin Yuan looked down and started to read through the list. There was another reason besides Grey why Lin Yuan wanted to collect as many weather-producing plant-type feys as possible. He had discovered that there seemed to be a lack of weather in the marsh world. It was always hot and humid there, and they did not have seasons. This environment was suitable to nurture most types of plant-type feys. However, some plant-type feys needed different seasons in order to be properly nurtured. Hence, weather-producing plant-type feys were required in order to nurture such feys in the marsh world. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude with regard to 10 million great lush dollars made Lin Yuan break out in a sweat. Although Lin Yuan was the head of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and controlled the combined profits of all 47 branches, she could not produce 10 million great lush dollars even if she tried. The Chambers of Commerce needed many funds to maintain their operations. Lin Yuan had been troubled by finances in recent years. After all, the money that they earned through the sale of feys would be spent quickly. Once their stream of funds was cut off, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce would immediately have to halt its operations. Lin Yuan had invested a lot of money into advertising the auction. The 10 million great lush dollars from Lin Yuan would help cover some advertising costs. As Lin Yuan started looking through the list, he did not spot anything that he was interested in. Most of the items on the list were fur cloaks and items made of metal. Lin Yuan had no lack of such items, so he did not need to trade for them from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan continued looking through the list of items. The most eye-catching things were the Diamond X/Epic Burning Wood Wasp Bird and the Bronze/Flawless Sweet Raining Rabbit. The Burning Wood Wasp Bird was both wood and avian type, but it was too small to carry people. Yet, it possessed powerful fire and wood elemental energy. It could also be kept as a pet. Moreover, it had a pleasing appearance and was beloved by many spirit chi professionals. The Sweet Raining Rabbit was a healing type fey, but its abilities and exclusive skill were not impressive. However, it had a better appearance. It would be a good choice for daughters of elite families who were affiliated with healing type feys. However, Lin Yuan could nurture bronze/epic feys. Both of these feys did not meet his standards. But when Lin Yuan got to the last item on the list, he was immediately stunned. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce was selling a carcinoma fey. Moreover, this insect species carcinoma fey was so vile. The list did not state the black and gold butterfly's name. It only listed the butterfly as a newly discovered insect species carcinoma fey. However, Lin Yuan immediately knew what the insect species carcinoma fey was. It was the dark sun send mess butterflies. The dark sun send mess butterflies were listed as number 13 on the Spirit Guard's list of carcinoma feys to be contained. The first 20 carcinoma feys were all titled the Fifth Day Disaster. This referred to how any of these feys could cause a disaster that resulted in the death of thousands if they were released. The dark sun send mess butterflies referred to 2 feys, not one. There was a male and a female one, the sun send mess butterfly and dark send mess butterfly. The dark sun send mess butterflies could choose to live off a life form of the same gender and turn that life form into their nest. When this life form interacted with others of the same species, the dark sun send mess butterflies would contaminate the entire species. The dark sun send mess butterflies could gain access to the minds of the life forms it had inserted itself into. This meant that the insect species carcinoma fey could steal intelligence for itself. Instead of having the dark sun send mess butterflies set, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce only had the dark send mess butterfly. The dark sun send mess butterflies were usually inseparable. It was impossible to only catch one of them. Lin Yuan asked Lin Yuan solemnly, shouldn't there have been another white and gold version of this carcinoma fey? Where is it? Lin Yuan was surprised to hear what Lin Yuan said. Could he have recognized the insect species carcinoma fey? It must be. There was no other reason why he knew that there was another white and gold one. Lin Yuan said regretfully, one of our merchant groups happened to catch this pair of feys. But the merchant group ran into a band of robbers on their way to Oak City. Although the merchant group's experts managed to kill the band of robbers, the gold and white butterfly was accidentally released. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. He had to find the sun send mess butterfly. If it was left out on its own, Oak City, the Divine Wood Federation, and the entire Startling Lines continent would be plunged into disaster. Luckily, the dark send mess butterfly had been captured. Otherwise, the Fifth Day Disaster would be unleashed on Oak City. The dark send mess butterfly could live off all male life forms. Currently, it had not started to do so. But once it started, its influence would start spreading rapidly. The host life forms would all be in the same state while under the control of the dark sun send mess butterflies. The dark sun send mess butterflies would sap nutrients from their hosts and birth a mutt worm. The only thing the worm would do was consume. It would consume anything that was alive. Eventually, the entire Startling Lines continent would be covered with the worms and turn into a desolate land. If not for the sea that separated the Startling Lines continent from the other federations, the effects of the Fifth Day Disaster would spread to the entire world. Lin Yuan already regarded the Startling Lines continent as the back garden of Sky City, and he could not allow the dark sun send mess butterfly to wreak havoc there. According to the list of items to be auctioned off, the dark send mess butterfly was priced at 12 million great lush dollars. Lin Yuan said, I want this insect species carcinoma fey. The remaining money can be used as the down payment for the weather-producing plant type feys. Please give me this insect species carcinoma fey as soon as possible. Chapter 1409, How dare you attack me? Lin Yuan did not understand what had happened. However, Lin Yuan's tone and demeanor changed when he saw the insect species carcinoma fey. It was not strange for a chamber of commerce to auction off an insect species carcinoma fey. There was one at almost every large-scale auction. Lin Yuan had wanted to continue establishing a connection with Lin Yuan. But it was clear that now was not a good time. In order to show her sincerity, she personally fetched the dark send mess butterfly. Once Lin Yuan collected the 34 weather-producing plant-type feys and the dark mess-scent butterfly, he immediately left the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Ji Feng had never heard of the dark sun-scent mess butterflies. But as the disciple of Night Leaning Moon and given that he used insect species carcinoma feys in combat, Lu Ji knew more about the dark sun-scent mess butterflies than Lin Yuan. Lu Ji knew that the situation was extremely serious. But luckily, Lin Yuan now possessed the dark scent mess butterfly. The dark sun-scent mess butterflies attracted each other. If the dark scent mess butterfly was released, it would instantly try to seek out the sun-scent mess butterfly. If the sun-scent mess butterfly had already attached itself to a life form, the host would be the dark scent mess butterfly's goal. This was a secret that the spirit guards had discovered after conducting research. Lu Ji hurriedly told Lin Yuan this secret. When Lin Yuan heard what Lu Ji said, he said sternly to the young girl, "I have something very important that I need to do now. If you're in a rush to return home, give me your address. You can go back first, and I'll head over to see you once I'm done. You can stay with me if you're not in a rush." Conflict bloomed in the girl's round eyes. She thought about her younger brother back home, who she badly needed to take care of. However, she was also afraid that Lin Yuan would disappear. The young girl had felt a surge of warmth from Lin Yuan that she had never experienced before. This kind of warmth was called care. She remembered that there was still a fair amount of food at home, so she said softly to Lin Yuan, "Big brother, go ahead and do what you need to do. I will stay by your side. Once you're done, you can return home with me to save my younger brother." Lin Yuan patted the young girl's shoulder before he opened the cage holding the dark mess scent butterfly and released half of the fifth day disaster. The dark scent mess butterfly was only Elite 4/Elite and could not fly quickly. Lin Yuan could catch up to it if he sprinted. It was not suitable for Lin Yuan to summon Blackie in such a situation. Even if it held back its dragon aura, it would still startle the dark scent mess butterfly. The situation would be bad if the dark scent mess butterfly disappeared while it was trying to escape from Blackie. Thus, when Lin Yuan opened the cage, Lu Ji ordered the insect queen to produce 20 bronze hurricane owlet moths. 5 of the hurricane owlet moths formed a group and used wind elements to carry the 4 people into the air. Lin Yuan and the rest kept a 30 to 50 meter distance between them and the dark scent mess butterfly to avoid disturbing it. However, even if Lin Yuan's group did not bother the dark scent mess butterfly, that did not mean that other people would do the same. There were many people whose gazes followed Lin Yuan's group as they flew past. However, given the way Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng were dressed, none of them dared to say anything. Some kind of people tried to catch the dark scent mess butterfly because they thought Lin Yuan's group was trying but failing to catch it. However, a few gold hurricane owlet moths stopped these people. If the dark scent mess butterfly was startled, Lin Yuan would be unable to find the sun scent mess butterfly. Oak City was one of the Divine Wood Federation's major cities, and many of the people watching had high statuses. Some of the people watching were creation masters, and they immediately recognized the black and gold butterfly as an insect species carcinoma fey. Any insect species carcinoma fey represented a mountain of wealth that no one would be willing to let go of. This matter was too important for Lin Yuan to take the time to attend to these people. He summoned Genius from the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Genius appeared in Lin Yuan's arms and started to meow. Genius had been busy teaching the 100 Questions beasts, setting up the marsh world, and nurturing some special feys. Thus, it had not cuddled up to Lin Yuan in a long while. Lin Yuan looked at the people in front of them who were trying to catch the dark scent mess butterfly and said to Genius, "Genius, use your tails to slap the people and feys who are trying to lay a hand on the dark scent mess butterfly." Genius meowed and said with determination, "Don't worry, Yuan." Genius' body lit up with a white glow and its 8 tails extended until they were almost 10 meters long. Now, each of its tails could wrap around 3 adults. Genius swung its tails and hit a person who was about to summon his fey. It did not care about this person's status at all. Although Genius was not skilled at combat, it was still a diamond/fantasy fey. Hence, it still had more physical power than other diamond combat type feys. With Genius movements, the area around the dark scent mess butterfly was cleared, and the ground was littered with people who had tried to capture the dark scent mess butterfly. One of them was a young man who was so chubby that he resembled a balloon. He held his back as he bellowed, "What the hell? How dare you attack me? Are you craving death?" The man stood up, and 2 young girls behind him stood up as well. The 2 girls fought their pain and supported the rotund young man's arms as they said, "Young Master Lu, are you okay? We'll massage your back." The 2 girls started to massage the young man's back. When they touched his wound, he berated them in pain and slapped their faces. Chapter 1410, just needs to be handled. The slap sent the two girls crashing to the ground, and fear spread across their faces. They dared not pick themselves up for some time. The other people in the area hurriedly left in case they also incurred young Master Lu's wrath. Young Master Lu had black hair and eyes and was not native to the Divine Wood Federation. However, no one dared to cross him in Oak City because the Lu family was behind the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Although this young man was not a direct descendant of the Lu family, he was an important companion of the Lu family's first young master. Even the vice president of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's branch in Oak City had to be polite to him. Thus, there was no way that ordinary people could even attempt to do so. The fat young man with the murderous gaze looked in Lin Yuan's direction and snarled, "The two of you better go back and fetch more people. I want to see the face of the person who has the audacity to hit me because of an insect species carcinoma fey." The two girls scrambled to their feet and did as the fat young man said. In order to ensure that the fat young man would be satisfied, the two girls called the president of the Oak City branch of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, Song Dingzhen, and asked her to send out experts from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to help Lu Kun save his pride. The two girls' request caused Song Dingzhen to furrow her brow. However, given Lu Kun's status, she still sent out a small team of guards from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Song Dingzhen could not help but sigh when she put down the phone. She then pulled out numerous bronze/normal and silver/normal item storing walnuts. The only function they had was to carry goods for merchant groups. A man in a standard black uniform next to Song Dingzhen said, "Vice President, has young Master Lu Kun gotten himself into trouble again?" Song Dingzhen said with a tone of resentment, "We have already sealed the collaboration with the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce. Lu Kun is here to sign the contract, and he will leave Oak City once he's done. I shall have to fulfill all of his needs for now. My position in Oak City will be more stable if I can satisfy him." The man dressed in a black uniform could not help but purse his lips. Lu Kun had been in Oak City for less than a week, but more than 100 people had already died because of him. Many of these people had been guests at the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, and this incident would not reflect well on the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. The Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had already raised the issue many times to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. But when he thought about all that Song Dingzhen had done over the past few years, the man felt that she was no saint compared to Lu Kun. In fact, it could be said that she was worse than him. While Song Dingzhen was looking through the item storing walnuts, the man asked, "Vice President, should we keep these item storing walnuts and get the merchant groups to handle them as usual?" He drew a line across his neck. Song Dingzhen asked with interest, "What's the name of that low-ranking merchant group? Is it Sincere Merchant Group?" The man hurriedly replied, "The Sincere Merchant Group is the lowest-ranked merchant group under the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. There are almost 100 members in the merchant group, but their captain is the only one with a gold fey. They usually take the route at the border between Oak City and the Iron Hammer Federation. For some reason, they recently ran into a spot of luck and managed to trade for many good items at the border of the Iron Hammer Federation. Although the beast skins in the item storing walnuts are silver at best, they are in perfect shape. Many of the minerals can be sold for high prices in the Iron Hammer Federation. I did a calculation, and their entire haul is worth $1 million great lush dollars. The captain of the Sincere Merchant Group came to me with these items with the intention of trading them for some wine and plants. They probably want to use them to make a windfall in the Iron Hammer Federation. The Sincere Merchant probably obtained some miracle as the entire merchant group seems to be in a happy state. As per the rules, I brought all the items to you so you could have a look at them." Song Dingzhen looked amused as she said, "Hee, they're happy? Doesn't the Sincere Merchant Group know that miracles can change hands? Since they're just a small merchant group, you can just come up with some reason to send them away, and I'll split the benefits with you. Go and get to work." The man bowed and said, "Thank you, Vice President. There have been more and more merchant groups who want to be part of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. We can't handle the quantity. Now that we are working with the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce, why don't we shift some of the merchant groups over to them?" Song Dingzhen scoffed and said, "How can we be saturated with merchant groups? We can just pick the better ones. Go and continue promoting the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. The merchant groups who decide to join us will gain funds that they can use to trade for items. They will gain 2,000 metal coins after each return trip." Song Dingzhen waved her hand before picking up the wine bottle from the table and taking a sip. Lin Yuan had been following the dark sand mess butterfly for about 15 minutes. He noticed that it had flown to the border of Oak City. The only people who lived at the border of Oak City were those at the bottom of the food chain and the homeless. The place was very chaotic, and it was not uncommon for wicked incidents to happen. The young girl looked shocked and asked, "Big brother, why did you fly to the place I live? We're going to arrive at my house soon. Look at that store selling fruits that are about to rot. My younger brother and I buy fruits from them using metal coins when we're hungry. We buy 5 kilograms of fruits and cut away the rotted portions. The remaining portion is so sweet." Little Flower's eyes shone when she talked about food. Her smile was pure, and she looked hopeful for the future. There was not a shred of bitterness on her face. Lin Yuan sighed at her innocent smile. He and Chu Xi had had to fend for themselves back in the Xia region, but they still led better lives than Little Flower was leading. Chapter 1411, The Sun Send Mess Butterfly's Host. After leaving the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan saw how dark and tragic the world truly was. The Warm Sun Fund should be ready to begin operations once he returned to the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan could help Little Flower because he met her by chance. However, he could not help every destitute person in every town. He hoped that after the Warm Sun Fund started, the Radiance Federation would be free from such situations at least. He wanted a ray of sunshine to bring light to all the people cowering in darkness and give them the courage to live. When he heard what Little Flower said, Lin Yuan decided to give 2 fruits to Little Flower. But before he could do so, Lu Ji handed her a chain of gold. Little Flower was slightly afraid when she saw the chain of gold. However, she was touched by Lu Ji's kind smile and thanked him before receiving the chain of gold. Lin Yuan thought about how he had encountered Lu Ji at the lowest point of Lu Ji's life. During that time, his eyes had been completely devoid of light. Yet, he had still helped many orphans and set up funds for their education. It seemed that Lu Ji really liked children. Suddenly, Lin Yuan saw the dark sand mess butterfly slowing down. It folded its wings and floated toward a dilapidated thatched house. Little Flower gasped and exclaimed, "Big brother, that's my house." Lin Yuan inhaled sharply. Could the Sun Send Mess Butterfly's host be Little Flower's younger brother? This would explain why Little Flower needed to buy the reducing heat grass. The Sun Send Mess Butterfly's host would start to burn up, and these symptoms fit the illnesses that the reducing heat grass could cure. However, the reducing heat grass could not heal a host with the Sun Send Mess Butterfly living in them. Rather, the reducing heat grass could cause the Sun Send Mess Butterfly to go insane and speed up the body's burning rate. Little Flower was completely unaware of the situation. Lin Yuan turned and said to her in a grim voice, "Little Flower, when did your brother start having fever symptoms?" She paused to look through her memories before saying, 4 days ago, a bump appeared on Little Grass' arm. I took him to ask Uncle Cow, who said that it was just a boil. I believed him and took Little Grass home. But the next day, Little Grass' arm swelled up, and thick blood started flowing out of his arm. By night time, he had fainted. So, I took out all the money I had to buy the reducing heat grass. He woke up the next day but wasn't as chatty as he used to be. Little Flower recounted the events to Lin Yuan in detail. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's expressions changed when they heard what Little Flower said. They were almost certain that Little Grass was the Sun Send Mess Butterfly's host. He had probably passed out the second night because the Sun Send Mess Butterfly was taking control of his thoughts. By the time he woke up the next morning, he was no longer the younger brother that Little Flower knew. He was now the 5th-day disaster, Sun Send Mess Butterfly. Luckily, Little Flower was not male. Otherwise, the Sun Send Mess Butterfly would also have taken control of her by the morning of the 3rd day. The Dark Send Mess Butterfly entered the house. Before Lin Yuan and the rest landed on the ground, the door to the thatched house opened. A small boy about 6 years old ran out of the house. There was a black and gold butterfly perched on his shoulder that was flapping its wings. This was the Dark Send Mess Butterfly that had just entered the house. Little Flower anxiously shouted, "Little Grass, didn't I tell you not to leave the house? Why did you run out here? Go back in. This big brother is a healer who can heal you." She ran over and wrapped the little boy in her arms. At that moment, the Dark Send Mess Butterfly shot towards Little Flower. But before it could get near to her, the 20 hurricane owlet moths kicked up violent whines that formed a cage to keep the Dark Send Mess Butterfly away. The little boy's face turned menacing when he saw this and strode toward Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng. Naturally, Lin Yuan and the rest could not allow the boy to get near them as they would fall under the Sun Send Mess Butterfly's control. Lin Yuan did not move from where he was standing, and a swirling pool of quicksand appeared under the little boy's legs. He immediately sunk in. A pair of hands made of yellow sand appeared out of the quicksand and trapped the young boy in their grip. The close guard sand started to move more violently and formed a smog of sand that prevented the young boy from using any special methods to touch Lin Yuan and the rest. The Dark Sun Send Mess butterflies needed to use hosts and absorb spirit chi from nature in order to evolve. The more hosts they had under their control, the higher their grade and quality would be. The Sun Send Mess butterfly had only taken control of the little boy. It was elite quality, just like the Dark Send Mess butterfly, and could not break free of the cage that Source Sand had created. Little Flower was astonished by what was happening. She looked between her trapped brother and the big brother who had given her fruits to eat and offered to heal her brother. She instinctively ran away from Lin Yuan and Lu Ji to go and protect her younger brother. Lin Yuan immediately held her back and told her about the current situation. After understanding the situation, Little Flower pursed her lips and stared at the little boy. Lin Yuan was feeling exceedingly conflicted. The best way to get the Sun Send Mess butterfly to show itself would be to damage its nest. However, he was unwilling to do so because he saw too much of himself and Chu Ci in this pair of siblings. The thought crossed his mind many times about what he would have done if Chu Ci had become the Dark Send Mess butterfly's host a few years ago. It was likely he would not allow anyone to hurt Chu Ci even if he had to make an enemy of the entire world, and she had become the eye of an earth-topping disaster. At that moment, the same thoughts were running through Little Flower's head. Chapter 1412, Lin Yuan's Plan. Lin Yuan looked down into Little Flower's eyes and saw obstinance. He thought about the way that the Dark Sun Send Mess butterflies attached themselves to their hosts and turned to ask Lu Ji, Big Brother Lu, the insect queen can control insect species carcinoma phase. Is there a way for it to suppress the Dark Sun Send Mess butterflies? Half an hour will do. Lu Ji communicated with the insect queen before replying. The insect queen can only suppress insect species carcinoma phase if they have less spiritual energy than it. Once the Dark Sun Send Mess butterflies attach themselves to hosts, they will take over their thoughts and memories and absorb their host's spiritual energy. If they attach themselves to children, I can use the angelfish of bliss fish coats to replenish the spiritual energy so that it'll be able to last half an hour. Lu Ji could guess what Lin Yuan's intention was. However, this plan was too risky. Nonetheless, this was the best option for the little girl and boy. Lin Yuan turned to Ji Feng and asked, Ji Feng, can the prior decree Sleeping Lotus plant a soul seed in a soul to heal cracks that might happen to the soul? It only needs to last for half an hour. Ji Feng said with confidence, I don't need to call the prior decree Sleeping Lotus back for this. I can plant the soul seed myself. One soul seed will be able to hold onto the two children's souls for up to a day, much less half an hour. Lin Yuan nodded. If the insect queen could suppress the Dark Sun Send Mess butterflies while Ji Feng could guarantee that their souls would remain intact, Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to use the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth to heal them while their flesh was being damaged. With these three conditions, Lin Yuan could proceed with what he was about to do. He tightly pursed his lips and said to the silent Little Flower, I know your brother is the only person who matters to you. However, he is under the control of an insect species carcinoma fey. Even if I have a way to remove it from him, your brother will die the moment it leaves his body. Little Flower's gaze darkened with every word that came out of Lin Yuan's mouth. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's tone changed, and he said, but this doesn't mean that all hope is lost. It's just that the plan I have in mind is risky. If it succeeds, both you and your brother will live. But if it fails, both of you will die. Little Flower clutched Lin Yuan's sleeve and said pleadingly, Big brother, I'm willing to do it. I'm begging you. Please save Little Grass. The hurricane owlet moths moved away, and the Dark Send Mess butterfly immediately flew to the back of Little Flower's neck and tunneled into her body. At first, Little Flower was still conscious. At that moment, a pool of quicksand appeared below her feet, and she was soon trapped by a pair of hands made of sand as well. Lin Yuan said to Little Flower, your younger brother will wake up from this soon. If you can handle the pain from your soul, you can try to encourage your younger brother. Lin Yuan nodded at Lu Ji and Ji Feng. Lu Ji gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up, and a fairy with long purple hair and wearing dark green armor made of insect shell with 4 wings sprouting from its back flew out of the dimensional light moth. This was the insect queen. The insect queen had fused with the blade queen bee's psychotoxin, and its looks had changed drastically. Although it was wearing armor made of insect shells, it still looked delicate and fearful of strangers. The insect queen's personality did not give a clue to the fact that it was a weapon that could produce armies of insects. Lu Ji said sternly, "Insect queen, do your best to suppress the dark sun send mess butterflies inside these two children. Try your best to lower their energy levels using psychotoxin." The insect queen flew over to Little Flower and Little Grass and reached out its left hand toward them. Its index finger lit up with a dark purple light, and the insect queen inserted the finger into Little Flower's neck, followed by Little Grass' right arm. Soon, the insect queen's eyes turned silvery blue, and a stream of spiritual energy flowed into the two children. The spiritual energy did not target Little Flower and Little Grass. Their bodies were like mesh that the spiritual energy flowed through to reach the dark sun send mess butterflies that were hiding within the children. However, the insect queen's attempt to suppress the dark sun send mess butterflies was met with intense resistance. The insect queen's spiritual energy reached the dark send mess butterfly inside Little Flower first, and she started to tremble. The bump in her neck expanded, and many bloody lesions soon appeared all over Little Flower's body. The dark send mess butterfly was trying to change Little Flower's body into its nest as soon as possible in order to fight back against the insect queen. But the longer the insect queen injected spiritual energy into Little Flower, the more sluggish the dark send mess butterfly became. Ji Feng saw his opportunity and planted a soul seed inside Little Flower's soul to protect it. There was still nothing happening on Little Grass side. This meant that the insect queen had yet to find the sun send mess butterfly. Little Grass body had already been fully turned into the sun send mess butterfly's nest. Finding the sun send mess butterfly inside its nest would take time and patience. The dark send mess butterfly had only just entered Little Flower's body, so her situation would be easy to address. However, it would be a much more difficult task when it came to Little Grass. Inside the nest, the sun send mess butterfly was sapping Little Grass' spiritual energy and could fight back against the insect queen's spiritual energy. Even with the help of the psychotoxins, they would have to grapple for some time. Lin Yuan summoned the jasmine lily and instructed it to use the bud of mountain jade on its head to use heal on Little Grass. When Lin Yuan ordered the bud of mountain jade to bloom, a beam of green light shot out and landed on Little Grass to form a belt of vitality. Chapter 1413, Accidental Soul Fusions. The jasmine lily quickly healed the lesions and pustules on Little Grass. At that moment, the insect queen's spiritual energy caught hold of the sun send mess butterfly. The sun send mess butterfly thrashed about within Little Grass body. The eggs it released hatched and produced a large number of sun send mess worms. These worms were the beacon that the dark send mess butterfly had followed. The sun send mess worms burst out from Little Grass skin, causing new wounds that were open to infection by the bacteria in his surroundings. But the moment the wounds appeared, the bud of mountain jade healed them. Even if the sun send mess worms continuously destroyed his organs, the bud of mountain jade would be able to use severed limbs growth to change his genetic model and enable his organs to regrow rapidly. During this cycle, the sun send mess butterfly would be affected by the insect queen's psychotoxins and slowly become suppressed by its spiritual energy. Eventually, Little Grass lost consciousness. When Little Grass regained his consciousness, Ji Feng implanted a soul seed in him. Otherwise, the soul seed would have been planted in the sun send mess butterfly's soul. Once the soul seed was utilized, the energy could not be recalled. Hence, Ji Feng could not allow a mistake on his part to jeopardize the entire operation. Little Grass started to cry once he regained consciousness, and his soul started to feel the pain of being mutilated and healed over and over. Without the help of the soul seed, Little Grass would have fallen into a coma. Little Grass spotted Little Flower and reached out a trembling hand toward her as though he was drowning, and she was a piece of plywood he could cling to for survival, albeit Little Flower was only a young girl of only 13 years of age. Little Flower fought against the pain and started to explain the situation to the newly conscious Little Grass. The two of them were about to enter the most dangerous point, which was the last-ditch retaliation from the dark sun send mess butterflies. Little Flower did not have time to fully explain the situation to Little Grass, but Lin Yuan had already prepared for this. Lin Yuan said to Genius, "Genius, use connected tails." Genius swung its tails, and one of them turned into a white and shimmery belt. The belt fell from Genius' body and formed a link between Little Grass and Little Flower. At that moment, Little Flower and Little Grass memories were connected. When the siblings let out a pained cry, Lin Yuan hurriedly told Genius to stop using connected tails. Although using connected tails on the siblings would allow them to encourage each other, it would also cause them to feel each other's pain. One person's pain was difficult enough to handle. But the agony of two people's pain would be too much for the souls of two children. Once their souls sustained injuries that were overly serious, even a soul seed planted by a pinnacle emperor-class expert like Ji Feng would be useless. The dark suns and mess butterflies started to attempt their final assault against the insect queen. The psychotoxins caused the dark suns and mess butterflies to feel as though death was creeping up on them. They decimated little grass and little flowers' bodies with their last vestiges of strength. The impact was so strong that it put pressure on the jasmine lily's healing. This was because tens of thousands of dark suns and messworms hatched at the same time. If the jasmine lily stopped healing for even a moment, little flower and little grass would burst like balloons. In order to stabilize the situation, Ji Feng planted another soul seed in little flower and little grass souls. As time ticked by, Lu Ji's expression became more strained, and beads of cold sweat dripped down his face. The insect queen was usually more than capable of suppressing one insect species carcinoma fey. However, Lu Ji had never tried suppressing two at once. Although both of these insect species carcinoma feys came from the same source, they had two sets of spirits and souls. Moreover, one of them had already stolen the spiritual energy of a 6-year-old child. Lu Ji took out numerous sets of fish coats and gave most of them to the insect queen. He left 2 or 3 for himself and quickly munched down on them. When his body digested the fish coats, his spiritual energy was replenished. Just as Lin Yuan sensed that the dark suns and mess butterflies were about to breathe their last breaths, they gathered their soul power and crashed into little flower and little grass souls. Lin Yuan thought that the soul power would be an attack on the siblings' souls, and the soul seeds would heal the damage. However, Lin Yuan was surprised to see that a portion of the soul power slowly started to fuse with little flower and little grass souls. While the souls were fusing, the dark suns and mess butterflies immediately felt the healing effects of the soul seeds. They stopped damaging little flower and little grass bodies. The dark suns and mess butterflies destroyed the dark suns and mess worms before flying out of little flower and little grass bodies. Due to the insect queen's presence, the elite quality dark suns and mess butterflies dared not take flight. They remained perched on the siblings and flapped their wings in apprehension. This change caused Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng to be stunned. The 3 of them formed the same guess. Could the dark suns and mess butterflies have somehow fused with little flower and little grass souls and become their feys? It did not take long for their guess to be confirmed. When little flower and little grass opened their eyes, the dark suns and mess butterflies started to fly around them with an air of affection. Due to the soul fusions, little flower and little grass now felt affection toward the dark suns and mess butterflies, which had just been hurting them. Lin Yuan dispersed the quicksand that trapped little flower and little grass, and the siblings fell to the ground. The moment little flower landed on the ground, she lunged at little grass and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Little grass reached his arms out to her as well. But the moment her arms enveloped him, he let out a cry of pain. Little flower immediately removed her accessories made of hemp leaves before giving him another hug. Little flower and little grass had just overcome a major trial. After hugging little grass for 3 minutes, a thought suddenly struck her. She pulled little grass up with her and said with immense gratitude to Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng, "Big brothers, thank you for saving us." Thank you. Chapter 1414, Accidental Miracle. Little grass tentatively emulated little flower and said thankfully, "Thank you, big brothers." While she was thanking them, little flower suddenly thought about how much better life would be if she could continue staying by Lin Yuan's side instead of continuing the life she was used to. But when she thought about her circumstance and status, she was at a loss about how she should voice this wish. She was terrified of being rejected. At that moment, Lin Yuan placed his hand on little flower and little grass heads and gently stroked them. He looked at their tattered clothes and was about to give them 2 new sets of spirit chi clothes when he realized that he did not have any children's clothes. Thus, he took out the fur of a gold-blue brocade fox and 2 bunches of silk and started to sew them together. He had learned how to do simple sewing work when he and Chu Ci had been fending for themselves. They did not have many clothes between them or money to buy more. Hence, Lin Yuan had no choice but to sew the clothes himself. It did not take him long to produce 2 sets of white outfits. Lin Yuan split the blue brocade fox's fur into 2 and turned them into 2 simple fur cloaks. As the sole young master of Sea Sky Nurture, Ji Feng had no idea how to sew. However, Lu Ji squatted down and joined Lin Yuan. He picked up the 2 sets of spirit chi clothes and fixed the rough seams. Soon, the spirit chi clothes looked exquisite. As Lin Yuan watched Lu Ji work, he was surprised that Lu Ji had talents besides cooking. If Wen Yu had not been around, Lu Ji would probably have become the return from faraway mansion's housekeeper. Neither little flower nor little grass was stupid, and they could tell from the size of the clothes Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were making that the clothes were for them. Little Grass had always been under the care of Little Flower, and he could always rely on her. But for as long as Little Flower could remember, she had been beaten by their alcoholic father and had to keep their household afloat. She always had to come up with ways to find alcohol for her father. But when their father left and never returned, Little Flower was free. With one less mouth to feed, the two siblings had more to eat than before. Thus, Little Flower had never experienced care from another person or received custom-made clothes. In fact, the materials used by Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were better than those used by the children of elite families. Fear gripped Little Flower's heart. She would rather not wear the clothes and stay with her brother by Lin Yuan's side instead. Little Flower was afraid that she and her brother would be abandoned once they accepted the spirit chi clothes. Lin Yuan observed the two dark sun send mess butterflies while he was making the spirit chi clothes. Little Flower and Little Grass ignored the two dark sun send mess butterflies, and the feys quietly rested on the siblings. Lin Yuan handed a set of spirit chi clothes to each of the siblings and asked, "Can the two of you control the butterflies?" Little Flower looked at the black and gold dark send mess butterfly before she replied, "Big brother, I can control the black and gold butterfly and make him do anything I want." Little Grass also nodded and looked at the white and gold sun send mess butterfly on the tip of his finger and said, "This white and gold butterfly listens to me well too." Lin Yuan looked at Little Flower and Little Grass with a troubled expression. Lu Ji's insect queen could control insect species carcinoma phase due to an accidental mutation, and this ability could not be cloned. The prior decree sleeping lotus parasitic soul dead seed and the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth were not completely unique exclusive skills. But it had to be said that Lin Yuan had never encountered others with such abilities. It could be said that the combination of the three abilities created a miracle and a living and breathing fifth-day disaster that could be turned on and off. As long as Little Flower and Little Grass willed it, they could launch a disaster. Additionally, they could blend in with people and form perfect shelters for the dark sun send mess butterflies. The carcinoma phase deemed as fifth-day disasters by the spirit guards could affect more than just the main world. The dimensional world also had male and female genders. If Little Flower and Little Grass went to the dimensional world, they would also be able to bring the same disaster there. It would not be an overstatement at all to say that Little Flower and Little Grass were a pair of strategic weapons with the power to wreak havoc. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuan needed to ensure that Little Flower and Little Grass stayed on the course of righteousness. Lin Yuan looked at the siblings who were staring at the spirit chi clothes with conflicted gazes and said, "These clothes made by this other big brother and me aren't the best. If you stay with me, a big sister will make clothes for you in the future. She makes all of our clothes." Little Flower looked up into Lin Yuan's eyes. She looked like a flower bud that had spontaneously bloomed. At that moment, her happiness was unparalleled. She held Little Grass' hand and said, "We're willing to go with you. However, we are dirty and will dirty your clothes if we put them on." Lin Yuan could use dark blue to clean up Little Flower and Little Grass. However, it would not be appropriate to do so. He gently patted Little Flower's hair and said, "Don't worry, and just put them on. It doesn't matter if the clothes become dirty. You'll get clean ones to change into when we get back." Little Flower gratefully led Little Grass into the thatched house and put on the clothes. When they walked out, the dirt on their faces still covered most of their features, but they still looked much more presentable. Lin Yuan took out 2 towels and did a cursory clean-up for them. Once he was done wiping their faces, he realized that they had pleasing features. Their large eyes were full of life. However, they were still covered with scars that represented the hardship they had gone through. Chapter 1415, What's Wrong? Are you scared? However, the scars and calluses on Little Flower's hands could be removed with just half a bowl of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Little Flower and Little Grass were normal people without spirit chi professional talent. They were only able to form contracts with the dark sun send mess butterflies due to an accidental miracle. As such, neither of them had spiritual spatial zones. Hence, Lin Yuan hung diamond fey storage boxes in the shape of hanging pendants around Little Flower and Little Grass necks. Suddenly, a team of spirit chi professionals dressed in black uniforms ran over. They summoned their feys when they spotted Lin Yuan and the rest. Little Flower's thatched house was at the border of the city's slums. Hence, this group of people could only be here for Lin Yuan and the rest. At first, Lin Yuan thought that they were members of a robber group. But when he saw their feys, he knew that he was wrong. Their feys consisted of gold 7/flawless sword-toothed brilliant cat, platinum I/flawless poison powder calamus, and the Platinum 2/Flawless Dark Corrode Ghost-Faced Fly. Robbers could never possess such feys. This group of people and feys had the ability to wipe out the entire Oak City. These people were considered the best of Oak City. Lin Yuan was curious about who they were. Were they here because of the Dark Sun Send Mess butterflies? Carcinoma feys were not banned in the Divine Wood Federation, and an elite quality insect species Carcinoma fey would not draw the attention of many experts. Or could it be that someone had recognized the Dark Send Mess butterfly? Lin Yuan did not think that this was likely. The Divine Wood Federation did not have Star Web, and they lacked access to knowledge. The Class 2 and 3 Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation could concoct Grade 2 and 3 Spirit Fluids. However, Class 2 and 3 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation had limited knowledge, and they only knew how to concoct a few types of Spirit Fluids. Although Creation Masters from the Divine Wood Federation and Radiance Federation had similar abilities, they were on completely different levels. Even the president of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce had not recognized the Dark Send Mess butterfly, much less the passers-by on the street. If they had truly recognized the Dark Send Mess butterfly, which could bring forth disaster, they would have reported the sighting to the main Class 4 Creation Master family in Oak City, who would send out their best experts. Little Flower and Little Grass retreated when they saw these people. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji noticed this and pulled the siblings behind them. Lu Ji asked, "Lin Yuan, what are we going to do with these people?" Lin Yuan shook his head at Lu Ji. Lin Yuan planned on waiting for these people to reveal their aim before making plans for his next step. When Lin Yuan shook his head, Lu Ji decided against instructing the insect queen to produce the flesh-mincing blade insects. Ji Feng took a step forward until he was in front of Lu Ji and Lin Yuan. He maneuvered himself into a guard pose. At that moment, the 40 Spirit Chi professionals dressed in black suddenly moved apart, leaving a gaping hole in the middle. An open-air carriage pulled by 4 platinum patrol wind-horned horses with a fat man sitting in it rolled into Lin Yuan's line of sight. The fat man was glowering at Lin Yuan. There were young and beautiful girls seated on each side of the fat man. Each of them was holding a tray. One of the trays had bottles of alcohol and cups, while the other had roasted meats and fruits. The trays were held aloft for the fat man's convenience in case he wanted to consume anything. Lin Yuan looked suspicious. He had no memory of this fat man. While Lin Yuan was thinking, an arrogant and ear-piercing fat man bellowed, "You are the peasants that hit me. You, yes you. Bring your 8-tailed cat over here. If I'm in a good mood, I might be willing to spare your lives." When Lin Yuan heard what the fat man said, he immediately realized that this fat man was the person who had tried to catch the Dark Send Mess butterfly from off the street and ended up being hit by genius. Clearly, this man had come all this way to save his pride. Moreover, he wanted to take genius away and kill the rest of them. When Lin Yuan did not reply, the fat man assumed that Lin Yuan was stricken with terror. "Hence," he said in an even haughtier voice, "what's wrong? Are you afraid? Even if you are, it's no use. You must die for having the audacity to hit me." While Liu Kun was speaking, the elderly man next to him had a look of disbelief that came from the discovery that the white 8-tailed cat was a diamond/fantasy fey. Who was this person? He was able to carry about a diamond/fantasy pet around with him. It looks like Liu Kun is about to trip himself up. Luckily, as a Pinnacle King class expert, my ancient tree dragon python can easily kill this diamond/fantasy 8-tailed cat. However, is this 8-tailed cat truly the extent of this young man's power? Lin Yuan looked at Liu Kun and said calmly, "Murderers always end up being killed themselves. I'm sure you're aware of this." Liu Kun looked even more enraged when he heard what Lin Yuan said. But at the same time, the elderly man's heart skipped a beat. This young man was way too calm. Even the 2 other men looked completely nonchalant. Just as the elderly man was about to give Liu Kun a suggestion, Liu Kun berated Lin Yuan. Chapter 1416, Lin Yuan is livid. "I'm from the Liu family. The entire Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce belongs to the Liu family. In Oak City, I am all-powerful." Lin Yuan was irritated by Liu Kun. It was clear that Liu Kun had already branded them for death. Lin Yuan turned and said, "Ji Feng, I'll leave this to you. Little Flower and Little Grass are here, so keep it clean." Ji Feng nodded and summoned the Karma Sword Lily with a wave of his hand. A white-haired man with grey eyes appeared in the air above Liu Kun's group. It was clear that he was not human. The elderly man next to Liu Kun ventured a guess and could not help but shout, "Young Master Liu Kun, that is a myth too fey. They have an Emperor-class expert amongst them." A cold voice sneered, "You're wrong. You can't even tell I'm a plant-type fey. How stupid." The Karma Sword Lily swung its sword, and sparks imbued with karma power swallowed the sky and earth. A moment later, the sparks dissipated. At that moment, it was as though the group of people and feys had never appeared before Lin Yuan. The sparks from the Karma Sword Lily's sword cut up everything into dust, including the ground below them. Once the Karma Sword Lily was done, it walked over to Lin Yuan and bowed as it said, "Lord, I did it cleanly like you asked." Lin Yuan had helped the Karma Sword Lily break through Myth 3. Hence, it had a deep respect for Lin Yuan. The Karma Sword Lily was a support-type fey and did not usually engage in combat. Now that it was facing an enemy more than one grade below it, it finally experienced the adrenaline rush of battle. The Karma Sword Lily thought, if the prior decree Sleeping Lotus was here, she would be so impressed by me. Lu Kun had said that he was from the Lu family who controlled the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. This meant that the Lu family was a secret elite family from the Great Lush Federation. However, Lin Yuan could not see the glamour of an elite family from Lu Kun's demeanor and dressing. This meant that he was probably not a direct descendant of the Lu family. By killing Lu Kun, Lin Yuan had made an enemy of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. The people Lu Kun had brought with him had not been with him on the street. Otherwise, the Pinnacle King class elderly man would have stepped in when genius hit Lu Kun. This meant that the elderly man and the Spirit Chi professionals dressed in black uniforms were from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce would eventually sense that something was wrong when these people did not return. Lin Yuan had planned on using his connection with the Sincere Merchant Group and helping them raise their rank within the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce so that he would be able to use them to exchange for resources with the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. As long as Lin Yuan did not personally expose his connection with the Sincere Merchant Group, he would not affect them in any way. However, from what Lu Kun did and the way that the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce sent out its members to support him, Lin Yuan saw the ugly underbelly of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. He felt that they were not a good collaborative partner. Lin Yuan planned on calling Mr. Zhao from the Sincere Merchant Group to see if he and the rest of the Sincere Merchant Group were currently in Oak City. Meanwhile, at one of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's treehouse hotels, Mr. Zhao was holding a baby and allowing him to play with his beard. He was not reading a story to the baby like he usually did. The middle-aged man next to him frowned and asked, "Dad, our item storing walnuts full of resources have been taken by the manager. However, more than a day and a half has passed, and there hasn't been a response. Do you think there's a problem?" Merchant groups lived a dangerous life of buying and selling. They ran into many robber groups during their trips. Mr. Zhao immediately sensed that something was wrong. He took a deep breath and said to the middle-aged man, "Jiaji, hold Bean for a while. Let's go downstairs and call for a gathering of the members. We'll go and ask the manager if we manage to trade for the alcohol and plants." Although the elderly man said this, he had a growing bad feeling. The manager should have handled their resources within an hour or two and offered them an appropriate trade. It should not take more than a day. There were many merchant groups under the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce that were more powerful than the Sincere Merchant Group. However, they could most settle their resources processing in 4 hours. Mr. Zhao thought about the person in the tent who never said a word, and he felt more at ease. He remembered Lin Yuan saying that this person could protect the Sincere Merchant Group. When all the Sincere Merchant Group members gathered, Mr. Zhao walked over to the man and told him about the situation in detail. However, he did not receive any response. If he had not seen this person walking, Mr. Zhao would have mistaken him for a mannequin. A few months ago, there was a rumor in Oak City that many merchant groups under the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had disappeared without a trace. But rumors were just rumors, and Mr. Zhao did not put much stock into them. But now that he thought more about it, he realized that all the merchant groups that had disappeared had hit the jackpot. A chilling feeling gripped Mr. Zhao and sent a shiver up his spine. However, he could not tell the rest of the Sincere Merchant Group about his thoughts because it would only lead to panic, and nothing would be solved. If his guess was right, they could flee, but that would mean that all the resources that Lin Yuan had given them would go to waste. Lin Yuan was the Sincere Merchant Group's savior. He had brought them hope and the resources to climb the ranks. Mr. Zhao could not fail Lin Yuan no matter what. Mr. Zhao forced himself to calm down as he led the members of the Sincere Merchant Group to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's entrance. This was when he realized that the guards did not stop them like they usually did. Chapter 1417, Furiously Burning the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. They were not told that only 2 of their members were allowed to enter to handle administrative matters. Instead, all of them were allowed in. Mr. Zhao suddenly had a bad feeling and became more certain that his guess would turn out to be confirmed. He led the Sincere Merchant Group members to the manager's office with a nervous heart. But when they arrived, they were told that the manager was not present. The employee in the manager's office led the Sincere Merchant Group members to the 8th floor of the tree castle and walked down the single corridor there. No goods were displayed on the 8th floor, and Mr. Zhao had never been here before. As they were walking, Mr. Zhao noted the complete lack of people. The walls around them had iron boards nailed to them, and there was soundproofing vibrating gold embedded into the iron boards. This did not look like a place where the manager handled administrative matters at all. Just as Mr. Zhao was about to call the Sincere Merchant Group members to stop walking and ask the employee what was going on, the attendant who was leading them suddenly released a dark green and wart-covered toad. When the toad appeared, the Sincere Merchant Group members sucked in cold breaths. The pressure from a diamond/fantasy fey pressed down on all of them. The attendant looked amused. It was like a stray cat that had just spotted a trembling mouse. Mr. Zhao fixed his eyes on the attendant and forced himself to say with feigned calmness, "What are you doing? Take me to see the manager now. We need to set off soon." The attendant instructed the toad to move in front of Mr. Zhao and said, "The manager noticed that your Sincere Merchant Group has struck gold and wants me to send you into the spiked skin tongue toad's belly for a good rest as a reward for all the hard work you've put in." Suddenly, the attendant's tone changed, and he said sternly to the spiked skin tongue toad, "Spiked skin tongue toad, swallow all of them." Just as Mr. Zhao and the Sincere Merchant Group members were about to enter the final moment of their lives, the unassuming man raised his hand abruptly, and a howl of pain from a toad soon followed. This was when Mr. Zhao saw the dark green toad's body being engulfed by a brilliant red flame. There seemed to be flowing dark red lava at the base of the flame. It did not take long for the dark red lava to burn the spiked skin tongue toad into ashes. Then, the lava swiftly moved on to the attendant and stole his life as well. The fire did not disappear after devouring the spiked skin tongue toad and the attendant. Instead, it started to spread in all directions. All of a sudden, the 400-meter-tall tree castle that housed the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch was transformed into a furiously burning tree. Mr. Zhao had assumed that his life was about to end in the pits of the dark green toad's stomach and that the rest of the Sincere Merchant Group would be killed in this narrow corridor. He had been enraged, sorrowful, and self-reproachful. If only he had considered this possibility at the beginning, come to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce on his own, and told Zhao Jiaji to take the Sincere Merchant Group away from Oak City once he could not reach his father, the other Sincere Merchant Group members would not have died here. On the way to the Iron Hammer Federation, Mr. Zhao was excited about the future. He thought that he would be capable of bringing a bright future to the Sincere Merchant Group and living up to Lin Yuan's hopes for them. He even had hopes of Bean's first fey being bronze/flawless instead of bronze/normal or elite quality. Alas, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce turned out to be a demon hiding in the shadows that wiped out merchant groups in order to take over their resources. Unfortunately, the Sincere Merchant Group did not have the power to fight back against the behemoth that was the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Zhao had never encountered a platinum/fantasy fey. He also never expected the person Lin Yuan had placed by their side to be useful against such a strong enemy. After all, Lin Yuan's attendant, who wore silver armor, had only possessed the same power as this attendant. When Han Tianhe attacked, Lin Yuan found out about the situation through Red Thorn. Lin Yuan had fueled Han Tianhe's attack. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle was one of the tallest buildings in Oak City. It was only 15 meters shorter than the residence of the Class 4 Creation Master family. By now, everyone in Oak City had spotted the blazing Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. It came as a shock to all of them that the wealthy and almighty Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce would end up being set on fire. Besides the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce members, there were also customers and members of merchant groups who had come to trade within the building. Lin Yuan had no grudge against these people. Hence, the fire only set the building itself alight. If Han Tianhe had summoned the Earth Core Dragon Snail and used its creation breed world power, the entire Oak City would have been reduced to ashes. Mr. Zhao Jiaji and the rest of the Sincere Merchant Group looked with silent astonishment at the man who had killed a king-class expert with a raise of his hand and without uttering a single word. At this moment, a furious voice bellowed from within the tree castle, "Who is the one that had the audacity to set fire to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce? Hurry up and put out the fire. Don't forget to save the precious furs from the flames. Even if you need to sacrifice your bodies, make sure you protect them." Almost immediately after, a gust of coldness burst out from within the tree castle that slowly started to extinguish the flames. The heat and cold produced a carbonizing effect. The giant tree castle that had turned to carbon started to disintegrate. All the customers and members of merchant groups within the tree castle fled toward the exit in a frenzy. The man who had caused the fire was completely unperturbed as he trailed behind the sincere merchant group as they ran out. This was because Lin Yuan had ordered Redthorn not to use the tongue of relinquish to control Han Tianhe to continue his attack. At that moment, Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, Little Flower, and Little Grass were rushing toward the tree castle. Chapter 1418, Four-Sided Gathering, Eight-Sided Actions. The people that Liu Kun had brought with him had tried to kill Lin Yuan, but he only assigned blame to Liu Kun instead of letting his grudge spread to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Yet, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had tried to kill the entire sincere merchant group over resources. This made it personal for Lin Yuan. He used to run a small spirit life form store. Although the merchant groups were doing a different form of business, they were fundamentally the same. In fact, the merchant groups had to put their lives on the line more often in their day-to-day lives in order to make their living. Moreover, these merchant groups were very reliant on the chambers of commerce. If the chambers of commerce were unscrupulous, the small merchant groups could do nothing about it. When he ran the spirit life form store, Lin Yuan had also been bullied by suppliers. He knew what it was like to be too helpless to even try to resist. It was clear from the way that the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was willing to kill for a few million great lush dollars worth of resources that they were despicable and evil. When he sensed from Redthorn's sensing of Han Tianhe that the attendant had led the sincere merchant group members to the 8th floor to massacre them, it was clear that the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had already done away with many merchant groups before. Lin Yuan felt that there was no need for the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to continue existing. When Lin Yuan was about to leave the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan had a thoughtful expression on her face. She picked up the pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts and started to play with them. This set of item storing walnuts should have ensured that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's auction would be a success. They were so impressive that they would enable the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's reputation to rise to a whole new level. Yet, she was not happy at all. Instead, her mind was filled with thoughts about Lin Yuan. She wondered why Lin Yuan left the prosperous Chamber of Commerce immediately after seeing the black and gold butterfly insect species Carcinoma fey. He had not even left his number before he left. The only thing that was setting Lin Yuan's mind at ease was that he had left 10 million great lush dollars as a down payment with her. With this down payment here, he was sure to return to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a sting in her throat and started to cough violently. During her fit of violent coughing, she spat a mouthful of blood out that splattered all over the table in front of her. The elderly man standing next to Lin Yuan immediately handed her a handkerchief. Her coughing fit lasted almost 2 minutes before she stopped while gently patting her chest. She took the handkerchief from the elderly man and gently wiped away the blood near her mouth. The elderly man cleaned the table while saying to Lin Yuan with a worried tone, "Young lady, your body isn't fit enough for all the hard work you've been doing. If you need anything done, tell me to do it. If you continue coughing in such a way, even the medicine left behind by the previous head of the family won't be enough to quell your worsening condition." Lin Yuan did not look troubled by what he said. "I'm aware of my condition. I'm close to becoming a B-rank spirit chi professional. Once I'm a B-rank spirit chi professional, my body's overall condition will improve, and this coughing problem should be alleviated. At that time, I'll be able to consume less medicine while still being able to live for more than 10 years. I have to save and secure the prosperous Chamber of Commerce during that time by cultivating an outstanding successor. This is the only way I'll be able to keep from disappointing Dad." Lin Yuan's gaze softened, and she said, "Let's not talk about this. Elder Duan, go and contact the Class 2 and 3 Creation Master families we're working with and send out the order for the items that young Master Lin needs. Make sure to get them even if it means we have to spend a little more. Try to prepare all 120 weather-producing plants within the next month." The elderly man hurriedly replied, "Young lady, I will be sure to perform this task to perfection." After witnessing Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan's interaction, the elderly man could tell that she wanted to establish a long-term working relationship with him. It was possible that she had another motive in mind as well. From the way that Lin Yuan could casually produce the item storing walnuts, the elderly man knew that Lin Yuan was powerful and wealthy. Thus, he already regarded Lin Yuan's order as extremely important even before Lin Yuan's reminder. The elderly man thought about how Lin Yuan struggled to hold up the prosperous Chamber of Commerce on her own and said softly, "Young lady, Do you think it's possible that young Master Lin will be willing to become our partner? Lin Yuan looked up, and she seemed to have a response in mind. But instead of voicing it, she asked, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce. Before Lin Yuan could finish speaking, the enormous burning tree in the distance caught her attention. This sight left both Lin Yuan and the elderly man stunned. But soon, delight spread across their faces. Lin Yuan recognized the burning tree castle as the building that housed the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's competitor. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had joined forces to conquer the rest of the chambers of commerce in Oak City. As such, there was also deep resentment between the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce besides the usual tension of competition. No matter what the reason was, Lin Yuan was elated. She stood up and said to the elderly man, "Let's go and see what's happening from up close. We should take a look at who the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce has offended." There were experts in the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Hence, it should have been impossible for the entire tree castle to be set alight no matter what could have happened. As such, the person who set the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle ablaze could only be one of their enemies. As the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's partner, the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce would definitely have sent a representative to the site of the fire. Lin Yuan also wanted to see how the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce would react toward the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, 4 groups of people were moving to Oak City. 2 experts flew out of the Class 4 Creation Master family who lorded over Oak City and headed toward the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. A large group of people and horses charged out of the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The person leading them was a young man with average features and dressed in green clothes. This young man looked at the burning tree castle with a grim expression as he wondered what had happened at the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. They were in Oak City. Who was the person capable of setting fire to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle? Chapter 1419, Everyone Takes Responsibility. A middle-aged woman walked over to the young man and said respectfully, "Young Master Zhuangbei, it's likely that the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce has run into a big problem. How many people do you think we should take with us?" The young man looked at the middle-aged woman and said, "You're the vice president of the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce, so you can decide the organization of manpower. No matter what reason the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce gives, our experts don't have to interfere in this matter. If something has truly happened at the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, I can ask the elders in my family to take the contract to the Lu family for a negotiation." The middle-aged thought, young Master Zhuangbei had argued with young Master Lu Kun when they were signing the contract. It seems like young Master Zhuangbei isn't over it. If something has really happened to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and they give some reason for not being able to go through with the collaboration, young Master Zhuangbei is going to ask his family to go to the Lu family and demand compensation. Song Dingzhen loved wealth, but she was not the type to go searching for trouble. Who knew what trouble Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce could have run into to lead their tree castle to be set on fire? Besides the Class 4 Creation Master family, the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce, and the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, many members of the 3 Class 3 Creation Master families, 17 Class 2 Creation Master families, and almost 300 Class 1 Creation Master families headed toward the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle had essentially turned into the eye of a storm. When everyone inside the tree castle fled, Song Dingzhen wanted to tell the guards to use iron vines to secure the tree castle. However, the fire was too serious and the carbonized tree castle soon crumbled into a pile of ash. The plume of dust and ashes obscured the sight of the people around. Faced with the wreck, Song Dingzhen shrieked with rage, "Who set fire to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle? Show yourself!" A murderous aura shot out from Song Dingzhen's eyes. The Lu family had placed Song Dingzhen as the vice president of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch. She was going to be berated now that the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had been burnt to the ground. If Lu Kun had been in the tree castle, he could have shared the responsibility with her. But since he was not, she could not push the blame onto him and would have to shoulder it all on her own. However, she could not bring herself to accept all the blame. The 3 elderly men next to her released their feys. One of them was a large red-haired wolf that let out an ear-piercing howl. The second was a banana-shaped plant that pierced the street. Its leaves started flapping until numerous vortexes were formed. The third was a ladybug with 7 stars imprinted on its body. Its flapping wings let out a roaring buzz. The yellow substance flowing out from its posterior left several people coughing. All 3 feys were diamond/fantasy. The pressure of the diamond/fantasy feys pressed down on every person in the area, and many of the onlookers felt as though they were being suffocated by a large rock weighing down on their chest. A few of the timid regular people fainted out of fright. But no matter how much Song Dingzhen shouted, she received no reply. Suddenly, Bean started to wail in Zhao Jiaji's arms, and the sound attracted Song Dingzhen's attention. At that moment, the expression of a middle-aged man dressed in a black uniform changed, and he ran over to Song Dingzhen. He pointed at the sincere merchant group members and mumbled something into Song Dingzhen's ear. Soon, Song Dingzhen's expression changed as well. She looked at the manager and wondered why he had not sent anyone to attack the sincere merchant group members. At that moment, the manager was searching for the king-class expert he had dispatched in the crowd. However, he realized that the king-class expert was nowhere to be found. The sincere merchant group members had all run out of the tree castle, but the king-class expert he had sent after them was gone. This caused all the hair on the manager's hair to stand on end. He was about to tell Song Dingzhen about this situation when a gruff voice said, "What's going on with the deep freeze chamber of commerce? Why did the building suddenly burn up?" Song Dingzhen turned her head. When she saw the source of the voice, she immediately rushed up to greet him and said, "Lords Ding, I offer you my greetings. I am investigating the reason behind the fire but have not found anything yet." Song Dingzhen was utterly repulsed. If she knew the reason behind the fire, she would have stopped it before it took place. Why would she have allowed the deep freeze chamber of commerce to burn to the ground? However, Oak City was in the palm of the Ding family's hand as they were the only Class 4 creation master family in Oak City. Not even Liu Kun dared to act up in front of the Ding family. If the Ding family was angered, they would block the deep freeze chamber of commerce from opening a branch in Oak City. It would do no good even if the Liu family begged them. At first, Song Dingzhen wanted to sniff out the arsonists and punish them severely. However, no one stepped up to admit to the act. By this time, the team from the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce had arrived. The young man dressed in green did not speak, but the middle-aged woman knew what his thoughts were and asked Song Dingzhen, "Vice President, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce has just signed a contract with us. Yet, you've already tried a trick like this." Song Dingzhen hurriedly replied, "We will find the reason behind the fire and rebuild the tree castle immediately. The collaboration with the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce won't be affected." The young man dressed in green snarled, "You make it sound so simple, but the entire building has been burnt to the ground. How can the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce continue to maintain its hold on Oak City? I want to request for the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce to take the lead in our collaboration while the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce cooperates with us." Song Dingzhen's frown deepened, and she thought, if only Liu Kun was here. He's the only one who can stand toe-to-toe with Zhuang Bei. Zhuang Bei was from a secret elite family, and Song Dingzhen lacked the authority to speak up against him because she was not a member of the Liu family. Song Dingzhen looked at the customers and members of merchant groups that had just fled out of the tree castle and yelled, "Since no one will admit to it, all of you shall bear the responsibility of burning the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle." Chapter 1420, Insect Army's Feast. After Mr. Zhao escaped out of the tree castle, he fixed his eyes on the silent man. Mr. Zhao had never attended a gathering of so many Oak City elites and felt his legs go slightly soft. However, there was no way he was going to expose the silent man either. The man that Lin Yuan had sent to protect the sincere merchant group was able to kill Platinum/Fantasy Feys. However, there was no guarantee that he would be able to defeat Diamond/Fantasy Feys as well. However, the Ding family also had Emperor-class experts. Emperor-class experts were the stuff of legends. When no one responded even after some time had passed, Song Dingzhen shrieked, "You three, go and kill every person who just ran out of the tree castle." The Tree Pinnacle King-class experts were about to instruct their feys to attack when a clear voice rang out from the crowd. "I was the one who set fire to the tree castle. But I'm sure you know why the tree castle started burning." The people present all widened their eyes as they were taken aback by what they had just heard. Even the two experts from the Ding family assumed that Song Dingzhen was about to end the lives of the people who had just escaped from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to conclude the matter. After all, someone would have to shoulder the responsibility of destroying the tree castle, and the people who had just escaped from the tree castle were the best scapegoats. The two experts from the Ding family had silently permitted this conclusion. A few of the customers who had just escaped were members of the elite. However, they did not wield much power, and their deaths would not be a great loss. Yet, someone had just volunteered to shoulder the responsibility for this incident. Was this person a moron? Did he not know that admitting to being the perpetrator in front of so many people would bring the deep freeze chamber of commerce's wrath crashing down on him? Was he not afraid of the 3 terrifying diamond/fantasy feys? From what he said, it also seemed as though there was a secret behind the burning of the deep freeze chamber of commerce. Besides Song Dingzhen, Lin Yuan was the person with the biggest reaction. Lin Yuan could not be more familiar with this voice. It was the voice of young Master Lin, who had left the prosperous Chamber of Commerce not long ago. As worried as Lin Yuan was for Lin Yuan, she was also secretly glad. The enmity between the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and the prosperous Chamber of Commerce could not be resolved. If Lin Yuan and the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce became enemies, he would be on the same side as the prosperous Chamber of Commerce whether he formed an alliance with them or not. Song Dingzhen was boiling with rage. When she heard Lin Yuan's voice, she bellowed, "The person who just spoke, show your face this instant. Let me see what's so great about you that you have the audacity to burn the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to the ground." From the moment Lin Yuan spoke, the people around him immediately backed away, fearing that they would be seen as his companions and dragged into the matter. As a result, a path opened among the crowd of people. Lin Yuan carried Genius in his left hand and held Little Flower's hand in his right hand. Lu Ji had the dimensional light moth flying on his right while he held Little Grass hand in his left hand. Ji Feng walked in front of Lu Ji and Lin Yuan to clear a path for them. Lin Yuan's group had everyone's eyes on them. The crowd was silently shocked by Lin Yuan's group's charisma and good looks. But at the same time, they saw this group as walking toward their deaths. From their features, they all seemed to be from the Great Lush Federation besides the 2 children. It would be fine if they were native elites from the Divine Wood Federation. But why would a group of people from the Great Lush Federation have a bone to pick with the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce? Could they be unaware of the power that the Lu family held in the Great Lush Federation? The 3 king-class experts directed their diamond/fantasy feys to charge at Lin Yuan's group. They intended to kill these 5 people to save the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce from further humiliation. At that moment, the dimensional light moth above Lu Ji's head flapped its wings and formed ripples in the space that spread out rhythmically. Suddenly, numerous groups of 10 diamond V/fantasy flesh-mincing blade insects appeared and surrounded the 3 diamond/fantasy feys. A feast for the insect armies soon appeared. When the groups of flesh-mincing blade insects appeared, they immediately swarmed the 3 diamond/fantasy feys. It did not take long for the small flesh-mincing blade insects to climb all over the red-haired wolf. The flesh-mincing blade insects rapidly moved their feet, causing the wolf to let out a startled cry of pain. The flesh-mincing blade insects quickly broke through the wolf's skin and entered its body. This sight left chills running up and down the backs of the people around. As more and more flesh-mincing blade insects crawled into the wolf's body, it started to thrash about even more violently. Alas, this did not help in the slightest. The diamond/fantasy wolf was a blood-type fey that used its body during combat. Now that the throngs of flesh-mincing blade insects suddenly overran it, it was completely helpless and unable to remove them from its body. However, the plant-type fey with waving leaves that could produce tornadoes could use the strong winds to keep the flesh-mincing blade insects at bay. The flying ladybug was completely unaffected by the flesh-mincing blade insects as they were terrestrial insect species feys that could not attack the air. Rather, there were 7 flesh-mincing blade insects that were burnt by the yellow substance spraying from the ladybug's posterior. The dimensional light moth continued to flap its wings and viciously disturbed the space around it. At that moment, 5 Diamond X/Fantasy 3 Hurricane Owlet moths appeared from a rift in space. The Hurricane Owlet moth's grades and qualities were all higher than that of the plant-type fey that could control wild winds. The 5 Hurricane Owlet moths took control of the wind and sent gusts slashing at the Diamond/Fantasy plant. The gusts of wind formed a chain that immediately restrained the ladybug fey. Without the strong wind's protection, the flesh-mincing blade insects could crawl all over the plant-type fey. Chapter 1421, The Truth Revealed. The flesh-mincing blade insects cleaved wood from the plant-type fey's body until it was reduced to a tree core. Before the ladybug was struck to the ground by the Hurricane Owlet moths, a Diamond X/Fantasy V lightning gathering moths and a Diamond X/Fantasy V plasma caterpillars emerged from the spatial rift. The plasma caterpillar spat out a blinding purple spurt of plasma. The purple plasma gathered together to shoot out a bright beam of plasma. The plasma shot through the ladybug and was reduced to ashes just like the tree castle had been. The people from the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce and 2 experts from the Ding family only watched silently while Lu Ji attacked the 3 diamond/fantasy feys from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. None of them made any move to help. This battle that involved hundreds of diamond/fantasy feys made everyone present look at Lin Yuan's group with fear. Lin Yuan made a beeline for the sincere merchant group. Lin Yuan said to the astonished Song Dingzhen, "I think the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce will probably be willing to talk to me calmly now. I wonder how much money you've made by killing merchant groups over the years." Song Dingzhen's expression changed abruptly when she heard what Lin Yuan said. The people watching also changed the way they looked at the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had the best welfare for merchant groups among all the chambers of commerce in Oak City. They provided free food and lodging as well as a stipend of 2,000 metal coins. This earned them the gratitude of many chambers of commerce. But recently, there had been continuous news of merchant groups disappearing in Oak City, and all the evidence suggested that the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was involved. But due to the might of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, no one dared to voice their suspicions for fear of making an enemy of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. However, Lin Yuan's words caused all their suspicions to bubble to the surface as he clearly pointed out all of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's wicked deeds. Could this be the truth behind why the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had been set on fire? Zhuang Bei and the middle-aged woman frowned. The Profit Source Chamber of Commerce's main location of business was Sacred Forest City. They had only opened the branch in Oak City a little over a year ago. They had no idea what Song Dingzhen had been up to in the shadows. However, news of the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce and Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's collaboration had already been made known to the public. If the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had really killed merchant groups and stolen their money, the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce would be seen as complicit even if they had not participated. Chambers of commerce relied on merchant groups just as much as merchant groups relied on them. If it was proven that the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce had indeed killed merchant groups in cold blood, the Profit Source Chamber of Commerce would also be feared and hated by the other merchant groups. This would lead to their reputation taking a hit and affect their development. It went without saying that Song Dingzhen could not admit to Lin Yuan's accusation. Everything became clear to Song Dingzhen when she saw Lin Yuan walk over to the sincere merchant group. He had to be the person who instigated the sincere merchant group to retaliate and gave them experts. These experts were the ones who killed the person the manager sent out and set fire to the tree castle. Song Dingzhen immediately shouted, "Tell me. Which chamber of commerce are you from? You have no evidence. How dare you besmirch the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's name? Do you think people will believe you? Everyone knows that merchant groups receive the best treatment from us." Lin Yuan ignored Song Dingzhen. Instead, he said to Mr. Zhao, "Why don't you tell us how the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce stole resources from merchant groups and killed them to prevent the truth from getting out?" Mr. Zhao had been holding himself back. He had not dared to speak his mind, nor was he given the opportunity to. But now that he had Lin Yuan's support and had seen the power of Lin Yuan's retainer, all the terror that Mr. Zhao felt toward the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce vanished and was replaced by endless fury. Mr. Zhao took a step forward and looked at the manager behind Song Dingzhen as he said, "Manager Diao, I'm sure you remember me. The Sincere Merchant Group came to Oak City to trade the 10 silver item storing walnuts and 15 bronze item storing walnuts. It should only take half a day for a Chamber of Commerce to process these resources. Yet, Diao Yun did not respond to us even after a full day passed. So, I led the members of the Sincere Merchant Group to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to see Manager Diao. According to the regulations, the maximum number of members from a merchant group allowed to enter is 2. However, this time, the attendants not only did not stop us but even sent a king-class expert to take us to the 8th floor to massacre us. It won't be difficult to prove my side of the story. I am fully aware of everything that was inside the 10 silver item storing walnuts and 15 bronze item storing walnuts. These item storing walnuts should be with Vice President Song instead of Manager Diao. One look and the truth will be unveiled." Song Dingzhen and Manager Diao's expressions fell. Song Dingzhen was rendered speechless because it was true that she had the item storing walnuts. At that moment, the tension of the scene had reached a peak, and the sounds of discussion from the crowd climbed to a fervor. The 2 experts from the Ding family shared a look before one of them stepped up and said to Song Dingzhen, "The Ding family will look into this matter and provide a report. For now, leave so you won't affect the city's daily life." Song Dingzhen let out a breath of relief. The Ding family could be regarded as the leader of Oak City, and both entities' development was interlinked. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was one of the most important chambers of commerce in Oak City. It would be a significant blow to Oak City's finances if they fell. Hence, Oak City needed the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to continue existing. As long as she could provide the Ding family with enough benefits, they should be willing to cover up this incident for her. After all, the evidence was still lacking to pin her as the culprit who murdered the merchant groups. Chapter 1422, You have no right to demand an explanation from my young master. The moment the expert from the Ding family finished speaking, the clear voice spoke again. If the Ding family wants to investigate, you can do so right now. You don't have to wait until later to produce a report. The Ding family's expert glared at Lin Yuan and sneered. You set the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's tree castle on fire for no good reason. Your feys also killed 3 of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Diamond/Fantasy feys and injured the 3 King-class experts. You need to provide the Ding family with an explanation. Lu Ji snapped, provide the Ding family with an explanation? What gives you the right to demand an explanation from my young master? Do you think you can go around lording over everyone just because you are from a Class 4 Creation Master family? The Ding family's experts' words had been a warning to Lin Yuan not to dwell on the matter any further. However, Lu Ji's words had completely smashed any hope of taking the soft approach. His words did not carry a shred of respect for the Ding family and had essentially been a slap across their faces. The 2 experts from the Ding family were enraged by what Lu Ji said and readied themselves to summon their feys. At that moment, 2 balls of fire materialized in front of the 2 Emperor-class experts from the Ding family. The 2 Emperor-class experts felt their limbs turn as cold as ice and cold sweat soaked through their clothes almost immediately. The 2 balls of fire could burn all of them to ashes, and it would be of no help even if they summoned their feys. This meant an unbelievably strong expert was next to the young man dressed in black. Moreover, the retainer had essentially snubbed a Class 4 Creation Master family. This expert's strength and the attitude that Lu Ji had toward Class 4 Creation Master families made the 2 experts from the Ding family aware that this young man could not be crossed. The Lu family was considered in the upper echelon of the Great Lush Federation's secret elite families. From the way that the young man dressed in black did not hold back against the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, it meant that he couldn't care less about the Lu family or their power. This indicated that he was from one of the true top elite families in the Great Lush Federation. The 2 Emperor-class experts immediately realized that they could only try to stay on the young man's good side and make sure they did not offend him. Even if the retainer had already shown that he did not care about leaving any of the Ding family's pride for them, the 2 Emperor-class experts were also unwilling to let the Ding family show their weak side during such a situation. Once the Ding family allowed themselves to act submissively, they would lose the iron grip they were holding over Oak City. When the 2 Emperor-class experts did not respond, Song Dingzhen became anxious and said, Lord Dingjian, Lu Kun came to Oak City on behalf of the Lu family. However, he went somewhere and has not returned. Once he's back, we will definitely offer you a satisfactory response. As for these people that dared to say such contemptuous words about the Ding family, you should teach them a lesson. After what Song Dingzhen said, Dingjian could no longer back down. At that moment, the young man's voice rang out again. Is the Lu Kun you're referring to a fat man? He tried to kill me, so I killed him. Then, the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce tried to kill one of the merchant groups under me and is now refusing to admit to the crime. If that's the case, let's lay everything out now. When Song Dingzhen heard what Lin Yuan said, her face changed. She would never have expected Lu Kun to be dead. Song Dingzhen screeched, You killed Lu Kun. The Lu family will never forgive you for this. Song Dingzhen's response was hysteric, but she did not refute what Lin Yuan said. In a way, she admitted to what Lin Yuan had said. Every person present turned to look at Song Dingzhen with disdain. At that moment, the 2 balls of fire turned into 2 flaming snails. The 2 snails stood on both sides of the people from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. They spewed out a river of lava that burnt the members of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to nothing. With this river of lava, the matter was settled. Lin Yuan preferred to be discreet, but this did not mean that he was averse to grand displays. Currently, the crowd was looking at Lin Yuan as though he was a god. However, he ignored their gazes and said to the sincere merchant group members, Go and find a place to rest. We can talk later. Lin Yuan led Little Flower into the crowd. Now, the only thing he had left to do on this trip was to go and see Su Yiren. Then, he intended to return to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to find another source of support for the sincere merchant group. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch had been destroyed, and Lin Yuan needed another reliable source of resources. The best option would be the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yuan was both marveled and shocked by the sight of Lin Yuan's back. Previously, she had assumed that he was just a direct descendant from one of the wealthier secret elite families. But now, it seemed that there was more to him than met the eye. The direct descendant of a secret elite family couldn't have such powerful guards. Lin Yuan had seen Little Flower before. Although Lin Yuan did not know who the boy that Lu Ji was holding hands with was, Lin Yuan's grandiosity could be seen from the fox fur cloaks that the children were wearing. Before this, Lin Yuan had been hesitating. But now, she was certain that she wanted to establish a long-term working relationship with Lin Yuan. However, she had no clue if he would be willing to work with her. She decided that she would first make preparations to welcome Lin Yuan when he returned to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Zhuang Bei had already internally insulted the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce 6 ways to Sunday. He could no longer remain in Oak City. Zhuang Bei prepared to leave Oak City at once to report the situation to his family. The two Emperor-class experts from the Ding family drove the crowd away before returning to report to the Ding family with troubled expressions. They told the head of the Ding family in detail about what had happened. None of the Emperor-class experts could decide on their own how to proceed or address Lin Yuan. In the Divine Wood Federation, Class 4 creation master families had been offending the wrong people and getting themselves killed. The Ding family could not allow themselves to become the next one. After Ji Feng sent the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to Oak City, it had been protecting Su Yiren from the shadows. Su Yiren was in an abandoned area that was in the opposite direction from where Little Flower and Little Grass lived. Lin Yuan did not use the ethereal jellyfish's node transportation this time. Instead, he summoned Blackie and rode off with Lu Ji, Ji Feng, Little Flower, and Little Grass on Blackie's back. To the shock of the people on the street, Blackie took to the air and flew off in the direction of where Su Yiren was. Chapter 1423, The Hopeless Su Yiren. At the center of Oak City, all the chambers of commerce and the native elites, including the Ding family, were startled by the way Lin Yuan had slaughtered the members of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. The heads of the major factions immediately started discussing a plan of action. They were torn between investigating Lin Yuan's background to get acquainted with him and leaving him alone to save themselves from potential trouble. However, anything that happened in the center of Oak City did not affect its slums. When Su Yiren first came to the Divine Wood Federation, she had moved around the center of Oak City. However, she had been humiliated daily for being a homeless person. She had been attacked by the elites daily because they had been annoyed by the sight of her. The injuries she had sustained were so serious that she had almost lost her life. At that moment, she had entered the astronomical parliament and gained Lin Yuan's help. When she woke up, all her injuries had healed. This was what gave her the will to carry on living. The cruel treatment she received at the center of Oak City was what made her realize that she was unsuited to life there. Hence, she moved herself to the slums. The elites of Oak City cared too much about their status to step foot in the slums. The only people Su Yiren encountered in the slums were homeless people like her. Technically, in a lawless place like the slums, where it was the survival of the fittest, life was much more dangerous than in the center of the city. But it was here that Su Yiren found a way to continue surviving. The first thing that Su Yiren did when she arrived in the slums was to cover herself with dirt to the point that she was completely unrecognizable. Su Yiren was not a short person. She was about 1.67 meters tall. She also stuffed any fallen leaves she could find into her clothes to make her seem stockier. This made her unappealing to any scavengers. However, the quiet days did not last for long. In order to survive while she waited for Lin Yuan to come and save her, she did everything she could to scavenge. Many of the people in the slums were scavengers. Su Yiren had managed to find many edible things over the last few days and had even found a usable phone. However, no matter how discreet she was trying to be, she still ended up being targeted by the other scavengers. She had not dared to sleep recently. Even if she was on the brink of exhaustion, she only dared to close her eyes to slits. This was because she had been attacked by a male scavenger with a long dagger when she was resting a few days ago. Luckily, she had scattered many leaves around her that would cause a din when they were met with the slightest contact. The noise had awoken Su Yiren. Nonetheless, she was still a step too late. Luckily, she had undergone special training and managed to use her hand to block the dagger. During the tussle, Su Yiren's training had been a key factor. After exerting a large amount of effort, she killed the man and looted his long dagger. After gaining the long and rusty dagger, she sharpened it on several sharp stones she had found and turned the non-lethal dagger into a weapon for killing. At first, Su Yiren had been full of hope. But when the astronomical parliament's parliamentary meeting did not occur as per schedule, Su Yiren's eyes were blurred by a layer of grey mist. Regardless of whether the sun was shining, the despairing Su Yiren could only see in grey. After fighting for survival in the Divine Wood Federation for such a long time, Su Yiren was able to guess when she would fall unconscious from the agonizing pain in her soul. She timed herself and attacked those who had targeted her with the long dagger. This was because she knew she would be immobilized and that even a child would be able to take her life when she was in the middle of one of her painful fits. For the sake of self-preservation, even a high and mighty dark envoy like Su Yiren would have to obey the law of the jungle that presided over the slums. She had used the last breath she had in her as she waited for the next parliamentary meeting and the long dagger to solve many of her immediate dangers. However, there was a scuffle where she used her left shoulder to block the attack from a scavenger's hammer. Since her soul was injured, she could not store items and could only physically carry around the items she had scavenged. Su Yiren placed the phone that was the manifestation of all of her hopes over her heart. However, that scavenger turned out to have decent combat skills. When Su Yiren used her left shoulder as a shield, he changed the direction of his hammer swing and brought it down on her chest. The hammer directly hit where the phone was. Besides feeling as though the blood in her chest was going to burst out, she had no other injuries. The scavenger that had attacked her allowed Su Yiren to find the opportunity to plunge the dagger into him, thereby ending his life. However, the hammer had smashed all of Su Yiren's remaining hope. Su Yiren felt that even if the next parliamentary meeting took place as per schedule, the shining person would not be able to find her even if he had come to Oak City because he had no means of contacting her. Ever since her phone was smashed, Su Yiren had been living a life no different from that of a walking corpse. She spent each day using the dagger and her skills to protect herself. During the battles, she was lucky if she could come out of them with light injuries. But if she was unlucky, it was also common for her to end up with bleeding wounds and fractures. The new wounds overlapped with the old ones, and she felt as though the pain in her body was practically no different from the pain in her soul. Her hand had suffered the most. The long dagger had punctured it, and she often used it for both offense and defense during battle. Hence, it had not had the chance to heal at all. Su Yiren's left hand soon swelled to 3 times its original size in such a dirty environment full of flesh-biting insects. The most arduous time in the slum was nightfall. At that moment, Su Yiren had just overcome another fit from her soul injury, and her mind was exceptionally clear. She saw her younger self back when the 7 states of darkness was flourishing. She could even remember the celebration when she became a dark envoy. Su Yiren felt unbelievably tired. This exhaustion was too much for her body. She sensed her injuries and smiled bitterly as she said, "I don't think I'll be able to hold on until the next gathering of the constellations." Chapter 1424, Su Yiren's Rescue. At this moment, Su Yiren heard the rumble of footsteps coming from afar. The sound was stable and not rushed. It resembled the sound of a prince leisurely strolling in his garden. Su Yiren immediately became nervous. From the footsteps, Su Yiren knew that more than one person was approaching. It was already a struggle for her to fend off one person, much less multiple people. She sighed to herself and stood up without picking up the dagger. Su Yiren lowered her head. Instead of looking ahead, she quietly stared at her feet. "Perhaps after my death, I'll turn into a pile of dirt like the ground like the Dark Federation." When Su Yiren reached a breaking point and decided to free herself in death, a pair of shoes with clouds embroidered on them entered her vision. This pair of white shoes stunned Su Yiren because such shoes should never appear in the slums. At that moment, she heard a clear voice say from above her, "If you can still pick up the long dagger, don't leave it lying on the ground." Su Yiren's eyes widened when she heard the voice. Her eyes shone with unspeakable delight, and the grey mist was replaced with a kaleidoscope of color. Her head snapped up, and her gaze met with a pair of kind black eyes. She had heard Lin Yuan's voice during the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting, and the voice had occupied many of her dreams in the following days. Now that she was hearing it again, she felt as though both her soul and body had been saved. She once had hope, but it had been slowly chipped away until all she was left with was desperation. But now that she could see the light at the end of the tunnel again, she felt as though she had just been reborn. Su Yiren struggled to get to her feet before Lin Yuan landed. However, every part of her body was in bad shape, and she was unable to stand. After struggling for some time, she ascertained that she would not be able to climb to her feet. Despite her pain, Su Yiren gripped the long dagger with her right hand. It seemed she had something to say to Lin Yuan but could not muster her strength. Little Flower and Little Grass had also lived in a slum and had encountered their fair share of injured scavengers. After Little Flower saw Su Yiren, she instinctively wanted to tug at the leaves on her body. However, when her hand touched her clothes, she realized that she was no longer wearing clothes woven from leaves but from brocade. Moreover, her clothes had been woven by Lin Yuan. Little Grass held Lu Ji's hand tightly as he looked between Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. It seemed that he wanted to speak but was struggling to do so. Little Grass looked at Little Flower with pleading eyes. Lu Ji noticed Little Flower and Little Grass reactions. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were happy but shocked at the same time. Little Flower and Little Grass had been living in a harsh environment. They were family, and it was to be expected that they cared about each other. However, they were even compassionate and empathetic toward scavengers. This was a rare virtue of existing in such a cruel environment. They must have received help from kind people during their time in the slum. However, the kindness and empathy they received had already been scrubbed away by the wickedness of life. Lin Yuan calmly gazed at Su Yiren's face. Her face was swollen and covered with dirt to the point that he could no longer make out her true features. To put it in a cruel yet truthful way, she looked pathetic. He looked at the prior decree Sleeping Lotus. The prior decree Sleeping Lotus noticed Lin Yuan's gaze and said, "Lord, I don't have the ability to heal injuries of the flesh. When I found this place yesterday night, her injuries were already this serious. In order to make sure she made it until you arrived, I even got rid of some of the scavengers that were targeting her. Otherwise, she would have died last night." Lin Yuan nodded and shook his hand. A green beam landed on Su Yiren's body. With Lin Yuan's treatment, Su Yiren's injuries quickly healed. Now that she was fully healed, she literally became smaller. This proved how serious her swelling had been. She was about to stand up when her soul injury sent her into another fit. She let out a grunt of pain, curled up, and started trembling. Lin Yuan said to Ji Feng, "Ji Feng, tell the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to try and heal her soul injury. Her soul injury is linked to her almost dead sacred source life form, so it might be difficult to heal her." When Ji Feng heard what Lin Yuan said, he immediately ordered the prior decree Sleeping Lotus to plant a soul seed in Su Yiren's soul. Once the soul seed entered Su Yiren's soul, Ji Feng and the prior decree Sleeping Lotus expressions turned into ones of shock. They realized that Su Yiren's soul was cracked all over. An unknown and slightly withered plant was at the center of her soul. The soul power from the soul seed activated the plant and caused its roots to move away gently. The prior decree Sleeping Lotus immediately exploded the soul seed and used the energy from the soul seed to nourish Su Yiren's soul. It completely ignored how much soul energy was being used up. This nourishment caused Su Yiren to slowly stop trembling. However, the pain was still causing her to sweat profusely. Nonetheless, she could endure this level of pain. It was not difficult for the Myth 3 prior decree Sleeping Lotus to use one soul seed. The prior decree Sleeping Lotus planted and exploded 6 consecutive soul seeds in Su Yiren. Soon, Su Yiren's injury became mostly healed. Alas, the plant did not show any signs of recovery. The prior decree Sleeping Lotus used energy from its soul, not true soul power. The plant needed a large amount of vitality and soul power to heal. The prior decree Sleeping Lotus did not have these. Hence, it said to Lin Yuan, "Lord, her soul is 80% healed. But in order to fully heal it, we need to heal her sacred source life form. This will require a large amount of vitality and soul power. What do you think we should do?" Chapter 1425, Revived Absolute Love Poppy. By now, Su Yiren had managed to stand up. She looked at Lin Yuan silently for a moment before bowing to him with determination and said, "Lord, from now on, I'm one of your subordinates. Feel free to let me know if you need me to do anything. My name is Su Yiren." Su Yiren's words took Lin Yuan by surprise. He had assumed that it would be difficult for her to change her attitude immediately and would need to be straightened out after joining the astronomical parliament, given her status as a dark envoy. Yet, she surprised him and even addressed him as Lord. But since she had prostrated herself, Lin Yuan did not hold back. Since Lin Yuan had obtained the island whale's brain oil, he had no lack of items that contained soul energy. When it came to items that contained vitality, Lin Yuan had the life form Sacrificial Fire and the Jasmine Lily that could produce vitality. The life form Sacrificial Fire was a fire-type precious good and could be used as a plant-type phase tree core. It could be used to revive plant-type phase. Using the life form Sacrificial Fire to heal Su Yiren's plant-type sacred source life form was possible. However, he was unwilling to use his only life form sacrificial fire. The jasmine lily was only platinum/fantasy. The vitality it produced would not be sufficient to heal Su Yiren's sacred source life form. However, Lin Yuan preferred to use the vitality inside the vitality imprint than use the life form sacrificial fire. The last time Lin Yuan used the jasmine lily's vitality imprint was when he saved the Mother of Bloodbath. A week had passed since the Mother of Bloodbath had become a heavenly family fey. During the past week, a significant amount of vitality had been stored up in the vitality imprint. Lin Yuan opened the vitality imprint, and a large green lotus appeared on his forehead. A wave of vitality flowed over his entire body and turned his skin light green. He took out the smallest piece of island whale's brain oil and tossed it to the prior decree sleeping lotus. Next, he placed his palm on Su Yiren's head and injected warm vitality into her. The prior decree sleeping lotus hurriedly directed the island whale's brain oil into Su Yiren. Then, it continued to explode soul seeds and used the power of its soul to increase the plant-type sacred source life form's rate of absorbing the soul power. Su Yiren's sacred source life form absorbed the soul power from the island whale's brain oil while absorbing the vitality that Lin Yuan was injecting into Su Yiren. After exploding more than 10 soul seeds, a red and green leaf grew out of the roots of the plant in Su Yiren's soul. More leaves started growing, and they extended until the color changed from green to bright purple. There was also a small green bud nestled amongst the leaves. The bulb grew until it was about the size of a palm and turned pretty pink. The large pink bud slowly bloomed into a beautiful flower. The prior decree sleeping lotus and Ji Feng had been closely watching Su Yiren's soul, and both looked mesmerized. It was as though both the male prior decree sleeping lotus and Ji Feng, who was a spirit Qi professional, had suddenly fallen head over heels for Su Yiren. When Su Yiren realized this, she hurriedly took control of the beautiful blooming flower. Ji Feng and the prior decree sleeping lotus snapped out of their trance. Since Lin Yuan had only injected vitality into Su Yiren and had not checked on her soul, he was unaffected by the absolute love poppy. This was the reason he could not help but be shocked by the strength of Su Yiren's sacred source life form when he saw the expressions on Ji Feng and the prior decree sleeping lotus faces. When the jasmine lily was healing Su Yiren, the vitality had entered her bone marrow. As such, Lin Yuan knew that Su Yiren was around 26 years old. She was only around 2 years older than Zhongzi, Gulang, and Anhe. Given her age, Su Yiren's sacred source life form could only be 4 to 6 stars. Su Yiren's sacred source life form was able to affect the pinnacle emperor class expert Ji Feng and the pinnacle myth breed prior decree sleeping lotus unknowingly. This showed how strong the sacred source life form was. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had encountered an ability that could produce love. It could be considered a powerful controlling ability that was similar to Fei Qianxing's mind-controlling silkworm goo. However, this controlling method that utilized love was much stronger than that of the mind-controlling silkworm goo. Lin Yuan felt that the absolute love poppy's ability was very suitable for the job he was going to assign to Su Yiren. Ji Feng instructed the prior decree sleeping lotus to heal Su Yiren while he stared at Su Yiren warily. He was afraid that she would use the plant-type sacred source life form to control or endanger Lin Yuan. However, there was no need for him to be worried. After Su Yiren was healed, she immediately swore on a willpower rune to become loyal to Lin Yuan. Su Yiren's thought process was clear. Lin Yuan had saved her, and she had already promised to become loyal to him during the last Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. As a dark envoy, Su Yiren was very discerning. She knew that Lin Yuan had used the island whale's brain oil to heal her. From this, she could tell that Lin Yuan was not a stingy person. Hence, she felt that the best way she would become useful in Lin Yuan's eyes would be to use her attitude. Now, all of her wounds were gone. Previously, she had been unable to summon her feys because all her 4 feys were linked to the absolute love poppy. When the absolute love poppy was in a near-dead state, she could not summon her other feys either. But now, she was finally able to summon her own feys to protect herself. She could now regain all the confidence she had lost. Lin Yuan expected but also did not expect Lin Yuan to swear her loyalty immediately to him after she recovered. Nonetheless, he could tell that Su Yiren was a smart person, and it did not require much effort to communicate with a smart person. Chapter 1426, The Ubiquitous Flower Branch Mouse. Although Su Yiren's flesh and soul, as well as the absolute love poppy, had been completely healed, she was still covered with dirt and dried blood. When the vitality healed all her injuries, the infected cells quickly died and were discharged as pus. Thus, she was sticky all over, and her clothes seemed to be stuck to her body. Moreover, the sticky substances had a foul smell that even caused Su Yiren to wrinkle her nose in disgust. She instinctively took a few steps back to put space between her and Lin Yuan, as she was afraid that Lin Yuan would get a whiff of her odor. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "You probably want a shower badly now. Coincidentally, we're going to the capital to find a tree castle. You can help to bathe these two children as well. Once you're all clean, we can have a chat." Su Yiren hurriedly nodded. She did not swear her loyalty to Lin Yuan because she had lost all her pride after struggling to survive in the Divine Wood Federation, but because she was resigned to her circumstance and decided to make the best choice for her future. It would be too unreasonable to expect her to talk to Lin Yuan while she was still covered with dirt. Su Yiren was touched that Lin Yuan was able to interpret her body language to learn how she was thinking and offer gestures that were for her benefit. She would not find it torturous to work under such a person. Just as Su Yiren was about to thank him, she heard a chittering noise. A small mouse popped out of the pile of leaves near Su Yiren. It looked around furtively. Once it was certain that it was far enough from Lin Yuan and the rest, it raised the broken twig it had just picked up. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the mouse. It looked exactly like the one he had seen when he first arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. The ember button-shaped source sand fell from Lin Yuan's sleeve and dove into the ground. Soon, threads of gravel wrapped around and trapped the flower branch mouse. Lin Yuan brought the flower branch mouse over to him, and it immediately went into hysterics. He circulated his spiritual power and used an almost undetectable thread of spirit chi to calm the panicking flower branch mouse. It did not take long for the flower branch mouse to calm down. Even when Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to release the flower branch mouse, it obediently rested in his hand. Lin Yuan was in no rush to evolve the flower branch mouse. Although Su Yiren had already sworn her loyalty to Lin Yuan and became someone that Lin Yuan could trust, there were still some things that she did not need to know. When Su Yiren saw Lin Yuan's interest in the flower branch mouse, she said, "Lord, there are many types of mice that appear in the slums. This type of mouse with brown fur prefers independence. It often picks leaves and fruits by itself. In the slums, it also doesn't transmit diseases. During the time that I've been here, I've seen this type of mouse at least 20 times. Su Yiren found it slightly strange as she did not understand why this mouse that was not even a fey would interest Lin Yuan. In Su Yiren's eyes, this type of mouse was worthless. If it were valuable, the native elites of the Divine Wood Federation would not allow it to roam around the slums. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard what Su Yiren said. He had guessed from the robbers' reactions that the flower branch mouse was very common. However, he did not expect to find it roaming in a slum. Now he knew why the scout had looked at the flower branch mouse on his shoulder with disdain. However, the flower branch mouse was a blessing to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan summoned Blackie and rode off to the capital with Lu Ji, Ji Feng, Little Flower, Little Grass, and Su Yiren. Ji Feng booked an entire tree castle. Lin Yuan had chosen a luxurious and family-style tree castle. There was only one level in the entire tree castle. There were numerous bedrooms around the large living room. This tree castle was mostly rented out to native elites who wanted to host banquets. Su Yiren entered the tree castle. Before she even took a sip of water, she led Little Flower and Little Grass into the bathroom to shower. At this moment, Lin Yuan called out to Su Yiren, "Su Yiren, do you have clothes to change into? If not, I have some fabric that you can sew into simple garments." Su Yiren raised her wrist, and Lin Yuan saw that there was a round orange golden disc. Lin Yuan was very familiar with this round orange golden disc. It was exactly the same as the one he had obtained inside the Class 3 Abyss Dimensional Rift that had appeared in the royal capital. However, the one hanging off Su Yiren's wrist was much smaller and more intricate than the one that Lin Yuan had obtained. At first, Lin Yuan thought that people from the Dark Continent had targeted the Radiance Federation. But later, he discovered from the evolving water world dimensional rift at the shores of Indigo Azure City that everything had been caused by 7th Page War's scheme. From her life experience that he had seen during the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting, Lin Yuan knew that the 7 states of darkness had been destroyed, and the Dark Continent was under 7th Page War's control. This was why so many people from the Dark Continent had appeared at the evolving water world dimensional rift. 7th Page War's subordinates could order the spirit chi professionals from the Dark Continent around. It was likely that the fall of the 7 states of darkness and the Dark Continent was not solely due to 7th Page War's actions. Lin Yuan still did not have any plans to enter the Dark Continent. Hence, there was no need to tell Su Yiren about the news he had regarding Tower Cannon and the Dark Continent. Su Yiren noticed Lin Yuan had been looking at the round orange gold disc on her wrist and said, this is spatial equipment from where I'm from. It can store both living and non-living things. It's about the size of 4 training fields. Since my spirit and soul had been injured, I couldn't make use of it. But now I can. I have many of my daily clothes stored in the spatial disk. Lin Yuan did not say anything after he heard what Su Yiren said. Chapter 1427, Stunning Appearance. Lin Yuan picked up a red fruit with soft skin from the platter of fruit and bit into it before he started to explain who Su Yiren was to the confused Lu Ji. Lu Ji had not joined the astronomical parliament, so he was unaware of Su Yiren's situation. Moreover, he spent most of his time in the Radiance Federation at the Spirit Guard's land so that the Insect Queen could control Carcinoma phase. He only spent a small amount of his time at the return from faraway mansion. As such, neither Wen Yu nor Lin Yuan had the opportunity to tell him about Su Yiren. Lu Ji felt that someone with a sacred source life form should not be struggling to survive in Oak City's slums. There were no Class 5 creation masters in the Divine Wood Federation, and their best experts were the Arc class. Sacred source life forms came from Class 5 dimensional rifts. It would not be easy for the Divine Wood Federation to clear out the dimensional life forms from Class 5 dimensional rifts to obtain the sacred source life forms. Thus, there should be very few sacred source life forms in the Divine Wood Federation. Su Yiren's presence in the slums just did not make sense. Additionally, Lin Yuan seemed already aware that Su Yiren would be here and had gone to the slums specifically for her. Lu Ji recognized the spatial equipment hanging off her wrist as the spatial disc used by the elites of the Dark Federation. It was not like the Fey storage box, as others could use the Fey storage box once the spirit imprint on it was removed. Once its contractor died, the spatial disc would become useless, and it would be almost impossible to retrieve the items within. This instrument of secrecy was only owned by the elites of the Dark Federation. With this, Lu Ji could guess that Su Yiren came from the Dark Federation and was of considerable status. Big Brother Lu, Su Yiren was one of the Dark Envoys chosen by the 7 States of Darkness. I'm sure you're aware of the Dark Continent's situation. She fled from the Dark Continent to the Divine Wood Federation, said Lin Yuan. Although Lu Ji had guessed that Su Yiren had to be of considerable status, he did not expect her to be a Dark Envoy chosen by the 7 States of Darkness. Her title allowed her to represent the entire 7 States of Darkness to engage the Radiance Federation. The individual 7 States of Darkness was not strong. They could not even defeat the Divine Wood Federation on their own. But when they joined forces, they could stand toe-to-toe with the Great Lush Federation, Divine Wood Federation, or the Iron Hammer Federation. More importantly, there was a Class 5 Creation Master in the 7 States of Darkness. This Class 5 Creation Master was what linked the 7 States of Darkness. The Class 5 Creation Master's presence meant that the 7 States of Darkness were capable of producing top experts. Su Yiren could be considered the cream of the crop in the Dark Federation. But now, she had become one of Lin Yuan's subordinates. Lu Ji was a member of the Radiance 100 Sequence and Night Leaning Moon's disciple. However, he knew that Lin Yuan was no ordinary young man. Hence, he understood the benefits that Su Yiren would enjoy by becoming Lin Yuan's subordinate. If Lin Yuan wanted to enter the Dark Continent in the future, he would be able to do so with his head held high as long as Su Yiren was by his side. Lu Ji's shock soon faded away, but Ji Feng could not overcome his astonishment. Although Ji Feng was aware that Lin Yuan was the city lord of Sky City and the Moon Empress disciple, he still found it hard to believe that he had a Dark Envoy as one of his subordinates. While Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng were talking, Su Yiren had finished bathing herself and the 2 children. After Little Flower and Little Grass were done showering, Little Flower picked up the white clothes Lin Yuan had made and started to wash them with care. Su Yiren tried to help, but Little Flower thanked her before shaking her head. Instead, Little Flower picked up Su Yiren's torn clothes and prepared to wash them as well. Su Yiren pinched Little Flower's cheek and said, "I won't be wearing these anymore." In the bathroom, Su Yiren looked at her reflection in the mirror. She felt almost strangely sentimental. A moment later, she took out a dark purple set of spirit chi clothes from the spatial disc. Purple chestnut crystals were embedded all over the spirit chi clothes, and it looked as though there was armor covering them. However, the spirit chi clothes were not heavy or bulky at all. When Su Yiren put on the purple spirit chi clothes, she exuded a strange beauty. She was already famous in the 7 States of Darkness before becoming a Dark Envoy. No man nor woman dared to say that they had fairer looks than her. The men also admitted their loss in appearance because Su Yiren had an overwhelming spirit of valiance. She also had short hair, giving her a hero's aura. Su Yiren's aura was largely related to the absolute love poppy. She had a beauty that could immediately capture the gaze of living creatures and cause them to fall in love with her. After she was dressed, Su Yiren pondered for a moment before she took a black fruit out of the spatial disc. She squeezed out the black fruit's juices and coated her hair with the juice. Once she was done, her purple hair was dyed black. She was now one of Lin Yuan's subordinates and had observed that both Lu Ji and Ji Feng had black hair and eyes. Hence, it would be best for her to change her eyes and black as well in order to look like she was part of the group. Next, she took out a pair of earrings and wore them. The dangling earrings would draw eyes to them as they gently swayed. Su Yiren took a deep breath and pushed the bathroom door open. She walked out and made a beeline for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng looked over when they heard her footsteps. All of them were stupefied when their eyes landed on the clean Su Yiren. At that moment, Morbius used Calm Mind on Lin Yuan. Chapter 1428, Test and Guess. Calm Mind was a triggered ability. Whenever Lin Yuan experienced any negative spiritual or soul effects, or any external influences on his spirit and soul, Calm Mind would be triggered. Su Yiren had already sworn her loyalty to Lin Yuan on a willpower rune. Thus, she would not dare to use the Absolute Love Poppy to seduce Lin Yuan. Calm Mind had been triggered because of Su Yiren's natural, exceptional features, and the Absolute Love Poppy's abilities had combined with Su Yiren's aura. Lin Yuan recovered from his stupor after an instant. It could be said that she had the most outstanding features of any woman he had ever seen. However, a woman's appeal did not only come from one's countenance. The Moon Empress, Night Leaning Moon, and Wang Fuxiang had stunning features, formidable personalities and auras that had taken shape after their years of experience. Su Yiren could not replicate these. Moreover, Su Yiren's short hair gave her an overly masculine aura which greatly reduced her appeal to the opposite sex. Lu Ji soon regained his senses after Lin Yuan. He continued to be shocked by Su Yiren's looks, but he felt that it would be difficult to say whether she or Lin Yuan was better looking. Ever since Lin Yuan had gone to the Radiant Moon Palace after returning from the Divine Wood Federation, Lu Ji had noticed that Lin Yuan's features had become more pleasing, and his bone structure had become straighter. His changed bone structure made every single bone in his body exude a natural and exquisite beauty. Lin Yuan's aura had also become purer. The eliteness that radiated from him was even more mesmerizing than that of those who had been born with a silver spoon in their mouths. As gorgeous as Su Yiren was, her features were not as remarkable as Lin Yuan's after the Earth Center fine milk had transformed him. Throughout a person's life, any bad posture or bad habit would affect one's bone structure. No matter how much Su Yiren tried to pay attention to her actions, her bone structure could not compare with Lin Yuan's. After becoming used to looking at Lin Yuan, Lu Ji became immune to Su Yiren once he was over the initial shock. Meanwhile, Ji Feng's gaze remained locked on Su Yiren, and he only managed to tear his eyes away after a full minute. However, this was not because he lacked self-discipline. As an Emperor-class expert, he had much more self-discipline than Lu Ji and Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were able to recover quicker than Ji Feng because of their trained perspectives and because they had contracted sacred source life forms. The sacred source life forms in Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's souls could resist the Absolute Love Poppy's abilities. Although Su Yiren was not releasing the seductive aura on purpose, she could tell from the three men's reactions that Lin Yuan and Lu Ji had contracted sacred source life forms. This only made her even more curious about Lin Yuan's identity. Both Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were younger than her. Lu Ji addressed Lin Yuan as his better and acted like a retainer. If even Lin Yuan's retainer had a sacred source life form, Su Yiren could not imagine what kind of status Lin Yuan had. Su Yiren was silent for a moment before she asked Lin Yuan, "Lord, I am now your subordinate. You already know my status, and I would like to know yours. Knowing your status will also make it easier for me to decide on the best methods when carrying out my assigned tasks." Lin Yuan had wanted to chat with Su Yiren about the job he would give her and his goal of being in the Startling Lines continent. Since Su Yiren had spoken before he could broach the topic, it would save him the effort. However, he was not going to tell her about his identity. Instead, he wanted to see if she would be able to guess his identity through his demeanor and other clues. This was so Lin Yuan could test her analytical skills. "You might not be certain about our identities, but I'm sure you already have your guesses," said Lin Yuan. Su Yiren immediately understood that Lin Yuan was testing her. She was more than happy to accept the challenge. The more Lin Yuan challenged her, the more she would be able to show off her abilities and become useful in his eyes. Since she had sworn her loyalty to him on a willpower rune and had formed a contract with a North-South constellation seat, her life now lay in Lin Yuan's hands. "Lord, both your eyes and hair are black, and you are here in the startling Lines continent. This should indicate that you are a member of one of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation. However, the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation have the tradition of nurturing their young direct descendants to a certain age before sending them out to train. It is impossible for any disciple of a secret elite family to gain 3 sacred source life forms using such a method of nurturing. Moreover, you and your 2 companions are much more charismatic than the members of the secret elite families from the Great Lush Federations. Although I'm unable to pick up anything from your gaze, your companion, who's around the same age as you, looked calm, while your companion, who's older than you, looked scornful when they were discussing the Divine Wood Federation. This means that your older companion doesn't think much of the Divine Wood Federation and even looks down on it. Following this logic, and given your hair and eye color, only the Radiance Federation, Sand Island Federation, and Spirit Mother Federation fit the bill because they're the only places with Class 5 Creation Masters. However, the Sand Island Federation is a desert. The people who live there are exposed to the desert winds, and this environment will definitely be evidenced by their skin regardless of how often they shower. From the moment that the people from the Spirit Mother Federation are born, they use Fey blood to paint their bodies with patterns that depict their growth and life experiences. None of you have these markings. Thus, only the Radiance Federation, which has 3 Class 5 Creation Masters, can produce someone like you. Chapter 1429, Trapped Love Poppy, an odd method of Fey contraction. Su Yiren paused before adding, I also guessed that you could be a member of a powerful group like Tower Cannon. However, you wouldn't ask me to guess your background if you're truly from a secret group. Suppose you're from Tower Cannon, that would mean you aren't here to save me but to kill me so as to tie up loose ends. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and asked the second question, how do you think I should go about gaining control of all the resources in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation? Su Yiren inhaled sharply. She did not expect Lin Yuan's plan to be on such a large scale. After talking to Little Flower and Little Grass, she found out that Lin Yuan was not evil. Thus, she purposely pondered for some time before she gave her suggestion. I think that you can use the Divine Wood Federation's old method by making use of the Chambers of Commerce to absorb the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's resources. Moreover, this method will be more acceptable to the people from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. There might even be some who come to thank you. However, it will take a large amount of effort to start a Chamber of Commerce, recruit merchant groups, and open branches in the various cities. If you don't have the time for all this work, you can start by supporting a small Chamber of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation. Alternatively, you can leave the matter to me. I will definitely be able to perform with flying colors. Su Yiren's idea coincided with Lin Yuan's own plan. However, Lin Yuan had not planned as far as she had. Nonetheless, her idea of supporting a small Chamber of Commerce was feasible. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's attitude made Lin Yuan aware that relying on and drawing limitless resources from merchant groups would be impossible. He had happened across the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's devouring of merchant groups, but this did not mean that there were no other chambers of commerce who were doing the same thing. Thus, it was a good idea to support a Chamber of Commerce. The prosperous Chamber of Commerce immediately came to Lin Yuan's mind. They were not small and did not need to be built up from the ground. Moreover, they already had problems, so it would not be impossible to start supporting them. Lin Yuan had never thought about allowing Su Yiren to set up a Chamber of Commerce. He felt that he would be underusing her talents by letting a dark envoy open a Chamber of Commerce. He was going to start developing the Marsh world. Lin Yuan could not stay at the underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation and handle everything personally. He needed someone who could carry out tasks on his behalf. Su Yiren was just the right person for this job. With her capabilities, she could also help Tale set up a new city in the Horseshoe Tribe's territory. So far, Lin Yuan had only instructed Genius to transfer Class 1 Creation Master knowledge into Tale's mind. He had not thoroughly investigated Tale's innate talent. If Tale was talented enough, Lin Yuan would be able to nurture Tale into a member of the Iron Hammer 100 sequence. He might even be able to push Tale into becoming an Iron Hammer envoy. However, whether this future was possible depended on Tale's talent and power. There were only 4 people in the Astronomical Parliament besides Lin Yuan and Wen Yu. Lin Yuan had already met up with Su Yiren and Tale in real life. Yin Lin was an Azure envoy and was headed to the Radiance Federation as a representative of the Azure Federation. Hence, Lin Yuan would eventually be able to meet up with her if he wanted to. As for Bei Su, Lin Yuan was still unsure where the Grotto continent was. This place was not recorded in any of the books in the Radiance Federation, which meant that it either did not exist in a federation or the federation it belonged to had never participated in the major federation meeting. Thus, Bei Su would need to leave the Grotto continent in order for Lin Yuan to meet with him. Alternatively, Lin Yuan could use the ethereal jellyfish's center tentacle to open a space tunnel from the Divine Wood Federation to the Grotto continent once he stocked up on enough items storing walnuts. Lin Yuan was still unsure about which choice he would make. Su Yiren had been waiting for Lin Yuan's response. She had just become Lin Yuan's subordinate and badly wanted to prove herself. However, she expected him to be in a hurry to assign tasks to her. Instead, he said with amusement, "I'm interested in your sacred source life form. If you're willing, I would like you to summon your sacred source life form and main phase." Su Yiren waved her hand without hesitation and summoned her 4 main phase. When he saw the 4 main phase that Su Yiren summoned, Lin Yuan was taken aback. He did not expect them to be the exact same red flower plant type phase. Judging from their appearance, they were probably from the poppy genus. When Su Yiren saw Lin Yuan looking at her phase curiously, she said, "All 4 of my main phase are the trapped love poppy." At that moment, a thought seemed to strike Su Yiren, and a wounded expression spread across her face before she went on to say candidly, "My situation is special. People usually contract phase before they contract their sacred source life form. However, it was the other way around for me. I contracted the 4 trapped love poppies to improve the absolute love poppy's power. My grandmother is the only class 5 creation master in the 7 states of darkness. She has been feeding me ice river essence ever since I was young to boost the strength of my soul. When I was 5, I consumed 3 units of the ice river essence. 3 years later, Grandma told me to try and form a marrow contract with a sacred source life form, and I succeeded by accident. From then on, I centered my combat style around my sacred source life form. The phase I contracted are also meant to support my sacred source life form." Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and Ji Feng were all silently shocked by what they had just heard. Su Yiren truly lived up to her status as being the top dark envoy from the 7 states of darkness. However, her method of contracting phase was too odd. But this did not mean that her method was weak. Rather, it allowed someone as young as her to have influence over a pinnacle emperor-class expert like Ji Feng without purposely triggering her sacred source life form's ability. This was proof that her method of contracting phase was successful. Lin Yuan thought about what he had seen in Su Yiren's memories. It was no wonder that she had the courage to take on 7th Page War. Chapter 1430, Thoughts of Love. This was not the first time Lin Yuan encountered someone who had contracted only the same type of phase. Before Lin Yuan had established a link with the cage of Brahma insects, Lu Pinru had already used her spiritual energy to contract almost 20 glowing silkworm weavers. Now, she could produce 1 set of clothes inside the closet she carried on her back almost every second during battle. The more glowing silkworm weavers she contracted, the larger the closet would become. Now, besides continuing to contract more of the glowing silkworm weaver and designing spirit chi clothes with Wen Yu, Lu Pinru also had a plan to become fitter. Otherwise, she might not be able to carry the enormous closet. Moreover, if Lin Yuan had not accidentally mutated the spirit spring lily into the yellow spring lily, Gao Feng would have contracted 3 of the spirit spring lilies. If this had happened, Gao Feng might not have been able to become a disciple of a member of royalty. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the 4 trapped love poppies that Su Yiren had summoned. He noticed that they had the same bronze exclusive skill, Thoughts of Love. Thoughts of Love allow other targets to unknowingly feel love. Once the love reaches a certain level, a love imprint will be left on their mind, spirit, and soul. The love imprint can be used to control the target. It was evident that the 4 trapped love poppies had been carefully chosen before they were contracted. Since the 4 trapped love poppies were contracted to aid the absolute love poppy, they did not have impressive abilities. Su Yiren's true power could only be gauged from the absolute love poppy's abilities. After summoning the trapped love poppies, Su Yiren raised her hand, and the pink absolute love poppy appeared in her palm. At that moment, Su Yiren's eyes turned pink, and they shot out dense streamers that turned the area around her pink. The feeling of love in his area started to rise rapidly. The sacred sword-wielding queen in Lin Yuan's soul and the sacred source life form in Lu Ji's soul released their sacred source life form aura to block out the intensifying feelings of love in the area. But Ji Feng's mind had been completely lost to the absolute love poppy. Su Yiren hurriedly hit Ji Feng's head forcefully and snapped him out of his stupor. Ji Feng immediately felt fearful and awkward when he came to his senses. He knew that if he continued to be affected by the absolute love poppy, he would be unable to hold back and become a puppet that was fully at Su Yiren's mercy. After Su Yiren hit Ji Feng, she did her best to control the absolute love poppy's power to prevent it from affecting Ji Feng. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji shared a look of incredulity because the sacred source life forms in their souls could feel the pressure from the absolute love poppy. This meant that the absolute love poppy's stars had to be high. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the absolute love poppy, and his eyes widened. Sacred source name, absolute love poppy. Sacred source species, source genus/sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 6 stars. Sacred source type, spiritual type/soul type/mind type. Abilities. Love desire glass. By using the mind, spirit, and soul, the target will feel enormous love that will strike the target's most important parts. A piece of glass that contains love will be formed. When the glass is broken, the target will give up its energy core, and its combat power will be triggered. Once the energy core is used up, the target will die. 14 poppy fruits, contract 14 life forms of the same gender as the contractor, and the absolute love poppy will plant a small poppy fruit inside the 14 life forms. The targets will gain a small amount of the absolute love poppy's power, and their appearances will change as well. The poppy fruits inside the targets will absorb the love from the target and transfer it into the absolute love poppy to increase its stars. Lin Yuan did not expect the absolute love poppy to be 6 stars. This meant that it was in its adolescent stage and only needed one more star to reach 7 stars in its adult stage. It would also gain its third ability. Besides the number of stars, Lin Yuan also saw that the absolute love poppy was a spiritual, soul, and mind type. The spirit governed thoughts, the soul governed consciousness, and the mind commanded the body. Controlling any of them will be a powerful influence over the target. Since the absolute love poppy could control all 3, it meant that it was the strongest sacred source life form Lin Yuan had ever encountered. The absolute love poppy's 2 abilities were both centered on control. Love desire glass could use love to control a target and even set the target on fire by smashing the glass. This would enable the target to use combat power beyond their usual capabilities. If Su Yiren was powerful enough, she would be able to control every spirit chi professional on Earth and turn them into her personal shield or weapons. If the situation called for it, she could even destroy her weapons to make her attack or defense stronger. Love desire glass was enough for Su Yiren to live up to her status as a dark envoy. As for 14 poppy fruits, it seemed like an ability that would help the absolute love poppy to increase its stars quickly. It explained why the absolute love poppy was able to increase its stars so quickly. However, Lin Yuan felt that there was more to 14 poppy fruits than met the eye. In fact, it was even more terrifying than love desire glass. Su Yiren could choose 14 spirit chi professionals and plant poppy fruits into them. This would essentially give her 14 clones that she could spread around to collect love on her behalf. Using love to control targets was similar to dimensional life forms using faith to control their targets. Chapter 1431, 14 Poppy Fruits. Su Yiren could use the absolute love poppy to produce a mock-dimensional world where she would be the dictator while the 14 spirit chi professionals would be her apostles. As long as Su Yiren had sufficient time and life forms to attract and serve up love to her, the absolute love poppy's power would skyrocket. Now that Lin Yuan had seen the absolute love poppy's true colors, he felt that Su Yiren was a dangerous treasure. If not for her sworn loyalty, Lin Yuan would see her as an extremely dangerous person to be feared. If her soul had not been injured and the absolute love poppy on the brink of death, Su Yiren would even be able to use the absolute love poppy's abilities to conquer the Divine Wood Federation and the entire Startling Lines continent. If she had not snapped Ji Feng to his senses, the love desire glass would have been formed in his body, and he would have become one of Su Yiren's weapons. Ji Feng's behavior allowed Lin Yuan to understand Su Yiren's power and the importance of one's sacred source life form. Ji Feng was practically a member of Lin Yuan's family. Although Ji Feng had not been Lin Yuan's subordinate for long, he had already contributed significantly to the return from faraway mansion. Ji Feng's prediction had allowed Lin Yuan to make advance preparations. Otherwise, he would have missed out on the fortuitous blessing-carrying swallow. The prediction allowed the people from the return from faraway mansion to have an everlasting boost of luck. Lin Yuan took out the sacred source life form he had won from An-He and gave it to Ji Feng as he said, "Ji Feng, form a contract with this sacred source life form. Regardless of what the sacred source life form turns out to be, it will still be able to provide you with resistance against other experts' sacred source life forms in the future." Ji Feng and Su Yiren were stunned. Ji Feng felt a wave of warmth wash over him, and tears welled up in his eyes. A decade ago, an uncontracted sacred source life form had also landed in his hands. But before he could form a contract with it, Sea Sky Nurture had fallen prey to 10,000 flags trading, and they stole the sacred source life form that he had stored in a diamond fey storage box. After 10 years of being on the run, he had become a spiritless middle-aged man. During that time, he had never dreamed that he would one day be able to contract a sacred source life form. Yet now, without doing anything and just because Lin Yuan had noticed that he had been affected by Su Yiren's sacred source life form, Lin Yuan had gifted him a sacred source life form. Ji Feng felt that he would never be able to repay this favor. Saying that he was willing to die for Lin Yuan felt like an empty gesture. He already owed Lin Yuan his life and had not repaid that debt. Ji Feng lowered his head and stretched his hand out to receive the sacred source life form. At that moment, his mindset changed. At first, the deal between him and Lin Yuan was that he would only follow Lin Yuan for 3 years. But once the 3 years were up, he would be free to leave Lin Yuan to seek revenge on Whale Ocean Commerce. But now, he wanted to extend the 3 years to forever. He decided that as long as he lived, he would remain by Lin Yuan's side to predict his fortunes and bad luck and do a good job of being Lin Yuan's subordinate. He would only go and seek revenge on 10,000 flags trading when his life was at its end. Su Yiren's eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. A moment later, she still had a look of disbelief plastered on her face. She wanted to ask Lin Yuan, "What do you take sacred source life forms for? How can you give it to your subordinate so casually like it's no different from a source-type item?" Su Yiren was completely floored by Lin Yuan's gift to Ji Feng. He was so generous with his subordinates that if she performed well, it was possible that she would also be able to receive gifts to increase her power. She was only a Class 3 Creation Master. Although her grandmother was a Class 5 Creation Master who had been doing her best to teach her, it did not change the fact that she lacked talent in this area. Moreover, the trapped love poppies had reached Suzerain/Myth I. They would need law crystals to quickly increase their power once they reached Myth II. Su Yiren would not have to worry about obtaining law crystals if her grandmother was still around. However, her grandmother had been killed by 7th Page War, so Lin Yuan was the only one Su Yiren could depend on. If Lin Yuan did not plan on making good use of her and providing her with resources, her talent would be wasted, and she would become no different from an ordinary person. She was already full of hatred for Tower Cannon and wanted to restore the 7 states of darkness. However, asking someone who had become accustomed to being a princess to let her talents waste away and resign herself to being an ordinary spirit chi professional would be even more painful for her than death. Just as she was about to try to come up with a way to convince Lin Yuan, the latter said, "Your absolute love poppy is very strong, and 14 poppy fruits has great potential. What do you think about developing the ability?" Su Yiren looked at Lin Yuan in shock. She was not shocked that Lin Yuan had creation master skills. However, a normal creation master would not be able to look into a 6-star sacred source life form. How old was Lin Yuan? One would need to be a Class 4 creation master in order to look into a 6-star sacred source life form's abilities. Additionally, even Class 4 creation master would need to observe for some time. It would be impossible for them to tell so clearly with one look like Lin Yuan had done. Normally, Su Yiren would never have taken Lin Yuan for a Class 4 or 5 creation master. There had never been a Class 4 creation master in the 7 states of darkness who was only around 18 years old. Even Su Yiren's grandmother, the only Class 5 creation master in the 7 states of darkness, only became a Class 4 creation master when she was over 20 years old. Hence, Su Yiren instinctively assumed that the sacred source life form Lin Yuan contracted had investigative abilities. Su Yiren could not help but pity Lin Yuan. A sacred source life form with investigative abilities was much weaker than combat-type sacred source life forms or sacred source life forms with special abilities. Su Yiren knew that Lin Yuan had asked her such a question because he wanted her to develop 14 poppy fruits. Chapter 1432, Su Yiren's Love Music Center Plan. Su Yiren had already thought about this and said, "Before 7th Page War attacked the 7 states of darkness, I had already chosen 14 spirit chi professionals to plant the poppy fruits into them. However, the Ashes team killed all of them even before they got a chance to grow. Otherwise, the absolute love poppy would be at least pinnacle 6 stars by now or even 7 stars. The forms of entertainment in the Divine Wood Federation generally consist of song and dance. The people from the Iron Hammer Federation also really like the dancers from the Iron Hammer Federation. Every dancer from the Divine Wood Federation will become a huge celebrity in the Iron Hammer Federation. I would like to turn the people with 14 poppy fruits in them into dancers and build a love dance center in every major city in the Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation. There will be 14 love poppy fruits in every love dance center. The absolute love poppy will shape the 14 poppy fruits into beautiful and enchanting creatures. Their song and dance will allow me to gather a large amount of love that will enable the absolute love poppy to increase its stars quickly. Su Yiren paused for a moment and looked at Lin Yuan with shining eyes as she said, every creature from the main world witnessed the earth-shattering bet between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation. According to what I just said, I'm confident that the absolute love poppy will be able to reach 7 stars in 2 years' time. At that point, it will be able to activate a celestial phenomenon. In 2 years, I will be able to stay in the shadows and act as your weapon while the bet is unfolding. The 14 poppy fruits will not cause glass to be formed in the targets that provide them with love. Don't worry. I won't lay a hand on these people who offer up their love. From what Su Yiren said, Lin Yuan knew that she thought that he was a Radiance envoy. He was not one yet, but he would fight for the chance to be one a year later. Lin Yuan did not affirm or deny what she said. If she used this method to enable the 14 poppy fruits to collect love, she would not affect the people who were offering the love. Hence, this method was doable. Lin Yuan's strongest combatant was White Speak, who had reached pinnacle immortal. However, it was unable to activate celestial phenomena. It was true that Sky City needed an expert that could activate celestial phenomena. For now, Su Yiren was the most suitable person for the position. Lin Yuan nodded at Su Yiren and said, I will nurture you over the next 2 years. This includes the 4 myth-I-trapped love poppies. Once Lin Yuan was done speaking, he tossed a heavy brocade pouch to Su Yiren, stood up, and said, all the native factions in Oak City are probably discussing us now. Let's go to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and wait for the Class 4 Creation Master family to contact us. Then, we can return to the underground palace. Lin Yuan looked at Su Yiren and said, from now on, our development in the Startling Lines continent will depend on you. If you can allow me to gain control over all the resources in the Startling Lines continent, I don't mind giving you a helping hand. I'm sure you understand what I'm getting at. Su Yiren's eyes widened, and she clenched her fists. After she got over her shock, her eyes shone with wild delight and hope. It seemed that it was not a pipe dream to hope that she would be able to exact revenge one day. Lin Yuan's words were like a promise. But it was up to Su Yiren to grab hold of the opportunity. At that moment, Su Yiren was full of motivation. Su Yiren gently opened the brocade pouch as she led Little Flower and Grass out of the tree castle. After she saw its contents, she gently closed the pouch. Her lips curled with restrained joy, and she knew that her desperate bet had been the right one. From now on, she would remain with the young man and conquer the 3 federations in the Startling Lines continent alongside him. While Lin Yuan's group was making their way to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, big things were happening within the Ding family. Ever since the Ding family became a Class 4 Creation Master family and started lording over Oak City, the head of the Ding family had never been bothered and called out to listen to a report while he was nurturing feys in the breeding rooms. The head of the Ding family forced down his displeasure but could not help but feel solemn. Families that had the Creation Master role usually placed the Creation Masters in their family on a pedestal. The head of the Ding family knew that no one would dare to bother them unless the matter was of utmost importance. The elders in the family would handle anything less than the most serious matters. After leaving the breeding room, Ding Chinchuo was faced with the entire Ding family, who had gathered together. He frowned and took his seat at the head of the table before taking a sip of the wine in front of him. Ding Chinchuo asked the woman seated to his right, Mei, why did you ask little Chow to fetch me from the breeding room in such a hurry? I was trying to use spiritual ingredients to concoct a spirit fluid that will enable the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's bloodline to evolve. Luckily, little Chow came to see me before I started the concoction process. Otherwise, these ingredients that cost over 10 million great lush dollars would have gone to waste. I'm sure you know better than others how rare some of these spiritual ingredients are. So, why did you still act so rashly? While Ding Chinchuo was speaking, the young man who had entered the meeting room behind Ding Chinchuo retreated as far as he could. He looked as though he had been maligned. I was just doing what Auntie told me to do. It's not my fault at all. Mei smiled wryly before she said, Husband, I wouldn't have bothered you if I could manage this matter on my own. Ding Jian reported the matter, so he should be the one to tell you about it. Ding Chinchuo looked at Ding Jian, who had a grim expression on his face. He waved Ding Jian over and asked, Ding Jian, what exactly happened? Is there actually someone who's brave enough to cause trouble in Oak City? Awkwardness spread across Ding Jian's face. He thought about the young man dressed in black who had killed the Deep Freeze members without hesitation. A chill ran up his spine. He felt that Lin Yuan's actions went beyond just causing trouble. He had destroyed the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce and killed Liu Kun. This meant that he would bring the Liu family's wrath down on Oak City. Chapter 1433, The Ding Family's Shock. There were a few Class 4 creation masters in the Liu family, and the Ding family could not afford to offend them. However, when Ding Jian thought about how Song Dingzhen and the rest were burnt to ashes and how even an emperor-class expert like him was unable to determine the source of the fire, this meant that the Ding family also could not afford to cross the people from the young man's side. Ding Jian stood up and did his best to explain the situation to Ding Chinchuo. Today, Ding Kai and I did our rounds to investigate the fire at the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle. We found out that someone had started the fire. Ding Chinchuo's frown furrowed even deeper, and he became even more annoyed. I was disturbed because of a trivial matter like the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle being set on fire. Just as Ding Chinchuo was about to explode with rage, Ding Cheng continued. The Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce was set on fire by a young man wearing black. His servant wields power that even Ding Kai and I couldn't detect. My guess is that the servant is at least Pinnacle Emperor class. They may have reached the Arc class. Ding Chinchuo's breath was caught in his throat. He knew full well what such a powerful expert indicated. Even if it was just a Pinnacle Emperor class expert, it meant that the young man who set fire to the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle would have a Class 4 or Class 5 creation master supporting him. If the young man's servant was truly an Emperor class expert, it meant that he definitely had a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master supporting him. According to what Ding Chao had told him on the way here, the young man in black had black hair and eyes. This meant that he was from the Great Lush Federation. As such, he had to be a direct descendant of one of the top elite families from the Great Lush Federation. Did he attack the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce because he had a bone to pick with the Liu family? Ding Chinchuo decided to ask Song Dingzhen about the details of the situation. He was also going to ask her if she knew who the young man dressed in black was. Ding Chinchuo's skill as a Class 4 creation master was not high. Although he could enjoy being treated as a Class 4 creation master and lorded over a city, he could barely master most of a Class 4 creation master's skills. Hence, the Ding family badly wanted to find a more skilled creation master family to support them. This would allow Ding Chinchuo to learn from them but also enable the Ding family's power to climb. Such events were very common in Sacred Forest City. A Pinnacle Class 4 creation master family often supported numerous less skilled Class 4 creation master families. This was the reason why the aristocrats in Sacred Forest City were all closely linked. Anything that happened to one of them would affect the rest as well. Even if the Ding family obtained the support of Pinnacle Class 4 creation master families in Sacred Forest City, they were situated too far away to obtain any practical benefits. It would not be feasible to ask the elderly Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters to travel from Sacred Forest City all the way to Oak City. But at the same time, Ding Chinchuo could not abandon the Oak City side of things to head to Sacred Forest City as it would be difficult for the Ding family to function normally without their key figure. Moreover, the Ding family would not need to swear their loyalty if they gained the support from a secret family from the Great Lush Federation like they would have to do with a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master family from Sacred Forest City. Before Ding Chinchuo gave the order to fetch Song Dingzhen, Ding Jian said, the young man dressed in black killed every person from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, including Song Dingzhen. His retainer even summoned more than 100 diamond/fantasy insect-type feys. Ding Jian gulped, and Ding Chinchuo's chest contracted. More than 100 diamond/fantasy insect species feys? That is insane. Besides the question of whether a person could comprehend more than 100 willpower runes, any creation master below Class 4 would die of exhaustion trying to nurture so many diamond/fantasy insect species feys. Like the Liu family, the young man was also from the Great Lush Federation. Yet, he had done such a thing without hesitation. Evidently, he could not care less about the Liu family. Ding Chinchuo's heart started to beat quicker. But before he decided to form a link with the young man, there were still some questions that he needed to ask. For example, he wanted to know why the young man and the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce clashed. Ding Jian, after saying all that, do you know the reason behind the incident? We control Oak City and need to act properly in order to satisfy all the factions in Oak City. Ding Chinchuo hoped that the young man dressed in black was not completely at fault, because this would mean that Ding Chinchuo would have to scramble to come up with a reason to make the deep freeze chamber of commerce into a scapegoat before he could rope in the young man. Ding Jian said angrily, the deep freeze chamber of commerce has been attracting merchant groups with over-the-top benefits. But the true story is that they've been secretly killing off merchant groups. We have also discussed how the number of merchant groups in Oak City has decreased by 1/3. The deep freeze chamber of commerce probably killed all of these merchant groups. Ding Chinchuo was livid and slammed his hand down on the table. At that moment, he not only wanted to push the blame onto the deep freeze chamber of commerce, but he utterly loathed them as well. A city's development and prosperity depended on not only the number and skill of creation masters but also the number of merchant groups in the city. If the number of merchant groups in the city decreased by 1/3, it meant that the opportunities for Oak City to prosper fell by 1/3 as well. Ding Chinchuo could not permit such actions that negatively influenced Oak City in such a serious manner. At first, Ding Chinchuo had struggled to come up with a reason to get the young man dressed in black on his good side. But now, an idea popped into his head. He stood up and said, "This matter is wicked in nature. I will personally report the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's actions in Oak City to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court so they can conduct an investigation. They will find out if similar incidents occurred at the other branches of the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. If no other such incidents took place, the Lu family will have to compensate Oak City for what Song Dingzhen did. If there have been other instances, the Imperial Court will decide if they should continue to allow the Lu family to open another Chamber of Commerce in the Divine Wood Federation." At the same moment that Ding Chinchuo made the decision to look into Lin Yuan's whereabouts so he could go and meet with Lin Yuan personally, Lin Yuan had already arrived at the entrance of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's Tree Castle. Lin Yuan had only just returned to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Her mind was still filled with images of the way that Lin Yuan had ordered for the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to be destroyed. No one benefited more from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's destruction than Lin Yuan. Chapter 1434, Our young master isn't here to chat. Lin Yuan looked at the elderly man next to her and said, "Elder Duan, your suggestion was pretty good. I have already decided to find a source of support for the prosperous Chamber of Commerce." Before the elderly man could speak, a middle-aged man walked in and greeted Lin Yuan and Elder Duan. "President, Vice President, the young man with black hair and eyes that you told me to look out for is here again. However, another adult and child are here with him." Lin Yuan was about to stand up when another coughing fit overcame her. Elder Duan hurriedly patted Lin Yuan's back. A moment later, Lin Yuan swallowed the bile that had risen in her throat and anxiously went downstairs to greet Lin Yuan. Right after Lin Yuan walked out of the president's office, she ran right into a figure outside the door. At that moment, a refreshing scent entered Lin Yuan's nose, and she heard her heart thumping loudly. Lin Yuan instinctively took a step back. But in her panic, she lost her footing. Just as she thought she was going to take a humiliating topple to the ground, someone grabbed her falling body. Throughout, the figure she had bumped into stood relaxedly. When she steadied herself, a clear voice rang out in her ear. "President Lin Yuan, are you going out? The attendant downstairs told us to come up to your office on the 7th floor to see you." Lin Yuan thought about the refreshing scent that had wafted into her nose and her racing heartbeat. For some reason, her face flushed. She forcefully composed herself and said, "Please come in. I was on my way out to greet you downstairs." Lin Yuan turned to the middle-aged man and said, "Go and fetch some high-quality fruits. Also, go to the basement of the Tree Castle to retrieve the top-quality wine there for our guests." She knew that Lin Yuan did not drink alcohol and that the only person in Lin Yuan's group who drank alcohol was the middle-aged man. In spite of this, she was still willing to retrieve the top-quality wine so she could show Lin Yuan how important he was in her eyes. The middle-aged man said, "President, I will go and prepare now." While they were talking, the middle-aged man observed Su Yiren. He was floored by what he saw, and his eyes immediately widened while a blush spread across his cheeks. The middle-aged man found it hard to imagine that such a beautiful person existed. Lin Yuan noticed the middle-aged man's behavior and coughed in annoyance before she pushed him. This snapped him out of his trance. The middle-aged man looked embarrassed and rushed out of the door to fetch the fruits and wine. But no matter how awkward he felt, he still could not tear his eyes away from her while he was walking out the door. At first, Lin Yuan had been focused on Lin Yuan. But after seeing the middle-aged man's behavior, she also looked at Su Yiren curiously. The middle-aged man had worked under Lin Yuan for a long time and was a stoic person. Lin Yuan could not figure out what could have caused him to act in such a manner. But when Li Yuan's gaze fell on Su Yiren, she suddenly felt herself blushing. This feeling somehow caused hope to bubble from deep within her, and she was lost in this joyous feeling. This feeling reminded Li Yuan of the refreshing scent that had come from Lin Yuan and her racing heartbeat. Soon, an obvious blush spread across Li Yuan's face again. This blush stained her face for some time. Su Yiren noticed this and looked at Li Yuan with amusement. When Li Yuan met Su Yiren's gaze, she felt as though Su Yiren could see right through her and anxiously took a step back. The absolute love poppy had a weakness when it came to the same gender. When the absolute love poppy was amplifying feelings of love, it could sometimes cause a situation to change. Li Yuan clearly had some feelings for Lin Yuan. When the absolute love poppy amplified these feelings, they accidentally turned into intense love. However, such a situation could only happen when Su Yiren was not consciously using the absolute love poppy. If she had been consciously using the absolute love poppy, a love desire glass would have appeared within Li Yuan's body, and the feelings would not have changed. Su Yiren let out a soft scoff. With the absolute love poppy's abilities, it would be easy to produce love. However, the love that this woman from the Great Lush Federation felt for Lin Yuan was destined to fall flat. It was not because Su Yiren did not think that this woman was good-looking, but because her status and Lin Yuan's status differed too greatly. If Lin Yuan was truly just a direct descendant from one of the Great Lush Federation's secret families, Li Yuan might stand a chance. However, he was actually a young master from the Radiance Federation who could gift sacred source life forms without much consideration. Even Su Yiren felt that there was a great canyon between her and someone of Lin Yuan's status. Lu Ji noticed that Li Yuan had been staring at Lin Yuan, and he took a step forward so that he could block Li Yuan's gaze. Lu Ji said, "President Li, our young master isn't here to chat." Li Yuan immediately came to her senses. She forced herself to calm down and said, "I also have something to discuss with young master Lin. Let's go in and talk." Su Yiren said confidently, "You can discuss it with me. I also need to talk to you about something on young master's behalf." Su Yiren had already asked Lin Yuan to allow her to oversee the matters in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation on the way to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Thus, she would be interacting with Li Yuan in the future much more than Lin Yuan was going to. As such, she was the right person to have the discussion with Li Yuan. Lin Yuan was also happy that he would be free and just needed to listen off to the side. Li Yuan looked Su Yiren up and down and assumed she was also from a secret elite family. After all, she did not resemble a servant in any way. Li Yuan recognized the purple chestnut crystals embedded all over her spirit chi clothes. Purple chestnut crystals were only found in Class 3 and above subterranean dimensional rifts. There were Class 5 dimensional life forms in Class 3 and above subterranean dimensional rifts. Purple chestnut crystals were also extremely rare in Class 3 subterranean dimensional rifts. They were only commonly found in Class 4 subterranean dimensional rifts. Chapter 1435, Mysterious Identity. There were at least 2,000 purple chestnut crystals on Su Yiren's spirit chi clothes. As such, there was no way that she obtained all of them from a Class 3 subterranean dimensional rift. Although she could not place the watch-shaped earring hanging off Su Yiren's ear, her spirit chi clothes alone were already worth more than 12 million Great Lush dollars. It was even more expensive than the spirit chi clothes and accessories that Lin Yuan was wearing. Yet, this woman addressed herself as Lin Yuan's attendant. Due to this, Li Yuan had to reassess who she thought Lin Yuan was. Previously, Li Yuan thought that people had been hypocritical when they said that they wore clothes that suited their fancy and did not pay attention to the value of the clothes. Even pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could not achieve such humility. But now, Li Yuan believed that such a person existed because he was standing right in front of her. If even his subordinates wore spirit chi clothes worth tens of millions of Great Lush dollars, were there any spirit chi clothes that Lin Yuan could not afford to put on? When the middle-aged man brought the wine and fruits, Elder Duan took over the tray for fear that the middle-aged man would lose his composure again once he stepped into the room and laid eyes on Su Yiren. Li Yuan picked up one of the fruits and personally juiced it to serve Lin Yuan's group while Elder Duan opened the wine for Ji Feng. Once the seal on the wine was removed, a stinging spicy smell filled the air, and Ji Feng said, "This wine must have been fermenting for at least 80 years. Platinum citrus fruits were added to aid the fermentation. Tiger species feys bones were soaked in the blood and bone marrow of fantasy breed dragon species feys so as to remove the gamey flavor. When the tiger bones gaminess and the dragon bones flavor clashed, all the sourness and bitterness inside the fruits disappeared. Whoever made this wine was very detailed, and their thoughtfulness is enough for me to know that this is a good bottle of wine." Li Yuan and Elder Duan froze in shock when they heard what Ji Feng said. They were already very surprised when he managed to discern the ingredients of the elephant bone wine after just one sip. But now, he figured out how this alcohol had been made just from its scent. This meant that he was no ordinary wine connoisseur. He must have tested a lot of top-quality wine and many spiritual ingredients that went into making wine in order to train his senses to such a degree. These details allowed Li Yuan to realize how mysterious Lin Yuan's background was. Li Yuan decided to be open about her intentions. She looked at Su Yiren and said seriously, "I would like to represent the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to request a working relationship with you. Young Master Lin mentioned he would like to work closely with us, but he left in a hurry before we could settle the deal." Su Yiren could not help but think to herself how blessed Li Yuan was. If Lin Yuan wanted to work with her, it would be a huge blessing for the entire prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Yet, even after missing the first opportunity, it did not disappear and fell in her lap again. However, Su Yiren did not agree with what Li Yuan said about working closely with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Su Yiren said calmly, "President Li, I'm sure you're aware that the term working closely isn't apropos when it comes to our young master. A collaboration suggests that both parties are of equal standing and benefit each other to the same extent. It goes without saying how our young master will be able to help the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. However, I fail to see how the prosperous Chamber of Commerce will be able to benefit our young master. If you only want to work with us, there's no point in us wasting our breath any longer. There are hundreds of both strong and weak chambers of commerce in the Divine Wood Federation. As long as our young master reaches out a hand, he will be able to raise the weak ones to the heavens while crushing the strong ones. The pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts is proof of my claims. So, we can only proceed if you dig deep and show your sincerity." Although Su Yiren's tone was calm, the meaning behind her words hit strongly. Everything she said hit a key point, and Li Yuan had no choice but to face the matter head-on. Before they arrived, Su Yiren had asked Lin Yuan about the details of his trade with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. However, she did not know that Lin Yuan had wiped out the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. Su Yiren was able to push Li Yuan into a corner during their discussion using only the scarce information she had. This showed Lin Yuan how impressive Su Yiren was. Lin Yuan had come to discuss a collaboration. After Li Yuan expressed her wish to collaborate with him, Su Yiren immediately altered the plan to ensure that Lin Yuan's group could maximize their benefits. From this, it was clear to see how talented Su Yiren was at strategy. However, Lin Yuan was unsure if she or Wen Yu was better as they excelled in different areas. Wen Yu was skilled at gathering and organizing information, while Su Yiren was adept at socializing. It was clear that Su Yiren's words had hurt Li Yuan's pride. Li Yuan had just felt intense love toward Lin Yuan. But Su Yiren's words had pointed out the distance between Li Yuan and Lin Yuan. The urge to leave the meeting room rose within Li Yuan. But when she thought about the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's situation and her father's last wishes, she forced herself to calm down. After another coughing fit, Li Yuan said, "Our prosperous Chamber of Commerce isn't a top Chamber of Commerce. We can only offer you our resources as a Chamber of Commerce or our shares if you want to invest in us. Regardless of which of these you are interested in, I can only trade our shares." A conflicted look came over Li Yuan. Su Yiren did not speak so that Li Yuan would be able to think the matter through carefully. Eventually, Li Yuan took a long look at Lin Yuan before saying to Su Yiren, "Most of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's shares lie in the hands of the elders of the Li family. I might be the president of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, but I only own 40% of the shares. I am willing to give all 40% of the shares to you. However, I have two conditions." Chapter 1436, Li Yuan's Worries and Determination. Li Yuan's tone became resolute as she said, "Firstly, I have to remain as the head of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Secondly, I would like to ask for your help in retrieving the rest of the shares. Once all the shares are retrieved, I will give you another 9% of the shares." Su Yiren did not agree immediately. Instead, she looked at Lin Yuan. It was not that Su Yiren was unable to come to a decision but because this matter involved the Li family's internal conflict. Su Yiren needed to seek Lin Yuan's opinion before they got themselves tangled in this mess. Lin Yuan gave Su Yiren a smile of assurance, and Su Yiren knew that he wanted her to decide for herself. When she saw Lin Yuan's smile, she felt something akin to love grab hold of her, and she suddenly felt slightly dizzy. She had not carefully observed Lin Yuan yet. But when she looked at him now, she realized Lin Yuan was just as attractive as her. In fact, he even had better bone structure than her. What the hell? I even contracted the absolute love poppy. How can he look better than me? Is he some demon from the abyssal world? I agree to your terms. Before the matter is done, our young master will own 40% of Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's shares while you will keep control of Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. After the matter is done, he will possess 49% of the shares. The three federations in the Startling Lines continent are always fighting amongst themselves, and robber groups are rampant. Many unorthodox paths arise in a chaotic world. You have chosen the right path. Frankly, I'm jealous of your luck, said Su Yiren. Su Yiren's last line had come from the heart. If she had hesitated and missed the opportunity to join the astronomical parliament, she might not have been given a second chance to do so. Lin Yuan did not know why Su Yiren had said she was lucky, but she could tell that Su Yiren did not think of the Divine Wood Federation, Great Lush Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation as strong. Su Yiren sounded so confident that Lin Yuan felt she was looking at a giant beast that could easily crush the Divine Wood Federation, Great Lush Federation, and Iron Hammer Federation with its feet. Suddenly, the fight between Lin Yuan and the Lu family came to Lin Yuan's mind, and she said with a worried tone, the Lu family, who supports the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce, is much stronger than my family. If the Lu family discovers that we are working with you, they will definitely attack us out of revenge. Our experts won't be able to hold them off. What do you think we should do? Lin Yuan knew that Lin Yuan had experts. If this fight was centralized at one location, Lin Yuan would not be afraid of the Lu family coming to seek revenge. However, there were 47 branches scattered in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. The fight would be too spread out. The Prosperous Chamber of Commerce would not be able to handle the loss if the Lu family went after any of the branches. Since she had chosen to work with Lin Yuan, she would be honest with Lin Yuan and seek his help in matters that she could not fix on her own. Su Yiren did not speak when she heard Lin Yuan's concerns because she was unaware of what had happened between Lin Yuan and the Lu family. As a strategist, she would never make a decision impulsively without having all the information, even if she was certain that there was no faction from the Startling Lines continent that would be able to defeat Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said to the visibly worried Lin Yuan, only you and Elder Duan know that the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce is working with me. How will anyone else find out? Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Lin Yuan assumed that Lin Yuan would definitely mark the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce with his own brand when he decided to support the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. However, he did not do so. Instead, he chose to support the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce silently from the shadows while she led the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce in front of the public eye. This way, the Li family would seemingly be able to gain all the glory. This was something that the lower-ranked aristocratic Li family would dream of. Lin Yuan's words laid all of Lin Yuan's concerns to rest. As long as the Li family was able to attain all the glory and climb the ranks in the Great Lush Federation, Lin Yuan did not care about material things. After making her requests, Lin Yuan wanted to chat with Lin Yuan about how the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce should go about using and trading the resources he was going to give them. Since their deal involved such a large exchange of resources, they had to discuss how the benefits were going to be split. Lin Yuan currently possessed 40% of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's shares and was going to possess 49% in the future. This meant that he should receive almost half of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's profits. If Lin Yuan was only going to invest a small number of resources into the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce would be at a disadvantage. But if he invested too many resources into the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, they would be taking advantage of him. No matter which of these two situations ended up taking place, it would affect the stability of their collaboration. Thus, the best thing to do was to buy the resources he invested in them at a set price. This would be the equivalent of the partial owner of Prosperous Chamber of Commerce, who owned 40% or 49% of the shares, buying resources from Lin Yuan, the investor. If the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce wanted to benefit from such a situation, they needed to ensure that Lin Yuan invested many resources. Lin Yuan chose such a method of trading so that she would be able to gauge how much Lin Yuan was willing to invest in the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce in the future. Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yuan with satisfaction. Since she was so detailed, he was not going to be miserly. Su Yiren listened to Lin Yuan while keeping her eyes fixed on Lin Yuan's expression. She knew that Lin Yuan had followed up her right decision with another outstanding decision. The Prosperous Chamber of Commerce was fated to transform from a lowly ant into a majestic dragon in the future. As of now, I'm still unsure of what type of resource the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce should focus on. President Li, why don't you suggest some to me, said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked delighted as this meant that Lin Yuan was ready to invest resources into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Currently, the prosperous Chamber of Commerce mainly traded in animal skins, rare plants, fruits, alcohol, metal ores, and some good quality feys. They had always stayed on the safe path. Due to the Li family's lack of creation master resources, they had very few good quality feys, and the few that they had were used to retain old customers. Chapter 1437, Lin Yuan's Arrangement. Nonetheless, many old customers still felt that the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's goods lacked variety and quality. Lin Yuan badly wanted to amend this circumstance. As such, Lin Yuan was very happy to respond to Lin Yuan's question. Young Master Lin, we can sell any type of goods. If this auction turns out to be a success, I plan on holding auctions in our other branches as well. Thus, we are willing to sell any type of goods, no matter how strange they are. Lin Yuan intentionally mentioned the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's auction to hint at Lin Yuan to provide the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce with better resources. Lin Yuan nodded. He was not afraid of Lin Yuan being ambitious. In fact, the more ambitious she was, the more Lin Yuan admired her. Lin Yuan would reconsider working with the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce if she was insipid. I won't be providing the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce with too many resources. Lin Yuan and Elder Duan's gazes immediately darkened when they heard what he said. But before the bitter smiles of disappointment spread across their faces, Lin Yuan went on to say, I can station a low-class Class 4 Creation Master in Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch. I will also provide you with 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters who will concoct spirit fluids according to the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's needs. Every month, I will provide you with 10 pairs of bronze/epic item storing walnuts, 200 bronze/flawless feys, and 5 bronze/epic feys. I won't be providing you with any miscellaneous items. You can settle those yourself. Lin Yuan and Elder Duan's eyes widened. They were immediately stunned when Lin Yuan said that he was going to station a low-class Class 4 Creation Master in Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch. The leader of Oak City was the head of the Ding family, and he himself was a low-class Class 4 Creation Master. As long as the low-class Class 4 Creation Master assigned by Lin Yuan was verified by the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court, he would be able to build a city that was as booming as Oak City in a decade or two. Moreover, Lin Yuan was also going to assign 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters to work for the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. There were less than 12 Class 3 Creation Masters in the Ding family, and only one of them was Pinnacle Class 3. The 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters alone that Lin Yuan was going to provide would be more valuable than the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce would be able to afford. A low-class Class 4 Creation Master and 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters might not be more powerful than the Li family, who had 2 mid-class Class 4 Creation Masters and 1 low-class Class 4 Creation Master. But, the Li family only had 5 Class 3 Creation Masters. Overall, Lin Yuan was providing the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce with the same amount of Creation Master power that the Li family currently possessed. As for the 20 bronze/flawless feys, all of them were qualified to be auctioned off. Only Class 4 and above Creation Masters could nurture things like the 10 bronze/epic item storing walnuts and 5 bronze/epic feys. Lin Yuan was not going to provide these resources just once but once every month. This meant that he possessed Class 4 and above Creation Master resources. Additionally, Lin Yuan was able to order around Class 4 and above Creation Masters casually. The Li family was not capable of doing so. These resources that could only be produced by a Class 4 and above Creation Master were sufficient to take Prosperous Chamber of Commerce up to another level. Lin Yuan was not bothered by the miscellaneous resources that Lin Yuan said he would not be providing. With everything else that he was offering, Lin Yuan would reject those miscellaneous resources even if he offered. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan chose to invest resources into the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce monthly. He could even provide them with 100 bronze/epic feys daily if he wanted to. However, doing this would not only astonish Lin Yuan but also make the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce public enemy number 1 in all 3 federations in the startling Lines continent if news of what he was doing was leaked. This amount of investment resources would ensure that the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce did not attract too much unwanted attention. This would aid the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's development and help set up Su Yiren's Love Music Center. After Master Hong Shen helped Zhang Xiaobai, Xin Ying, Tan Ran, and Lu Pinru strengthen their feys, he went on to strengthen the plant-type feys in the basement. But plant-type feys always took a long time to grow. Master Hong Shen was stuck in the return from faraway mansion for almost a month. When Master Hong Shen's soul had been injured, he had not been able to do anything. Thus, he came to hate any extended period of time where he was doing nothing. When Lin Yuan last returned to the return from faraway mansion, Master Hong Shen trailed behind him so that Lin Yuan would assign tasks to him. Master Hong Shen had sworn his loyalty to Lin Yuan on a willpower rune. Hence, he was someone that Lin Yuan could fully trust. Additionally, this would enable Lin Yuan to place someone he trusted by Li Yuan's side. This would allow Lin Yuan to grasp the exact situation in the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. As for the 10 Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters, they would be fully comprised of the 100 Questions Beasts. Genius was done training the 100 Questions Beasts, and all of them had Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master skills. Moreover, Genius had reached Diamond grade and had the spiritual energy to teach new 100 Questions Beasts. Thus, the army of 100 Questions Beasts would only grow. By sending the 100 Questions Beasts to the prosperous Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yuan's resources would not be depleted at all. He was not intending to accept his share of the profits from the prosperous Chamber of Commerce in the form of great lush dollars. Instead, he wanted a large number of the specialty plant-type feys from the Divine Wood Federation as well as mineral ores that were rare in the Radiance Federation, as these were true strategic resources. A thought suddenly struck Lin Yuan. If he wanted to obtain a large number of item-storing walnuts to enable him to use the space tunnel to travel to and from the Divine Wood Federation, he would need more mature item-storing walnut trees. Hence, Lin Yuan said to Li Yuan, "President Li Yuan, I'm sure the prosperous Chamber of Commerce has many common plant-type feys like the item-storing walnut trees. I would like 500 item-storing walnut trees that are at least 300 years old." Li Yuan immediately replied, "Young Master Lin, I will immediately instruct Elder Duan to fetch all the item-storing walnut trees we have that are over 300 years old." Chapter 1438, Impending Clash. We currently have over 600 item-storing walnut trees in our Oak City branch that are over 300 years old, and more than 20 of them are over 500 years old. If these item-storing walnut trees are evolved to bronze/epic, the item-storing walnuts they produce will be 2/5 larger than the item-storing walnuts from trees that are 300 years old. Between the bronze/epic item-storing walnut from a 300-year-old and 500-year-old item-storing walnut tree, the one from a 500-year-old item-storing walnut tree will be able to sell for an additional 5 million great lush dollars. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. If he could evolve all the 500-year-old item-storing walnut trees to bronze/epic, he would be able to gain more than 1,200 bronze/epic item-storing walnuts. With these 1,200 bronze/epic item-storing walnuts, Lin Yuan would not have to nurture the bronze/epic item-storing walnut trees again. These item-storing walnut trees would increase Lin Yuan's store of spatial-type spiritual ingredients. Just as Elder Duan was about to go and fetch the item-storing walnut trees for Lin Yuan, someone knocked on the door of the guest room, and the middle-aged man walked in again. The middle-aged man bowed to Lin Yuan before saying to Li Yuan, "President, Ding Chinchuo is here, and he would like to meet with young Master Linear." The middle-aged man's tone was full of shock. To his memory, Ding Chinchuo did not even attend the opening of the prosperous Chamber of Commerce's Oak City branch. Yet now, he was here to see a young man. Moreover, Ding Chinchuo had not barged in. Instead, he had told the middle-aged man to go and send word of his arrival. Clearly, Ding Chinchuo was humbling himself. Li Yuan could not decide such a thing herself, so she looked at Lin Yuan for a decision. Frankly, she did not want Lin Yuan to meet with Ding Chinchuo. If Lin Yuan decided to work with Ding Chinchuo, it would cause him to place less importance on the prosperous Chamber of Commerce. No faction could stand up to the Ding family's power in Oak City. They could do a lot more for Lin Yuan than the prosperous Chamber of Commerce could. Although Lin Yuan knew that Ding Chinchuo would come to see him, he was uninterested in Ding Chinchuo's visit. Nonetheless, he had only just arrived in the Divine Wood Federation and started to enact his plans. It would only benefit him in the future if he established a good relationship with Ding Chinchuo, the head of Oak City. Ding Chinchuo was a Class 4 creation master recognized by the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. He was able to participate in Imperial Court meetings and was thus considered a government official. If there was anything in the future that would require Lin Yuan to liaise with the officials in the Divine Wood Federation, it would be much more reliable to go through Ding Chinchuo than Jian Li. Lin Yuan stood up and said to Li Yuan, "President Li Yuan, we are done with our discussion. You can just give me the item-storing walnut trees before I leave. Su Yiren will send you the resources. Since our relationship isn't to be exposed, why don't you arrange for a guest room where I can meet with Ding Chinchuo?" When Lin Yuan stood up, Lu Ji and Ji Feng also rose to their feet. Big brother Lu and Ji Feng, both of you stay here with the children to have more juice. Then, call Mr. Zhao over. Our conflict with the Lu family started with the Sincere Merchant Group, so the Lu family will definitely seek revenge on the Sincere Merchant Group. The person I placed in the Sincere Merchant Group will handle the issue. Lu Ji nodded and said, Young master, let me handle the Sincere Merchant Group's matters. You don't have to worry about it. I think President Lin Yuan will be more willing to keep the Sincere Merchant Group here to help out with the prosperous Chamber of Commerce rather than have them run about transporting goods. Lu Ji found Lin Yuan to be untrustworthy. Even if Su Yiren was here to keep watch over Lin Yuan, it would not prevent Lin Yuan from having unsavory thoughts. There were over 100 people in the Sincere Merchant Group, and it was impossible to tell what all of them were thinking. Just because Mr. Zhao felt grateful toward Lin Yuan did not mean that every person in the Sincere Merchant Group felt the same way. It would be better to position everyone from the Sincere Merchant Group in the prosperous Chamber of Commerce so both untrustworthy sides could keep each other in check. This was the best way to ensure that no one acted up. Although Lin Yuan was conflicted and did not want to take in the people from the Sincere Merchant Group, she had no grounds to say no. Lin Yuan said to Lu Ji with a smile, Big brother Lu, I shall leave the Sincere Merchant Group to you. We will be returning tonight once I'm done with business. For the next month, it's time for me to lock myself away to train. Lu Ji immediately thought about the Radiance 100 sequence selection that was going to take place in a month's time, and his expression turned solemn as he said, Young master, there will be many factions gathered at the selection. In such a situation, there will definitely be people trying to pull tricks and schemes. You and Gao Feng will have to handle everything at that time. Su Yiren, Lin Yuan, and Elder Duan did not know what Lin Yuan and Lu Ji were referring to. However, they knew Lin Yuan would leave Oak City tonight. Lin Yuan was extremely reluctant to see him leave. On the other hand, Su Yiren looked forward to it greatly. She had found her hope and was ready to perform with flying colors. Thus, she was very curious to see where Lin Yuan's base in the Divine Wood Federation was. Lin Yuan's expression turned austere when he heard what Lu Ji said. He was fully aware of what Lu Ji was trying to get at. The Radiance Federation's royalty had just had a battle of celestial phenomena with the Freedom Federation's royalty, and they were going to carry out their earth-shattering bet 2 years later. Additionally, envoys from the Freedom Federation were going to come and spectate the Radiance 100 sequence selection. It was possible that the people from the Freedom Federation would not have caused trouble if the clash had not taken place. But since the clash did happen and all bridges between the Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation had been burned, the envoys from the Freedom Federation were sure to cause trouble during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. At that point, the slightest friction would impact both federations' pride. Chapter 1439, Ding Chinchuo's Friendliness. According to past customs, any team of envoys that visited the Radiance Federation could send out members of their own 100 sequence to have a friendly match with 10 of the Radiance 100 sequence members. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji had done their own analysis and deemed that the best chance for the Freedom Federation to cause trouble would be during the friendly match. As such, it was necessary for Lin Yuan to be well prepared. Frankly, Lin Yuan was not afraid of the friendly match between members of the Freedom 100 sequence and the Radiance 100 sequence. It was not realistic for Lin Yuan to be able to become an A-rank Spirit Chi professional in the month before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. However, it was possible for him to evolve his phase to Diamond X during that time. The trade message that Lin Yuan had posted through the Purchase with No Loss store had exploded with popularity, and many experts had voiced their agreement to his terms in exchange for him helping their phase to overcome their world cleansings successfully. Besides increasing the power of his phase, the sacred sword-wielding Queen's Night Crow Wither attack and attack of the Sea Leaping Whale would also recover to their full strength before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The sacred sword-wielding Queen was currently absorbing the Prism-snapping Turtle's World Crystal. Once it was done, Lin Yuan would have 3 world crystals in his possession. 1 month was sufficient for the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the remaining 3 world crystals. After which Lin Yuan would have 6 different sword skills. Additionally, it was likely that the sacred sword-wielding queen would be able to evolve from 3 stars to 4 stars and gain its second ability. It was likely that the sacred sword-wielding queen would be done absorbing the Prism-snapping Turtle's World Crystal tonight. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to arrange a guest room for Lin Yuan, and she told the attendant to invite Ding Chinchuo into the guest room. Su Yiren took a seat next to Lin Yuan. After she was told about what had transpired between Lin Yuan and the Lu family, she said, Young master, I think we should form close ties with Ding Chinchuo. The Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court does not have much authority over Class 4 creation masters with a territory of their own like Ding Chinchuo. As long as we can provide Ding Chinchuo with benefits, he won't mind that we're not natives. As of now, none of the Ding family's direct descendants has managed to join the Divine Wood 100 sequence, and the Ding family hasn't found a stronger Class 4 Creation Master family to whom they can pander. Thus, if you can open up their future for them and bring them glory, Ding Chinchuo will feel indebted to you. I'm planning on setting up the first Love Music Center in Oak City, and the Ding family's support will be instrumental in ensuring that the Love Music Center becomes successful quickly. I will only be able to evolve the Absolute Love Poppy to 10 stars within 2 years if the Love Music Center is quickly established and becomes popular. Lin Yuan flipped over his hand and took out a pair of bronze/epic item storing walnuts. After rolling them around in his hands a few times, he tossed them to Su Yiren and said, I already said that I'm leaving the Divine Wood Federation's side of the business to you. You will be the one to talk to Ding Chinchuo later. If you want to link up with him, you can use the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master resource as you see fit. Su Yiren could not help but think about the brocade pouch Lin Yuan had tossed to her and the items inside. She thought, if Lin Yuan can casually toss me a bag full of law crystals with pure law power, he might even be able to produce Class 5 Creation Master resources. However, there is no need to produce Class 5 Creation Masters in the Divine Wood Federation. This must be the reason Lin Yuan only promised them a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Su Yiren was delighted and thankful that Lin Yuan trusted her to such an extent. For someone as talented as Su Yiren, she was never afraid of a task being difficult but that she would be held back when trying to perform the task. Su Yiren did not want to disappoint Lin Yuan's trust in her. Naturally, this would also help her. She was aware that she would only be able to rescue the Dark Continent and the 7 States of Darkness if she did a good job under Lin Yuan. Soon, Ding Chinchuo arrived at the entrance of the guest room. Ding Chinchuo remembered Ding Jian mentioning that the young man dressed in black had a servant that was at least Pinnacle Emperor class or even Thearch class. A wave of anxiousness hit him. As the Lord of Oak City, Ding Chinchuo knew better than Ding Jian what a Pinnacle Emperor class or Thearch class expert indicated. It meant a Class 4 or above Creation Master supported the young man dressed in black. Ding Chinchuo felt that there was almost no difference between a Class 4 and a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. Both would be able to help the Ding family level up. He took a deep breath and gently knocked on the door of the guest room. A dignified female voice said from inside the guest room, "Come in." Ding Chinchuo pushed open the door of the guest room. After one glance, he was immediately drawn to the man and woman seated on the sofa. He could not help but gasp at the features and auras of the man and woman. They could even give the Holy Lady from the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court a run for her money. Ding Chinchuo was utterly incredulous. The Holy Lady in the Divine Wood Federation guarded the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm, and their auras and features were all enhanced by that magnificent person. Besides their appearances and auras, Ding Chinchuo noticed that the woman dressed in purple also had an irresistible and alluring scent. Ding Chinchuo was about to greet Su Yiren and Lin Yuan when Su Yiren beat him to the punch and said, "City Lord Ding, please have a seat. Our young master doesn't like to talk to strangers. You can talk to me." Since Ding Chinchuo could become a Class 4 Creation Master, it meant that he was a smart person. From how Su Yiren addressed him, he knew that they were more interested in his title as the City Lord of Oak City than in his identity as a Class 4 Creation Master. However, Ding Chinchuo never expected the woman with the dignified voice who had spoken from inside the room to be the female attendant. But as shocked as Ding Chinchuo was, he did not reveal his emotions on his face. Ding Chinchuo sat down tentatively and said, "The elders in my family told me about the situation at the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce. I have already reported the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's actions to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court." Chapter 1440, Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. Ding Chinchuo carefully observed Lin Yuan and Su Yiren's expressions when he said that he had reported the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce to the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court. He assumed that they would look elated when they heard the news. But, he turned out to be wrong. Neither of the two's expressions changed in the slightest. This meant that the young man and woman couldn't care less about the Lu family. Apparently, Ding Chinchuo's plan to be friendly with the young man by throwing the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce under the bus had failed. However, he went on to say, "Once the Imperial Court conducts a thorough investigation, the Lu family will offer you an appropriate compensation." Although his attempt at being friendly had failed, he still needed to put on the proper attitude. Su Yiren had asked Lin Yuan about the Lu family, and she knew that Ding Chinchuo was trying to be friendly with Lin Yuan and wanted to test how they felt about the Lu family, as this would indicate how powerful they were. "Everyone from the Deep Freeze Chamber of Commerce's Oak City is dead, and our grudge with them is settled. If the Lu family comes after us, they will have to be prepared to be wiped off the face of the earth. City Lord Ding, you don't have to be worried about our grudge with the Lu family, said Su Yiren. Su Yiren's tone sounded lazy when she mentioned the Lu family, and Ding Chinchuo's eyes lit up. Just as Ding Chinchuo was about to try another approach to get close to them, Su Yiren said, City Lord Ding, our young master doesn't like people who beat around the bush. You can just speak your mind. Ding Chinchuo's expression was slightly awkward. He did not expect his attempts at being friendly would be seen as a waste of time. He had come to see Lin Yuan because he had a goal in mind. Currently, Ding Chinchuo's most pressing matter was the evolution of the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's bloodline. Although the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle did not have dragon horns, it had partial dragon species Fey bloodline. Nonetheless, it was still turtle species. The turtle species bloodline was also considered an elite bloodline. Ding Chinchuo was a defense-type spirit chi professional. In terms of defensive abilities, the turtle species bloodline was stronger than the dragon species bloodline. Thus, Ding Chinchuo wanted to suppress the turtle species Fey bloodline and unleash the dragon species Fey bloodline while still evolving the turtle species Fey bloodline. This hurdle was too high for a low-class Class 4 creation master like Ding Chinchuo to cross. This was not the first time that Ding Chinchuo tried to evolve the turtle species Fey bloodline. But no matter how carefully he studied, he still failed every attempt. This result was a serious burden to the Ding family, and it also allowed Ding Chinchuo to see where his limits were. The easiest way to increase his power would be to depend on a stronger creation master. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm of the Divine Wood Federation would open every 10 years, and it was time to open again in 4 months. As long as Ding Chinchuo was capable of reaching the top 20 amongst the Divine Wood Federation's members of parliament, he would be able to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. No matter what happened, Ding Chinchuo would fight for that opportunity. If he had not coincidentally heard about Lin Yuan from Ding Jian and confirmed that Lin Yuan had a Class 4 and above creation master supporting him, he would have gone to Sacred Forest City next month to see if he could offer his loyalty and the Ding family's resources to convince one of the elite families from Sacred Forest City to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle. He could only obtain a plant-type Fey with Sacred Wood bloodline if he became one of the top 20 members of parliament and entered the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm. This was the only way that the Ding family would be able to carve their eternal legacy into the Divine Wood Federation. Ding Chinchuo said tentatively, our family has a turtle species Fey whose bloodline's evolution has reached a key point. I would like to request a trade. If you help me to evolve the turtle species Fey's bloodline, you can have your pick of whatever the Ding family possesses. Su Yiren's expression changed slightly. She grabbed a fruit off the table and took a bite out of it before shaking her sleeve and revealing the pair of bronze/epic item-storing walnuts that Lin Yuan had given her. She started to play with the pair of item-storing walnut trees. Ding Chinchuo's eyes lit up when he saw Su Yiren playing with the crimson item-storing walnuts. Now, he was sure that he had found the right person. However, he was unsure if the young man wearing black would be interested in anything that the Ding family possessed. When Su Yiren did not reply even after some time, Ding Chinchuo said, if you are willing to help me and provide me with a chance to enter the Sacred Forest Mystic Realm, I can lend you the plant-type Fey with Sacred Wood bloodline that I will obtain from the Mystic Realm thrice. Su Yiren still did not have a big reaction to what Ding Chinchuo said. Rather, Lin Yuan straightened his posture and said, a plant-type Fey with Sacred Wood bloodline. Lin Yuan's sudden outburst made it clear that he was interested in the plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Ding Chinchuo said joyously, the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm will be open in another 4 months. Frankly, the turtle species Fey I was referring to is my main Fey, the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle. The Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle is currently Pinnacle Myth 2. It is only one step away from breaking into Myth 3. I am only confident of being able to enter the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm if the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle reaches Myth 3 and gains the ability to use body weaponization. The Dark Continent and Startling Lines Continent were very far from each other. As such, it was no surprise that Su Yiren had no clue what a plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline was. However, Lin Yuan was from the Radiance Federation, which was very close to the Startling Lines continent. Additionally, Lin Yuan was the disciple of one of the 3 Class 5 creation masters in the Radiance Federation. When Lin Yuan formed a contract with the Fey with the Baron bloodline, the Moon Empress had told Lin Yuan about the Baron Beast Mystic Realm in the Radiance Federation as well as the Sacred Wood Mystic Realm in the Divine Wood Federation. The Sacred Wood Mystic Realm produced plant-type Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Although such Feys were plants and not as strong as Feys with the Baron bloodline, they had equally impressive abilities. Only the Divine Wood Federation had a mystic realm among the 3 federations in the Startling Lines continent. This was why the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court had such a loose hold over its experts but could still stand toe-to-toe against the Iron Hammer Federation. The plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline played a key role in this. Chapter 1441, Lin Yuan's Opportunity. It could be said that Lin Yuan badly wanted the plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Lin Yuan had always assumed that the Divine Wood Federation strictly controlled their plant-type phase with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Thus, he never aimed to obtain one. But from what Ding Chenchuo said, Lin Yuan realized that he could obtain a plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. With this information, Lin Yuan took over the discussion from Su Yiren and said, "It's not difficult to evolve the bloodline of your turtle species Fey. Since the Fey is called the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle, it means that it has a dragon species Fey bloodline. The dragon species Fey bloodline is an important opportunity for some fish, insect, and snake species Feys, but it's a burden to turtle, tiger species, and other Feys with elite bloodlines. The best way to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's turtle species Fey bloodline is to use pure spirit chi to trigger its bloodline. Its bloodline will be purified naturally while devouring its dragon species Fey bloodline. This is the best way to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's bloodline. Only a pinnacle class 4 creation master will be able to provide the spirit chi of sufficient purity." Lin Yuan's words caused Ding Chenchuo's chest to contract. As a low-class class 4 creation master, he did not expect the young man dressed in black to figure out the key point just from the name of his Fey. But when Lin Yuan mentioned the pure spirit chi that only a pinnacle class 4 creation master could provide, Ding Chenchuo immediately became crestfallen. But at the same time, he looked at Lin Yuan with despair as though he was hoping for something. Ding Chenchuo knew that the young man dressed in black would not have rambled on for so long for nothing. "I can give you with the spirit chi that only a pinnacle class 4 creation master can provide. Later, summon the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle so I can check the attributes and laws it has comprehended. After its bloodline has evolved, I can even help it overcome the Myth 3 world cleansing. Additionally, I can even provide you with law crystals that the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle can absorb to rapidly increase its power," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's words caused Ding Chenchuo's breath to become hitched in his throat. As tears started welling up in Ding Chenchuo's eyes, Lin Yuan went on to say, "However, I have a condition for increasing the power of your main Fey and enabling your position as a member of parliament to skyrocket." At this moment, Ding Chenchuo's rising excitement was promptly quenched. It turned out that the young man wearing black was still gunning for the plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. Ding Chenchuo was willing to trade with Lin Yuan. Without Lin Yuan's help, there was only a minuscule possibility of Ding Chenchuo being able to enter the Sacred Wood mystic realm. Even if Ding Chenchuo was able to enter the Sacred Wood mystic realm and gain a plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline, the Holy Lady who guarded the Sacred Wood mystic realm would check if the plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline had been contracted before Ding Chenchuo could leave the Sacred Wood mystic realm with it. He would not be permitted to take it out of the Sacred Wood mystic realm if it had not been contracted. Even if the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle reached Myth 3 and Ding Chenchuo became a Thearch class expert, he still would not dare to challenge the Holy Lady's power. When Lin Yuan saw Ding Chenchuo's expression, he knew that the matter was not as simple as he thought. At that moment, a possibility came to Ding Chenchuo's mind. He clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, and hesitated for a moment before he said, "I have a way for you to have the chance to gain a plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. The top 10 members of Parliament in the Divine Wood Federation's Imperial Court have the right to bring one of their descendants into the Sacred Wood mystic realm. However, each of the top 10 members can still only take one plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. But, they can choose to give up their benefits to their descendants, thereby allowing their descendants to contract the plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline. This law was put in place 20 years ago when the Sacred Wood mystic realm was first opened. The reason was that the top 10 members already had plant-type Feys with the Sacred Wood bloodline. These 10 members of Parliament were able to convince the Holy Lady, "I can take you to the Sacred Wood mystic realm with me to take advantage of this loophole. Unfortunately, it's already hard enough to become one of the top 20 members of Parliament. If I want to have any shred of hope of becoming one of the top 10 members, the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle has to be Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 3 at the very least. The top 8 members of Parliament are all Thearch class, so I'm only left with the 9th and 10th position to fight for." Ding Chenchuo stared at Lin Yuan for a while to observe his reaction before he added, "The Divine Wood Federation's members of Parliament cannot get a proxy to fight on their behalf. Thus, you will have to nurture me if you want to get the plant-type Fey with the Sacred Wood bloodline." Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. It was possible for him to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to Thearch class, as all he needed to do was provide it with law crystals. However, this was too large of an investment. Using these resources to nurture Jifeng's main fey would be more worthwhile. Alas, Lin Yuan was seriously interested in the plant-type fey with the sacred wood bloodline. Plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline had to have incomparable advantages if they deserved to be the Divine Wood Federation's specialty feys. Su Yiren looked at Lin Yuan and said softly, "Young master, why don't I?" Before Su Yiren could finish speaking, Lin Yuan cut her off without hesitation. Lin Yuan knew that Su Yiren wanted to use the absolute love poppy to control Ding Chinchuo and form a love-desire glass within him. This would make him a loyal puppy that was completely malleable to Su Yiren's control. However, how could Ding Chinchuo enter the sacred wood mystic realm if he was under Su Yiren's control? It was likely that the other experts with sacred source life forms would discover that something was off when he was fighting for a chance to enter the sacred wood mystic realm. If that happened, it would be a small loss to lose Ding Chinchuo but a huge loss to also lose the plant-type fey with the sacred wood bloodline. Chapter 1442, Riches that None Will Turn Away. Although the Divine Wood Federation's imperial court had a loose hold over the lords, very few of them felt zero sense of belonging to the Divine Wood Federation like Ding Chinchuo. He was even willing to use the treasure that was plant-type feys with the sacred wood bloodline as a bargaining chip. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan could not let the resources that he was going to invest in Ding Chinchuo go to waste. The best way to keep his resources from going to waste was to gain Ding Chinchuo's loyalty and turn him into his servant. Lin Yuan fixed his eyes on Ding Chinchuo and said solemnly, "Use the willpower rune that you used to contract the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to swear your loyalty to me, and I'll come up with a way to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to creation breed within 4 months." Ding Chinchuo's eyes abruptly widened. However, he did not immediately agree to this amazing opportunity because Lin Yuan was asking for his beloved freedom. Ding Chinchuo never dared to dream he would become a Thearch class expert one day. But this method of becoming a Thearch class expert would mean that he would not be able to stand at the top of the world but would have to be ordered around like a slave. Ding Chinchuo felt that it might be better for him to contentedly remain and continue to lord over Oak City. However, he dared not to reject Lin Yuan. The young man dressed in black would be able to evolve the Pinnacle Myth 2 Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to creation breed in 4 months. Ding Chinchuo believed but, at the same time, dared not believe that such a promise could come true. But was a Pinnacle Class 4 creation master truly capable of evolving a Pinnacle Myth 2 Fey to creation breed within 4 months? Ding Chinchuo was terrified that he would be killed the moment he turned Lin Yuan down. He felt a wave of charisma hit him when Lin Yuan mowed down the woman in purple. If he was the direct target of such charisma, he would lose consciousness in 3 seconds. While Ding Chinchuo was stuck between a rock and a hard place, Lin Yuan said, "The Divine Wood Federation is in such a mess. If the Ding family sets off in the right direction, you'll be able to stand above the rest and hold unquestionable power that will open any door you want. I heard that none of your young family members have made it into the Divine Wood 100 sequence. I can give every direct descendant in your family who is of suitable age 2 bronze/epic phase. I will also provide resources for 5 of your top younger members to evolve their phase from normal quality to myth breed. This way, these 5 members will definitely be able to join the Divine Wood 100 sequence. The rest of the disciples who were also given bronze/epic phase will have to depend on you if they want to enter the Divine Wood 100 sequence. Once you become my subordinate, the Ding family will have no lack of creation master resources. I advise you to think carefully." Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa and fell silent. Su Yiren swept her silky hair behind her shoulders as she stared at Ding Chinchuo with her purple eyes. Ding Chinchuo was stupefied by what Lin Yuan had just told him. There was no longer any conflict in him, just disbelief. This young man in black just promised me a mountain of riches. No one in the world could say no to such riches. Ding Chinchuo was the pillar of the Ding family and was willing to sacrifice his freedom if it meant that the Ding family would be able to thrive. Moreover, Lin Yuan did not sound as though he wanted to lash Ding Chinchuo to his side and use him like a slave. Rather, he sounded like he wanted to help Ding Chinchuo become the center of the Divine Wood Federation. After careful consideration, Ding Chinchuo stood up. Ding Chinchuo, the most elite person in Oak City, knelt respectfully in front of Lin Yuan and swore on the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's servant. Once Ding Chinchuo was done, Lin Yuan stood up and said, "Summon the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle. It will stay with me for the next 4 months. After 4 months, it will appear before you again. As for the other benefits, I promise that you'll receive them in a month's time." "Her name is Su Yiren," and you can contact her for anything. Ding Chinchuo did not rise to his feet but summoned the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle instead. Immediately after, a black turtle with a pair of dragon horns appeared by Ding Chinchuo's side. It was clear that it had decided against appearing in its human form to show respect for its first meeting with Lin Yuan. In Ding Chinchuo's spiritual spatial zone, the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle had found out through its connection with Ding Chinchuo that it was being given a huge opportunity and that its contractor had become Lin Yuan's servant. Hence, the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle needed to show the appropriate attitude toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle and found out that the law it had comprehended was the heavy water law. The heavy water law was considered a good water-type law. Although the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's abilities were ordinary, its 3 exclusive skills were balanced. Clearly, Ding Chinchuo had invested a lot of effort into nurturing it. Horns were growing all along the length of the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's body, and a layer of dragon scales also covered the horns. This meant that the dragon species Fey bloodline in its body was not much weaker than the turtle species Fey bloodline. Lin Yuan said to Ding Chinchuo, "If you're lucky, the dragon species bloodline might mutate and enable the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to transform into a dragon turtle after the turtle species bloodline devours the dragon species bloodline." Ding Chinchuo was delighted when he heard what Lin Yuan said and hastily expressed his gratitude to Lin Yuan alongside the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle. Before Lin Yuan had the idea to accept Ding Chinchuo as his servant, he decided to find out the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's type so he could find suitable law crystals to increase the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle's power. But now that Ding Chinchuo was Lin Yuan's servant and Ding Chinchuo was bound to him by a law, he could not betray Lin Yuan. Thus, there was no need for Lin Yuan to skimp on law crystals when it came to the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle. However, Lin Yuan could not stay in the Divine Wood Federation for long. If he wanted to evolve the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle to creation breed within 4 months, he needed to keep the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle by his side to nurture it. Chapter 1443, Lin Yuan's new sword skill. Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave golden toad and said to the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle, "Go in." After the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle entered the jeweled cave golden toad, Lin Yuan turned and walked out of the guest room with Su Yiren trailing behind him. Ding Chinchuo was left kneeling on the floor with his fists tightly clenched. He felt as though he had been dreaming. After Lin Yuan and Ding Chinchuo were done talking, Lu Ji arranged for the Sincere Merchant Group's next step in less than half an hour. From today onward, the Sincere Merchant Group members would join the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Zhao would CO manage the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce with Li Yuan, but she would have the final say. He was more there to keep watch over Li Yuan. Lin Yuan's expression changed when he looked at Li Yuan, and he said, "Phoebe Jenny's city isn't far from Oak City. Phoebe Jenny's city is nearer to the Iron Hammer Federation than Oak City is. Currently, there isn't a Chamber of Commerce in Phoebe Jenny's city. The Prosperous Chamber of Commerce can open a branch there." Li Yuan did not think that there was any profit to be made from opening a branch in a small city like Phoebe Jenny's city. If there was, the other chambers of commerce would have already opened branches there. But since the request had come from Lin Yuan, Li Yuan would immediately carry it out. "I will see to this immediately and open a Prosperous Chamber of Commerce branch in Phoebe Jenny's city within 2 weeks." Lin Yuan nodded at Li Yuan. He led Lu Ji, Ji Feng, Little Flower, Little Grass, and Su Yiren out of the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce's tree castle and rode off toward the underground palace on Blackie. While they were flying, Su Yiren felt that the further the black giant flood dragon flew, the more remote the surroundings became. This made Su Yiren curious about why Lin Yuan had set up his base in such a desolate area. However, it became clear to her once they entered the Bone Lotus Flowers area. She realized that Lin Yuan wanted to set up a restricted area at the border of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. But she had no clue what the next stage of his plan was. However, once the restricted area was built up, it would immediately attract the attention of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. This would immediately trigger the Great Lush Federation into action, and their secret elite families would definitely interfere. At that time, the restricted area would turn into the eye of the storm of the entire Startling Lines continent. Su Yiren was not at all shocked by the 4 low-class dimensional rifts amongst the Bone Lotus flowers. But Lin Yuan had to have come prepared when he set up this restricted area. The Bone Lotus flowers were carnivorous, and all the alien beasts that spilled out of the dimensional rift fell prey to the Bone Lotus flowers. Since she was going to represent Lin Yuan in handling all his affairs in the Divine Wood Federation, this place was going to become her stronghold. Everything in the underground palace had been progressing like clockwork. Hu Tian instructed the scary claw rock bear to break apart the ironwood into planks. Hu Chuan supervised the spirit craftsman while he excitedly drew up his designs. The vain land imp lazily dozed under the sun while it used its natural skill to produce the floating silver. In about a week, the vain land imp had almost completely dug out all the spirit-settling silver ores. Lin Yuan told Ji Feng to store away the spirit-settling silver ore dug out by the vain land imp so that Lin Yuan could transfer them to Zhongzi when he returned to the Radiance Federation. Tonight, Lin Yuan needed to give Su Yiren some instructions. Moreover, Hu Chuan had not had a proper meal ever since he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. Hence, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji planned on having a good meal with Hu Chuan tonight before they returned to the Radiance Federation tomorrow morning. The last time that Lin Yuan spent the night at the underground palace, he had to sleep in a tent. But now, he could sleep inside the underground palace. Hu Chuan had specially set aside several rooms for Lin Yuan and Lu Ji so that it would be convenient for them whenever they came to the Divine Wood Federation. Although Hu Chuan had not paid as much attention to the decoration in these rooms, he had laid a simple layer of star rocks and added another layer of wool carpet over the star rocks. There were also a few pieces of furniture made out of jade-textured wood and several plants. Its interior could match up to the residences of veteran factions in the Radiance Federation. But in order to match up to the residences of the top factions, Hu Chuan would have to add carvings. For Su Yiren, living in such a room was like a paradise. She felt as though all the troubles and hardships she had experienced were nothing. She felt no different from when she was in her bedroom back in the Dark Continent. There was also a large bed made of jade-textured red sandalwood in her bedroom back home. However, Su Yiren did not want to lie to herself. She was still a stray dog that had fled from the Dark Continent. She owed everything that she had to Lin Yuan's kindness. Otherwise, she would have died in that trash dump with the rusted long dagger in her hands until she eventually became a feat for insects and rats. Su Yiren looked sad while removing her clothes and changing into a long purple dress with albizia flower patterns embroidered. This dress gave her an air of soft elegance. She realized that her hair descended past her forehead and covered her eyes. Su Yiren took out a hair clip made from the myth sunset color flowers flower bud and clipped up her black hair. The weight of the hair caused the sunset color flowers flower bud to bloom into a small dark purple trumpet-shaped flower. The sunset color flower bloomed during sunset. When it did not receive natural light, it wilted. This added an air of sorrow to Su Yiren, who had been wandering around for some time and did not have many accessories with her. But this air of sorrow made her as alluring as honey was to bees. While Lu Ji was cooking outside the underground palace, Lin Yuan anxiously returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone because he had just heard the sacred sword-wielding queen say from the depths of his soul, "Master, I am done absorbing that large turtle's world crystal." Lin Yuan was very curious to see what sword skill the sacred sword-wielding queen gained after absorbing the prism-snapping turtle's world crystal. Up to now, Lin Yuan had gained a total of 6 world crystals. The prism-snapping turtle's world crystal was the most special one of them all. Once he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Lin Yuan summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan noticed that there were not many changes to the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. However, the hem along her chest had a new silver turtle crest alongside the dark crow crest and giant whale crest. Chapter 1444, Silver Turtle's Reflection Attack. After Lin Yuan noticed the change in the sacred sword-wielding queen's appearance, he used true data to check on it. Sacred source name, Sacred Sword-Wielding Queen. Sacred Source Species, Source Genus/Sacred Source Species. Sacred Source Star Grade, 3 stars. Sacred Source Type, Main Water/Mixed. Abilities. Queen Form. 1 Queen Skirt Hem, able to absorb the willpower runes from the bodies of dead phase or source type items. The willpower runes or law runes from myth breed phase law crystals will be carved on the queen's skirt. The law crystals which have their laws absorbed will become law crystals that possess pure law power. Sacred Sword Form. 1 Blade of Sacred Sword. When the spirit chi in the body is depleted, the blade will pierce the skirt hem to unleash all the laws and willpower stored within. Sword Form. Dark Death World Nightcrow Wither Attack. Inject all the power from the Dark Death World into the sacred sword. The sacred sword's blade will change into 28 Nightcrows with Dark Death power. The contractor can attack with the sacred sword 28 times. If the attacks are launched consecutively, every attack will have an additional withering effect. Every 14 layers of withering effects will be released towards the target, and the 56 withering effects from the 28 consecutive attacks will cause the target to truly start withering. Sword Form. Vast Water World Attack of the Sea Leaping Whale. inject all the power of the vast water world into the sacred sword so that it will be configured with the power of water. According to the water surrounding the sacred sword-wielding queen, the sword form can either be diminished or amplified. When the contractor wields the sacred sword, it can summon an enormous whale out of the water as an attack. During the attack, the wielder of the sacred sword can decide the state of the enormous whale. It can rile up giant waves that switch between water and ice. Sword form, Simulation World Silver Turtle's reflection attack. Transfer all the power from the simulation world into the sacred sword, and the sacred sword will gain the ability to engrave attacks into itself. When used against its friendly side, it can engrave one of the already existent sword forms. When used against its enemy, it can absorb attacks that are not stronger than the silver turtle's reflection attack and release the attack anytime while the sword form is being used. Lin Yuan noticed that the sacred sword-wielding queen's type was still main water/mixed despite having absorbed the prism-snapping turtle's law crystal. This was unsurprising as the submerged sea blue whale's world crystal had 2 creation world ley lines while the prism-snapping turtle's world crystal only had 1. The prism-snapping turtle was an earth-type fey. If its world crystal had more creation world ley lines than the submerged sea blue whale, the sacred sword-wielding queen's type would have changed to main earth/mixed. Next, Lin Yuan went to check on the new sword skill. When he saw Silver Turtle's reflection attack and its description, he decided that he would use all the world creation golden pearls he had on hand to evolve the simulation world and increase Silver Turtle's reflection attack's strength. Lin Yuan felt that Silver Turtle's reflection attack was a very strong and flexible sword skill. It used the sword forms already embedded in it to decide its ability. During the last battle at sea, the environment had amplified attack of the sea leaping whale's power. Previously, Lin Yuan would only be able to use attack of the sea leaping whale once. But now, he could use Silver Turtle's reflection attack to copy attack of the sea leaping whale and use it another time. If he chose to make an imprint of Night Crow Wither attack, he would be able to use Night Crow Wither attack twice and release 56 crows imbued with Dark Death power. Every time the crows attacked, they would produce a withering effect. The first 15 layers would trigger a once-off withering attack. After the 28 withering effects were produced, the target would enter a true withering state. If an enemy was too strong, Lin Yuan could not guarantee that every one of his attacks would be successful even with his strong martial skills. But if he used Night Crow Wither attack twice, he could easily send the target into a true withering state no matter how much effort the enemy put into dodging. This true withering state was the bane of plant-type phase. It could be said that Silver Turtle's reflection attack added to the power of the original attack. If Lin Yuan did not engrave already existent sword forms using Silver Turtle's reflection attack but absorbed the damage from an enemy, it would turn into a perfect defense. Regardless of how Silver Turtle's reflection attack was used, Lin Yuan's combat methods would be diversified. Thus, Lin Yuan's power would still be raised greatly. The sacred sword-wielding queen tossed a world crystal that had been absorbed to Lin Yuan. It pouted and gave Lin Yuan puppy eyes as it nudged Lin Yuan's sleeve with its head and looked expectantly at the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the sacred sword-wielding queen was waiting for Lin Yuan to allow it to eat the other 3 world crystals. Lin Yuan thought, the sacred sword-wielding queen sure is greedy. It's never full. Lin Yuan took out the other 3 world crystals from the diamond fey storage box. The 3 world crystals consisted of the sacred cure white deer's wood type sacred healing world crystal, the blazing sun dragon cricket's fire and light type scorching sun world crystal, and the shadow tide mesmerizing snake's dark type shadow tide world crystal. If the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the sacred healing world crystal, Lin Yuan would gain a healing type sword skill. The scorching sun world crystal was an elemental offense type sword skill. The shadow tide world crystal was a control type sword skill. Although Lin Yuan would not need to use sword skills anytime soon, he still chose to allow the sacred sword-wielding queen to absorb the sacred healing world crystal. The sacred sword-wielding queen might only need a week to absorb a world crystal, but it could also absorb law source crystals simultaneously. Thus, its stars would be raised at an increased rate if it was absorbing a world crystal as well. After checking the sacred sword-wielding queen's new sword skill and giving it a new world crystal to absorb, Lin Yuan moved on to a more important matter. He was going to give the sacred sword-wielding queen the golden pearls he had not had the chance to utilize so that it would be able to evolve the quality of its law worlds. Lin Yuan took out the 15 precious golden pearls. Most of them had been produced from the pure land of bliss when Lin Yuan was helping the Miao family to nurture their experts to Thearch class. Chapter 1445, The Lifespan Mouse and Flower Mink Mouse. Lin Yuan had not held back at all with the Miao family's Thearch class experts. All their feys who had evolved to creation breed and gained their creation world ley lines had their creation world ley lines sucked clean by the pure land of bliss. The sacred sword-wielding queen had been looking forward to eating the golden pearls. He had not given them to the sacred sword-wielding queen because he had not decided which law world he wanted to strengthen. The sacred sword-wielding queen reached out its fingers to the golden pearls in Lin Yuan's hand. It looked like a little girl who was begging her father to allow her to eat the sweets. Lin Yuan could feel how badly the sacred sword-wielding queen wanted the golden pearls and said, "Sacred sword-wielding queen, absorb these golden pearls and evolve the simulation world as much as possible." The sacred sword-wielding queen's eyes sparkled as it said, "Master, when I was absorbing the law crystals, you didn't instruct me to strengthen any laws, so I stored up all the source-type energy. If the golden pearls are combined with the law worlds, they will form miniature creation world ley lines within the law worlds. You just need to use source-type power to temper these miniature creation world ley lines, and they will eventually become complete creation world ley lines. You can also choose to save the source-type power by absorbing more golden pearls. This will also result in complete creation world ley lines." Lin Yuan chose the former option without hesitation. It was much easier for him to obtain law source crystals than it was for him to obtain golden pearls. It would not be extremely difficult for Lin Yuan to obtain the golden pearls as he could just give a law crystal to experts who had feys that had been stuck at Suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 3, and the feys would very likely have a breakthrough that led to their trial of world creation. There were many Pinnacle Emperor class experts in the Radiance Federation's factions who had Pinnacle Myth 3 feys. Hence, Lin Yuan could harvest all of them to gain the golden pearls. This method of obtaining the golden pearls would not attract the wrath of the feys whose creation world ley lines he had absorbed but would gain their gratitude instead. In Lin Yuan's eyes, this was a win-win choice. The sacred sword-wielding queen had already chosen 7 of the golden pearls to combine with the simulation world. When the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed these 7 golden pearls, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that 7 more golden threads had appeared beside the original single golden thread on the silver turtle crest. This meant that the simulation world now had a complete creation world ley line and 7 miniature creation world ley lines. The sacred sword-wielding queen opened its eyes and said, "Master, if you want to use source-type power to temper the miniature creation world ley lines, it will take much longer to evolve the laws. Since this is my first time going through this as well, I'm also unsure how much source-type power is needed to form one creation world ley line." Lin Yuan shook his head at the sacred sword-wielding queen to say that he was in no rush. Such things could not be rushed. Since the sacred sword-wielding queen had absorbed the 7 golden pearls and was strengthening the simulation world, Lin Yuan did not instruct it to evolve the other law worlds. Although the sword skills related to the other law worlds would not be strengthened if their law worlds were not evolved, a large amount of source-type resources was needed to form a complete creation world ley line. There was a limit to source-type power. If 2 law worlds were being evolved at the same time, the effectiveness would be cut down by half. This would prevent the sword forms copied by the silver turtle's reflection attack from being evolved, but it would allow Lin Yuan to absorb and release damage from his enemies. Now that Lin Yuan had settled the sacred sword-wielding queen, he was in no rush to evolve his newly gained item-storing walnut trees. He had obtained more than 600 item-storing walnut trees from Lin Yuan, and they could not be evolved in a short span of time. Thus, Lin Yuan pondered for a while before summoning the flower branch mouse he caught before meeting up with Su Yiren. Lin Yuan was going to evolve the flower branch mouse into the lifespan mouse. But as he injected spirit chi into the flower branch mouse, he noticed that something was wrong. It did not shed its fur like the other flower branch mouse had when he evolved it into the lifespan mouse. The previous flower branch mouse's brown and grey fur had turned orange and red, while this flower branch mouse's fur turned to brown and black. Lin Yuan suppressed his suspicions and continued to evolve it for another half a minute. The flower branch mouse started out the same size as Lin Yuan's palm but transformed into a purple and black mouse that was almost 40 centimeters. 2 sharp canines peeked out from its lips, and its originally hairless tail became hairy and flat. It now resembled a mink species fey. The purple and black mouse in Lin Yuan's hand was almost as rotund as the ginger-colored 100 questions beast. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the purple and black mouse. He saw that its name was the flower mink mouse, not lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan immediately realized that a mutation had taken place during one of the 2 times that he was evolving the flower branch mouse. But he did not even need to hesitate before he became certain that the flower branch mouse's regular evolution was the flower mink mouse. He had only managed to evolve it into the lifespan mouse due to a miracle. However, as much as mutation was a result of miracles, they did not appear out of nowhere. In order for the flower branch mouse to mutate into the lifespan mouse, the flower branch mouse had to already have the genes for it. However, the proportion of such genes was very small and almost undetectable, which made it very difficult to activate. Thus, if Lin Yuan kept evolving the flower branch mice, it was possible that he would eventually be able to evolve another lifespan mouse. Lin Yuan decided to give Su Yiren another instruction before he returned to the Radiance Federation. He was going to tell her to order the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce to capture as many flower branch mice as they could. The lifespan mouse did not have any combat ability, but the flower mink mouse was a fierce combat type fey. For the experts in the Divine Wood Federation, the flower mink mouse's glistening black fur and substantial size made it a good option to be turned into clothes or to contract. Chapter 1446, 7th Page War's Power. The flower mink mice that Lin Yuan did not have much use for could be given to the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce to be sold off. It was likely that the Divine Wood Federation's spirit chi professionals would be very happy to receive them. After storing the flower mink mouse in the diamond fey storage box, Lin Yuan went to the Pure Land of Bliss to check on the spirit-mouthed peonies. Lin Yuan had used most of the spirit-mouthed peony flower buds when he was helping the Mother of Bloodbath awaken its sky sundial jade spider bloodline. Now, all the flower buds had grown out again. After absorbing a week's worth of spirit chi, the newly grown flower buds were in the process of blooming. They would be fully bloomed after another 5 or 6 days. At that time, Lin Yuan would be able to pluck the flowers and give them to the Moon Empress. The spirit-mouthed peonies that Lin Yuan had not used to awaken the Mother of Bloodbath sky sundial jade spider bloodline had turned into flower buds that were about the size of a fist. If a spirit-mouthed peony's flowers were plucked after they were full of spirit chi, it would not be able to produce new flowers. This would be wasting the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's resources. It took Lin Yuan almost an hour to pluck all the spirit-mouthed peonies' flower buds. By this time, Lu Ji would be done making dinner. Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and returned to his room to change into clean clothes before he walked out of the room. He happened to bump into Su Yiren, who had also just walked out of her room. As he looked at Su Yiren dressed in light purple clothes, he felt that she was more charming than when she was all dolled up. Her features had a masculine touch, and she had the aura of an enchanting poppy. If she was dressed lavishly, her accessories would depress her aura. When Su Yiren saw Lin Yuan, she hurriedly walked up to him and said, "Thank you, Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What are you thanking me for?" Su Yiren's jaw fell open, and she looked at Lin Yuan in shock as she wondered if he was kidding. "What am I thanking you for?" "I'm thanking you for saving me from danger, giving me the hope to carry on, allowing me to have new goals and motivation which make me want to continue living, and giving me that bag of law crystals that make it possible for me to get my revenge one day." Su Yiren was too embarrassed to tell Lin Yuan these reasons. She was still a girl, after all. It would be too much to ask her to lay out her reasons for being grateful. Faced with Lin Yuan's questioning look, Su Yiren immediately knew that the mighty Lin Yuan was still a clueless man. She hurriedly avoided his gaze and was silent for a moment before she said, "Thank you for giving me that bag of law crystals." A look of understanding came over Lin Yuan. With regards to the bag of law crystals, Lin Yuan needed to tell Su Yiren something. "You're an A-rank spirit chi professional who hasn't reached S rank. Given that your feys have reached suzerain/mythi, it means that you rolled grades. You don't have to hold back when using the law crystals. Spirit, soul, and mind type law crystals, and these types of spiritual ingredients are too rare. You don't have to wait for the trapped love poppies to reach Myth 2 before you allow them to absorb the law crystals. I have many law crystals, and you can come to me for more if you've used up your current stock. Power is the root of everything. If the day ever comes that you become stronger than 7th Page War, you will be able to take back the Dark Continent on your own." Su Yiren looked both shocked and touched. She was shocked by what Lin Yuan said about him having many law crystals. She was shocked by what Lin Yuan said about him having many law crystals. Is he even human? Could the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation be working for Lin Yuan? His well of law crystals can't run so deep from just having one Class 5 Creation Master working for him. She was grateful when he said that he permitted her to use law crystals as she pleased. Although it would be a waste to use law crystals on the trapped love poppies when they were only mythi, her grandmother would probably do the same for her if she was still alive. Su Yiren had sworn her loyalty to Lin Yuan and formed a contract with one of the astronomical parliament's north-south constellation seats. Lin Yuan had every right to treat her like a tool and milk her dry of all her use. Yet, he did not do so. This caused the tireless and lonely Su Yiren to feel a sense of belonging to this underground palace. She also greatly agreed with what he said about how everything led back to gaining more power for herself. However, 7th Page War was not human but a plant-type fey. The absolute love poppy's charm was not as effective on plant-type feys as on humans. Moreover, 7th Page War had 2 sacred source life forms, and one of them had reached 10 stars and gained the ability to activate celestial phenomena. 7th Page War had almost managed to kill all of Su Yiren's grandmother's feys within 100 moves. This meant that 7th Page War had to have already reached that level. All of a sudden, Su Yiren was gripped by helplessness. This was when she heard Lin Yuan say, "If you comprehend new willpower runes while increasing your sacred source life form's stars, I will provide you with the bronze/epic trapped love poppy. You can close any gap with enough effort. As a dark envoy, I'm sure you're aware that you can never stop running." The disheartened Su Yiren clenched her fists tightly. "No matter how slim the chances are, I still have to give it a shot. Otherwise, I won't be able to face Grandma or Elder He, who died protecting me." Su Yiren was silent for a moment before she said, "Lin Yuan, I would like to go to Oak City tomorrow. I don't have much to do in the underground palace. After all, the restricted area isn't fully formed yet. Also, I would like to pick 14 homeless people from Oak City's slums to turn them into the 14 poppy fruits." Frankly, it would be easy for Su Yiren to nurture the 14 poppy fruits, and she could pick anyone. She could even use the relationship between the prosperous Chamber of Commerce and the Ding family to pick 14 outstanding young girls. However, she did not do so. Chapter 1447, The Secret Deep Within the Great Lush Federation. Su Yiren had been saved from the slums of Oak City, and light broke into her pitch-dark world. Hence, she also wanted to do the same for others. Additionally, women from the slums were exceptionally resilient. They had a strength and persistence that regular women did not possess. If such women were turned into the 14 poppy fruits and started the love music centers, they would be able to withstand temptation as well as be more motivated to dance and sing to the best of their abilities. Su Yiren did not care about the 14 women's features. When the absolute love poppy used 14 poppy fruits to form contracts with the women, their features and auras would also be transformed to the point that they would be able to enchant any living creature. Naturally, Lin Yuan had no objections when Su Yiren mentioned that she was going to seek out her 14 poppy fruits tomorrow. A return trip between the underground palace and Oak City is about 1,000 kilometers. You haven't contracted an avian type fey, so the journey isn't convenient for you. Tomorrow morning, I will give you the pinnacle diamond snow-necked swan. It might not fly as swiftly as Blackie, but it's sufficient to make the trip to and from Oak City and the underground palace. It would take Lin Yuan at least 2 weeks to use his spirit chi to evolve the pinnacle diamond snow-necked swan on his own. Thus, he could nurture it for Su Yiren on his own. Instead, he would leave the job to Genius and the 100 Questions beasts. There were numerous high-quality bronze feys in Lin Yuan's diamond fey storage box. He had caught them a few months ago when he went to pick wild ingredients from the endless forest. Lin Yuan had evolved them long ago but had not found the right people to give them to. The most suitable avian-type fey amongst these feys was the snow-necked swan. However, it was only bronze/epic. Once the snow-necked swan was handed to Genius, it would be Diamond X/Legend by tomorrow morning. Su Yiren was about to thank Lin Yuan again when she remembered how Lin Yuan had asked for her reason for thanking him. She was afraid Lin Yuan would ask the same question, so she did not thank him this time. She was already Lin Yuan's subordinate, and it would be better for her to perform well than to thank Lin Yuan. Once Lin Yuan walked to the entrance of the underground palace, the scent of roasted meat wafted into Lin Yuan's nose. His stomach immediately reacted by letting out a rumbling noise. Lu Ji had roasted an entire platinum blackback mountain boar. It was not easy to nurture the blackback mountain boar to platinum grade. However, the platinum blackback mountain boar was far tastier than the silver or gold blackback mountain boar. The blackback mountain boar that Lu Ji was roasting had at least 100 kilograms of meat on it. There was no way that Lin Yuan and the rest would be able to finish eating all of it. Lu Ji was currently shaking salt and pepper onto the blackback mountain boar. Little Flower and Little Grass stood next to Lu Ji as they were utterly entranced as they watched the roasting blackback mountain boar. Little Flower gulped continuously while Little Grass saliva dripped out of his mouth and onto his white clothes. There was a sizable damp patch on his white clothes. Hu Chuan was holding a brush and brushing honey on the blackback mountain boar's posterior. He preferred the taste of honey to pepper and liked its posterior's firm taste. Lin Yuan said to Hu Chuan, "Uncle Hu, Call over Hu Tian and the other spirit craftsmen. We can give them half of the meat. They have worked hard for so long and deserve to have a good meal. Hu Chuan stood up and said with a smile, okay. I will go and call those brats and the sly Hu Tian over to eat with us. Hu Chuan was a boor and never cared for unnecessary courtesies. He only cared about a person's true self and never did anything behind anyone's back either. Nonetheless, Hu Chuan was still aware of the gap between Lin Yuan and the spirit craftsman. Given that Lin Yuan bothered to think of these ordinary spirit craftsmen and was willing to eat with them showed that Lin Yuan was a person who was considerate of those who did hard labor. At that moment, Lin Yuan was shining brightly, and Hu Chuan could not tear his eyes away from him. The blackback mountain boar was eaten down to its bones in less than half an hour. Hu Tian was holding up a leg bone and slurping on its marrow. Hu Chuan shot Hu Tian a menacing glare. Because of the fact that he was an emperor-class expert and could circulate his spirit qi to speed up his digestion, Hu Tian had eaten almost 40 kilograms of meat and visited the bathroom thrice. This person completely abandoned his pride just so he could stuff more food into his stomach. Little Flower and Little Grass had never eaten such delicious food. Lin Yuan was afraid that Little Flower and Little Grass would eat more to fill their stomachs to the greatest extent. Thus, he took out some sour plums to give the children while eating. Lin Yuan and everyone from the underground palace were happily feasting on the blackback mountain boar. Meanwhile, it was frigid and austere over in the Great Lush Federation. In the Divine Wood Federation, it was summer all year round, while it was colder in the Iron Hammer Federation. It had even started snowing in the center region of the Iron Hammer Federation. But to the north of the Iron Hammer Federation, where the Great Lush Federation was, ice and snow covered the ground year-round. The weather was the reason the ground in the Great Lush Federation was unsuitable for agriculture. This was why the people from the Great Lush Federation chose to form merchant groups and chambers of commerce. This business decision was the reason behind the Great Lush Federation becoming the richest federation out of the startling lines continent's 3 federations. The secret elite families who controlled chambers of commerce were rolling in riches. The strongest 4 secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation were shrouded in mystery. Most of the secret elite families sought help from these 4 families. It went without saying that the help did not come for free. Most of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation had lost a portion of their shares of ownership to these 4 families. These 4 families held absolute power in the Great Lush Federation. But at that moment, the heads of these 4 families were currently kneeling in front of a gruesome mishmash of flesh. The mass of flesh was placed on a jeweled throne and was throbbing faintly. The 4 families' leaders were sweating buckets as their faces were stretched into terrified expressions. Chapter 1448, A Smoking Gun Appears. The 4 families' leaders dared not even glance at each other for fear of raising the ire of the gruesome mass of flesh. At that moment, a clear and childish voice said from within the bloody ball of flesh. When one heard the voice, it would be as though they were hearing the truth. The 4 of you have been developing in the Great Lush Federation for so many years, yet you've only managed to obtain this pathetic pile of law crystals. Most of these law crystals are in fragments. How do you think you should be punished? The 4 families' leaders anxiously started to kowtow as they pleaded for mercy. Lord Truth, we did try our best. Unfortunately, there aren't many myth breed and creation breed feys in the startling lines continent. Moreover, the experts from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation don't like to appear in their imperial courts. We can't target the experts from external cities. If many of the experts from these cities die, the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's imperial courts will definitely launch an investigation. If they discover that something is wrong, they will ban the chambers of commerce of the Great Lush Federation. If that happens, we won't be able to earn any more money for you. While the 4 families' leaders were talking, the mass of flesh on the throne suddenly cracked, and a silver-haired young boy with chiseled features appeared. His eyes were innocent as he looked at the 4 families' leaders up and down. But when the 4 families' leaders felt this gaze on them, goosebumps rose all over their bodies. All 4 of them were certain that they were about to be punished when the persuasive voice said, "Ha ha ha, my sacred source life form is the hardest to evolve amongst all the 8 pages of Tower Canon. Nonetheless, my sacred source life form is finally about to break through to 10 stars." The silver-haired boy touched the scar at the back of his neck, and a manic look appeared in his eyes. Once my sacred source life form reaches 10 stars, I will be able to properly give the Moon Empress and the Night Empress a run for their money. A few days ago, there was weird activity surrounding the Sun, and the heavenly family Fey affiliated with the Sun has resurfaced. After my sacred source life form evolves to 10 stars, it will be time to collect the heavenly family crystal that I failed to obtain last time. This was not the first time the four families' leaders heard the silver-haired boy mumbling to himself almost deranged way. But the more they heard it, the more afraid they became. Suddenly, the silver-haired boy's tone turned cold as he said, "All of you are collecting law and world crystals too slowly. Since the experts from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation don't like appearing in the Imperial Courts, a war that no expert can tear themselves away from needs to take place in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. I will give you 4 months. I will awake again in 4 months, and I better detect the flames of war all the way over here in the Great Lush Federation. Otherwise, you useless people will turn into my jacket." The silver-haired boy patted the ball of flesh behind him, and the four families' leaders said with trembling voices, "Lord Truth, we will definitely do well." The four families' leaders were only able to let out breaths of relief when they walked out of that strange tower. They looked at each other, and all of them knew that Lord Truth was about to start harvesting the crops he had planted long ago. In his eyes, all the experts in the startling Lines continent were parasites whose only function was to raise his sacred source life form to 10 stars. The startling Lines continent was about to descend into chaos. After eating the roasted meat, Su Yiren went to Lin Yuan's room, and they talked for a long time. Since Su Yiren was going to help Lin Yuan manage the Divine Wood Federation side of business, she needed to have a good understanding of his goals and plans in order to do her job well. After their conversation, Su Yiren's perspective of Lin Yuan changed. As she listened to Lin Yuan talk about his opinions and goals, she felt as though he was as lofty as the clouds. Su Yiren found out that he had founded a group called Sky City, and they were using the sacred source life form astronomical parliament to set up the entire main world. A question appeared in Su Yiren's mind. Could this be how an elite from one of the 3 major federations acted? Su Yiren had not been to the Radiance Federation, but the previous Dark Envoy had visited the Radiance Federation before. When the previous Dark Envoy returned to the Dark Federation, he told Su Yiren all about the Radiance Federation. From just the 3 Class 5 Creation Masters in the Radiance Federation, Su Yiren knew that calling the Radiance Federation prosperous was an understatement. But it would be impossible for every person in the thriving Radiance Federation to aim to conquer the entire main world. It would be almost impossible for the elites from smaller federations to even step out of their own land. While talking to Lin Yuan, Su Yiren mentioned the Radiance Envoys and Major Federation meeting twice. Although Lin Yuan had not given her affirmative answers, he had not denied it either. Su Yiren was certain that Lin Yuan was either one of the current Radiance Envoys or wanted to become one. From Lin Yuan's analysis of the situation, Su Yiren felt that the latter was more likely. Additionally, Lin Yuan was only around 18 years old. On their way back, all of them had ridden on Lin Yuan's fey. Su Yiren was a Class 3 Creation Master and could easily sense that the Black Flood Dragon was a Diamond/Fantasy Fey. Given that he already possessed such power at his young age, it should pose no problem for him to become a Radiance Envoy 2 years later. When Su Yiren gained the amount of power that Lin Yuan currently had, she was 23 years old. Now that Su Yiren had all the information she needed, she walked out of Lin Yuan's room. Since Lin Yuan had used the Earth Center fine milk to refine his body, he longer needed 7 or 8 hours of sleep a day. He was able to reach peak condition with just 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Lin Yuan returned to the Spirit Lock spatial zone and evolved the item-storing walnut trees. That night, he managed to evolve the 5,500-year-old item-storing walnut trees to Bronze/Legend and gained 1,280 pairs of Bronze/Legend item-storing walnuts. Chapter 1449, Slowly Strengthening Apostles. After storing away the item-storing walnuts, Lin Yuan went into the marsh world through Klein Hub. When he arrived at the marsh world, he saw Genius ordering 5 spirit craftsmen to plant the item-storing walnut trees. A 3-meter-tall humanoid crocodile with crocodile armor on its body was rapidly digging holes using its hands. After the spirit craftsmen planted the item-storing walnut trees and filled up the hole with soil, 2 Medusa snake demons wrapped their arms around the item-storing walnut trees' trunks and squeezed forcefully. Soon, the crooked item-storing walnut trees were all straightened. Genius sensed that Lin Yuan had arrived and headed toward him. It leaped deftly and landed on Lin Yuan's shoulder. It affectionately nudged Lin Yuan's face and said in a childish voice, "Yuan, ever since you decided to nurture the item-storing walnut trees, I told the other 100 questions beasts to concoct spirit fluids that can increase the grade and quality of the item-storing walnuts as well as quicken their ripening. Currently, we have enough for more than 200 item-storing walnut trees." Lin Yuan gently patted Genius' head and said, "Genius, I have 50 item-storing walnut trees that are more than 500 years old. Nurture these item-storing walnut trees first until they reach diamond and produce item-storing walnuts. I'll give you the other 600 item-storing walnut trees that are more than 300 years old after I've evolved them to bronze/epic. This will ensure that they produce the best quality item-storing walnuts. Genius nodded and said, Yuan, I think that we have too little manpower to properly develop the marsh world. We need some people here who can do hard labor. Lin Yuan flicked Genius' nose and replied, Genius, I will be able to solve the problem quickly once I'm back in the Radiance Federation. There will be many more people in the marsh world soon. He had discussed with Sun Ningxiang how he wanted to set aside a large area in the marsh world to be used to cultivate plants. Recently, Sun Ningxiang had been recruiting employees who were willing to become recluses, so Lin Yuan could pick some of them to help Genius. Additionally, the Class 3 spirit craftsmen were also building houses even though this task was beneath them. If someone could take over the task, it would free them up to become more efficient in tasks where they were actually needed. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste for Genius to ask the Medusa Snake Demons and Class 3 Spirit Craftsmen to plant the item-storing walnut trees. The half-man half-crocodile was one of White Pavilion's apostles that it had used its natural skill to transform. The half-man half-crocodile had a sturdy physique and was very strong. It was very suitable for them to do hard labor in the territory. Genius received the diamond fey storage box with the item-storing walnut trees and was about to jump off Lin Yuan's shoulder to make preparations to plant them when Lin Yuan embraced it and summoned the snow-necked swan from the diamond fey storage box before saying, Genius, evolve the snow-necked swan to diamond by tonight. Su Yiren needs an avian-type fey, and the snow-necked swan is the most suitable. Genius immediately agreed and said, Yuan, don't worry. I have already stocked up on many spirit fluids. I will have the snow-necked swan to diamond evolved before dawn tomorrow. After Genius headed to the breeding room to work, Lin Yuan walked a lap but still could not find the kill food sky butterfly. Lin Yuan contacted Purple Afterglow using his spiritual energy and found out that the kill food sky butterfly and Purple Afterglow had been searching for marsh soil around the territory. When Purple Afterglow found out that Lin Yuan was looking for the kill food sky butterfly, the kill food sky butterfly rapidly led Purple Afterglow back to the territory. In less than 40 minutes, the kill food sky butterfly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan asked, Kill food sky butterfly, have you formed a contract with your sacred source life form? Lin Yuan, I want to wait a while before I contract the sacred source life form. The territory is currently lacking in marsh soil. A few days ago, the Medusa snake demons went to search for marsh soil and were met with danger. A Class 7 Medusa snake demon encountered a Class 7 marsh pattern water boa. After the marsh pattern snake boa ambushed the Medusa snake demon, both of them eventually ended up killing each other. Hence, I told the Medusa snake demons to stop searching for marsh soil. I informed Whitespeak to set up a line of defense on the outskirts of the territory. Only the marsh crocodiles, Medusa snake demons, and Medusa giant lizards are allowed to pass through the line of defense. I also told Whitespeak to send out its subordinates to kill all dimensional life forms around the territory that are Class 7 and above. Purple Afterglow and I used the distribution of the marsh crocodiles to collect marsh soil while helping to clear the Class 7 and above dimensional life forms. I would like to settle these tasks before I contract the Sacred Source life form. If I contract the Sacred Source life form now, it will definitely affect the rate of the development in the marsh world, said the Kill Food Sky Butterfly. From what the Kill Food Sky Butterfly said, Lin Yuan knew that the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was putting off absorbing the Sacred Source life form for the sake of the marsh world's development. Since the Kill Food Sky Butterfly was being so considerate, Lin Yuan did not insist on the Kill Food Sky Butterfly forming a contract with the Sacred Source life form. Lin Yuan would return to the Radiance Federation tomorrow morning. Lin Yuan was extremely curious about the Mother of Bloodbath's Sacred Source life form. He also needed to help Ji Feng contract his Sacred Source life form. After speaking with the Kill Food Sky Butterfly for a while more, Lin Yuan called Rising Lizard, Wendy, and White Pavilion over. Lin Yuan noticed that Rising Lizard was growing at the quickest rate. It already had 4 believers, 3 favored believers, and reached Class 8. It would reach Class 9 very soon. Rising Lizard increased its power so quickly because all of the Medusa snake demons were doing their best to attract the Medusa giant lizards that Rising Lizard would use to increase its power. Wendy had snake species phase and used their venom to evolve its power to Class 4. It had 1 favored believer and 2 believers. Chapter 1450, Wen Yu's Astonishing Transformation. White Pavilion had not been an apostle for long. Hence, it had only evolved by 1 class. Currently, it had 1 favored believer and 1 believer. Lin Yuan knew that these three had not stopped working hard at all. After bonding with Rising Lizard, Wendy, and Rising Lizard for a while, Lin Yuan left the marsh world. Lin Yuan did not plan on investing any more energy into the marsh world until the Radiance 100 sequence selection was over. Once the Radiance 100 sequence selection was over, Lin Yuan planned on taking Whitespeak to the Palace of Everything in the Marsh East Circle to see if he could trade for some better quality source-type items and sacred source life forms. After leaving the marsh world, Lin Yuan collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Yuan gave the snow-necked swan that genius evolved to Diamond X/Legend to Su Yiren before instructing Ji Feng, Little Flower, Little Grass, and Lu Ji to enter the jeweled cave Golden Toad. Lin Yuan entered the space tunnel and appeared on the other side at the return from faraway mansion's basement. He tumbled out of the space tunnel and massaged the back of his head in pain. The discomfort of such long-distance travel was even more painful than when he drank the silver stamen gold luster cashin nectar to cleanse his body of impurities. After recovering from his discomfort, Lin Yuan let Lu Ji, Ji Feng, Little Flower, and Little Grass out of the jeweled cave Golden Toad. As for the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle, Lin Yuan kept it in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. Although Lin Yuan did not mind showing the law crystals with pure law power to the Dragonhorn's mysterious turtle, he did not want it to find out that he was from the Radiance Federation and not the Great Lush Federation. When Lin Yuan saw how Little Flower and Little Grass looked around curiously, he said, "Little Flower and Little Grass, this is your new home. Big brother Lu will cook good food for you from now on. Big sister Wen Yu will make new clothes for you. She will arrange rooms for you, and you can tell her how you want your room to be decorated." Gratitude and admiration appeared in Little Flower and Little Grass eyes. The two of them had been born into hardship and had led one of the saddest lives in the Divine Wood Federation. They had no choice but to rely on themselves, and they were the most important person in each other's lives. The dark suns and mess butterflies allowed the two children to understand the fear of being separated by death. In that situation, Lin Yuan had not just saved Little Flower and Little Grass lives but their souls and emotions as well. The two children experienced warmth and care from Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. The home that Lin Yuan spoke of allowed them to realize that their savior thought of them as family. Little Flower held Little Grass' hand tightly, and Little Grass gripped her hand just as hard. These two children knew that they finally had a home. After leaving the basement and returning to the mansion, Lin Yuan saw an enormous book with its pages rapidly flipping. Light golden paper flew all around the room. These pieces of golden paper were empty when they were flying around but were full of neat words when they landed on the ground. Lin Yuan knew that Wen Yu was using the elemental paper's exclusive skill, Hear Heaven's Secrets. However, the image of Wen Yu using Hear Heaven's Secrets was very different from what Lin Yuan had imagined. It seemed that the help of Mystic Moon during her recent trip to the Radiant Moon Palace had enabled the elemental paper to transform. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the elemental paper. Fey name, elemental paper, blossoming paper flower. Fey species, elemental/paper. Fey grade, Diamond X. Fey type, wood. Fey quality, fantasy V. Abilities. Dance of paper, transform the body into a piece of paper that is immune to physical attacks. However, it is especially vulnerable to elemental attacks. The paper has a teleporting power. The teleportation can be used every 3 seconds and has a radius of 20 kilometers. Paper crane's promise, the paper will be stacked to form a paper crane that can send messages. The paper crane will be engraved with the aura of the person receiving the message. If a person other than the receiver touches the paper crane, it will burst into flames. The paper crane has a teleporting power that is 30 times more powerful than that of Dance of Paper. Thoughts letter paper, the paper will absorb the target's blood and form a temporary contract with the target. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to communicate with each other using their thoughts as their thoughts will automatically appear as words on the paper. The people holding the thoughts letter paper will be able to read the words together. Faceless paper, an imaginary paper will appear in front of the target, and it can take the shape of the target's appearance. As long as the elemental paper is not destroyed, the imaginary paper will be undamaged even if the target is killed. Paper flower funeral, the paper will be folded into a flower that will form an imprint when it lands on a target. Even if the target is hidden, cloned, or affected by elements, the paper flower imprint can be used to sense the target's location. Paper of 10,000 forms, the paper can pretend to be a person, fey, mountain, city, sea, or even sky. While in the imitation state, the entities hidden behind the paper can enjoy absolute defense. Exclusive skill. Hear Heaven's Secrets, the contractor will become a book of secrets that is linked to the flying piece of paper. When the book's pages are turned, it can transfer any knowledge within to the flying piece of paper. Truth form paper. While the paper is flying around, soul power can be used to form a piece of paper that can investigate the truth. When questioning a target, the paper will be folded into a flower if the target is telling the truth, and it will break apart if the target is lying. Although Wen Yu was not a spirit chi professional who was skilled at combat, her comprehension had reached the peak of the younger generation. Compared to the elemental paper's grade change, Lin Yuan was more shocked by its change in abilities. He felt that its abilities were even stronger than many sacred source life forms. Lin Yuan could not help but marvel at how powerful the elemental paper was. Previously, the elemental paper excelled at gathering information and keeping secrets. But now, the Diamond X/Fantasy V elemental paper's abilities were fundamentally strengthened, and its new abilities gave it a wider variety of skills. Chapter 1451, The elemental paper is comparable to a sacred source life form. With its evolution from bronze to diamond, Dance of Paper, and Paper Crane's Promises abilities had not changed by much, but their functions had changed significantly. Previously, Dance of Paper's teleportation effect could be used every 5 seconds and had a range of 3 kilometers. But now, it could be used every 3 seconds and had a range of 20 kilometers. Dance of Paper was an ability that would allow Wen Yu to flee and change her position. Now that Dance of Paper would enable her to move 600 kilometers instead of 360 kilometers every minute, the speed had almost doubled. This speed would make it easier for Wen Yu to escape from danger. If she was faced with some powerful enemies who used elemental attacks, 3 kilometers was too short of a range to leave its range of attacks. However, 20 kilometers was more than enough to dodge the damage. Besides escaping from danger, Wen Yu would be able to travel 14,400 kilometers in an hour. This was almost as quick as an avian-type myth-breed fey. The elemental paper's Dance of Paper was the epitome of how a change in quantity could lead to a change in quality. Paper Crane's Promise could rely on Dance of Paper's abilities. Lin Yuan felt that Paper Crane's Promise was similar to the messenger pigeon's function. Paper Crane's Promise was better for guarding secrets, but it flew too slowly. Paper Crane's Promise could fly at 10 times the speed of Dance of Paper. At bronze grade, Dance of Paper could travel 860 km per hour. This meant that Paper Crane's Promise could fly 8,640 km per hour. This was very fast. But when it came to delivering information, it would be difficult to ensure that the information was up to date. It was still less effective than a phone call. But now, Paper Crane's Promise would be able to fly 450,000 km per hour. With this speed, Wen Yu could send information to even the most remote cities in the Radiance Federation within 3 hours. This would enable Wen Yu to deliver information as quickly as ostrich logistics. Paper Crane's Promise would enable any information that Sky City sent out to be kept perfectly secret. Wen Yu could issue orders to the white-clothed followers from wherever she was in the Radiance Federation. As for Thought's letter paper, Lin Yuan felt that it was an ability with exceptional strategic significance. After Lin Yuan left for the Divine Wood Federation, he would be unable to communicate with the Radiance Federation because phone connections could not cross the expansive ocean. But with Thought's letter paper, Lin Yuan would be able to communicate with the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan planned on asking Wen Yu if it was difficult to create Thought's letter paper. If it was easy, she could create more and give one to every main member of Sky City. This would make it easier for them to communicate with each other in the future. Thought's letter paper was not only useful for a faction. In special circumstances, Thought's letter paper would also be very useful. The Moon Empress had once told Lin Yuan about the fight between the various envoys from the federations during the major federation meeting. During the fight, they would consider the envoy team as a whole instead of just their combat ability. One of the events would definitely be survival in the wild. The event allowed every envoy to bring 2 knights from his federation along with him. The 5 envoys from every faction would split up in the wild. A battle between the elites would soon break out. In order to prevent oneself from being surrounded and taken out, the best method was to meet up with one's teammates as soon as possible. Wen Yu's Thought's letter paper would be the perfect bridge for the group. It could be said that Thought's letter paper guaranteed a spot for Wen Yu amongst the Radiance Knights. Faceless paper was a shape-shifting type ability. Even if the people that Faceless paper was protecting ended up being killed, Faceless paper would not be removed as long as the elemental paper was unaffected. This ability could allow every person to become one person or vice versa. If Faceless paper was attached to the faces of every white-clothed follower, they would each gain 1,000 faces. Even the white-clothed followers did not know who each other was. Many of them had families. When the white-clothed followers were out on missions, their faces could be noted down by Sky City's enemies and face revenge from these enemies in the future. With faceless paper, the white-clothed followers would not have to worry about their families suffering the consequences of their missions. Additionally, faceless paper would also be useful when protecting important people in extreme situations. Regular shape-shifting type feys like the fantasy faceworm would automatically remove the shape-shifting state when it was being attacked. However, this would not be a problem for faceless paper. Paper flower funeral was an investigative ability. Whether the target was hidden, cloned, or affected by elemental factors, Wen Yu could sense the target's location. If Wen Yu used paper flower funeral on a large scale, she would be able to detect any enemies hiding in the shadows. This would allow Wen Yu, who was a governance-type spirit chi professional, to become both an investigative and governance-type spirit chi professional. Many investigative-type feys were unable to detect targets who were hidden, cloned, or affected by elemental factors. Paper of 10,000 forms impressed Lin Yuan even more as it provided the elemental paper with both protection and camouflage. While the floating island whale was flying in the sky, Wen Yu could use paper of 10,000 forms to transform the paper into the sky to separate the floating island whale from the world as well as protect it. However, the elemental paper's defensive abilities could not compete with that of the floating island whale. This would make paper crane's promise harder to detect and offer it better protection. This would prevent paper crane's promise from being blocked so the information it contained would not be leaked. Paper of 10,000 forms was not considered to be strong defensively because the elemental paper's grade was not high. If Wen Yu's elemental paper reached immortal, she could use paper of 10,000 forms to protect an entire city in the Radiance Federation. If the elemental paper was lucky enough to reach eternal, paper of 10,000 forms might even be able to protect the entire Radiance Federation. Chapter 1452, New Movement. As for truth form paper, Wen Yu could use her soul power to produce paper that could determine if the target was telling the truth. A person's heart was extremely complex. Although truth form paper could not read a person's heart, it could tell if the person was lying or telling the truth. The elemental paper had the strongest abilities out of all the source-type items that Lin Yuan had ever come across. The giant tome closed when Lin Yuan entered. As the rain of paper continued to dance in the air, the large tome turned into a young girl wearing a light yellow dress. Wen Yu smiled delightedly when she saw that Lin Yuan was back from the Divine Wood Federation. She walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, you're back." Previously, Wen Yu had not missed Lin Yuan so much when he went to the Divine Wood Federation. After all, his trips only lasted around 4 or 5 days. Although he was also only gone for 4 or 5 days this time, she had gone to the Radiant Moon Palace to train under Mystic Moon. As such, Wen Yu had not seen Lin Yuan for 2 weeks. Ever since Wen Yu became Lin Yuan's assistant, she had not been separated from him for so long. No one knew the results of her training better than Wen Yu herself. Wen Yu still remembered the excited expression on Mystic Moon's face when the elemental paper evolved to silver and gained Thought's letter paper. Mystic Moon had told her that she could use Thought's letter paper as a shortcut to directly become a member of the Radiance Knights. There were only 5 Radiance envoys chosen for every batch. The major Federation meeting took place once every decade, and the Radiance envoys were chosen once every decade as well. The Radiance Knights were the Radiance envoys' helpers. Every Radiance envoy had 2 Radiance Knights assigned to them. The Radiance Knights were the most outstanding members of the younger generation after the Radiance envoys. Every Radiance Knight had what it took to fight to become a Radiance envoy, and their status was even higher than that of the Radiance 100 sequence. When Wen Yu found out that she could become a Radiance Knight, she was not elated by her bright future. What made her happy was that she had another way to stay by Lin Yuan's side. She could even fight side by side with Lin Yuan at the major Federation meeting, where all the federations from the main world would be in attendance instead of being a mere housekeeper who only took care of behind-the-scenes affairs. Wen Yu used to be a spirit attendant at the Radiant Moon Palace. She was almost removed from her position when she saved her friend. She had questioned countless times if she had done the right thing by saving her friend. Wen Yu had decided to push down her kindness into the abyss, and her personality changed. But eventually, Lin Yuan showed her the answer. When she first joined Lin Yuan, she had very low self-esteem, albeit she did not show it. Lin Yuan had chosen her to join him so she could assist him as a creation master. Yet, her creation master power remained at pinnacle class 2. Mystic Moon had evolved the Earth Rush Golden Lotus to Diamond X/Legend. Wen Yu could use the Earth Rush Golden Lotus to concoct grade 3 spirit fluids using pinnacle class 2 creation master abilities. Although such creation master abilities at Wen Yu's age would make her a genius and entitle her to build a small city in the Divine Wood Federation, such abilities were not enough to be around someone like Lin Yuan. But after her transformation of power, Wen Yu could finally kick her past low self-esteem to the curb. Now, she could hold her head up high as she supported Lin Yuan. When Lu Ji and Lin Yuan saw Wen Yu's smile, they knew her well enough to know that this was a different smile from her usual one. In the past, her smile had been subdued, and it lacked the genuine joy she was displaying now. It could not be denied that this Wen Yu was just as beautiful as Su Yiren. Wen Yu, has everything been well in the mansion? Young master, everything has been normal in the mansion. Nothing special happened. However, there have been many posts online discussing your two identities. Tian Ningning has been asking me if these discussions should be managed. Additionally, I met her assistant Su Man. She is very strong at what she does. The only flaw she has is that she is too blunt. She isn't eloquent enough. However, I'm sure you will like this personality of hers, replied Wen Yu. Lin Yuan nodded. He was well aware of how intense the discussions were online because the faith power in the shrine in his soul had been skyrocketing. The biggest beneficiary of this was Dark Blue. At first, Lin Yuan felt that Dark Blue was the fey that drained the most out of him. Dark Blue needed every one of the 12 balls of water to comprehend a willpower rune in order to evolve to fantasy breed. Lin Yuan did not need to provide the willpower runes. Instead, they could absorb the characteristics of strange water. The strength of the faith water within Dark Blue decided the quality of strange water that was needed for the balls of water. Lin Yuan injected the faith power from the shrine into Dark Blue. 6 out of 12 of the balls of water could absorb strange water and gain willpower runes from them. Lin Yuan was in no rush for Dark Blue to absorb the strange water because he did not have any top-grade strange water. Once Yin Lin arrived at the royal capital a month later, Lin Yuan would be able to use Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to trade for a large amount of strange water. It would not be too late to evolve Dark Blue then. Given the rate of increase of the faith power in the shrine, Dark Blue might even be able to evolve into a fantasy breed fey quicker than the Remembrance Soul Whale. Lin Yuan had not tried to understand Su Man. He had only heard from Tian Ningning how capable Su Man was. Now that Wen Yu had also given Su Man her stamp of approval, it meant that Su Man was indeed capable. Wen Yu had high standards and very rarely gave out her stamp of approval. Young master, Connected Beast Park hasn't been idle either. Although they did not publicly reveal their connection to you, they have started targeting a few veteran factions. They want to devour these veteran factions to boost their resources and return Connected Beast Park to its former strength, said Wen Yu. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. Chapter 1453, The Sorrowful Mother of Bloodbath. During his previous call with Miao Zhenchan, he said that he would nurture more Thearch class experts for the Miao family. It was natural that the Miao family would be unwilling to continue being the mockery of all the other factions if they managed to gain more Thearch class experts. Connected Beast Park was desperate to display its might and regain its footing. As such, the best target would be the veteran factions with no Thearch class experts. Nonetheless, it would be impossible for them to thrive again. Veteran Thearch class experts were in a different league from regular Thearch class experts. The Miao family's 7 new Thearch class experts would not be able to defeat Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan, who had the Sovereign V/Creation 4 Earth Core Dragon Snail and the Sovereign 6/Creation V Ghost Arched Demon Beast, respectively. Lu Yunshan and Han Tianhe could be ambushed by 10 new Thearch class experts and kill all of them while sustaining minimal damage. Moreover, the Miao family's new Thearch class experts' creation breed phase could not function as per expectations given that Lin Yuan had taken their creation world ley lines. However, this was also a good thing as the veteran factions being targeted by Connected Beast Park could have a chance to survive. They could do their best to come up with a way to save themselves. The Miao family was not stupid. There was no way they would lay a hand on the veteran factions that had top factions supporting them. As for the veteran factions that did not have top factions supporting them, they would definitely do what the Sea Bliss clan had done and seek help from Sky City in order to survive. This would bring 2 benefits to Sky City. Firstly, Sky City would have a legitimate reason to wipe out Connected Beast Park's Thearch class experts and gain their world crystals. Secondly, after Sky City saved the veteran factions would feel indebted to Sky City, and Sky City would be able to gain benefits from these veteran factions in the future. The trending topics on Star Web had short lifespans. Whenever something new occurred, the old events would be forgotten. If Connected Beast Park and Sky City faced off again on the dueling ground, the discussions surrounding them would definitely regain some of the popularity it had lost, and the spotlight would once again be pointed on the 3-way dispute between the Miao family, Sky City, and the Moon Empress disciple. This would enable Lin Yuan to collect large amounts of faith power again. In his eyes, faith power was the most powerful weapon he possessed that could boost his power. It was very important to him. Faith power was a necessity for Lin Yuan's future development in the marsh world and the other dimensional worlds. Without faith power, the facade he was putting up as a dictator would fall through. Wen Yu, keep a close eye on the Miao family. If any veteran family member comes to Sky City for help because they're being targeted by Connected Beast Park, take them in. However, they are not allowed to leak the news of us helping them. Wen Yu replied with a smile, one veteran faction has already approached Sky City. They visited our Star Web territory numerous times yesterday. I didn't respond to them because I haven't had the chance to talk to you about it. They are called Weaving Little Loot, and their main role is nurturing rare weaving-type spiritual ingredients. They have received rather good reviews. If we save them, they will be a good supplier for the fashion brand that Lu Pinru and I are setting up. Wen Yu, I'll leave the matter of the veteran factions to you. By the way, is there any new activity with Whale Ocean Commerce? Asked Lin Yuan. In order to ready himself for the Radiance 100 sequence selection that would be taking place 1 month later, Lin Yuan needed to do everything he could to increase his power. He intended on being a backseat driver when it came to this matter regarding the factions. Lin Yuan was more concerned about Whale Ocean Commerce than Connected Beast Park. Ji Feng fixed his eyes on Wen Yu, and it was clear that he badly wanted to know what Whale Ocean Commerce had been up to of late. Wen Yu frowned and paused for a moment before she said, "Young master, I have looked into Whale Ocean Commerce in detail and organized all the information on them that's available in Hidden Moon Palace. Although there hasn't been any obvious activity in the last few years, they have been offering very attractive wages to recruit creation masters. The recruited creation masters all start out by attending some events, and it's clear that they were treated extremely well. But slowly, they fall off the radar. The only people from Whale Ocean Commerce who show their faces are the newly recruited creation masters. But as I collected information, I could not stop feeling suspicious over what eventually happens to the recruited creation masters." Lin Yuan glanced at Ji Feng and saw that sadness and grief were written all over his face. Lin Yuan remembered that when Ji Feng told him about what had happened to Sea Sky Nurture, Ji Feng had mentioned that Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters had been the first to be captured and killed by 10,000 flags trading. A large reason Ji Feng had been able to escape death was that he was not a creation master. From the way that Whale Ocean Commerce dealt with Sea Sky Nurture's creation master, it meant that they were in no need of creation master resources. But if this was the case, why were they recruiting creation masters now? After mulling for some time, all the hair on Lin Yuan's body suddenly stood up. Could Whale Ocean Commerce be using the lives of creation masters to achieve some type of goal? Lin Yuan felt that he needed to take Whitespeak to Whale Ocean Commerce's residence to investigate them before the Radiance 100 sequence selection began. With the aid of faith power, Whitespeak had attained eternal power. Lin Yuan did not believe that Whale Ocean Commerce possessed eternal combat power. If they did, it would be a huge problem for the Radiance Federation's royalty. Previously, Lin Yuan wanted to use Connected Beast Park to get to the bottom of Whale Ocean Commerce's operation. But now, he no longer wanted to wait. Every single creation master in the Radiance Federation, regardless of their class, represented a mountain of wealth. By taking the lives of creation masters to fulfill their personal motive, Whale Ocean Commerce was draining the Radiance Federation's power. Nonetheless, this was still a guess that Lin Yuan made based on what Wen Yu had dug up. He still needed to visit Whale Ocean Commerce's residence to find out the concrete truth. At this moment, a thought seemed to strike Wen Yu, and she said, "Young master, the biggest problem in the mansion now is the Mother of Bloodbath. It has been very downtrodden these few days because of the sacred source life form it formed a marrow contract with." Chapter 1454, The Mother of Bloodbath's Sacred Source Life Form. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard what Wen Yu said. Was the sacred source life form unsuitable for the Mother of Bloodbath? If so, I can only let out a sigh of pity for its bad luck. The sacred source life form that Lin Yuan gave the Mother of Bloodbath was the prize he won during the Guardia banquet. He had no idea which dimensional world the sacred source life form came from. However, every sacred source life form had various abilities, and none of them were weak. At this moment, a clear ringing noise could be heard from the stairs, indicating that someone was walking down the stairs. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that it was the Mother of Bloodbath who was descending the stairs. As a myth-breed Fey, the Mother of Bloodbath easily sensed that Lin Yuan had returned to the mansion. But in spite of the joy it felt at seeing Lin Yuan, it still looked dispirited. Lin Yuan waved at the mother of bloodbath before patting Little Flower and Little Grass shoulders and saying to Wen Yu, Little Flower and Little Grass are the new members of the mansion. Take them to choose their own rooms to turn into their bedrooms. These two have been living together for the entirety of their lives. When choosing their rooms, make sure they aren't too far apart. Lin Yuan did not tell Wen Yu about Little Flower and Little Grass circumstances in the presence of the two children. This was out of consideration of their feelings and not to pour salt on their wounds. He would tell Wen Yu about the two children and the dark sun send mess butterflies later in private. Little Flower and Little Grass could not go to school like Qin Yu. However, they were also of age to receive an education. Lin Yuan would be placing Master Hong Shen in the prosperous Chamber of Commerce in Oak City. A few days later, Endless Summer would also return from Indigo Azure City. With Endless Summer around, Ji Feng would not have to continue guarding the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. There would be no one better than Ji Feng to teach these two children. The two children met Ji Feng at the same time that they met Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. As such, they would not have to be afraid of being around a stranger. Presently, Qin Yu went to school every day and returned to the return from faraway mansion at night. Meanwhile, Qin Lun trained by Lisan's side. Qin Yu and Little Flower were about the same age. They were both around 5 or 6 years older than Little Grass. Qin Yu, Little Flower and Little Grass could become each other's playmates. Lin Yuan had been afraid that Qin Yu would lose his childlike playfulness if he did not have any friends. Wen Yu walked up to Little Flower and Little Grass and gently patted the soft hair on their heads. Lin Yuan had mentioned Wen Yu to them before and told them that she would be making nice new clothes for them. They had both noted down her name. Thus, when Lin Yuan mentioned her again, they were immediately friendly toward her. Wen Yu did not know why Lin Yuan had brought two children back with him from the Divine Wood Federation. But since he said that they were members of the Return from Faraway Mansion, Wen Yu decided to see them as her younger siblings. Previously, whenever Lin Yuan brought someone back and asked Wen Yu to assign a room for them, she would do so without delay. But it was obvious that the two children were timid around strangers. Wen Yu decided to soothe the two children before taking them to pick out their rooms. She took out 2 sweets made from the cinnabar sweet osmanthus nectar and handed them to Little Flower and Little Grass. After entrusting Little Flower and Little Grass to Wen Yu, Lin Yuan said to Ji Feng, if you are going to form a marrow contract with the sacred source life form, you'll have to clear your soul of impurities first. Otherwise, the contraction process might take an unexpected turn. Once we're done with lunch, I'll help you form a marrow contract with the sacred source life form. Ji Feng nodded at Lin Yuan in gratitude. Wen Yu led Little Flower and Little Grass to the water rhinoceros leather sofa and chatted with them while they ate sweets. It did not take long for her to form a connection with them. Lu Ji went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. This would serve as a welcome meal for Little Flower and Little Grass. Additionally, Lu Ji had noticed that Lin Yuan's face had slimmed down after their recent exercise away from home. This made Lu Ji feel as though he was failing in his duty as Lin Yuan's retainer. Hence, Lu Ji was determined to fatten Lin Yuan back up. Lin Yuan walked up the stairs until he reached the Mother of Bloodbath. When he saw the Mother of Bloodbath's part happy and part dejected expression, he said, "Let's go. We can talk about your sacred source life form in the training room." The happiness faded from the Mother of Bloodbath's face and was replaced with guilt. It clearly remembered that the sacred source life form that Lin Yuan had given it was his prize from the Guardia banquet. Lin Yuan had given it the sacred source life form right after it evolved to Myth 2. Although the Mother of Bloodbath had not evolved to Creation Breed, it had awakened its Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline and was able to form a marrow contract with a sacred source life form like any other Myth 3 Fey. The Mother of Bloodbath had been full of hope for the sacred source life form. Yet, it turned out to be such a strange thing. The Mother of Bloodbath felt that its abilities could not even compare to that of Lin Yuan's Jasmine Lily. As such, the Mother of Bloodbath felt that it had disappointed Lin Yuan. When he saw the Mother of Bloodbath's expression become increasingly sorrowful, he could only try to comfort it by saying, "Mother of Bloodbath, every sacred source life form has unique abilities. There isn't any weak sacred source life form. Maybe you can find another way to use your sacred source life form during combat and create a new system of fighting." The Mother of Bloodbath could not help but say, "Lin Yuan, my sacred source life form's abilities lay in healing. It doesn't gel with my combat style at all." At this point, Lin Yuan and the Mother of Bloodbath had arrived at the entrance of the training room. When they stepped in, Lin Yuan said, "Mother of Bloodbath, summon your sacred source life form." Chapter 1455, 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. Healing-type sacred source life forms might not be able to increase your combat abilities, but it can be your secret weapon that enables you to save your teammates' lives at crucial moments. It isn't a bad choice. The Mother of Bloodbath hurriedly activated the sacred source life form in its soul. At that moment, all the vitality around the Mother of Bloodbath started to thrash violently. A stream of warm and refreshing water vapor appeared in front of the Mother of Bloodbath. A pool around 4 square meters wide appeared in front of the Mother of Bloodbath. Heat flowed out of the pool. The mist was so dense that Lin Yuan could not look into the pool. The pool bubbled continuously and looked just like a hot spring. The Mother of Bloodbath pointed at the hot spring and said to Lin Yuan, "My sacred source life form will only be able to heal someone if they are submerged in the pool. I won't have any chance to use it during combat." While the Mother of Bloodbath was talking, Lin Yuan used true data to check on the sacred source life form. Sacred source name, 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. Sacred source species, source genus/sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 1 star. Sacred source type, life. Abilities. Life bath. By absorbing the medicinal properties of plant type feys, the medicinal properties will be combined with the water. In order to absorb the medicinal properties, the plant type feys have to be complete and full of vitality. The plant type feys themselves will fuse with the 10,000 medicine hot spring. When the plant type feys fuse with the hot spring, all the medicinal properties will join together to heal the life forms bathing in the hot spring. Lin Yuan could not help but inhale sharply as delight spread across his face. The Mother of Bloodbath's sacred source life form was called the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. It was life type, just like the Grace Queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen was formed from the fusion of the two sacred source life forms, the Grace Queen and the Sword of Service. The 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring was definitely not as useless as the Mother of Bloodbath made it out to be. Lin Yuan felt that the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring was the most powerful healing-type sacred source life form in the world. The 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring's ability Life Bath could absorb the medicinal properties of any plant-type fey and combine it with the hot spring, while the plant-type feys would end up fusing with the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. This meant that the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring could use Life Bath to combine all the plant-type feys in the world. A Class 4 Creation Master could use tens of spiritual ingredients to concoct spirit fluid, while Class 5 Creation Masters could use hundreds or even thousands of spiritual ingredients. However, humans were intrinsically limited. Even Class 5 Creation Masters could not combine an endless number of plant-type feys. Using the Jasmine Lily as an example, if the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring absorbed the Jasmine Lily, the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring would gain the ability Severed Limbs Growth. Although Lin Yuan would not allow the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring to absorb the Jasmine Lily, the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring could absorb many plant-type feys similar to the Jasmine Lily's abilities and exclusive skills to strengthen the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. If Life Bath could truly combine the medicinal properties of all the plant-type feys in the world, it could even return an almost dead person to full health as long as the person's body was intact. Not even the Jasmine Lily's Severed Limbs Growth could achieve this. Even if the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring did not absorb any plant-type feys with similar abilities to Severed Limbs Growth, the Jasmine Lily could still help the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring achieve such a result. It might not be useful to heal a dead person's body. Without a soul, a complete body was nothing more than a shell. However, the Remembrance Soul Whale would be able to work perfectly with the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring. Although this was just Lin Yuan's hypothesis, it would be easy to test out once the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring absorbed enough medicinal properties. The Mother of Bloodbath was confused when it saw Lin Yuan's elation. However, it knew that Lin Yuan had his reason for making such an expression. It also knew that Lin Yuan was not mocking it for contracting a useless sacred source life form. Could the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring have a secret that I haven't uncovered? Lin Yuan did not summon the Remembrance Soul Whale. As a fey from legend, the Mother of Bloodbath would not be able to see the Remembrance Soul Whale even if Lin Yuan summoned it. But this did not stop Lin Yuan from telling Lin Yuan about the 10,000 Medicine Hot Spring and Remembrance Soul Whale. All the sadness was wiped off the Mother of Bloodbath's face when it heard what Lin Yuan said. Even though the Mother of Bloodbath was a combat class sacred source life form that preferred an assassination style, so the most suitable sacred source life form for it would be one that could strengthen its offense, the Mother of Bloodbath would rather benefit everyone from the return from faraway mansion than increase its own power. The Mother of Bloodbath did not expect the sacred source life form it thought of as useless to be compatible with the Remembrance Soul Whale. It could even generate the ability to bring a person back to life. The mother of bloodbath decided to enable the 10,000 medicine hot spring to absorb as many medicinal properties as possible to increase its stars and test Lin Yuan's hypothesis. Lin Yuan, the 10,000 medicine hot spring has to absorb different kinds of plant type phase medicinal properties in order to increase its stars. Hence, I need a large number of different plant type phase. This is easy. I just need to let Sun Ningxiang know. When it comes to plant type phase, no faction in the Radiance Federation can compete with Condense Fairy Orchard. Ask Sun Ningxiang to send you every kind of Fey produced in the Radiance Federation. As for the plant type phase from the Divine Wood Federation, I have struck a deal with a Chamber of Commerce from the Great Lush Federation. I will ask this Chamber of Commerce to bring over all the plant type phase they collect from the Startling Lines continent. Mother of Bloodbath, your 10,000 medicine hot spring will be able to increase its stars quickly, said Lin Yuan. From the Creation Master knowledge gathered by Genius, Lin Yuan knew that any type of plant type Fey could be used as medicine. Even the common usnea was an important supporting ingredient in grade 3 spirit fluids. If even such plant type Feys could be used as medicine, any plant type Fey would be able to be utilized by the 10,000 medicine hot spring. Given Lin Yuan's capabilities, the 10,000 medicine hot spring might even be able to reach 10 stars before Su Yiren's absolute love poppy. Chapter 1456, Secret of the Hot Spring. Lin Yuan took out a few blood-spotted peach blossoms out of the amber button-shaped diamond Fey storage box. When the flowers were crushed and applied on a wound, they had a blood-clotting effect. If the fruits were crushed, they could cure infected open wounds. It was also effective on elemental damage. Wen Yu had prepared the blood-spotted peach blossoms for Lin Yuan before he went off to train. However, he also had the jasmine blossom, and the blood-spotted peach blossoms were not useful to him, albeit they were considered treasures by adventurers. The 3 blood-spotted peach blossoms were 1 meter tall and had 5 petals. The large blood spots on the petals made the small pink petals appear even more beautiful. Fruits were already beginning to grow below the petals. Once the bright flowers wilted, the fruits would grow in size. Lin Yuan handed the 3 blood-spotted peach blossoms to the Mother of Bloodbath and said, Mother of Bloodbath, the 10,000 medicine hot spring can absorb the medicinal properties of plant type phase. Allow it to absorb the blood-spotted peach blossoms first. This will test how much of one plant type Fey the 10,000 medicine hot spring needs and how much time it needs to absorb one plant type Fey. The Mother of Bloodbath hurriedly received the 3 blood-spotted peach blossoms and tossed one of them into the mist, where the bubbling 10,000 medicine hot spring was. The mist slowly dissipated when the blood-spotted peach blossom entered the 10,000 medicine hot spring. This allowed Lin Yuan to get a good look at the 10,000 medicine hot spring. Lin Yuan saw a jadeite wall surrounded the 4 square meter 10,000 medicine hot spring. There were also various images of plants carved into the wall. The bottom of the 10,000 medicine hot spring could not be seen, but the bubbling water was as clear as could be. The deeper the water went, the larger the volume of water there seemed to be. From the 10,000 medicine hot spring's shape, Lin Yuan felt that it was an endless well. The blood-spotted peach blossom that the Mother of Bloodbath tossed into the water was not boiled into muck by the water. Instead, the blood-spotted peach blossom seemed to be nourished by the water, and it started to glow faintly. Soon, verdant green vitality rose around the blood-spotted peach blossom. A faint red beam of energy shot out from the blood-spotted peach blossom's flower. This was likely the blood-spotted peach blossom's medicinal properties. After 5 or 6 minutes, the blood-spotted peach blossom shrunk and slowly sunk into the hot spring until it suddenly stopped and took root in the jadeite wall. The Mother of Bloodbath continuously communicated with the 10,000 medicine hot spring while it was absorbing the blood-spotted peach blossom's medicinal properties. When it received its answer, it said, Lin Yuan, as long as the plant type phase grade isn't higher than silver, the 10,000 medicine hot spring will be able to absorb it within 6 minutes completely. I estimate that it will be able to absorb at least 10 blood-spotted peach blossoms. Lin Yuan said, Mother of Bloodbath, continue allowing the 10,000 medicine hot spring to absorb the blood-spotted peach blossoms. See what happens to it once it absorbs 10 blood-spotted peach bottoms. Lin Yuan took 7 more blood-spotted peach blossoms out of the diamond Fey storage box, and the Mother of Bloodbath tossed them all into the 10,000 medicine hot spring to enable it to absorb the blood-spotted peach blossom's medicinal properties. The small blood-spotted peach blossom that had taken root in the wall of the pool slowly started to grow leaves. Once the 10,000 medicine hot spring absorbed the 6th blood-spotted peach blossom, several small pink flowers also grew out of the small plant. These pink flowers had many small blood spots on them. It was clear that they came from the blood-spotted peach blossom. The only difference was that the small plant was much smaller than the regular blood-spotted peach blossom. Although the flowers had sprouted, the mother of bloodbath continued to toss the blood-spotted peach blossoms into the 10,000 medicine hot spring. Once the 10th blood-spotted peach blossom entered the 10,000 medicine hot spring and had its medicinal properties absorbed, the flowers on the small plant on the wall wilted, and blood-spotted fruits were produced. The 10,000 medicine hot spring's water started out clear. But now, it was faintly red. Lin Yuan reached into the water and swirled the water around. He found the water to be full of the same medicinal properties that the blood-spotted peach blossom had. The 10,000 medicine hot spring took about 50 minutes to absorb 10 bronze blood-spotted peach blossoms. According to this speed, it would be easy for the 10,000 medicine hot spring to absorb 24 different types of plant type feys daily as long as they were below silver grade. At that moment, it was as though a light bulb sparked to life above Lin Yuan's head. The golden lotus brocade pearls could help spiritual ingredients release their medicinal properties and increase the homogeneity of spiritual ingredients. Suppose the 10,000 medicine hot spring absorbed the golden lotus brocade pearls' medicinal properties. Would it be possible for the 10,000 medicine hot spring to absorb the medicinal properties of other plant-type feys at a quicker rate? Lin Yuan took out 10 golden lotus brocade pearls and gave them to the mother of bloodbath. The mother of bloodbath knew about the golden lotus brocade pearls' abilities, and its eyes lit up when it saw the golden lotus brocade pearls. The mother of bloodbath immediately knew what Lin Yuan's intention was. The mother of bloodbath then tossed the golden lotus brocade pearls into the 10,000 medicine hot spring. The light red water slowly took on a golden hue. Once the small golden lotus brocade pearl took root in the wall of the pool, Lin Yuan took out 10 flower brocade pearls. Although the golden lotus brocade pearl was a mutation of the flower brocade pearl, they were still different feys. The golden lotus brocade pearl's effects were tens of times stronger than that of the flower brocade pearl. But regardless, the flower brocade pearl still had the effect of enabling spiritual ingredients to release their medicinal properties. Lin Yuan took out the flower brocade pearls so he could test his hypothesis and enable the 10,000 medicine hot spring to absorb medicinal properties better. Just as he expected, after the 10,000 medicine hot spring absorbed the golden lotus brocade pearls, it took a shorter amount of time to absorb the flower brocade pearls. It only took around 4 minutes instead of 6 minutes. Although the increase in speed was not obvious when it was only absorbing one plant-type fey, it meant that the 10,000 medicine hot spring could now absorb 36 instead of 24 plant-type feys in a day. Chapter 1457, Ring Sleeve Scorpion Puppet. In a year, the 10,000 medicine hot spring would be able to absorb over 4,000 plant-type feys. This was enough to shorten the time that the 10,000 medicine hot spring needed to increase its stars. 2 hours had passed since Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath had entered the training room. At that moment, all of the disappointment had been wiped off the mother of bloodbath's face. The mother of bloodbath was very excited as it sensed the 10,000 medicine hot spring being strengthened. With Shadow and Whitespeak around, the mother of bloodbath could not be of much help to Lin Yuan during combat even though it had transformed into a heavenly family fey. But now, the mother of bloodbath had found a way to contribute. With the 10,000 medicine hot spring around, the mother of bloodbath could act as a safety net for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath laid out the steps for the 10,000 medicine hot springs increasing of stars. The mother of bloodbath would give one type of plant-type fey to the 10,000 medicine hot spring every 40 minutes so the 10,000 medicine hot spring could increase its stars at the most efficient rate. By the time Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath left the training room, it was time for lunch. While they were talking down the stairs, Lin Yuan heard a peal of laughter. Little Flower and Little Grass had easily assimilated into the return from faraway mansion. Their laughter reminded Lin Yuan of Chu Ci. Ever since Chu Ci left to train with Cold Moon, she had not returned to the royal capital. 2 months had already passed. But in these 2 months, Lin Yuan and Chu Ci had kept in contact. Besides the time that he was in the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan spoke to Chu Ci on the phone every other day. Chu Ci would return to the royal capital when the Radiance 100 sequence selection began, and Lin Yuan would finally be able to see Chu Ci in real life. Lin Yuan wondered how strong Chu Ci had become as a result of her training. The pink piercing crystal oyster that Lin Yuan had prepared for Chu Ci had already reached Bronze X/Legend. All Chu Ci needed to do was form a contract with it. Once Chu Ci contracted the pink piercing crystal oyster, his plan 4.0 to turn his sister into an iron bucket would be able to begin officially. During lunch, everyone looked at the mother of bloodbath with curiosity. They had no idea what happened between Lin Yuan and the mother of bloodbath in the training room. The mother of Bloodbath had gone up with an expression of despondence but came down looking the complete opposite. Little Flower and Little Grass had only tasted the meat that Lu Ji roasted. Now that they were getting a taste of his true culinary skills, they felt as though they were living in a warm playground. Little Grass was still young and did not have many complex thoughts. Little Flower kept her gaze locked on Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and the rest during lunch. She knew that these people were the reason she and her brother could live in such bliss. Wen Yu continuously placed food on Little Flower and Little Grass plates during the meal. Moreover, it had been long since she last had a meal cooked by Lu Ji. Thus, she ate more than usual. Lu Ji was also taken aback by Wen Yu's appetite. Lu Ji was full after about 2 bowls. The mother of Bloodbath was able to consume 6 bowls because it was a fey. If it wanted to, the mother of Bloodbath could even devour all the food on the table. However, Wen Yu could not weigh more than 50 kilograms. How could she eat more than the mother of Bloodbath? She ate 8 full bowls. Isn't it said on Star Web that women have the appetite of birds? It looks like I'll have to make more food for the return from faraway mansions meals in the future. After lunch, Lin Yuan called Ji Feng over and gave him a crystal bottle that contained drops of the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Lin Yuan said, Ji Feng, drink up the bottle's contents. Once you drink it, all the impurities in your soul will be cleansed. This will make it easier for you to form a marrow contract with the sacred source life form. Ji Feng had drunk the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar Lin Yuan had given him before. He knew that the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar would lose its effects once a person drank a certain amount of it. It was obvious that the crystal bottle contained silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar. Why was Lin Yuan asking him to drink more? It was common knowledge that silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar could cleanse the impurities from a person's body. But Ji Feng had never heard of silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar being able to cleanse impurities from a soul. But Ji Feng was so loyal to Lin Yuan that he would even drink poison if Lin Yuan wanted him to do so. Ji Feng immediately opened the glass bottle and downed the contents. The strange seed had tortured Ji Feng's soul for a decade. As such, he had developed a strong resistance to pain. While the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar was cleansing Ji Feng's soul, he gnashed his jaw and fought through the pain. Once it was over, Ji Feng felt as though his brain was clearer than it had ever been, and reality had been sharpened. Ji Feng was about to bow to Lin Yuan in thanks when Lin Yuan said to him in amusement, I just saw the mother of Bloodbath's sacred source life form. I wonder what kind of abilities your sacred source life form will have. When Ji Feng saw how interested Lin Yuan was in his sacred source life form, he immediately took out the sacred source life form and summoned the Karma Sword Lily. He instructed the Karma Sword Lily to cut his palm. The cut was so deep that Ji Feng's bone could be seen. Ji Feng squeezed the ball of rainbow light and started to interact with the sacred source life form in his soul. After some time, a hoarse cry sounded out from the space in front of Ji Feng. The ball of rainbow light broke open, and a puppet with exceptionally long sleeves appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The puppet had long hair and was no taller than an inch. It looked elf-like and resembled fairy source-type life forms. However, this puppet did not have wings, and its purple armor had 2 images of scorpions engraved on it. The opening of the sleeve glowed purplish-gray. Lin Yuan immediately used Morbius to check on this puppet's sacred source life form. Sacred source name, ring sleeve scorpion puppet. Sacred source species, source genus/sacred source species. Sacred source star grade, 1 star. Sacred source type, dark. Abilities. Sleeve bite/sleeve attachment, when sleeve bite is used, 2 scorpion claws with disintegrating power will reach out of the sleeve. The disintegrating power can sever any link of energy. When sleeve attachment is used, the ring sleeve scorpion puppet will attach itself to the target and imbue the target's attacks with disintegrating power. Lin Yuan frowned. It was true that every sacred source life form was unique. Although the mother of Bloodbath's 10,000 medicine hot spring was astonishing, Lin Yuan could not declare that it was stronger than the ring sleeve scorpion puppet. This was because the ring sleeve scorpion puppet also had an exceedingly powerful ability. Ji Feng's ring sleeve scorpion puppet was a very special support and control type sacred source life form that could perfectly defend against abilities that involved energy links. Chapter 1458, Zhongzi's Call. Abilities that involved energy links had a wide variety of uses. For example, Genius Connected Tails and Wen Yu's Thoughts Letter Paper were both energy link abilities. Connected Tails used spiritual energy, while Thoughts Letter Paper used mind energy. When the ring sleeve scorpion puppet used sleeve bite, 2 scorpion claws with disintegrating power would be produced, and they could sever any energy link. A link was also formed when Lin Yuan used faith application to fuse with dark blue to boost white speak using faith power, and the ring sleeve scorpion puppet could cut this. Luckily, Ji Feng was a friend. If he was a foe, Lin Yuan would be in deep trouble. Many of the support type phase abilities were related to energy links. The ring sleeve scorpion puppet's ability would enable Ji Feng to perfectly counter most support type phase. The ring sleeve scorpion puppet could also be said to have a support type ability in sleeve attachment. The ring sleeve scorpion puppet could attach itself to a target and imbue every one of the target's attacks with disintegrating power. This ability could be used on any fey or sacred source life form. This ability might not make a large splash if it was used on a king class expert's fey. But if it was used on a top expert, like one of the members of royalty's feys, all of the members of royalty might would be imbued with disintegrating power. Disintegrating power was extremely destructive. When added to the power of a member of royalty, their battle prowess could rise to a whole new level. No matter what, the ring sleeve scorpion puppet was outstanding. The ring sleeve scorpion puppet's appearance and ability reminded Lin Yuan of the final ability that the dark scorpion had used, as it had also involved disintegration. It was true that an apostle's totem ability was linked to the ability of the sacred source life form it eventually turned into. Ji Feng's contraction of the ring sleeve scorpion puppet made Lin Yuan realize how important it was to visit the palace of everything and that no sacred source life form could be underestimated. Lin Yuan saw that Ji Feng was carefully studying the ring sleeve scorpion puppet, so he asked, Ji Feng, what kind of spiritual ingredients does the ring sleeve scorpion puppet need to increase its stars? Ji Feng shook his head with slight distress. Young master, the ring sleeve scorpion puppet needs dark and poison type elemental energy of high purity to raise its stars. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. The disintegrating ability seemed to be formed from a combination of dark and poison type energy. If Ji Feng was still the young leader of Whale Ocean Commerce, as he rightfully should be, he would not have to worry about increasing the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's stars. But now that he was Lin Yuan's subordinate, he did not have an income. Moreover, increasing a sacred source life form stars was not a simple or quick matter. Poison elemental energy was not the problem because there was almost an endless number of poisonous plant type phase, snake species phase, and insect species phase. The sap of poisonous plant type phase and the venom of snake and insect species phase could be collected for the ring sleeve scorpion puppet to absorb. Dark type was not one of the common elements present in nature. It was also impossible to obtain dark and light type energy from elemental pearls. Dark type energy of low concentration could be collected from dark type phase blood, bones, and skin. However, dark type energy of high concentration was a big problem. To obtain dark type energy of high concentration, one needed to obtain precious dark type spiritual ingredients. Dark type spiritual ingredients were all very costly. Ji Feng could not bring himself to tell Lin Yuan that he wanted to go out to earn money for these resources so that he could increase the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's stars. This would cause Ji Feng to lose his position as Lin Yuan's subordinate. Just as Ji Feng was racking his brain to come up with a way to increase the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's stars, Lin Yuan said, Ji Feng, it looks like I won't have to make extra preparations to help the ring sleeve scorpion puppet increase its stars. The cage of Brahma insects gave me a few dark crystal armored insects. The shells they shed are full of pure dark type energy that will be perfect for the ring sleeve scorpion puppet. I will ask the cage of Brahma insects for more of the dark crystal armored insects until it's enough for the ring sleeve scorpion puppet's usage. The issue of the poison type energy will be even easier to fix. The cage of Brahma insects has bred many poison type phase. It would be easy to collect the insect species phase venom. Later, I'll call Fan Hans Hung. Ji Feng, your soul must be tired after forming a marrow contract with the sacred source life form. You should go and rest. When use elemental papers, faceless paper can alter a person's appearance. You can use it from now on. Whenever you go out, you won't have to be wary of being spotted by Whale Ocean Commerce anymore. I will introduce you to Fan Hans Hung so you can contact him directly whenever you need insect venom. Ji Feng felt as though his heart had been set on fire. He did not expect Lin Yuan to provide him with a sacred source life form and help his sacred source life form increase its stars. Not even his deceased family could do as much for him as Lin Yuan was doing. Ji Feng's thoughts were in a jumble when Lin Yuan's phone suddenly rang. Lin Yuan looked and saw that the call was coming from Zhong Ziyi. It just so happened that Lin Yuan had several diamond fey storage boxes full of spirit settling silver that he wanted to give to Zhong Ziyi. Lin Yuan picked up the call. But before he could speak, Zhong Ziyi said, Yuan. Breaking news. The Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift will be officially open to the major cities the day after tomorrow. If the factions want to enter the Abyssal World, they will have to build a base within their respective city in the Abyssal World. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had heard from Wang Ce that the major cities would be building their representative cities in the Dimensional World. Now, it seemed that the factions were still relegated to their respective cities in the Dimensional Worlds. This was clearly because Cicada Song was afraid that the cities would try to form links with the factions, and a fierce battle would break out as a result. This would affect the balance between the cities. While Lin Yuan was thinking, Zhong Ziyi went on to say, "Are you interested in going into the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift right after it opens to take a look?" Chapter 1459, Grey gains a new ability. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, "Big Brother Zhong, I don't think I'll go into the Abyssal World so soon. I want to focus on increasing my power for the next month. Once I'm done with my business, and if there's time left over, I'll go into the Abyssal World then." Zhong Ziyi was slightly disappointed when he heard Lin Yuan's response. However, Zhong Ziyi knew that Lin Yuan had a lot of pressure resting on his shoulders to perform during the Radiance 100 sequence selection due to the envoys from the Freedom Federation who were arriving at the Radiance Federation soon. In my eyes, the Abyssal World is a huge treasure trove. Before the Radiance envoy selection, I will be training in the Abyssal World. Although Zhong Ziyi's bad luck and overwhelming battle urge had been suppressed by Lin Yuan's possessed star intelligent dark clouds and was slowly healing, his desire to become stronger was still present. Zhong Ziyi knew that his power could only be increased in 1.5 years if he went to the bloody warring zones of the Abyssal World to train. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Big Brother Zhong, once I'm done with what I need to do, we might still have a chance to train together in the Abyssal World. I am already half done harvesting the spirit settling silver ores that I told you about. Are you at home now? If so, I will send someone to deliver it to you." Zhong Ziyi hurriedly replied, Yuan, I am currently with my master. You can send someone to deliver it to Kitchen Fragrance Palace. I will be with my master combining strange flames until the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift opens." Lin Yuan and Zhong Ziyi chatted for a while before they ended the call. Lin Yuan was going to send Wen Yu to deliver the Diamond Fey storage boxes full of spirit settling silver ores to Kitchen Fragrance Palace. He returned to his room to evolve some of the weather-producing plant-type feys that he had traded from the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce so that Grey would be able to increase its power as soon as possible. Grey had already absorbed clear, cloudy, snowy, and gale weather. Lin Yuan had traded for the clear sunshine flower, cloudy fog sunflowers, snow crystal orchids, thunderclap chrysanthemums, hazy wind grass, and rainbow jade hibiscus from the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce. Once Grey absorbed the weather from all these plant-type feys, it would be able to gain 2 new abilities from the thunderclap chrysanthemums and rainbow jade hibiscus. Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone and silently started to work on these plant-type feys. Grey flew around Lin Yuan as a cloud while occasionally hugging him. Every fey dreamed of increasing their power, and Grey was no exception. As such, these weather-producing plant-type feys were all very precious to Grey. Lin Yuan first picked up the clear sunshine flower and started to evolve it until it reached Bronze X/Legend. He realized that the clear sunshine flower's evolution did not affect its size. The clear sunshine flower now glowed with a soft light. It was as though the entire Spirit Lock spatial zone was awash in beautiful sunlight. Previously, Lin Yuan wanted to plant these weather-producing plant-type feys in the marsh world. But now that he knew their evolution did not affect their size, he decided to set aside a platinwood shelf in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and place the weather-producing plant-type feys there. This would not take up much space. Once one clear sunshine flower was evolved to Bronze/Legend, Lin Yuan went on to evolve the next one to Bronze/Epic. He noticed that the weather produced by the Bronze/Legend clear sunshine flower did not differ much from that produced by the Bronze/Legend clear sunshine flower. Hence, Lin Yuan did not evolve the rest of the clear sunshine flowers, cloudy fog sunflowers, thunderclap chrysanthemums, and hazy windgrass to Bronze/Legend. He would give the weather-producing plant-type feys to the 100 Questions beasts once he was done evolving them. Now, the only weather-producing plant-type fey that had not been evolved was the rainbow jade hibiscus. The other weather-producing plant-type feys were common, and the Prosperous Chamber of Commerce would be able to obtain more for him in the future. However, there was only one of the rainbow jade hibiscus. Thus, Lin Yuan planned on evolving the rainbow jade hibiscus to Bronze/Legend so that they would be in their best state. Currently, the normal quality rainbow jade hibiscus looked very plain. The only likable part of its appearance was the rainbow flower buds growing between its leaves. Lin Yuan injected spirit chi into the rainbow jade hibiscus. The rainbow jade hibiscus leaves did not change much, but the flower buds grew in size. Eventually, the rainbow jade hibiscus grew to half the size of Lin Yuan's palm. As Lin Yuan evolved the rainbow jade hibiscus to bronze grade, the rainbow flower buds slowly started to bloom until they seemed large enough to wrap around the rainbow jade hibiscus pot. While the flowers were blooming, a beautiful rainbow appeared atop the flower. When the rainbow appeared, all the clear, cloudy, windy, snowy, and stormy weather phenomena were linked and looked exceedingly elegant. The 6 types of weather intermixed and turned the spirit lock spatial zone into a paradise of nature. Now that Lin Yuan was done evolving the weather-producing plant type phase, he looked at Gray, who was clearly eager but hesitant to absorb the weather around them, and said, "Gray, you can absorb all the weather produced by these plant type phase as you please. These weather-producing plant type phase will only increase in number. I will try to fill up 3 platinwood shelves." Gray leaped into Lin Yuan's arms to embrace him. After snuggling in Lin Yuan's arms for a while, it turned into a cloud and headed toward the platinwood shelf. Evidently, the weather produced by the 30 bronze plant type phase was not enough for Gray. However, this did not stop Gray from using Jade Contract. Soon, 2 new gems appeared on its wings. Lin Yuan immediately used True Data to check on Gray. He saw that 2 new abilities had indeed appeared in Gray's data. Chapter 1460, Fusion of Rainbow Weather. Fey name, Sky Clouded Crane. Fey species, Crane/Red Crane. Fey grade, Bronze, 5/10. Fey type, Nature. Fey quality, Elite. Abilities. Cloudy weather, the body will present itself as a cloud and will be compatible with any weather. The body can absorb the weather. Once the weather is absorbed into the cloud, it will become a new ability. No new abilities will come from evolution. Radiance of a clear day, omitted. Darkness of a cloudy day, omitted. Frozen snowy day, omitted. Roar of a windy day, omitted. Judgment of thunder weather, an area covered by clouds or that has been transformed into cloudy weather will be branded with a thunder weather imprint. When the thunder hits friendly life forms, their ability to cause damage will be increased. When the thunder hits enemies, they will feel numbness and other related negative effects. Fusion of rainbow weather, cloudy weather will turn to rainbow weather. The rainbow weather can promote the fusion of other weather phenomena and allow them to coexist. Exclusive skill. Jade Contract, condense every type of weather absorbed into a jade. The jade will adorn the feathers. Once the weather turns into a jade decoration, the cloud will no longer carry the aura of that weather. But when the jade decoration is activated, every type of weather will turn into a jade beast. The 2 new abilities Gray gained were Judgment of Thunder Weather and Fusion of Rainbow Weather. Judgment of Thunder Weather was similar to the previous abilities that Gray had. It also changed an area's weather and benefited friends while limiting foes. Judgment of Thunder Weather could cause numbness and other negative effects. This meant that it was considered a strong control and offense type ability. Compared to the other abilities, Fusion of Rainbow Weather was much more special. It could not suppress enemies or help friends. Yet, it could combine weather and enable different weather phenomena to coexist. Lin Yuan and Gray had done a test and discovered that Gray could not use radiance of a clear day and darkness of a cloudy day at the same time. If Gray could use both simultaneously, the 2 abilities would limit each other. Since Fusion of Rainbow Weather could enable the different weather phenomena to coexist, Lin Yuan instructed, Gray, use radiance of a clear day, darkness of a cloudy day, and fusion of rainbow weather at the same time on the area above me. Try to combine radiance of a clear day and darkness of a cloudy day. Gray flapped its wings, and the clouds gathered together atop Lin Yuan's head. Soon, Gray used radiance of a clear day. Lin Yuan immediately felt as though he was bathing in sunlight. But when Gray used darkness of a cloudy day, a portion of the clouds turned dark gray, and half of the sunlight was dimmed. While the 2 weather phenomena were suppressing each other, a rainbow cut through. The rainbow acted as a bridge that walled off the darkness and sunlight separately, so they were no longer trying to subsume each other. This combined the 2 weather phenomena within the same area. It was a wondrous feeling to enjoy both weather phenomena in the same area. Through his connection with Gray, Lin Yuan found out that using fusion of rainbow weather would put a strain on Gray's spirit chi. Gray would only be able to use each individual weather for an hour. But now that Gray was using fusion of rainbow weather as well, Gray would only be able to sustain the weather phenomena for half an hour. Now that Lin Yuan learned this, he decided to continue testing Gray to see if fusion of rainbow weather could combine roar of a windy day, frozen snowy day, and judgment of thunder weather with the other weather phenomena above his head. Gray let out a cry. Soon, a storm of snow and lightning appeared in the cloudy section of weather, while strong winds appeared in the clear section of weather above Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan thought, it looks like the combination of the other weather phenomena adds to the clear and cloudy weather. In the space above my head, Gray is able to use light, darkness, wind, ice, and thunder to help me while suppressing my enemies. However, Gray could only use fusion of rainbow weather to combine the 5 weather phenomena for 5 minutes. Nonetheless, this was already astonishing enough. Gray was only bronze V/elite. Once it evolved, it would be able to use its abilities for extended periods of time. Moreover, there were more than these 5 types of weather in existence. In his previous conversation with Lin Yuan, she told him that she would be able to find other types of weather-producing feys for him. The more types of weather-producing feys Gray absorbed, the stronger it would become at helping friends while weakening foes. If Gray evolved to myth breed, Lin Yuan felt that Gray's protection would be enough to prevent experts from getting close to the floating island whale. Even if it were spotted, the experts would immediately fall into the trap of burning, blinding, slowing down, freezing, numbness, and other negative elemental effects. Lin Yuan said, Gray, 2 more gems have appeared on your body. Let me see the 2 new jade beasts formed from the thunder and rainbow weather. When using jade contract, representative accessories of the weather absorbed by Gray would appear on its body. A sun-shaped yellow jade represented radiance of a clear day. Gray could summon a blazing bird from it. A moon-shaped purple crystal represented darkness of a cloudy day. Gray could summon a purple striped deer from it. A snowflake-shaped blue gem represented frozen snowy day. Gray could summon a crystal-covered turtle from it. Chapter 1461, Shocking Elemental Explosion. A shapeless white jade represented roar of a windy day. Gray could summon a wind-covered horse from it. At that moment, a yellow snake species fey with thunder crackling all around it appeared on Gray. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Gray why it was not summoning the jade beast, Gray said in a childlike voice, Yuan, replenish some of my spirit chi. Otherwise, I won't be able to activate the rainbow weather gem. Lin Yuan found this strange. Although Gray had used up a significant amount of spirit chi to fuse the abilities, only a minute had passed. As such, Gray should still have at least 4/5 of its spirit chi left. Gray also did not require a lot of spirit chi to summon the snake species fey. Could it be that the rainbow weather's elemental life form was special? Lin Yuan lifted his hand and used spirit injection on Gray. Soon after, Gray was brimming with spirit chi again. After Lin Yuan used spirit injection on Gray, it should continuously slow down the decrease in Gray's spirit chi for 2 hours. Now that it was full of spirit chi again, Gray let out another cry and summoned all the jade beasts. Gray's body was ensconced in rainbow light, and the 5 jade beasts fused together to form a colorful crane. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he saw the crane because it looked exactly the same as Gray when it used cloud morph. At first, Lin Yuan assumed that Gray was just a support and control type heavenly family fey. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. The crane that was formed from a combination of 5 jade beasts was full of 5 types of elemental energy and had very strong attacking potential. Lin Yuan decided to test this power. He waved over the wind speed rapid antelope and said, Wind speed rapid antelope, try and receive one of Gray's attacks. See if it is able to push you back a step. The wind speed rapid antelope was a gold X/legend fey. Lin Yuan had been feeding wind elemental pearls to the wind speed rapid antelope to set up a strong foundation for it. In the time that the wind speed rapid antelope had been consuming the heavenly maiden grade elemental pearl powder, its fur had changed from khaki to white while its horns were also starting to grow out again. Evidently, its bloodline had mutated. The wind speed rapid antelope was only one step away from reaching gold/fantasy. The wind speed rapid antelope did not immediately attack the crane that Gray summoned. Instead, it tilted its head and weaved layers of wind. Gray and the wind speed rapid antelope were friends and spent a lot of time playing together. Gray knew that the wind speed rapid antelope was trying to get it to attack. Hence, Gray ordered the crane to attack the wall of wind. The crane spat out rainbow light at the net of wind. When Lin Yuan sensed Gray's attack, he frowned, and alarm bells rang in his head. He hurriedly shook his hand, and the source sand appeared. A large amount of close guard sand blocked the rainbow light. The sand wall violently exploded. Although the explosion did not break through the sand wall and endanger the net of wind, it still formed an obvious divot. The source sand was a diamond/fantasy elemental source type life form. Lin Yuan did not do this because Gray's attack was powerful, but because the 5 types of elements in the tangled rainbow weather would repel each other and lead to an explosion. It was considered an elemental explosive ability. Even if the explosion landed on the wind-speed rapid antelope, it would not die, but it would still be heavily injured. Lin Yuan had nurtured the wind-speed rapid antelope for so long, and it also managed the spirit lock spatial zone. He could not bear to see it become injured. The wind-speed rapid antelope and Gray were completely ignorant of the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had been completely floored from the point of silence to the moment he sensed the power of the explosion. Was this the power of a heavenly family fey? Despite only being bronze grade, it was able to produce more power than gold grade. Although this attack's strength came from the explosion of elements, Gray would be able to produce stronger explosions as it absorbed more and a higher concentration of weather. By the time Gray reached Myth Breed, it would be as powerful as a Creation Breed Fey. Lin Yuan left the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After dinner, he logged into Star Web. The news about the Abyss Dimensional Rift's opening had not yet broken out on Star Web. All the discussions still surrounded Sky City and the Moon Empress Disciple. But once the news about the Abyss Dimensional Rift was released, it would take over the center of attention on Star Web because it represented a new chapter for the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan had not logged onto Star Web as Black for some time. Ever since his virtual image joined the Celestial Stairway's Hall of Fame, he no longer needed to fight on the Celestial Stairway monthly to maintain his star rating. As such, Black's influence on Star Web was diminishing. Although the fan club and posts were still available, they were not as active as they were in the past. Lin Yuan did not log into Star Web as Black this time, either. Instead, he logged in as himself. He had been so busy that he had not logged onto Star Web as himself for some time as well. As a result, he had many unread messages. This account was public. He had only 10 people on his friend list. Yet, it turned out that one of the people on his friend list had sent him more than 20 messages. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this. People who truly needed to seek him out had their own ways of reaching him. They did not need to use Star Web to contact him at all. Lin Yuan saw that the person looking for him was a familiar face, Zhou Jiaxin. Chapter 1462, Zhou Jiaxin and Elder Ning in trouble. Zhou Jiaxin, are you there? I want to talk to you about the store. The matter is quite urgent. If you have time, I would really like to seek your opinion. Zhou Jiaxin, I won't think I'll be able to continue managing the store. The store had earned 2,400,000 radiance dollars, and I sent you 750,000 as per your ownership shares. Thank you for looking after me all this time. As for the goods you provided that haven't been sold off, I will deliver them to the address you gave me through Ostrich Logistics once I've moved out of the store. Zhou Jiaxin had sent the first message 9 days ago and the newest one an hour ago. From her messages, Lin Yuan was certain that she was in relatively deep trouble. The Zhou Jiaxin he knew would never let the shop go. Lin Yuan had made his first purchase on Star Web from her store. She had been very kind to him. Without her special attention, he would have missed out on the Wind Speed Rapid Antelope, Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia, and Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus. The Wind Speed Rapid Antelope had become the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone's manager, the Cinnabar Osmanthus Haworthia had attracted the fortuitous fortune-carrying swallow, and the fruits produced by the Cinnabar Sweet Osmanthus had increased his spiritual energy. Many of Lin Yuan's opportunities were a result of Zhou Jiaxin's help. As such, he had been helping her in return by providing her with goods. A few months ago, her Class 3 store had been promoted to Class 5. Additionally, due to the high quality of spiritual ingredients and feys that she sold, her store was famous even amongst Class 5 stores. Zhou Jiaxin had shared updates about the store with the Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club. The Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club was mostly comprised of Big's Hots, many of whom were creation masters. Moreover, there were members of factions who visited the store every night at 8 p.m. to wait for the Heavenly Maiden grade elemental pearls. Hence, Zhou Jiaxin and the other members who had joined the fan club early by buying the Usnias had less and less authority in the group. Buddha-tempered person and violent-tempered woman had not spoken in the fan club for some time. However, it was said that violent-tempered woman was now working in Zhou Jiaxin's store and had even bought some of the store's ownership shares. Lin Yuan was also a shareholder of Zhou Jiaxin's store. However, he possessed more shares than violent-tempered woman. From the messages that Zhou Jiaxin had sent, Lin Yuan should have earned 720,000 radiance dollars out of the 2,400,000 radiance dollars that Zhou Jiaxin's store earned. Evidently, Zhou Jiaxin had given him an additional 30,000 radiance dollars to express her gratitude. Even 3 million radiance dollars was insignificant to him. Lin Yuan only needed around 8 minutes to evolve a Fey to Bronze/Epic. He could earn 3 million radiance dollars after working in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for 48 seconds. However, to Zhou Jiaxin, who had only earned less than 200,000 radiance dollars, even 3,000 radiance dollars was a large sum. Lin Yuan would have ignored this if it was coming from anyone else. However, Zhou Jiaxin was one of the first people he met when he transmigrated. He would definitely help her. Since she was only going to leave the store 2 days later, he decided to pay the store a visit to understand the situation and understand what kind of trouble she was in that forced her to give up her dream of running her store. Besides Zhou Jiaxin, Elder Ning had also sent Lin Yuan a message. Elder Ning was the one who had given Lin Yuan his star web card. He had added Lin Yuan to his friend list when he gave Lin Yuan the star web card. Lin Yuan had been chosen by the city lord of Red Bud City and found his way to the Moon Empress because of the news that Elder Ning had released. Thus, Elder Ning was aware that Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Ning Yanting, young lord, I would like to ask for your help to take a look at the spiral-toothed shark. I want to awaken its megalodon bloodline. However, there was an issue while I was concocting the spirit fluid, and it caused an anomaly with the spiral-toothed shark's bloodline. I urgently require the essence blood of main dragon species phase to evolve the spiral-toothed shark's bloodline. This is the only way to salvage its life. Elder Ning had sent this message 3 days ago. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if he was too late. He anxiously left Star Web and picked up his phone to call Elder Ning. Elder Ning picked up the call after a few rings. Lin Yuan quickly said, Elder Ning, I just saw the message you sent me on Star Web. I do have the essence blood of main dragon species phase, and I'll send it to you through Ostrich Logistics immediately. I hope the spiral-toothed shark isn't in danger because of my 3-day delay. Ning Yanting had exhausted himself trying to source the essence blood of main dragon species phase. Ever since he became a Class 4 creation master, he had been trying to help the spiral-toothed shark to awaken its megalodon bloodline. This ambition had cost him countless resources and left him penniless. Ning Yanting thought that that ingredient would be the key to unlocking the spiral-toothed shark's megalodon bloodline. However, he was sorely disappointed. The best way to save the spiral-toothed shark would be to help it gain a new bloodline. However, this was the last thing that Ning Yanting wanted. If he was going to go down this road, he could have evolved the spiral-toothed shark into the spiral-toothed dragon teeth shark. Ning Yanting was able to obtain most of the spiritual ingredients. However, the essence blood of main dragon species phase was beyond his reach. If he only needed blood, he could ask for a few drops from experts that possessed main dragon species phase. Since he did not have any resources, he could just owe Lin Yuan a favor that he would slowly return in the future. However, essence blood was the essence of main dragon species phase. The higher their grade was, the less essence blood they produced. A main dragon species Fey could only produce 5 to 6 drops of essence blood. Ning Yanting could not bear to see the Fey he contracted die because of his stubbornness. Hence, he had turned to Lin Yuan. Chapter 1463, Scheming. Only Lin Yuan, the Moon Empress disciple, could obtain a precious item like the essence blood of a main dragon species Fey. Ning Yanting's face had been flushed with embarrassment when he typed out the message asking Lin Yuan for help. However, Lin Yuan did not reply to his message even after 3 days had passed. This left Ning Yanting feeling rather bitter. Just as Ning Yanting was about to resign himself to his fate, he received Lin Yuan's call telling him that he could solve his problem. Ning Yanting was speechless. He had no idea what he should say as thanks seemed too superficial. Nonetheless, Ning Yanting could not afford the essence blood of main dragon species phase. Lin Yuan sensed Ning Yanting's conflict and said, Elder Ning, feel free to let me know if you have any other needs. Coincidentally, I need your help with something. When Ning Yanting heard how Lin Yuan addressed him, he felt as though he could see the young man furiously scribbling away during his exam. Although that young man was now the Moon Empress disciple, he was still as humble as he had always been. Young lord, please let me know if you need me to do anything. When Lin Yuan entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, Chimei had urged him to start the Warm Sun Fund soon. Previously, Lin Yuan and Sun Ningxiang had discussed how the Warm Sun Fund should be carried out. Besides the time it spent increasing its power in the hopes of holding a fan meeting soon, Chimei spent all of its time live streaming to garner funds for the Warm Sun Fund. Lin Yuan could not disappoint Chimei. He had come from the less prosperous Xia region in Red Bud City. As such, no one knew about the environment there better than him. Thus, Lin Yuan planned on starting the Warm Sun Fund in Xia region before spreading its influence to the rest of Red Bud City and eventually the entire Radiance Federation. In order to ensure that the Warm Sun Fund operated smoothly, a person with a ministerial background like Elder Ning was necessary. After telling Elder Ning about his intention, Lin Yuan hung up. He drained 1 drop of essence blood from the main dragon species Fey organs and sent it to Elder Ning. Ning Yanting was burning with excitement and motivation. This young man had not even left the Xia region for a year, yet he was already thinking of a way to help his hometown. How could such a pure-hearted person exist? If he was doing all this for his hometown, imagine what he could do for the entire Radiance Federation? Ning Yanting had always felt that Lin Yuan had enough Creation Master talent to be considered a genius that created a new record for the Creation Master exam. But now, Ning Yanting felt that Lin Yuan's character was even more brilliant than his Creation Master talent. His character far exceeded being described as noble because he also wanted to help others. Lin Yuan logged into StarWeb and visited Zhou Jiaxin's store. When he arrived, he saw that the store was having a sale. Many customers in the store were fighting to buy up the spiritual ingredients. Most of the spirit siphon goldfish in the pool had already been sold. Currently, violent-tempered woman and 5 other employees were present in the store beside Zhou Jiaxin. All 7 of them were frazzled with all the work they had to do. Lin Yuan walked up to Zhou Jiaxin, who was introducing a spiritual ingredient to a customer, and said, "Big Sister Xin, I missed the star web messages you sent me. But once I saw them, I immediately rushed here." Zhou Jiaxin froze when she heard this familiar voice and whipped around in shock. Once she was certain that the voice had come from Lin Yuan, Zhou Jiaxin apologized to the customer before asking an employee to take over the introduction. She walked over to Lin Yuan and said with a smile, "You sure have grown in the few months since I last saw you." Lin Yuan had indeed grown from 177 centimeters to 180 centimeters, and his physique had also filled out significantly. Lin Yuan could tell that Zhou Jiaxin was trying to hide her sadness and asked, "Big Sister Xin, your Class 5 store is doing well. Why are you closing it all of a sudden?" Zhou Jiaxin sighed and replied, "You're a major shareholder of the store, so I wanted to ask your opinion first. However, the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters that the store employed are no longer willing to work for us. An old rising faction has been pressuring me to turn my store into one of their chain stores so they can take over the management." Lin Yuan finally understood the situation. An old rising faction was targeting Zhou Jiaxin. If the rising faction chose to use underhanded methods, Zhou Jiaxin would be helpless against them. This was the reason many Class 5 stores needed to gain the support of factions. However, Class 2 Creation Masters were not considered important people in a rising faction. Zhou Jiaxin had also treated the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters very well and there was no reason for them to succumb to the rising faction's threats to stop working for Zhou Jiaxin. Since Lin Yuan was confused, he asked Zhou Jiaxin, "Big Sister Xin, did the rising faction force the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters to leave?" Zhou Jiaxin hurriedly shook her head and replied, "This rising faction has had its eye on our store for a long time. They did not make their move in the past on account of the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters' pride. However, Whale Ocean Commerce is holding a large-scale recruitment of Creation Masters, regardless of their class or experience. They claim that they want to test the Creation Masters. Whale Ocean Commerce will nurture the Creation Masters who join." This news was the reason the 3 Class 2 Creation Masters chose to leave. At first, Lin Yuan had only wanted to do a small favor for Zhou Jiaxin. But he did not expect to learn such a piece of news from her. Whale Ocean Commerce again. Creation Masters again. Lin Yuan had found out from Ji Feng that Whale Ocean Commerce was not hiring Creation Masters for their abilities but for their actual selves. Whale Ocean Commerce's offer would draw countless Creation Masters to them. If these Creation Masters all ended up secretly killed by Whale Ocean Commerce, the Radiance Federation's Creation Master potential would be halted. However, there was something that Lin Yuan did not understand. Even if Whale Ocean Commerce was daring enough to use the Creation Masters' bodies to commit crimes, they would not be able to escape the long arm of the members of royalty once their deed was discovered. Previously, Lin Yuan planned on taking White Speak to Whale Ocean Commerce's residence one night to conduct an investigation. However, there was no guarantee that they would be able to escape detection by Whale Ocean Commerce's experts or even find anything useful. Chapter 1464, Lin Yuan's Capability. Even if Lin Yuan was able to escape detection by Whale Ocean Commerce's experts, it would be difficult for him to find out what Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme was from one secret visit. However, it would be a good opportunity for Wen Yu to use faceless paper on him so he could sneak into Whale Ocean Commerce's recruitment as a Class 2 creation master. He would then be able to find out Whale Ocean Commerce's scheme. Lin Yuan said, "Big Sister Xin, I have a way for you to continue running this Class 5 store should you wish to do so. I can put you in contact with Condense Fairy Orchard so you'll be able to work with them in the future. This way, the rising faction won't dare to lay a hand on your store." Lin Yuan paused for a moment before adding, "Big Sister Xin, I am very interested in Whale Ocean Commerce's offer. Do you happen to know any details?" Wen Yu had already told him all that Zhou Jiaxin had just told him about Whale Ocean Commerce. Wen Yu had agreed to keep watch over Whale Ocean Commerce. Hence, she would definitely tell him anything that she knew about the matter. The only reason she had not told him would be that she was unaware of it. This was not surprising because Sky City currently did not have an intelligence department. All the information that Wen Yu had came from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. The information in the Hidden Moon Pavilion was not updated daily but whenever they received a new report. Lin Yuan understood that he needed to set up his own information channels. A top faction openly recruiting and testing creation masters was not an event that was unheard of. Thus, this matter did not warrant attention from the Hidden Moon Palace. But ever since Lin Yuan found out about 10,000 Flags Trading's true colors from Ji Feng, he was certain that Whale Ocean Commerce's recruitment of creation masters, regardless of their class, indicated that they were about to take a huge step. Zhou Jiaxin's face lit up with joy, but she was also shocked. When she first met Lin Yuan, she thought that he was just another bright young man. The way he only used Federation dollars to purchase items showed that he was very frugal. Given that he even bought ores of inferior quality, Zhou Jiaxin assumed Lin Yuan was not in a favorable financial situation. Yet, after a small span of time, Lin Yuan was spending Radiance dollars at her store and even started his own Star Web store. In order to show her support for Lin Yuan, Zhou Jiaxin had even gone to visit his Star Web store. However, she did not expect to find him selling bronze usnias that were snatched off the shelves the moment they were put up there. Eventually, Zhou Jiaxin ended up joining the fight for the usnias. Ever since then, Zhou Jiaxin became sure that Lin Yuan had the support of a creation master. Later, Lin Yuan even became a shareholder of her store and provided her with silver usnias at regular intervals. This made Zhou Jiaxin even more certain that Lin Yuan had a creation master supporting him. However, the changes that involved Lin Yuan later confused Zhou Jiaxin. Suddenly, many bigs hot streamed into the Purchase with No Loss Stores fan club, and Lin Yuan even started auctioning off the flower brocade pearls in the group. The elder creation masters were all eager to snatch up the flower brocade pearls. The flower brocade pearls could sell for hundreds of thousands of Radiance dollars at the Rare Life Form Pavilion. Yet, Lin Yuan could sell tens or even hundreds of them at his store. Lin Yuan had become the lucky audience member at the All-Star match who managed to defeat Meng Su of the Savage Snake Guild Club. At that point, Zhou Jiaxin finally knew that the young man she saw as her younger brother was an undeniable genius. As a result, Zhou Jiaxin did not contact Lin Yuan again. More time passed, and the Purchase with No Loss store started to auction off Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. The flower brocade pearls were already beyond Zhou Jiaxin's reach. Thus, she had no concept of what the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls were. After all, the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls did not even appear at the Rare Life Form Pavilion. They were also too valuable to appear at private auctions that were below Emperor class. Although Zhou Jiaxin knew that the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls were precious, this did not give Zhou Jiaxin a better idea of how deep the well that was Lin Yuan ran. At that moment, Zhou Jiaxin realized that Lin Yuan could link a small Class 5 store to a top faction with one mere statement. Was such capability possible? If my store truly ends up gaining the protection of Condense Fairy Orchard, the rising faction will definitely flee far away and never dare to even think of targeting my store again. Rather, they will have to be worried about my revenge. Zhou Jiaxin was delighted because this meant that the store she poured her blood, sweat and tears into would be saved. However, Zhou Jiaxin did not have a decent answer to Lin Yuan's question. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said, "One of the Class 2 creation masters should be coming later to settle his wages. Once he arrives, we can just ask him about it." Lin Yuan nodded. Since Zhou Jiaxin's store was having a sale, there were even more customers than usual. Violent-tempered woman and the other 5 employees were overwhelmed with work. Lin Yuan had experience running his own store and attending to customers. He helped Zhou Jiaxin to see to a few customers while they were waiting for the Class 2 creation master. The Class 2 creation master arrived at Zhou Jiaxin's store a while later. He had an arrogant attitude but was friendly toward Zhou Jiaxin. Clearly, he was on good terms with her. Zhou Jiaxin patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said to the Class 2 Creation Master, Lord Fei, my brother. Partner would like to ask you about Whale Ocean Commerce's recruiting and testing of Creation Masters. The Class 2 Creation Master glanced at Lin Yuan out of the corner of his eye before he said. Whale Ocean Commerce is recruiting Creation Masters. Why would someone who isn't a Creation Master want to learn about this matter? Zhou Jiaxin smiled awkwardly and shot Lin Yuan an apologetic look. Although Zhou Jiaxin was the owner of a Class 5-star web store, her status was below that of a Class 2 Creation Master. She even had to address him as Lord. Thus, she could not force him to speak if he was unwilling. Chapter 1465, You need to register early. Lin Yuan took a step forward and said, I also happen to be a Class 2 Creation Master who wants to understand Whale Ocean Commerce's test. A look of shock flashed across the Class 2 Creation Master's face. Fei Yu had never heard of a person becoming a Class 2 Creation Master at such a young age. However, it was a major crime to impersonate a role that was not one's own. As such, no one would dare to do so. Moreover, Zhou Jiaxin was standing right here. There was no way that the young man would dare to lie so blatantly. Hence, Fei Yu changed his attitude to one of friendliness toward Lin Yuan. Although Fei Yu was also a Class 2 Creation Master, he was willing to socialize with a young Class 2 Creation Master like Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could become a Class 3 Creation Master soon, and it would not be disadvantageous for Fei Yu to be acquainted with him. Fei Yu hurriedly told Lin Yuan about Whale Ocean Commerce's recruitment and testing. Friend, you must register quickly if you want to participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test. The cut-off time for the registration is tomorrow morning. It will be too late if you don't register today. Lin Yuan's expression shifted, and he said, Friend, do you know what kind of a test it will be? Fei Yu was stunned by Lin Yuan's question. He was also unsure what kind of test Whale Ocean Commerce would administer. Normally, a faction that was recruiting and testing Creation Masters would ask for the Creation Masters class. However, Whale Ocean Commerce did not set a hurdle for the Creation Masters class. They took in all Creation Masters regardless of their class. Since Fei Yu did not have an answer to Lin Yuan's question, he changed the topic and said, Friend, have you heard of Sea Sky Nurture? Lin Yuan frowned and nodded with his eyes fixed on Fei Yu. Fei Yu did not notice the change in Lin Yuan's gaze and went on to say, Apparently, those who perform well during the test will have a chance to become a disciple of one of Sea Sky Nurture's pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. This is a great opportunity. This benefit is the reason I decided to give it a try. Fei Yu sighed and continued. Otherwise, I would have continued living a carefree life working in Miss Zhou's store. Lin Yuan was now certain that Whale Ocean Commerce was up to no good. All of Sea Sky Nurture's Creation Masters had been killed by 10,000 flags trading. How could the dead take in disciples? While Lin Yuan was thinking, Fei Yu finished settling his wages with Zhou Jiaxin. Before he left, Fei Yu mumbled to himself, It's almost time for the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Will I be able to make it in time to spectate the selection if I participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test? Suddenly, it all became clear to Lin Yuan. He had been wondering how Whale Ocean Commerce could continue being so blatant in their actions if they were killing Creation Masters. But now, he figured it out. Whale Ocean Commerce revealed the news that they had 2 immortal experts and declared that their young leader intended on fighting for a spot to become a Radiance envoy. Clearly, they were trying to stall for time to dodge the attention of the members of royalty. But during this time, the Sea clans had broken the agreement between the 8 clans of Sea Emperors and the Radiance Federation. The Radiance Federation and Freedom Federation royalty had also fought each other from thousands of kilometers away by using their sacred source life forms to trigger celestial phenomena. On top of all that, the Azure Federation and Freedom Federation had sent out envoys to visit the Radiance Federation. These 3 events held all of the members of royalty's attention, and they could not spare any effort to keep an eye on Whale Ocean Commerce. This meant that Whale Ocean Commerce was going to seize this chance to put its carefully prepared plan into action. After Fei Yu left, Lin Yuan checked the Purchase with No Law Store's fan club and saw that most of the Creation Masters were discussing Whale Ocean Commerce. There were even some Creation Masters who belonged to factions that were faltering, and those who did not belong to any faction were going to give it a try. One of these people was Master Duan Li, who had worked for Lin Yuan for 3 months. Lin Yuan left Star Web and immediately instructed Wen Yu to investigate this matter. It did not take long for Whale Ocean Commerce to find out how one could register for Whale Ocean Commerce's test. Since Lin Yuan was going to register, he could not go with his original appearance. Lin Yuan asked Wen Yu to apply faceless paper on him, and his exquisite features were replaced by plain ones. There were 2 ways to register for Whale Ocean Commerce's test. The first way was to register on Star Web, and the second was to register offline at Whale Ocean Commerce's booth in the royal capital. Since Lin Yuan was not in Star Web at the moment, he went to the booth to register. While he was filling in his name, he stopped himself and wrote in the name Chu Yuan instead. After he was done registering, an employee from Whale Ocean Commerce informed him to report for the test 4 days later. After exchanging a few words with the employee from Whale Ocean Commerce, Lin Yuan learned that those who were from the royal capital could report at a later date, but those who came from far away from the royal capital were going to be delivered to the royal capital on avian-type feys. Lin Yuan thought, in 4 days, I will know why Whale Ocean Commerce needs all these creation masters. Deep in the middle of the cold night, plants were covered in frost. This was not normal weather for the 3 months of spring in the royal capital. In a study room with shelves made of jade-textured wood that was filled with books, a middle-aged man with solemn features placed a black chess piece on the board. The man opposite him, who bore a striking resemblance to him, did not have many white chess pieces left. This man hurriedly said, "Big brother, let me redo my last move. I want to change the position." The man with solemn features did not halt as he said, "Wanchange, don't be flippant. If you change your previous move, you won't be able to turn the tables later on. Unfortunately, I saw through your plan." He threw the chess piece in his hand on the board. Evidently, he did not want to continue playing. De Wanchange also fell silent. Whale Ocean Commerce was currently playing a dangerous game of chess. Chess could represent the passage of life and time. However, Whale Ocean Commerce could not afford the consequences if they lost the game, because it would mean that every person from Whale Ocean Commerce would become a criminal in the Radiance Federation's eyes. All of them would have no other ending waiting for them besides death. After a short period of silence, the same maniacal look appeared on De Wanchan and De Wanchan's faces. Chapter 1466, The Path that De Wanchan Paved. "Wanchange, how many creation masters signed up to participate in the test?" asked De Wanchan. De Wanchange smiled and replied, "Big brother, the number of creation masters who signed up is so high that I can't keep track of it. There should be 621 Class 2 creation masters, 74 Class 3 creation masters, and 12 Class 4 creation masters." De Wanchange paused for a moment before continuing. "Big brother, the lives of these creation masters should be enough to fill the gap that third sister needs to become a Class 5 creation master, right? However, isn't it too early for us to act now?" De Wanchan shook his head and picked up a black chess piece. He felt the weight of it in his palm as he said, "Early? It isn't early at all. We started our plan too late. Yet, the stars aligned, and the Radiance Federation ended up clashing with the Sea Clans and made a bet with the Freedom Federation. Moreover, the Freedom Federation sent envoys to the Radiance Federation to spectate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The envoys from the Freedom Federation will definitely cause trouble during the Radiance 100 sequence selection. The members of royalty will all be deployed to watch over the Radiance 100 sequence selection. This period is when the royalty's attention is the most scattered. The best time for us to strike is now. Wanchange, don't forget that third sister cannot wait any longer. The longer the delay, the more her body will deteriorate." De Wanchange's voice was determined, but he was trembling on the inside. Whale Ocean Commerce would be done if even a hint of this matter was leaked to any member of royalty. But when he thought about how third sister could become a Class 5 creation master using these creation masters in just a few days, De Wanchange relaxed. Once their so-called third sister became a Class 5 creation master, she would be the 4th Class 5 creation master in the Radiance Federation, and the power held by the current 3 Class 5 creation masters would be divided to accommodate the 4th Class 5 creation master. Once the low-class creation masters died, there would be no reason for the Radiance Federation's royalty to persecute their third sister over the dead creation masters. De Wanchange felt that Whale Ocean Commerce was contributing to the Radiance Federation. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. De Wanchange frowned for a moment before he asked, "Is it Hao? Come in." Usually, no one dared to disturb De Wanchan's study. Only De Wanchange, third sister, and De Hao were permitted to enter De Wanchan's study. De Wanchan's wife had died young, and his son was the apple of his eye. The moment he spoke, a young and slightly hoarse voice said from the other side of the door, "Father, Uncle Wu asked me to tell you that we have invited people from Four Beasts territory to come to our house as guests." De Hao was slightly confused and asked, "Father, where are these people from 4 Beasts territory? Additionally, our business is sea trading. I fail to see how we can work with 4 Beasts territory, whose business involves beast-type feys. De Wanchen stood up and led De Hao over to take a seat next to him before he said, Hao, leave this matter alone and focus on practicing your combat skills. Your sacred source life form has only just reached 3 stars. You need to work harder. De Hao pouted as he looked at De Wanchen with displeasure. He did not understand why his father changed the subject whenever he asked a question to clarify his confusion. For example, he had asked numerous times where his third aunt went. His father's reply was always that she was out training and had not yet returned. But what kind of training lasted over a decade? De Hao could not bring himself to believe such an explanation. But as unhappy as De Hao was, he still agreed. Father, don't worry. You gave me plenty of suzerain metal ores. Once my sacred source life form digests all the metal ores, it will evolve to 4 stars. I heard that Chef Supreme's disciple's sacred source life form evolved to 4 stars during the fight during the Guardia Banquet's martial arts stage. Once my sacred source life form evolves to 4 stars, I wonder if I will become stronger than Chef Supreme's disciple. De Hao's gaze was full of excitement when he spoke. De Wanchen's chest tightened when he saw De Hao's gaze. Ever since Whale Ocean Commerce struck up a deal with Tower Cannon and their third sister found an unorthodox path to become a Class 5 creation master, he formed a wall between him and his son. This was to prevent De Hao from learning about the skeletons in his family's closet and to prevent him from exhibiting too much of his talent because it would attract the attention of the members of royalty. De Wanchen felt guilty toward De Hao. If anyone else had asked the question, De Wanchen would have replied without hesitation that Zhongzi was stronger. Zhongzi's strength did not only stem from his 4 stars sacred source life form but also his fey with the Baron bloodline. It would be impossible for De Hao to obtain a fey with the Baron bloodline. But soon, this would change. Once their third sister became a Class 5 creation master, she would be able to fight for the chance to become a member of royalty. When that happened, Whale Ocean Commerce would be the family of a member of royalty, and De Hao would be considered a descendant of a member of royalty and obtain the chance to gain a fey with the Baron bloodline. In 2 years, their third sister could work hard at nurturing De Hao, and it would be easy for him to become a Radiance Envoy. When that happened, De Hao would be enthroned at the top of the world and be able to bask in the admiration of thousands. This was the path that De Wanchen was paving for De Hao. The path was almost complete. De Wanchen gave De Hao a few more pieces of advice. De Hao was irked by the nagging and found a reason to excuse himself from De Wanchen's study. As De Wanchen watched the image of De Hao's back, he could not help but ask, Big brother, Hao's sacred source life form might not be outstanding, but it can already cause significant damage despite not having even reached 6 stars. If third sister helps him, he should be able to become the leader of the Radiance Envoys. De Wanchen nodded in agreement and said, the Moon Empress disciple and Chief Guard Yi's disciple are still mysteries to me. The Moon Empress disciple's sacred source life form appeared to be immune to the elements, but that sacred source life form in the form of a young girl turned into a sword. I don't think the Moon Empress is able to enable her young disciple to contract 2 sacred source life forms. Chapter 1467, Warm Sun Fund begins, smooth sailing all the way. Presently, Hao's strongest attack can reach the power of a myth-breed fey. But 2 months ago, the Moon Empress disciple's attack could reach the power of a myth-3 fey that also carried a hint of creation power. Chief Guard Yi's disciple summoned 4 insect species carcinoma feys, and all 4 of their power had reached Diamond X/Legend. Chief Guard Yi's disciple is a walking disaster. Once he becomes older, he will be able to wipe out all life on a continent with a wave of his hand. He might not be strong in a one-on-one fight, but he is definitely unrivaled when it comes to a group battle. He will definitely be able to gain full marks in the group battle portion of the Radiance Envoy selection. The Bamboo Monarch's disciple chose to participate in the arts stage. However, his sacred source life form reached 4 stars long ago, and it happens to be the natural enemy of Chef Supreme's disciple's sacred source life form. Third sister's nurturing will decide how far Hao can go. Go and make arrangements to kill every person from 4 Beasts territory besides the Creation Masters. Send 4 Beasts territory's Creation Masters to third sister, and she will handle them. De Wanchen hesitated before asking, Big brother, should we send the Creation Masters we recruited to third sister first before we move on to the Creation Masters from 4 Beasts territory? After all, 4 Beasts territory has the support of the Du family. De Wanchen scoffed and said, even if the Du family comes to see us to take revenge for 4 Beasts territory, is there any reason for us to fear them? 10 years ago, they lost to us during the fight for the mineral vein. Now, they won't be able to save 4 beasts territory even if they try. Moreover, I don't plan on keeping our recruitment of creation masters under wraps. Once third sister becomes a class 5 creation master, it won't matter even if the Du family discovers that we killed 4 beasts territory. The Du family would never dare to offend a class 5 creation master out of their concern for another faction. De Wanchinch immediately went off to attend to their guests from 4 beasts territory. After Lin Yuan was done with the registration, he prepared himself to burn the midnight oil in the spirit lock spatial zone. However, he was stopped by Chimey. In the past few days that Chimey had been live streaming, there had been comments saying that it had been lying in its previous live stream when it said that it was going to set up the Warm Sun Fund to rescue feys and Spirit Chi professionals because there had not been a single peep about Warm Sun Fund since then. At first, Chimey ignored these messages because Lin Yuan had promised that he would carry it out, and Lin Yuan would never fail in his promise to Chimey. However, the audience members in the live streaming room noticed the negative comments and started to discuss them. Eventually, many of the beauty community's live streamers started accusing and suspecting Chimey. They said that this popular rookie live streamer was a failure. Tonight, Chimey's live streaming room turned into a fierce battleground, and it got to the point that Chimey could not sing in peace. All the accusations extremely hurt Chimey. It had started out as a soundbird that could not even sing. Chimey truly wanted to help feys like it and genius as well as Spirit Chi professionals like Lin Yuan. Chimey was not an evil, lying live streamer like they said. The more Chimey thought about it, the sadder it became. When it recounted the incident to Lin Yuan, a few beads of tears even dripped down its face. Lin Yuan had not forgotten about the Warm Sun Fund. In fact, he had already made preparations for it and asked the experienced Sun Ningxiang to draw up a plan for it. No matter how capable Lin Yuan was, he was only one man and needed time for the plan to unfold. However, the people on Star Web were becoming impatient, and they were using this matter as a weapon to accuse and attack Chimey. This was the third time that Lin Yuan was seeing Chimey cry. The first 2 times were because he had fainted. This time, it was because it was extremely hurt. Lin Yuan hurriedly wiped away Chimey's tears with the pad of his finger and said, "Chimey, the Warm Sun Fund's structure is being set up. It will be started in the Xia region, where we used to live together. I was going to tell you that the Warm Sun Fund will be starting 2 days later. But I shall release the news tonight since you can't wait anymore." Lin Yuan's tone turned stern, and he said, "Chimey, even the most impressive person can't control the thoughts of others. But you have to remember to continue doing good deeds. Don't worry. All the accusing voices aimed at you will disappear tomorrow morning. You'll be able to continue live streaming as per normal by tomorrow night." Although Lin Yuan was saying such things to Chimey, he was hopping mad. There had to be a person pulling the strings from the shadows to enable this matter to able to grow to such an extent in such a short span of time. The only people who could be behind this were the live streamers who clashed with Chimey. People's hearts were made of flesh, and their eyes were always beady with scrutiny. This matter was important enough to become a trending moral matter. The live streamers who used morals to attack Chimey would definitely eat their words once the Warm Sun Fund was started, and the other people would immediately attack them on Star Web even without Lin Yuan's interference. Lin Yuan took out his phone and called Fan Hansheng, Sun Ningxiang, Long Tao and Li Xian to put the cherry atop the matter regarding the Warm Sun Fund. Tomorrow morning, the Warm Sun Fund would officially begin. Although the Warm Sun Fund was a freshly started charity fund, it included plant-type feys from Condensed Fairy Orchard, avian-type feys from Dark Clouds Bird Shrine, dragon species feys from Coiling Dragons Valley, and insect species feys from the Cage of Brahma Insects. As for beast-type feys, amphibious-type feys, fish species feys, and other types of feys that Lin Yuan had not found suppliers for yet, he would be able to buy them from Star Web to funnel into the Warm Sun Fund. However, the 4 top factions would not be supplying the feys for free. Condensed Fairy Orchard had become a branch of Sky City. As for Coiling Dragons Valley, Dark Clouds Bird Shrine, and the Cage of Brahma Insects, Lin Yuan would buy the feys at their market price. The Warm Sun Fund was Chimey's idea. But even if Chimey had not come up with it, Lin Yuan had long wanted to set up a charity fund. Lin Yuan's hope was not for the unfortunate people to become experts through the Warm Sun Fund but to lead happier lives. At the very least, he hoped they would not have to lead lives of hardship but have smooth sailing journeys instead. Chapter 1468, Beginning of the Warm Sun Fund. A ray of dawn light cut through the all-encompassing dark mist. The sun had risen. The chicken species feys around the street-side spirit life form store started to cluck, attracting a few grumpy complaints from inside the spirit life form store. A person should be at their most energetic when they awoke. However, this was not the case for Li Ziqiang. After Li Ziqiang opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged woman next to him, he fell in a daze while lying on his bed. He was a regular person who was not a spirit chi professional, and his wife was the same. His son had turned 18 years old not long ago. When they went to check his talent, it was discovered that he had spirit chi professional potential and was affiliated with power offense type insect species feys. The Li family only had single descendants for 3 generations, and none of them had been a spirit chi professional. Li Zhong's spirit chi professional talent was a shining moment for the entire Li family. But before Li Ziqiang and Wang Suimei could properly revel in their joy, Wang Suimei succumbed to a strange illness that left her dizzy, nauseous, and weak. She vomited out any food she ate after 5 minutes. Li Ziqiang had hired some experienced physicians to check on her condition, but they could not figure out what was ailing her. He was at a complete loss and spent a fair amount of money to hire a healing-type spirit chi professional. After the healing-type spirit chi professional checked on Wang Suimei, he deduced that the issue lay with her soul. This explained her dizziness, nausea, and lack of strength. If it was a problem with her spirit, a spirit-type fey and healing-type spirit chi professional could immediately cure Wang Suimei. But since this problem involved her soul, it was beyond the healing-type spirit chi professional's abilities. In order to cure Wang Suimei, a Class 2 and above Creation Master was required because a Class 1 Creation Master could not concoct souls that affected souls. However, it cost at least 20 radiance dollars to be examined by a Class 2 Creation Master. Li Ziqiang had been working under a Class 1 Spirit Craftsman. After scrimping and saving for over a decade, he had managed to save up 17 radiance dollars. However, this was meant to be given to Li Zhong so he could buy a good quality power offense type insect species fey. A good starting fey could help Li Zhong's future development. It could even attract the attention of his teachers in the Intermediate Spirit Chi Academy and lead to him being recommended to enroll in the Redbud Spirit Chi Intermediate Academy. But now, his wife needed the money badly to save her life. At the same time, his son needed the money to get ahead of his peers. If Li Ziqiang was the one who had fallen ill, he would insist on the money going to his son no matter what. However, when he saw his wife's expressions of agony, he steeled himself and thought, I will go and borrow money. I have to heal my wife, even if it means I'll have to live with debt. My son will be able to make his way in life on his own. If I don't save my sick wife, what kind of man will that make me? Li Ziqiang hurriedly stood up to borrow money from his sister, who was also living in the Xia region. After spending the 20 radiance dollars and making use of some under-the-table means, Wang Suimei was back to normal by the evening. Li Ziqiang was afraid that Wang Suimei would reject treatment if she found out that 20 radiance dollars needed to be spent, so he did not tell her about it on their way to receive treatment. Eventually, when she found out that Li Ziqiang had spent 20 radiance dollars to cure her, she immediately started crying in self-reproach. Large beads of tears rolled down her face. Li Ziqiang placed his arm around Wang Suimei's shoulders. Although he was comforting her, his smile was just as bitter. He would need to starve for a year and a half to repay his sister's 3 radiance dollars. As for Li Zhong, they had no choice but to choose a normal offense-type insect species fey with unconfirmed abilities and exclusive skills. A spirit chi professional could not break the contract between them and their fey. If the insect species fey evolved to bronze grade and the exclusive skill it unlocked turned out to be useless or did not align with being power offense, his son would not be able to make a name for himself even if he was a spirit chi professional. While the husband and wife were despondently walking home, they spotted a crowd of people gathered around a building. Li Ziqiang and Wang Suimei could hear the people discussing feys, something that was free, and such. Perhaps it was because the group was getting too noisy, but a spirit chi professional walked out of the building and shouted, "Everyone, keep quiet and line up properly. I will take a head count. Once the number exceeds 500, the others will have to come back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Otherwise, you might not get your chance by nightfall. Please also remember that when you go and choose your fey, you have to go to the administrative office in the Xia region to process the necessary documents. Otherwise, you won't be able to take home the fey you obtained from the Warm Sun Fund." Many people voiced their thanks and immediately dashed off to the administrative office. They had entered after hearing the news and were unaware of the rules. Only those who had arrived early and learned about the rules had already gone to the administrative office to process the necessary documents. Many people had already processed their documents, verified their identities, and obtained their feys. Although the Xia region was a small place, every citizen in the Radiance Federation had the right to log into Star Web. Chimey was a phenomenon-class live streamer on Star Web. Amongst the people busking on the streets, there had to be at least 3 of them who were singing Chimey's songs. When the term Warm Sun Fund was mentioned, many people immediately took out their phones to record everything that was happening here and post it to Star Web. Things were going smoothly, and the people could head to the administrative office directly for processing because of the Warm Sun Fund's connection to the 4 top factions and because Lin Yuan had already asked Elder Ning to inform Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had issued an order to the Xia region's administrative office for them to cooperate with the Warm Sun Fund. The Warm Sun Fund's first stop was the Xia region. This was an opportunity for Redbud City. Redbud City experienced year-long rain. The terrain consisted of mountains and forests, and one side of the city faced a sea full of reefs that made it impossible to build a harbor to fish for fish species feys. Redbud City did not have anything remarkable to speak of compared to other cities. Chapter 1469, In the Name of Love. Elder Ning had told Ling Xiao all about who was behind the Warm Sun Fund. It was the disciple that he had delivered to the Moon Empress, Lin Yuan. Moreover, the Warm Sun Fund also involved 4 top factions. There was no other charity fund in the Radiance Federation that was as reputable as the Warm Sun Fund. News of the Warm Sun Fund would spread all over Star Web today. The larger the scale, the faster news of it would travel on Star Web. It would not take long for the shining light of the Warm Sun Fund to reflect on Redbud City. It was possible for this matter to attract rising and veteran factions to move to Redbud City. Ling Xiao had wanted to seek Lin Yuan out more than once. But every time, he gave up the idea after mulling over it. This was because Lin Yuan was selflessly helping others and should not be linked to his petty scheme. Ning Yanting was one of Redbud City's elders. With him around to communicate with Lin Yuan, Ling Xiao would not need to communicate with Lin Yuan. Ling Xiao decided that he would cooperate fully with anything related to the Warm Sun Fund. When Ling Xiao heard that the Warm Sun Fund wanted to communicate with other regions besides the Xia region, he personally did all he could to help them out. He could not allow the Moon Empress disciple to be contaminated by the actions of lowly evildoers. After Li Ziqiang understood the situation, he anxiously dragged his wife and son to the administrative office to verify the situation. At that moment, the ever-careful Wang Suimei said to Li Ziqiang, "Husband, take our son to Lord Fang to verify the situation. We'll split up and work. I will continue to stay here to watch over the situation." In all her life, Wang Suimei had never encountered such a lucky break. Although nothing seemed off at the moment, there was no guarantee that it would not all turn out to be a lie when they entered the building. Wang Suimei's family was already in debt and could not sustain any more losses. Hence, Wang Suimei wanted to understand the situation first and wait to see if those who walked out of the building had truly obtained feys. Li Ziqiang agreed with Wang Suimei and said, "Okay. I will take Zhong to the administrative office first to verify the situation with Lord Fang. Once the matter is verified, I will stay here to queue up through the night so Zhong will be able to gain a fey first thing tomorrow." Li Ziqiang decided to stay up all night to queue because he was afraid that the Warm Sun Fund would abandon the Xia region at any moment. Li Ziqiang usually went on to Star Web immediately after he returned home from work. Li Ziqiang also liked listening to songs. Thus, he knew who Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was. Although Li Ziqiang had never rewarded money to Chimey, he was considered one of her old fans. He had also happened to catch the live stream where Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had said that she wanted to start the Warm Sun Fund. Li Ziqiang felt that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess should not be able to afford such expenditure from just the money she earned from live streaming. After Li Ziqiang took Li Zhong to the administrative office, Wang Suimei noticed that every person who entered the building later exited with a fey in hand. Suddenly, Wang Suimei spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. She hurriedly walked up to the young girl and asked, "Little Lan, what are you doing here? I am going to bake some biscuits tonight, and I'll send some to you. Don't stand on ceremony with me this time." The young girl looked at Wang Suimei with gratitude before she said, "Thank you, Auntie Wang." Yet, Zhang Lan was slightly suspicious. Wang Suimei's family was not considered poor, and they had at least 10 radiance dollars in savings. The Warm Sun Fund was meant to help those who did not have savings and were genuinely in need of help. Wang Suimei did not meet those conditions. At that moment, Wang Suimei asked hopefully, "Little Lan, are they giving out feys for free inside the building?" Zhang Lan nodded and said, "They really are giving out feys for free in there. Moreover, they will also choose the feys abilities and exclusive skills according to the Spirit Chi professional's talent." They also accept the sick and help cure those unable to afford medical treatment on their own. I came here to heal the injury to my leg. Auntie Wang, look at how my leg has healed. I can go out to earn money to take care of grandma from now on. Zhang Lan ran toward Wang Suimei happily to share her joy. Next, she told Wang Suimei about the rules of this place before she skipped home to tell her grandmother the good news. Wang Suimei felt slightly conflicted. If Li Ziqiang had chosen to set the money aside for their son's fei, and she had come here instead to cure her illness, she would not have passed the assessment that Zhang Lan said was necessary. Luckily, Li Ziqiang had chosen to spend their savings to heal her and landed their family in debt. This enabled them to meet the condition that the Warm Sun Fund had laid out. Presently, Wang Suimei was full of bliss and elation. She was glad that Li Ziqiang loved her and delighted that someone was kind enough to start the Warm Sun Fund, which had reignited her family's hope. That night, Star Web was abuzz with activity. The users from the Xia region only took up a small portion of the total users on Star Web. However, the videos and pictures of the Warm Sun Fund were like matches capable of starting a raging flame. That night, when Chime started its live stream, it had been afraid of encountering the same situation as before. From the moment Chime started its live stream, the nasty comments and paid naysayers flooded in. Chime remembered that Lin Yuan had told it to live stream as per usual and focused on singing as it ignored the comments. Chapter 1470, Bai Hao is boiling mad. Literate, do all of you who are insulting Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess truly feel this way? If so, all of you are evil. There has never been a host willing to put all her earnings into starting a charity fund. Since Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess said she would do it, she definitely will. It hasn't been long since she announced her plan. Don't you know that it takes time to set up and prepare a fund? It's not something that can be done in a day. If you are posting such nasty comments because you were instigated, I can understand that. But you are too wicked if you were hired to try and earn money through such an unscrupulous method. Literate was livid when he posted the comment. He was not one of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess' old fans. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had been live streaming for more than 8 months, but Literate came across her live stream by chance just 2 months ago. Literate did not know much about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, all he did was enjoy her singing. He always noted down the lyrics of her songs and practiced them in his free time. The moment he truly became her fan and started adoring her was the night when she showed her true appearance and announced that she was going to start the Warm Sun Fund. A talented person was admired by many, but only a person with morals would gain the affections of the masses. Literate had browsed through other live streaming rooms in the talent and beauty communities and was familiar with the top fans in those live streaming rooms. Many of the nasty comments and accusations were coming from these familiar names. Literate had said what he said for the benefit of these people. However, the comments were spilling out at a breakneck pace, and Literate's comment was soon lost in the swarm of messages. But many audience members had already seen his message, and Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess old fans quickly sent in reply messages. Some also copied Literate's original message and resent it. Regardless of what the matter was, opposing opinions would lead to an argument. Chime's live streaming room was no exception. Chime kept its eye on the comments as it sang, and it had seen every single message. Suddenly, Chime was hit with a wave of dejection toward singing. It was working so hard to live stream to help more feys and people that were in the same situation that itself, Genius, and Lin Yuan had been in. Yet, it ended up being misunderstood, and strife broke out in its live streaming room. Chime did not deserve such burdens, and it was tired. Singing was not bringing it any happiness now. Chime missed the past when it used to perch on Lin Yuan's ear and only sing for him. As such, Chime stopped singing. It looked at the comments and said, "I'm a little tired of singing. I hope we'll be able to meet again in the future." Chime immediately left Star Web and ignored the reactions of the audience. Many talent and beauty hosts smiled when Chime went offline. Chime's appearance had stolen a lot of their audience members and put their livelihoods at risk. Music was not mainstream in the Radiance Federation, and the talent community was very small on Star Web. Although Chime was a beauty host, it used to block its face and had been no threat to the top hosts who depended on their looks. But the other beauty hosts felt threatened ever since Chime revealed its looks. Hence, many beauty and music hosts had gathered together to knock Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess down a peg. Suppose Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had stopped its live stream to explain the situation and report on the progress of the Warm Sun Fund's preparation. In that case, the hosts who had hired people to write nasty comments might be stuck as they would have to pay extra when the situation turned complicated. But now that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess left without offering any sort of explanation, it only fueled the narrative that she was guilty. Now that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was gone, the people left in the live streaming room went ahead and said whatever they wanted without holding back. At that moment, Bai Hao entered the live streaming room. Bai Hao was confused when he entered the live streaming room. He had entered because he saw that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess was hosting a live stream. So why was she gone now? Since the impending Radiance 100 sequence selection would cause Bai Hao's position in the Radiance 100 sequence to change, he had been training hard and had not had time to log on to Star Web. Just as Bai Hao was about to give rewards like he usually did, he saw the messages. He became so angry that he forgot he was part of the Radiance 100 sequence and started to engage with the hate comments. He could not sit on the fence and allow Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess to suffer such humiliation. He was willing to defend her using any scathing and rude reply necessary. Bai Hao managed to quell many of the hate comments. One had to register for Star Web with one's real identity. If Bai Hao had contacted Star Web and pursued the matter, he would easily be able to find out these people's true identities. However, not everyone on Star Web was afraid of Bai Hao. A few of the major hosts on Star Web had the support of factions. They were able to succeed easily because of strings pulled by these factions. These major hosts had reported to their factions before they attacked Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess, so their factions would be prepared to save them if things got out of hand. Poison Beauty shook her head when she saw Bai Hao confronting the hate messages. Poison Beauty had not entered the live streaming room to add on to the hate comments. She was just one of Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess normal listeners. But on the other hand, Poison Beauty was very popular on Star Web. Previously, she was only a small host in Star Web's battle community. In order to attract more people to watch her live stream, she had rooted herself at level 100 of Star Tower, becoming one of the Celestial Stairways guards. The number of fans following her had skyrocketed after she made use of Black's popularity twice. She had come up with all the solutions she could think of and retained her popularity. Eventually, she had signed a contract with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and became their sales host to sell luxury goods. This enabled her to gain even more fans but also helped her to bring in a sizable income. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had a strict rule that their contracted hosts could not have any negative events or images tied to them. Hence, Poison Beauty could not speak up to attack the hate comments like Bai Hao was doing and defend Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess for fear of losing her job. Chapter 1471, Freedom Envoy proposes an alliance. However, Poison Beauty felt that the people currently attacking Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess would end up eating crow. Since Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had said in public that she was going to set up the Warm Sun Fund, she had to have the means to carry it through. Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess reward turnover was more than 1 million radiance dollars. As such, the Warm Sun Fund had to have a source fund of at least 100 million. Spending hundreds of millions of radiance dollars would definitely cause a large commotion on Star Web. Choosing to attack Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess at such a time would only be the equivalent of digging your own trap. At that moment, a special comment appeared in the live streaming room. Annihilation Black Wings, I'm wondering if these haters and paid nasty comments are enjoying their meal of crow? Annihilation Black Wings' comment was short, and it included a Star Web link. Posting a link in the comments cost money because it was considered an advertisement. The price of posting a link would be 5% of the host's rewards for the day. Although Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess had sung for less than 20 minutes and went offline before finishing the 5th song, she had already gained 800,000 radiance dollars. This meant that Annihilation Black Wings had spent 40,000 radiance dollars to post the link. Was it really worth spending all that to post one message? Many audience members in the live streaming room clicked on the link out of curiosity and were immediately stunned by what they saw. The screen showed a very simple free post where one could record one's life. This post detailed the life of a sad person who had a rope thrown down to him when he was at the lowest point in his life. The post seemed to be a story, but it also came with a video at the end. Many of the audience members fell silent when they watched the video because it showed an organization called the Warm Sun Fund giving out hope and saving the most plebeian people imaginable. The person giving out the hope was the young girl who had just been the victim of bombings of accusations in her live streaming room and ended up leaving her live stream. Perhaps it was because of the sorrow of a girl who was falsely accused and wronged, but more and more people clicked on the post and spent 40,000 radiance dollars to repeatedly share it. Now, the Xia region truly became the spark of what would turn into a blazing pyre. All the nasty comments disappeared, and some of the paid commentators even started to apologize. I'm sorry, Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess. Such messages flooded into the hostless live streaming room. For some reason, every audience member recalled the last line of the song that Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess sang before she left. Would you be willing if it was in the name of love? This matter spread all over Star Web, and many of the hosts who had hired people to write hate comments were exposed. All the flack that Chimey had been enduring ended up reflected back onto the hosts. Star Web was currently roiling with activity. However, there was a place that was experiencing even more intense commotion than Star Web. On the dark blue surface of the sea, waves up to 4 meters tall crashed against an island. 2 island whales that were 10,000 meters long each were docked on the shores of the sea. Yin Lin had become withdrawn ever since the last Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting failed to take place. The next Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting was supposed to be taking place tomorrow. Will it happen like it's supposed to? Otherwise, will I lose the man wrapped in willpowers and laws who saved me from the darkness? At that moment, someone knocked on Yin Lin's door twice, and a kind voice said, "Lordess Azure Envoy, Lord Lansun would like to discuss the agreement proposed by the envoys from the Freedom Federation with you." Yin Lin frowned. She did not like to be disturbed when she was thinking. But since Lansun wanted to discuss an important matter with her, she knew that she had to go and see him. Yin Lin stood up and picked up her floor-length dress before opening the door. The young man who came to pass on the message to Yin Lin lowered his head, and his voice became small. Yin Lin said to the young man, "Zhang Song, lead the way." Zhang Song realized that he was being inappropriate and hastily walked ahead to lead the way. The island whale's body was gargantuan, and it took Yin Lin 10 minutes to walk from the room to the meeting area. While Zhang Song was anxiously walking, Yin Lin said in a cold yet clear voice, "Zhang Song, is Teacher Lansun tempted by the temporary collaboration proposed by the Freedom Envoys?" Zhang Song shook his head and said, "I'm not aware of what conditions the Freedom Envoys proposed, and I can't read Lord Lansun's intentions. However, I think that the Azure Federation is on better terms with the Radiance Federation than the Freedom Federation. We're going to the Radiance Federation to spectate the Radiance 100 sequence selection and cement your status as an envoy. The Freedom Federation and Azure Federation's bet is proof of their enmity. The Freedom Envoys must be up to no good on this trip to the Radiance Federation. I did bring this up with Lord Lansun. Although he did not say much, I think he agrees with me." Yin Lin nodded and fell silent. She was the 4th Azure Envoy, doing the best thing for herself would be the best option for both her and the Azure Federation. Zhang Song might not be aware of the conditions stated by the Freedom Federation, but Yin Lin was. The Freedom Federation had promised to give the Azure Federation a precious instrument made from the body of a 5 stars and above sacred source life form. This benefit would tempt anyone. However, Yin Lin was against the Freedom Federation's suggestion because the man who had saved her told her to go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce in the Radiance Federation's royal capital to trade for the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. This meant that her savior likely came from the Radiance Federation. Yin Lin did not want to do anything that would be disadvantageous to the Radiance Federation where the man lived. When they arrived at the door of the meeting room, she heard a shrill voice say from inside the room, "Lord Lansun, I suggest forming a short-term alliance with the Freedom Envoys. Both us and the Freedom Envoys are guests of the Radiance Federation. If we form an alliance, we'll be able to take care of each other." Chapter 1472, Firefly Demon Fetus. The shrill voice paused before she went on to say, "Moreover, the Freedom Federation is willing to give all 10 of us a Firefly Demon Fetus each. The Firefly Demon Fetus can transform insect species Carcinoma feys into fairy source-type life forms. When the insect species Carcinoma feys are transformed into fairy source-type life forms, they will be able to break through the limit of their grade and evolve to myth breed." Yin Lin pushed open the door and sneered. "Zhen Qilian, you brought up how the Firefly Demon Fetus is used. But will you really be brave enough to use it to nurture insect species Carcinoma feys? Don't you think it's ridiculous that the Freedom Federation decided to give such a treasure away instead of using it themselves? You're from a Class 4 family and will inherit a Class 4 beast pattern. Haven't you heard of the Firefly Fantasy Centipede's premature death incident that happened on the Freedom Federation's 16 islands?" Every person in the room turned their eyes onto Yin Lin. The 10 young people, including Zhen Qilian, hurriedly stood up and bowed to Yin Lin. All of their expressions shifted when Yin Lin mentioned the Firefly Fantasy Earthworm's premature death. The incident was too well known. The incident happened at the Freedom Federation's 16 islands which spanned tens of millions of square meters. Although 20 years had already passed, no plant-type phase could grow on the land. As such, the 16 islands had to continuously use tens of island whales to import plant-type feys, agriculture, and fruits to sustain the many lives that lived on the island. It was difficult to estimate how much loss of resources resulted from the Firefly fantasy earthworm's premature death. The Firefly demon fetus had started this incident. The Firefly demon fetus could break the shackles of insect species carcinoma feys and enable them through the limit of Diamond X/Legend. This was enough to justify its value. In actuality, the culprit was not the Firefly demon fetus but the insect species carcinoma fey. Insect species carcinoma feys did not possess high intelligence, and most could only react according to their primal urges even after reaching Diamond X/Legend. Using the Firefly demon fetus to transform the insect species carcinoma fey into a fairy source-type life form would not be able to increase the insect species carcinoma fey's intelligence. Hence, they were uncontrollable. A gold carcinoma fey was enough to wreak havoc. Even a member of royalty would only be able to do their best to minimize the damage caused by a diamond insect species carcinoma fey. But once a carcinoma fey's shackles were broken, and they evolved to suzerain, even low-danger insect species carcinoma feys would be able to bring forth a disaster. The disaster caused by an insect species carcinoma fey would be able to disrupt the balance of an entire continent. The Firefly fantasy earthworm's premature death had led to 7 members or royalty being deployed. Although a Class 5 creation master was stationed at the 16 islands, the soil could not be recovered to its original state even after 2 decades had passed. As an Azure envoy, Lin would not allow anyone to bring back such a dangerous item to the Azure Federation. The fairies' hearts had once appeared in the Azure Federation, and they could transform any fey into a fairy source-type life form. They could fetch an even higher price at an auction than a sacred source life form. The fairies' heart and Firefly demon fetus had similar functions. However, the fairies' heart's effects came from its soul taking control of the carcinoma fey, while the Firefly demon fetus evolved the soul of the insect species carcinoma fey itself. Lin had never heard of a person being able to contract or control carcinoma feys to wield them in battle. She looked around at the 10 young men and women around her and said, "All of you must have already received the Freedom Envoy's Firefly demon fetuses. Take them out and hand them to me. You are forbidden from bringing these things back and endangering the Azure Federation." Lin's words caused Zhen Qilian's features to harden as she said, "Lordess Lin, I have a 4-winged fairy. The insect species carcinoma fey transformed by the Firefly demon fetus will only be able to have 2 wings at most. I can use my fairy's bloodline to control the transformed insect species carcinoma fey." The expressions of the other 9 young people changed. Lin had just given her command, but Zhen Qilian was challenging her authority. This was considered an offense. It was a serious crime to offend an Azure envoy. If Lin wanted to pursue the matter, Zhen Qilian would immediately be sent to the shore maze when they returned to the Azure Federation. Every person present was certain that Lin was going to tear into Zhen Qilian. But instead, Lin raised her hand and summoned a navy-haired fairy with 6 wings. "My 6-winged fairy's bloodline will be able to suppress your 4-winged fairy and the transformed insect species carcinoma fey. If I managed to get my hands on a 6-winged fairy, someone else would too. Do you still think that it will be safe to use the Firefly demon fetus to transform an insect species carcinoma fey?" said Lin. Zhen Qilian was stunned. Her face flushed, and she faltered. It was true that she had not thought about it in such detail, and it seemed that her idea was not as safe as she thought it was. Moreover, she had just clashed with Lin. What was she going to do now? Frankly, Zhen Qilian had been indignant of Lin from the beginning. Zhen Qilian came from a Class 4 family in the Azure Federation and possessed a Class 4 beast pattern from a young age. She had been put on a pedestal her whole life. She knew that she could never become an Azure envoy and had been aiming to become an Azure knight. Yet, Lin managed to rise to become the 4th Azure envoy almost overnight. Was it because she was a genius that had 2 beast patterns? For the first time, Zhen Qilian felt discontented. Zhen Qilian had carefully studied Lin when they first boarded the island whale. At first, Lin had only been a C-rank spirit chi professional. Although she had recently become a B-rank spirit chi professional, she was still far from being capable of filling her position. There were no C-rank spirit chi professionals in the Azure 100 sequence, and a few of the top members had already reached A rank. Chapter 1473, The Freedom Envoy Team's Goal. Lin's summoning of the 6-winged fairy was the first time she showed off her might and clarified the gap between her and Zhen Qilian. The Diamond 6-singed fairy could go a long way in justifying oneself. Zhen Qilian knew that the Diamond 6-winged fairy was enough for Lin to crush her under her feet. She looked at Yinlin and apologized decisively, Lordess Yinlin, I'm not trying to keep the firefly demon fetus for myself. I'll give it to you now. Zhen Qian took out the firefly demon fetus and handed it to Yinlin with both hands. Her action was like a reminder to the rest of them, and they all took out their own firefly demon fetus and gave them to Yinlin. Soon, there were 10 firefly demon fetuses in Yinlin's hand. At that moment, Lan Xun, who had been silent until now, stood up and handed Yinlin 2 firefly demon fetuses as he said, Lordess Azure Envoy, the Freedom Envoys also gave me 2 firefly demon fetuses. I'm handing them both to you now. Lan Xun's words stunned everyone present. He was the manager of the Azure Sacred Hall and was of equal status as an Azure Envoy. He did not need to address Yinlin as Lordess, but he did so to add might to Yinlin's charisma. Lan Xun stood up and walked over to smile at Yinlin as he pointed at the head of the table. Lordess Azure Envoy, please take a seat. Lan Xun pulled a chair over and sat down next to the chair he had pointed at. Yinlin recalled what Lan Xun had said to her the previous night and strode to the head of the table without hesitation. Everyone, take a seat. Zhang Song told me about the situation on the way here. Let me express my opinion on the Freedom Envoys and Radiance Federation, said Yinlin. Yinlin waved again. Nothing happened inside the house. But outside, fountains of water twisted out of the sea and formed a film of water that covered the surface of the island whale. This film of light blue water seemed to cover everything and separated aura, noise, and sight from the rest of the world. When this film of water appeared, the faces of every person on the island whale's back fell. Yinlin instructed her sacred source life form to produce this layer of water to show the Freedom Envoys what her stance was. This film of water completely sealed off the Freedom Envoys on the outside. She said to the people in the meeting room, we're headed to the Radiance Federation to celebrate that the Radiance 100 sequence is about to be complete. The Radiance Federation is on good terms with the Azure Federation. We traded side by side using the Radiance Azure Waterway and have both enjoyed prosperity. Since we're going as spectators, we shouldn't cause trouble. Do you understand what I'm getting at? Yinlin's tone made it seem non-negotiable and more like she was declaring her decision. The 10 members of the Azure 100 sequence reacted in agreement with Yinlin's decision. Yinlin nodded at Lan Xun before walking out of the meeting room. Her mind was full of concern about tomorrow whether the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting would take place as per the schedule. Thus, she could not be bothered to entertain thoughts about anything else. Lan Xun looked worried as he watched Yinlin walk away. He had noticed that something was wrong with her 5 days ago. Yinlin had been completely listless, and her change in mood had become even more severe these 2 days. He had asked her about what was happening, but she refused to say anything. Lan Xun was afraid that something was wrong with her psychologically. The others might not be aware, but Lan Xun knew how precious Yinlin's talent was. Amongst the 12 aristocratic families, the Azure Cloud Leopard family had not produced an heir that inherited their beast pattern in 15 years. Previously, the other 11 aristocratic families had to fight fiercely for the 4 spots. But once the Azure Cloud Leopard family had a member that awakened their beast pattern, they would have a contender to become the Radiance Envoy. This was because the Azure Cloud Leopard's ability Cloud Chain was a perfect investigative and informative transmitting ability that would be essential during the major Federation meeting. The Azure Cloud Leopard beast pattern was a large reason Yinlin could swoop in to become an Azure Envoy. Yinlin's Spirit White Lion beast pattern would enable her to wield the Spirit White Lion to predict fortunes and misfortunes. Prediction was an even higher level ability than investigation. Yinlin's Sacred Source Life Form's ability was screen, and it added to her investigative methods. Although she did not have impressive combat skills, her overall qualities made her qualified to rise from the 4th Azure Envoy to the 3rd Azure Envoy. The elder of the Azure Cloud Leopard also doted on his granddaughter and let her consume all sorts of magical and precious ingredients. As a result, her body could naturally collect spirit chi from the air. This enabled her to increase her spirit chi professional rank quicker than the regular rate. In less than half a year, she would be able to evolve from a B rank to an A rank. Lan Xun never approved of forming a temporary contract with the Freedom Federation. However, he left the matter alone because he wanted to test the characters of the new members of the Azure 100 sequence. Although Lan Xun was displeased with Zhen Qian's display, at least she repented at the last moment before she caused trouble. The meeting between the Azure Envoy team might have just ended, but the one held by the Freedom Envoy team was just beginning. A tall and skinny young man with an intelligent gleam in his eye was tapping on the table, and it was clear that he was deep in thought. 3 elderly men stood next to the young man, and 7 of the 10 young people were looking anxiously at the tall young man. 2 of the remaining young people were male, and the last was a girl. All of them had calm expressions that lacked even a hint of worry. The girl said to the tall young man, "Big brother Qian, the people from the Azure Federation are so ungrateful. However, I don't think we'll lose much if they decide not to work with us. We're headed to the Radiance Federation this time to investigate what is going on with the Moon Empress and check on her injury. Secondly, we're going to try and humiliate the Radiance Federation. We will be able to accomplish both these goals even without help from the people from the Azure Federation. We don't need an alliance with them at all." Chapter 1474, Accidents always happen while sparring. The girl's tone turned malicious as she said, "In my opinion, the 12 firefly demon fetuses can't even compete with the 12 insect species carcinoma phase that we nurtured secretly. It will be more useful if we set the suzerain insect species carcinoma phase loose in the Radiance Federation." Before the tall man could speak, one of the elderly men next to him said in derision, "Yanling, are you trying to start a war with the Radiance Federation? 3 members of royalty might favor you, but you should consider weighing the pros and cons for their sake." Yanling pouted and rolled her eyes before falling silent. The 2 men on either side of her said, "Big brother Qian, Yanling, brother Yu, and I are more than enough to take down every person in the Radiance 100 sequence. We have seen all the information about the Radiance 100 sequence and didn't notice anything special. Even if most of them are hiding their true power, their revealed secret weapons aren't notable either." The 2 young men spoke haughtily, but the remaining 7 members of the Freedom 100 sequence dipped their heads and tried to diminish their presence as much as possible. This was because Yanling, Cai Huo, and Yu Chongjing were not just members of the Freedom 100 sequence but also envoys designated by the members of royalty. The 7 members of the Freedom 100 sequence did not have the right to listen into the 3 new Freedom envoys' conversation with the previous Freedom envoys. The tall man frowned. He said to the 3 arrogant people, "The candidates for the next batch of Radiance envoys include Bamboo Monarch's disciple, Chef Supreme's disciple, and Long Lamplite's disciple. They are all older than 20, and there's no way they will participate in the Radiance 100 sequence selection. None of these 3 disciples of royalty have tried to become members of the Radiance 100 sequence. Instead, they went out to train. However, we have received news that the Moon Empress and Night Empress have both accepted disciples. These 2 disciples are shrouded in secret, and the information we received from within the Radiance Federation did not include the 2 disciples' names. I have a feeling that they are members of the Radiance 100 sequence. It's possible that you will be facing off against the next Radiance envoys. So don't underestimate them, especially you, Yanling. Your sacred source life form is strong, but don't be too dependent on it during combat. Who's to say that your sacred source life form won't be targeted by another sacred source life form? Don't say I didn't warn you when you end up with the tables turned on you." Yanling stuck out her tongue at Qian Yu. She disagreed with what Qian Yu said. So what if she was about to encounter the next Radiance envoy? Her, Cai Huo, and Yu Changjian's phase could form a system, and their sacred source life forms could work seamlessly together. Out of all the new Freedom envoys, the 3 of them were a perfect triangle of offense. The other 2 Freedom envoys consisted of a function-type Spirit Chi professional and a creation master. The 2 of them were just supporting acts. Yanling did not think that someone of the same age as her could beat the 3 of them. Cai Huo and Yu Chongjian were just as confused by what Qian Yu said as Yu Chongjian was. Qian Yu was always full of himself. Why was he suddenly acting so warily? The previous generation of Freedom envoys had led the current batch of Freedom envoys to the major Federation meeting. It could be said that the current generation of Freedom envoys were the substitutes for the previous generation of Freedom envoys. The current generation of Freedom envoys would be subbed in during some special battles or if an accident befell one of the previous envoys. The current batch of Freedom envoys would only take the lead at the next major Federation meeting. Yanling, Cai Huo, and Yu Chongjian had never attended because the 3 of them always stayed behind Qian Yu's back. Qian Yu saw that there was still a nonchalant expression on the other 3's faces and sighed to himself. I felt the same way as them 8 years ago. But once I attended the major Federation meeting and finally clashed with the Radiance envoys, I finally understood what kind of power the Radiance envoys held. Qian Yu was afraid that Yanling, Cai Huo, and Yu Chongjian would end up suffering the consequences of their hubris. It would be a small matter if the Freedom Federation had to lay down some of its pride and a serious matter if the other goals for coming to the Freedom Federation were affected. Qian Yu glanced at the 3 elderly men sitting next to him and nodded at one of them. The elderly man understood what Qian Yu meant and said to Yanling, "The abilities of your 3 sacred source life forms are too important. Make sure you keep them a secret during this trip to the Radiance Federation. Yan Ling, Cai Huo, and Yu Changjian did not oppose this instruction. They understood that the elderly man was telling them to keep the abilities of their sacred source life forms a secret until the major Federation meeting because this would be the best way to take the Radiance envoys by surprise. Suddenly, a thought struck Cai Huo, and he said, if there really is a disciple of royalty amongst the Radiance 100 sequence, why shouldn't we try to hit them a little harder during the spar? It's normal for accidents to happen during sparring. The Radiance Federation won't be able to point fingers even if someone ends up dead. Yu Changjian and Yan Ling's expressions changed. Qian Yu mulled for a moment before he said, if you're confident of being able to land a killing blow, you can consider using your sacred source life form's abilities. But since it's meant to be an accident, make sure to be discreet. Qian Yu stood up and sighed before continuing. Forget it. Even if the Azure envoys are unwilling to form a temporary alliance, we have other allies in the Radiance Federation. I want to see how the Radiance Federation will be able to stand up against us 2 years after we wreak havoc during this trip. A contemplative look appeared on Qian Yu's face. He looked like a wily hunter who was waiting for his trap to spring on prey that had just unknowingly walked into it. The cold sea breeze caused Yin Lin's skirt to billow in the wind. Her hands and feet were freezing cold, and she stared up at the stars in the sky. She could not help but be lost in the sight. Yin Lin was no longer blind. She had awakened 2 beast patterns and was the Azure Federation's 4th Azure Envoy. Chapter 1475, The Astronomical Parliament's Direction. The banquet amongst the constellations was not considered a benefit but a burden to Yin Lin. However, she had already formed an unbreakable tie in the constellations. She dared not think about the possibility of never seeing Lin Yuan again if the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting did not take place again. While Yin Lin was looking up at the stars, a heavily injured young man was currently commandeering a bat species fey in the Grotto continent. The bat species fey split into a group of bats and attacked a group of Class 3 subterranean dimensional life forms. When the bats surrounded the Class 3 dimensional life forms, the young man's wounds visibly started to heal. The figures behind the young man were using different source-type items to defend against subterranean dimensional life forms. This was the team that Bei Su had put together in 2 weeks, and it was a kind of miniature faction. Bei Su had not allowed himself to stop for 6 days straight. He forced himself to fight to the point of exhaustion every time because this was the only way to keep his mind from wandering. Tomorrow was going to be the next scheduled Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Talei's life had been rather routine the past few days, and he had concentrated on rushing along his journey. He had encountered 2 robber groups who were dealt with by the guard that the Iron Hammer Federation's Imperial Court had assigned to him. Although there was still a long way to go before they arrived at the border of the Divine Wood Federation, Talei was very excited to meet his teacher. Since Su Yiren had already met up with Lin Yuan in reality, the Astronomical Parliament had already lost its significance to her. She did not intend on joining the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting because she could contact Lin Yuan directly if she needed anything. Su Yiren had already started choosing the 14 poppy fruits and had already picked out 7 suitable girls. The 14 poppy fruits would be complete soon. At night, all the lanterns in the Radiance Federation's royal capital were lit, creating a sea of light. Topics surrounding Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess took over all the messaging boards on Star Web that night. Even those who did not listen to music on Star Web also came to know about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess and the Warm Sun Fund. When the messages about Sparrow Voice Lowly Goddess reached a fervor, a message was posted by the Star Web officials at midnight that was sent to every Star Web user. This news left all the Star Web users and members of factions in shock, which was soon followed by excitement. The message stated that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was about to be opened to the public in the Radiance Federation. At the Guardia banquet, the members of royalty had said that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was only going to be open to factions. Later on, Cicada Song suggested that the 32 major cities build representative cities in the abyssal world. The representative cities would protect citizens from the dangers of the abyssal world. Thus, it led to this declaration. None of the factions had been informed about the news in advance. This piece of news gave every person an equal opportunity. The members of factions who received the news immediately gathered manpower to start planning for their expansion into the abyssal world. This piece of news caused Diwanchan's and Diwanchan's expressions to change. During the Guardia banquet, they had heard about the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. However, they did not expect the members of royalty to act so quickly and to make the declaration without any warning. Normally, Diwanchan and Diwanchan would be dying for the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to open as soon as possible. Whale Ocean Commerce had used the lead-up to the Radiance 100 sequence to concentrate all attention on them and recruit a large quantity of low-class creation masters. Any faction would require creation master resources badly when building cities in the abyssal world. Whale Ocean Commerce was drawing too much attention to themselves by recruiting creation masters at such a time. It would be easy for people to sense that something was wrong and for a slip-up to occur. De Wanchen said to De Wanchench, go and tell third sister about the situation. When the other batch of creation masters appear 3 days later, tell her to wipe them all out and make the leap to become a Class 5 creation master. De Wanchen was well aware that his sister would hold completely different levels of authority when she was and was not a Class 5 creation master. De Wanchen wanted to give Whale Ocean Commerce as much authority as possible so they could sit at the same negotiation table as the members of royalty. In the return from faraway mansion, Lin Yuan woke up as sunlight streamed in. After consuming the Earth Center fine milk, he no longer had the urge to laze in bed. He immediately found out about the news that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was opening and entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to fulfill his orders to Raging Wave City, Indigo Azure City, and Ascending Dragon City. Sky City would use the 3 cities' advertisement to attract larger cities' attention and establish more partnerships. This would enable Lin Yuan to gain more food for the sacred sword-wielding queen. Lin Yuan worked hard until the afternoon when he went downstairs to eat lunch. After lunch, he would analyze the issue of the astronomical parliament with Wen Yu. The biggest increase in Wen Yu's power after training in the Radiant Moon Palace did not come from the elemental paper but from the astronomical parliament. The astronomical parliament had already evolved to 3 stars, just like the sacred sword-wielding queen. The astronomical parliament needed spiritual-type spiritual ingredients to increase its stars. Mystic Moon was a spiritual-type dragon species fey. As Wen Yu's master, Mystic Moon felt that he was mistreating her. He was trying so hard to nurture her because he wanted her to be able to assist Lin Yuan, just like how he helped the Moon Empress. Hence, Mystic Moon had shed his dragon horn and had given it to her so the astronomical parliament could absorb it. Although the astronomical parliament was only 3 stars, the dragon horn would enable it to evolve to 5 stars and above very soon. The higher the astronomical parliament's stars were, the better Wen Yu would understand it. Wen Yu was ready to tell Lin Yuan about the astronomical parliament so he could help her decide the direction in which the astronomical parliament should develop. Chapter 1476, Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City's favors. But before Wen Yu could discuss the astronomical parliament with Lin Yuan, she had other things to ask him. Wen Yu had also found out about the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift this morning. She saw the abyssal world as an untouched and undiscovered world filled with resources that were ripe for the picking. Wen Yu wanted to ask Lin Yuan if he intended to expand into the abyssal world. Hence, she said, young master, according to the rules, Sky City is under the royal capital. Should we create a representative faction inside the royal capital in the abyssal world? Lin Yuan was stunned. He remembered that he had not told Wen Yu about the faction that he was setting up with Lu Ji, Zhongzi, Long Tao and the rest. As such, he told her about their plans. Wen Yu nodded when she heard Lin Yuan's plans for the abyssal world. Wen Yu, I told you about the marsh world, but you've never seen it for yourself. Since we have some time now, I'll take you to the marsh world for a visit now, said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave golden toad. He let out the dragon horn's mysterious turtle and left it in the mother of bloodbath's care before telling Wen Yu to enter the jeweled cave golden toad. Next, Lin Yuan took the jeweled cave golden toad with him to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and entered the marsh world through Klein Hub. He let Wen Yu out when they entered the marsh world. After he took Wen Yu on tour around the territory, Lin Yuan brought her back to the main world. Wen Yu sat down on the water rhinoceros leather sofa as she took in the fact that Lin Yuan had already gotten the lay of the land in the marsh world. The marsh world was much more suitable for human habitation than the abyssal world because the abyssal world experienced year-long high temperatures and a lack of rain, and the ground was covered with sharp rocks. No plant-type feys could grow there. It was also very difficult to breed furry beast-type feys in such an environment because their fur would trap heat and cause them to overheat and die. Lin Yuan would also receive a share of the resources earned by the faction that Long Tao managed without lifting a hand or supplying labor. Since Lin Yuan had already arranged and prepared everything in the abyssal world, Wen Yu did not have to come up with another plan. At that moment, Wen Yu recalled the message Duan he sent 2 days ago. She waved her hand, and paper started flying around the room. As the paper flew around the room, words appeared on the sheets before landing back on the table as a new set of documents. Wen Yu handed the documents to Lin Yuan and said, "Young master, Indigo Azure City wants to deepen their relationship with you and purchase more bronze/epic feys. They also want to expand their order of feys beyond just the hot spring slugs. You were not back yet, so I called the Indigo Azure Guard captain when I heard about the matter. I learned that Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City would also like to work with us. Both of these cities are larger than Indigo Azure City. I sent a faceless paper to Duan He so he can change his appearance to meet with and discuss business with the two cities. It goes without saying that you have the last say about whether we work with them. It's likely that the two cities are so anxious for Creation Master resources because they heard the news about the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift opening. Law Source crystals are not a rare resource to the major cities because they can gather them in hordes during the Dimensional Rift active period that takes place every 10 years. You can increase your price, so it benefits both you and Indigo Azure City. Lin Yuan frowned slightly but quickly realized what Wen Yu meant. She had heard about Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City from Indigo Azure City. If he increased his asking price for Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City while keeping Indigo Azure City's price the same, Indigo Azure City would essentially become one of Sky City's branch factions. This would enable the Indigo Azure Guard captain to develop an even more positive impression of Sky City that went beyond a normal trading relationship. Wen Yu's method would involve pulling strings and solidifying their relationship with the Indigo Azure Guard captain. Feng Dong had also been the one to spread the news to Raging Wave City. From the way that Feng Dong spread the news of a collaboration that could bring prosperity to 3 other major cities, it could be seen that he was a generous person. It was either that or he had a big mouth. If Sky City kept the price the same for Indigo Azure City while increasing the price for Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City, Feng Dong would be able to boost his pride, and he might let more cities know about the benefits of working with Sky City. Duan He had been training with the white-clothed followers. It might be better for Duan He and all the white-clothed followers to put on the faceless papers so they could meet with the major cities to discuss business. Lin Yuan thought, I will have to burn the midnight oil off in the next month. However, burning the midnight oil was the only way for Lin Yuan to increase his spirit chi professional rank. Although he would not receive as much spirit chi by evolving bronze/epic phase as he would evolving them to silver and gold grade, this would bring him greater financial gain. After all, the entire faction was currently solely dependent on Lin Yuan. However, everything started small and would eventually snowball. It would be enough for Lin Yuan if he could easily evolve to become an A-rank spirit chi professional before the Radiance 100 sequence selection. Lin Yuan said to Wen Yu, I will go and contact the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City. Lin Yuan's mindset changed, and he said, Wen Yu, tell the elemental paper to produce a faceless paper for me. Wen Yu did not understand why Lin Yuan needed the faceless paper. But since he had made the request, she was not going to turn him down. Soon, a light yellow paper appeared in Wen Yu's hand. She handed the paper to Lin Yuan and said, Young master, paste the faceless paper on your face. It will change your features by about 80%. Once the change takes place, no one will be able to recognize you. Chapter 1477, I have more than enough. Besides using the faceless paper to change your appearance as you please, I can also control it to create a custom appearance. But once you put on the faceless paper, you won't be able to remove the effects on your own. Only the elemental paper can recall the faceless paper. Otherwise, the faceless paper won't be damaged even if you receive a scratch on your face. Lin Yuan chose the former option without hesitation. He planned to use the faceless paper to make his features plainer so he would be able to investigate Whale Ocean commerce by pretending to register to be one of their creation master. Lin Yuan placed the light yellow paper on his face. He felt as though something was caressing his face, followed by slight itchiness. However, the itch disappeared quickly. There were no mirrors in the Return from Faraway Mansion's main hall. However, the white ceramic vase on the table with fresh flowers could produce a perfect reflection. From his reflection in the ceramic vase, Lin Yuan saw that his features had indeed been transformed into a plainer version. Now, no one would be able to pick him out from a crowd. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the result. However, he had no clue that Wen Yu had a completely different opinion from him. When Wen Yu first laid eyes on Lin Yuan after using faceless paper, she also felt that his features had become plainer. But when she took a second look, she realized that this was not the case. Previously, his features had been exquisitely handsome, and his beauty had suppressed his charisma and bone structure. But now that his appearance was plainer, there was nothing in the way of his charisma and bone structure. Now, Lin Yuan might appear normal at first glance. But as long as the person looked at him a second time, they would find that he was eye-catching. But this would not affect Lin Yuan using the faceless paper to blend into a crowd. Wen Yu was not one to focus on looks. But this Lin Yuan, with plainer looks and more outstanding aura and bone structure, was much more attractive to her. Wen Yu's heart started to race sitting next to Lin Yuan, and she said softly, "Young master, if you want to stop using faceless paper, I can help you remove it. It won't be ruined when removed. You will be able to put it on again to change your looks later. However, if you use a different faceless paper, your features might not change in the same way." Lin Yuan patted his face and found that his face felt exactly the same as how it always felt. He could not tell that his features had been changed at all. The faceless paper's ability to transform features was unmatched. When Wen Yu removed faceless paper, Lin Yuan stored the light yellow paper away and asked, "Wen Yu, you said that you wanted to talk to me about the astronomical parliament. Is something wrong?" Wen Yu immediately activated the astronomical parliament, and a cat's eye stone appeared in the middle of her forehead. The cat's eye stone started to shine, and Wen Yu was transported to the constellations. Lin Yuan realized that the astronomical parliament had evolved into 3 stars, and there seemed to be a large amount of spiritual energy hidden within it that was evolving the astronomical parliament with every passing second. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the astronomical parliament and saw that its stars were changing, but every other part of its data was the same. He looked at Wen Yu as he did not know what Wen Yu wanted to talk about. "Young master, the astronomical parliament has evolved to 3 stars. It's now at a crossroads. I can use spiritual energy to decide which direction it should go in. The first direction is the same as in the past, where more people can be pulled into it to fill up the North Star constellation seats. The other road will deepen the relationship between the astronomical parliament and the members of the North Star constellation seats." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "Elaborate on it. How will the relationship between the contractors of the North Star constellation be deepened?" Lin Yuan felt that bringing more people into the astronomical parliament was not necessarily a good thing. Wen Yu only had enough spiritual energy to hold a parliamentary meeting once every week and only for half an hour. In such a situation, if more people suddenly joined the astronomical parliament, the time given to each contractor of the North Star constellation would be greatly reduced. There would not even be enough time to chat about the weather. Lin Yuan would not have enough time to use Star Spirit Seat to solve problems. Hence, Lin Yuan was leaning toward the latter road. But he wanted to know in what way and how the relationship would be deepened. The astronomical parliament was comprised of a mutually beneficial group. Hence, sufficient time to communicate was necessary. Lin Yuan would prefer to keep the net smaller than large and spread out. In order to deepen the relationship with the contractors of the North Star constellation seats, I will need to use a large amount of spiritual energy. But once the relationship has been deepened, we will not only be able to pull the contractors into the astronomical parliament at set times while they are sleeping, but the astronomical parliament can also communicate with the contractors through their constellations, explained Wen Yu. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. If this was true, the astronomical parliament would turn from one-way communication to two-way communication. However, given Lin Yuan's understanding of Star Spirit Seat, this link would require Wen Yu to use up her spiritual energy and maybe even other things. But before Lin Yuan could ask more, Wen Yu said, "However, using this long-distance connection would require willpower and law energy. I have to possess enough willpower and law energy to communicate with the contractors through Star Spirit Seat. It will take a big toll on me." Lin Yuan cocked his head and said, "If all you need is willpowers and laws, I have more than enough." Chapter 1478, New Member of the Astronomical Parliament. If the Astronomical Parliament needed other things to deepen the relationship with contractors, Lin Yuan might not have agreed so readily. Although Lin Yuan had the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and could quickly collect a large amount of riches, the resources he produced in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone were too rare. He had placed all the jade-textured wood to the side. He had nurtured these jade-textured wood to build the Return from Faraway Mansion's basement. He instructed the spirit craftsman from Heavenly Craft Pavilion to use the powder Hu Chuan put extra work into to make luxury goods that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce sold off. As for the jade-textured wood that was left over, Lin Yuan stored them away so they could be used for building the Sky City on the floating island whale. Although he already had the bones from 3 mature island whales that he could use to create the structure of Sky City, he needed more materials to beautify the pillars and other infrastructure. Lin Yuan was used to using jade-textured wood to craft. Hence, he planned on building Sky City in the same style as the Return from Faraway Mansion. Thus, he would not supply any more jade-textured wood to the market and only provide them to his acquaintances. The most valuable things currently stored in the Spirit Lock spatial zone were the golden lotus brocade pearls, heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls, and the bronze/epic phase that he evolved. Normally, precious spiritual ingredients did not appear on the market. For example, even if Lin Yuan went bankrupt one day, he would not use the dragon saliva whale fragrance and island whale brain oil to trade for resources. Hence, there were some resources that Lin Yuan could not promise away. However, Lin Yuan had too many willpowers and laws. It would be difficult for other people to get their hands on willpowers and laws. But the sacred sword-wielding queen could draw out willpowers and laws from the law crystals of fantasy and myth breed phase. Lin Yuan had never stopped searching for the law crystals of fantasy and myth breed phase. Lin Yuan removed the willpowers and laws from the bodies of phase before he gave them to Duan He to give to Purple Demon. Now, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt had many willpowers and laws. He did not have use for the unorthodox and incomplete laws and willpowers. He would not mind using those up as a means of cleaning up the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Wen Yu blinked when she heard what Lin Yuan said. She remembered Lin Yuan saying the same thing after he used willpowers and laws in the first Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. However, she would require many more laws and willpowers to use the Astronomical Parliament to communicate with the contractors of the North-South constellation seats. Young master, even if you have no lack of willpowers and laws, I will really need a lot of them, said Wen Yu. Lin Yuan smiled and started explaining to Wen Yu, my sacred source life form can extract laws and willpowers from the law crystals of fantasy and myth breed phase. Don't worry. If you really need an overly large quantity, we can trade for some fantasy breed fey bodies from the cities. We can also trade for law crystal fragments when we're trading the golden lotus brocade pearls with the top factions. Wen Yu finally relaxed. She knew long ago that Lin Yuan had contracted a sacred source life form. Wen Yu had no idea what Lin Yuan's sacred source life form was, and she had never thought to ask Lin Yuan. But now, Lin Yuan was telling her about his sacred source life form's ability of his own accord. This meant that he trusted her implicitly. A wave of warmth washed over Wen Yu, and her lips curled. She composed herself before saying, young master, if I deepen the relationship with the contractors of the North-South constellation seats, the Astronomical Parliament will only be able to contain 7 people at most, including me. However, I can extend the parliamentary meeting from half an hour to 45 minutes. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. This was not considered a limitation but good news to Lin Yuan. An extension of 15 minutes was a 50% increase in time. This would enable Lin Yuan to communicate better with the members of the Astronomical Parliament. From a certain angle, 7 people were not a low number. Excluding himself and Wen Yu, the Astronomical Parliament could contain 5 other people at the same time. Su Yiren had already met up with him at the Divine Wood Federation. Although she had formed a contract with the North-South constellation seat, she no longer needed to attend the parliamentary meetings. Lin Yuan would be able to meet up with Ta Lei at the border of the Divine Wood Federation soon. This would open up another space in the Astronomical Parliament. Currently, the only people who needed to enter the Astronomical Parliament were Yin Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei. This meant that he could pick 2 new people to join during the next Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Lin Yuan was very excited about this. By giving the contractors of the North-South constellation seats the ability to contact the Astronomical Parliament themselves, there would be no need for every member to join the parliamentary meeting each time. This would not prevent Wen Yu from increasing the number of contractors and would also enable the Astronomical Parliament to increase its stars quicker. There were 2 ways for the Astronomical Parliament to increase its stars. The first was to absorb spiritual type ingredients. The second method was using star spirit seed to consume laws and willpowers. It could be said that the sacred sword-wielding queen and Astronomical Parliament could form a symbiotic relationship. Now that Lin Yuan had decided on the direction for the Astronomical Parliament, Wen Yu prepared to go to the training room to set up the ritual for the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan called the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City. He repeated the same script to both of them. He would evolve their standard phase to bronze/epic at a price of 6 law source crystals per fey. With Feng Dong's glowing review, both guard captains were eager to work with Lin Yuan, and they put down an order of 1,000 feys. However, the guard captains of the Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City had never met Lin Yuan. Hence, unlike Wang Xi, they only paid a deposit. Chapter 1479, The Young Man in Despair. Once this deal was sealed, Lin Yuan would gain 12,000 law source crystals. This would be enough to sustain the sacred source-wielding queen for some time. From the large number of high-quality bronze feys that Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City required, it meant that they were determined to build representative cities in the abyssal world. Lin Yuan knew enough about dimensional worlds to know how difficult it was to harvest resources from dimensional worlds. They would have to fight countless battles with abyss demons before they were able to harvest the resources. Once the Class 6 dimensional rift opened and the representative cities were built, the spirit chi professionals would inevitably become more bloodthirsty. Their training in the abyssal world would cause them to become more determined and persevering. It could be said that the abyssal world was the best battleground for the Radiance Federation. However, the members of royalty should be awarded the credit for discovering the Class 6 abyss dimensional rift, clearing out the area of powerful dimensional life forms, and enabling this battleground to be formed. Lin Yuan agreed on such a low price with the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City because he did not want to take advantage of the opening of the Class 6 abyss dimensional rift to amp up the price and leave them with the impression that he was greedy. Even if Lin Yuan set a price of 10 or 15 law source crystals at this juncture where all of the factions were recruiting creation masters, the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Alps City would eventually have to begrudgingly agree. Lin Yuan added an extra law source crystal on top of the original 5 as a gesture to Feng Dong. He had already acted in a friendly manner to Feng Dong. But Sky City's future attitude toward him would depend on how many orders he brought Sky City. Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City were Indigo Azure City's neighbors, and Duanhe was currently off training with the white-clothed followers. Lin Yuan called Duanhe right after he ended the call with the guard captains of Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City. During the call, he gave Duanhe an order to apply the faceless paper to all the white-clothed followers and to travel between Cloud Lake City, Mountain Bell City, and Raging Wave City. Duanhe immediately promised that he would carry out the job perfectly. Lin Yuan had finished fulfilling the orders and just needed Duanhe to deliver them. Every white-clothed follower that Sky City recruited had comprehended at least 3 willpower runes. These elites from the Radiance Federation who had fallen off the wagon mostly had weak feys due to their background. However, with Lin Yuan's supply of resources and Duanhe's caring and nurturing, all the white-clothed followers were completely different from who they used to be. Their swords had been sheathed for too long, and it was time for them to enter the stage. This task would be the best chance for the white-clothed followers to start swinging around their swords. I have awakened a willpower rune and am willing to be your servant. Please let my sister go. A young man was kneeling on a black stone floor and kowtowing violently. His head knocking on the ground produced a deafening banging sound. The shiny stone ground was soon covered with flesh and blood. A large bump rose on the young man's head. There was a gash on the bump, and blood was steadily spilling out of it and onto the black stone floor. There was a middle-aged woman around 40 years old in front of the young man. The middle-aged woman did not even glance at the young man. But when she saw his blood staining the ground, a look of disdain crossed her originally expressionless face. She looked as repulsed as when she was looking at dirt on the ground. When the middle-aged woman frowned, the 2 men behind her hurriedly picked up the kneeling young man and prepared to throw him out. This was when the middle-aged woman stood up and said, "Stop." She walked up to the young man and snarled, "You sure did come up with a good scheme. Did you say that you have a willpower rune and want to become my servant because you want to cheat a fey out of me? Your sister should be honored that the 6th young master took a liking to her. If she stays by his side and serves him well, you might wind up with a good life too." The middle-aged woman picked up the jade wheel on the table and walked into the castle. As she walked away, she rubbed the jade wheel on her face to massage her skin. She had a very cavalier air about her. The dizzy young man with tears in his eyes was left kneeling on the ground as he clenched his jaw and tried to keep his tears from spilling out. His sister was helpless to say no when the 6th young master propositioned her. This was why he had gone behind her back to reveal the secret she had forbidden him from speaking. The 2 men beside him had various images tattooed all over them. One of them had tattoos covering half of his face, and this made him appear even more vicious. When he saw the young man struggling to hold in his tears, the man said in amusement, "Boy, the elder of our castle hates seeing people cry. Any person who dares to cry in the castle ends up regretting it. If a single tear drips down your face, I won't need to toss you out." A malevolent expression appeared on the man's face. It was as though he would kill the young man the moment a tear rolled down his face. This was exactly what was going to happen. The other man snapped. "Why are you wasting your breath on this brat? We can just toss him out and get him out of our hair. Now that this boy's sister is serving the 6th young master, we might have to send her back to this brat sometime in the future." The man had intentionally intensified his tone to provoke the young man. Right as the last word left the man's lips, he felt the young man's muscles tensing. This was a bad habit of men. They loved looking at a creature flailing around helplessly in the depths of despair. The young man's nails were digging into his palm. However, the pain in his forehead could not compare to the ache in his heart. His parents had died early, and he only had his sister to depend on for as long as he could remember. He was well aware of how much his sister doted on him. He had thought about the day that his sister would get married. Although he was slightly resistant to the idea, he was not against it. However, the sixth young master of this castle was a sick demon. In less than 3 days, his sister would be killed by the sixth young master, or she would take her own life after being pushed to the brink by the humiliation she had to suffer. Chapter 1480, Surrounded by Black Figures. Given the young man's understanding of his sister, he felt that the latter possibility was more likely. The young man was enveloped by a cocoon of despair. At that moment, he longed for a powerful force that could charge into the castle and take his sister away from this place while massacring all the evil people inside, including the sixth young master. Suddenly, he was hit by a spell of dizziness. After banging his head on the ground so many times, he was concussed, and his consciousness started to slowly fade away. The two tattooed men lost interest when they saw that the young man had fainted. They walked out of the castle and tossed him out like a piece of garbage. The young man was dressed in rags and was in a sorry state. It was evident that he did not fit in with the imposing air of the castle. Some time passed, and a gust of icy breeze woke the young man up. He opened his eyes and sucked in a painful breath of cold air. The cold air in his lungs pulled him to his senses. He turned to glance at the Black Castle before dashing back to his house. Although there seemed to be no one around the Black Castle, there had to be guards hiding in the shadows. By now, there was no way that his sister was unaware of his visit to the Black Castle. If he lingered any longer, he would probably be killed by the guards. Since he could not help his sister, he did not want to add to her sadness by dying. At that moment, he prayed that a miracle would descend. His mother had given him his first tattoo, and his father had given him his second. After his parents' deaths, his sister tattooed them on him. He remembered begging his sister to tattoo the two of them next to their parents so their family could be together again. The young man clenched his fists tightly and slammed his fist into the wall of the alley. There was an Earth Mother elder in the Black Castle who held a middle-class knight position in the Spirit Mother Federation. The rank above Earth Mother was Sky Mother. Class 1 to 3 Creation Masters and experts below Emperor class could be Earth Mothers. Thearch class and above experts could be Sky Mothers. There could only be one Spirit Mother in the entire Spirit Mother Federation. This person was the only Class 5 Creation Master in the Spirit Mother Federation. There was no royalty in the Spirit Mother Federation. Experts who were Thearch class and above could be Spirit Mother guards whose job was to protect the Spirit Mother. The knights were a well-oiled machine. The Earth Mothers worked for the Sky Mothers, and the Earth Mothers could also receive rewards from the Sky Mothers. The Sky Mothers all worshipped the Spirit Mother. The knights were such an overwhelming force that the young man could not hope to retaliate. If a god truly descended and enabled him to defeat the Earth Mother Elder in the Black Castle, the Sky Mother who had sent guards to watch over the Black Castle would definitely kill him. Even if he managed to defeat the Sky Mother's guards, the Spirit Mother and Spirit Mother guards would eventually come after him. The only way to change his fate was for him to become a Creation Master and gain the rank of Earth Mother. Unfortunately, he was too young and could not afford the 10 Spirit Mother dollars that were required to pay a Creation Master to test him for Creation Master's talent. But when he thought about his sister, he felt a burst of courage. If he could save his sister, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Once he returned home, the combined effects of the loss of blood, nerves, and exhaustion caused him to collapse. His fist remained clenched even as he fell asleep, and the blood seeping from between his fingers soon stained the blankets, turning them as fiery red as his will. A worn but large boat sailed across the waves. The wood that the boat was made of prevented water from seeping in and rotting from occurring. It also gave the boat a stone-like quality. There was an uneven mesh attached to the boat. A layer of metal spiritual ingredients was stuck to the mesh. There were also 2 large lanterns at the head and tail of the boat. Previously, there were high-grade strange flames in the lanterns that were extremely bright. However, the strange flames in the lantern at the back of the boat had been removed by someone. At dusk, as the wind and waves quieted down, the surface of the sea was especially quiet. However, hundreds of 5-meter-long black figures could be seen below the water near the boat. Occasionally, one of the black figures would break the surface of the water and reveal the sharp spikes that covered their body. If the black figures increased their speed, the spikes would blur together to resemble wooden boards. Constant thudding noises were coming from the bottom of the boat. Evidently, the black figures were knocking against the bottom of the boat. Luckily, the wood at the bottom of the boat was rock-textured and was connected by metal spirituals to further fortify them. Nonetheless, scratches were still left on the bottom of the boat. The sailors sat around the deck. Only a few of them were still working, like those who were adjusting the sail and the one in the crow's nest. Their hands, lips, and skin were dry to the point of cracking. All of them looked extremely haggard. It was strange for someone to be so deprived of water when they were surrounded by liquid. Although sea water was not drinkable, one could scoop up a pail and allow the water to evaporate and condense back into clean water droplets that would be enough to sustain a boatload of sailors for a day. However, this did not account for the situation where there were hundreds of black figures below the water. Some sailors had taken the risk of scooping up a pail of water and discovered the black figures' strong leaping abilities. There had been nowhere for them to find their footing in the water. But using the pail as a ledge, one of the black figures had managed to make it onto the deck. As it squirmed and flailed around clumsily on the deck, its movements were still quicker than that of the fleeing sailors, and it was only killed after 5 sailors sacrificed their lives. From the way that the sailors looked unbothered by the black figures, it indicated that they had been trapped for some time. The black figure that had leaped on board had been killed and provided the sailors with a source of food. However, none of them dared to eat any more of the black figure's flesh because the more they ate, the hungrier they became. Consuming food while being dehydrated at the same time was no different from committing suicide. Chapter 1481, Leo, Libra, It's been long. It was much easier to die of dehydration than starvation. The sailors walked out of the cabin with sorrowful expressions hanging off their faces. Wolun's chest tightened as he looked at the sailors who he had spent so many years with. The black figures were the sawfin bite sharks, and they occupied every Violent Wind Federation sailor's nightmares. In order to increase the distance they could travel, the Violent Wind Federation's boats' propelling mechanisms were built at the bottom of the boats. However, the sawfin bite sharks had interacted enough with the Violent Wind Federation's boats to know the best way to destroy the boats. The sawfin bite sharks would corner small turtle species feys into the space at the bottom of the boat to block the propelling mechanisms. As such, the boats would not be able to move even if they had backup sources of energy. In order to move, the sailors would have to remove the blockage from the propelling mechanisms. Every mature sawfin bite shark was at pinnacle gold grade. There had to be a platinum sawfin bite shark in such a large pod. No sailor would be able to survive for longer than 10 seconds once they entered the water because they would immediately be chomped into bloody pieces by the sawfin bite shark. Suddenly, the sailor in the crow's nest fell out and landed on the deck. The crow's neck was 10 meters tall, and the unconscious sailor died upon contact. All the other sailors rushed over to the fallen sailor. When they confirmed that he was dead, a few drops of tears rolled down their severely dehydrated faces. Wolun knew that the sailor had fallen from the crow's nest because he was overly dehydrated. If these sailors continued to be trapped here, they would not last another 2 days. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://bit.ly/3nsnqtr to support us. The sea would then claim another ghost boat. Wolun was already a middle-aged man, over 30 years old. However, he was still as passionate as any young man. In the sea where peril was abound, the Violent Wind Federation's special boat design would enable the sailors to earn a tidy sum every time they went out to search for resources. When he was young, Wolun often spoke about his dreams, and he continued working hard at sea even after he reached middle age. However, at this moment, he would choose his and his friends' survival over his dream. Wolun went to the cabin and took out the bottle of alcohol that his master had brewed. Although alcohol would not quench their thirst, it would give the sailors some respite. As he looked at the lives before him that were slowly rotting away, he felt that everything he saw as important in the past was suddenly insignificant. He and his friends could only continue chasing their dreams if they survived. All the sailors were alcoholics and usually lunged toward any wine bottle that entered their sight line. They would make a beeline for the bars and pubs every time they returned to the harbor. However, these sailors turned down the wine bottle and said they could still hold on. Wolun had taken out the wine because he felt that his friends' lives were more important than his hopes. But now, his friends were refusing to drink the wine because they knew how precious it was to him. A painful ache squeezed Wolun's heart. He could not take it any longer and forcefully uncorked the wine. The wine's fragrance immediately flowed out of the bottle and permeated the air. Wolun said to the youngest sailor, "Little monkey, bring me some bowls." Little Monkey immediately ran up to fetch the bowls. Wolun saw that there was a black cloth around Little Monkey's wrist. He remembered that the sawfin bite shark meat that Little Monkey had served him yesterday had been cooked until it was warm and soft. Little Monkey was usually very playful and always clashed with the older sailors. Wolun always said that Little Monkey was too disobedient. But now, it seemed that Little Monkey also had a considerate side to him. Little Monkey brought over a stack of bowls. As Wolun filled them with wine, he realized that they were one bowl short. Just as Wolun was about to ask Little Monkey about it, Little Monkey waved his hand and said, "Big brother Wolun, I have the night shift today at the crow's nest, so I won't be drinking." Wolun hugged Little Monkey and fed him 2 bowls of wine before he said, "You don't have to take the night shift at the crow's nest today. I'll do it." Little Monkey licked his lips as though he was savoring the remnants of the wine and said, "Big brother Wolun, I can't let you do that." Wolun waved his hand and replied, "We can't move the boat, and I have nothing else to do. All of you should have a good rest in the cabin tonight while I'm up in the crow's nest. The matter is settled." Wolun picked up the bowl and took a large gulp. Wolun usually controlled the sailors with an iron fist and forbade anyone from drinking while they were walking. But now, as he looked at Little Monkey and the other sailors, Wolun felt as though he would succumb to the grief and misery he had been trying to keep down. That night, Wolun leaned back against the pillar of the crow's nest and summoned the tide armor sea fern. He instructed it to fortify the crow's nest so no one would be able to fall from it. Wolun looked up at the moon and sighed heavily. He used to love clear skies. But now, he wished for the skies to turn cloudy and for a rainstorm to descend. After midnight, as cracks of dawn started to peek through the dark sky, the strong-willed Wolun gave in and fell asleep. Before he lost consciousness, a thought appeared in his head. "I'm willing to give up anything if it means that my friends and I can survive." The constellations shone as the Milky Way flowed through the maze of stars. There was beautiful starlight in the middle of the Milky Way. A long-awaited banquet finally started amongst the stars. However, there were fewer people than the original 6 that attended the last astronomical parliament. Su Yiren was not in attendance this time. Instead, she was nurturing the 14 poppy fruits. At that moment, figures appeared in the Andromeda, Perseus, and Leo Minor North-South constellation seats. The person seated on the Leo Minor seat was excited to see his teacher again. On the other hand, the people seated on the Andromeda and Perseus seats started to cry when they saw the figure wrapped in countless willpowers and law seated on the Leo throne. Yin Lin tried to keep her joy and relief at a reasonable level as she said, "Leo, Libra, it's been long." Chapter 1482, Bei Su's Hug. After Yin Lin spoke, she could not figure out how she was feeling at that moment because her feelings were all in a jumble. Relief, the joy of regaining hope, and being released from bitter thoughts were all tangled within her. Regardless, she was now once again looking at the man wrapped in thousands of willpowers and laws. He was still here. Lin Yuan said apologetically to Yin Lin, "The last astronomical parliamentary meeting should have taken place as per schedule. But something came up and prevented the meeting from taking place. However, there will be no repeat of this in the future." While Lin Yuan spoke, Wen Yu studied Yin Lin. As a woman, Wen Yu's senses were very sharp. She could tell from the way Yin Lin spoke to Lin Yuan that she had special feelings for him that were beyond that of friendship. Her feelings were as strong as the mother of bloodbath when it was trying to hold back from running into Lin Yuan's arms. Wen Yu glanced at Lin Yuan and let out a breath of relief. The young man next to her was too amazing. Frankly, Yin Lin and Lin Yuan were of comparable statutes. Luckily, the Radiance Federation had never practiced arranged marriages, and the Moon Empress could not force Lin Yuan to marry if he was unwilling. Otherwise, it would be possible for Yin Lin to become Lin Yuan's wife when she met up with him in real life and made her status known. Yin Lin did not know what Wen Yu was thinking. If Yin Lin was aware of it, she would immediately burst into tears. But she would eventually start to wonder if she felt gratitude or something more for him. Just as Lin Yuan was about to continue speaking, a figure formed from willpowers and laws ran up to Lin Yuan and wrapped its arms around him. This person was Bei Su. Bei Su's action stunned Wen Yu. But soon after, she frowned. Although every person in the astronomical parliament was formed from willpowers and their soul, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were the only two who could pass judgment on the souls in the astronomical parliament because they were the only ones sitting on the golden thrones. Nothing that Bei Su did could harm Lin Yuan. However, Wen Yu felt that Bei Su's action was too inappropriate. But it did not take long for a smile to spread across Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan spread the arms of his body comprised of thousands of laws and willpowers and returned the hug. This was his way of greeting Bei Su after their extended separation. He patted Bei Su's back and did not let go until Bei Su calmed down. Bei Su had been beside himself with surprise and excitement. But now that he had regained his composure and thought about what he had just done, a blush bloomed on his cheeks. Bei Su used to be a lowly slave with the stone insect curse. Lin Yuan was the one who rescued him from that inhumane existence and gave him a new lease on life. Lin Yuan had prepared potions to evolve his feys and knowledge for Bei Su. Bei Su used to be completely alone. But now, he saw Lin Yuan as the most precious thing in his life. Bei Su scratched his head in embarrassment and returned to the Perseus seat. Talei's lips twitched when he saw Bei Su return to his seat. Even I haven't hugged teacher. Why did Perseus get to hug him before me? Talei had the mentality of a child. Just as he was about to go up to hug Lin Yuan, the latter said seriously, Corona Australis will not be participating in this parliamentary meeting. Bei Su and Talei were left stupefied when they heard what Lin Yuan said. The three of them clearly remembered that Corona Australis had formed a contract with her seat during the last parliamentary meeting. So why was she not at this parliamentary meeting? Could she have offended Leo and Libra and ended up chased out? Or could she have met with some danger during the last 14 days? While the three of them allowed their imaginations to run wild, Lin Yuan said, I have already met up with Corona Australis in the real world and will be corresponding with her through physical means. She will not be attending any of the parliamentary meetings in the future. A look of realization came over Yin Lin, Bei Su, and Talei's faces. Envy soon replaced this expression because they all wanted to meet up with Lin Yuan in real life. All of them wondered what he really looked like. Yin Lin remembered that Lin Yuan told her to go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce when she arrived at the Radiance Federation to trade for the Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. Leo, I will arrive at the Radiance Federation in less than a month. Will I be able to meet you if I go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce? Asked Yin Lin. Yin Lin's tone was very hopeful. Lin Yuan shook his head, and Yin Lin's expression immediately fell. You probably won't be able to meet me when you go to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to trade for Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearls. However, you will definitely have the chance to see me during your stay in the Radiance Federation, said Lin Yuan. Yin Lin's face immediately stretched into a smile. She was going to be able to see him on this trip. This was the best reward for her. Yin Lin could not help but imagine what Lin Yuan looked like in real life. After chatting for a while more with Yin Lin, Lin Yuan turned to Bei Su and asked, It must be hard to work underground. Do you have any problems or issues that you need help with? Bei Su hurriedly replied, Leo, I have already formed a team, and all of them have contracted source-type life forms. Recently, I have been leading them to venture into Class 2 and below dimensional rifts. This has trained their combat power and enabled us to gain more resources. A thought struck Bei Su, and he said, Leo, I have stored up many ores in the bat-shaped ring you gave me. They are much better than the ones I used to dig up. Leo, how can I deliver these goods to you? Lin Yuan was rendered speechless. He did not expect Bei Su to want to give him all the resources that he had risked his life to obtain. Chapter 1483, Calling a New Member. Lin Yuan had no way of obtaining these resources in the past. But now that the astronomical parliament had reached 3 stars, Lin Yuan could use the star spirit seat to exchange goods with Bei Su. However, it would require many more laws than if Lin Yuan was only sending goods to Bei Su. Lin Yuan had no need for the resources from Class 1 and 2 subterranean dimensional rifts. He looked into Bei Su's hopeful eyes and said, You can try to temper the resources into simple equipment that you can wear. Although your subordinates have contracted source-type life forms, I don't think they will be able to defeat a normal Class 1 subterranean life form. Lin Yuan felt that Bei Su was either getting good training by bringing these subordinates around or gaining a burden by having to protect them from danger constantly. There were no creation masters in Bei Su's group, and none of them were able to use the spiritual ingredients they found to increase the power of their source-type life forms. Lin Yuan was able to send Bei Su resources a few times, but it would be too expensive for him to have to accommodate the resources of Bei Su's entire group. He was not going to do this because it was not going to change their current situation. There were only 2 ways for them to change their current circumstances. The first would be for Lin Yuan to send a 100 questions beast to Bei Su. The 100 questions beast with pinnacle class 3 creation master power would be able to increase the power of Bei Su's group in a short period. However, the 100 questions beasts were very important and could change the balance of the entire main world. Even if Lin Yuan sent the 100 questions beast to Bei Su, it would immediately be killed when its abilities were exposed in the Grotto continent. The other way would be for genius to use connected tales to teach Bei-Su creation master knowledge. The body of every person in the astronomical parliament was comprised of their soul and will powers. This was insufficient for Lin Yuan to tell if Bei-Su had creation master talent. He would have to wait and see if Bei-Su was able to concoct spirit fluids after creation master knowledge was transferred to him. If Bei-Su could prove that he had creation master talent, he would be able to be self-sufficient. If he did not have creation master talent, it would be a problem for Lin Yuan. Bei-Su felt slightly embarrassed and guilty when he heard what Lin Yuan said. It was true that none of the people in his team could fight. When they were clearing out dimensional rifts, Bei-Su had to expend the most effort to protect his subordinates. Indeed, these subordinates greatly affected the rate at which Bei-Su gathered resources. Nonetheless, Bei-Su could not abandon them because he could not bear to do so and because Lin Yuan had instructed him to form a faction. Without these subordinates, he would not be able to form a faction because Bei-Su would not count as one, no matter how strong he was as an individual. When Bei-Su was left at a loss, Lin Yuan stood up and nodded at Wen Yu. The Leo constellation above his head started to shine, and a strip of light appeared below his throne, leading all the way to the Perseus seat that Bei-Su was sitting on. Lin Yuan did not tell Bei-Su what he was going to do. Instead, he said collectively to Yin Lin, Bei-Su, and Tale, after today's parliamentary meeting, all of you will be able to use Star Spirit Seat to contact and send me messages at any time. However, any message will come at a great cost, so contact the astronomical parliament unless the matter is urgent. Bei-Su, Yin Lin, and Tale were delighted. Previously, the three of them were only able to enter the astronomical parliament when they were asleep. This gave them a heavy sense of anxiety as they were afraid that the astronomical parliament would stop opening one day. There was no worse feeling than being stranded. But now that they could communicate with the astronomical parliament, they would be at ease even if they never made use of the ability. The information that Star Spirit Seat and connected tales sent to Bei-Su would only appear in his mind after the parliamentary meeting ended. Lin Yuan would not have to explain for Bei-Su to know what to do. Lin Yuan would have to spend a large amount of willpowers to transfer genius knowledge to Bei-Su. All these willpowers came from the incomplete bodies of fantasy breed feys and had formed the messy images on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Once these willpowers were cleared, the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt would become much prettier. Lin Yuan asked Tale, "Do you know Phoebe Jenny's city, which is the nearest city to the border of the Divine Wood Federation?" Tale nodded and said, "Teacher, I have definitely heard of Phoebe Jenny's city. However, once we cross the border, we will probably be killed before we even arrive at Phoebe Jenny's city. The furthest we will get is the border where the merchant groups from the Great Lush Federation are selling goods. It's good that you know where Phoebe Jenny's city is. Once you arrive at the border of the Divine Wood Federation, don't take every person in the tribe with you to Phoebe Jenny's city. Tell the stronger people in your tribe to put on disguises and sneak into the prosperous Chamber of Commerce to meet with President Lin Yuan. Tell Lin Yuan that you are there to see Su Yiren, and she will make the arrangements for you," said Lin Yuan. Tale carefully noted down everything that Lin Yuan said. Now that Lin Yuan had settled Yin Lin, Bei-Su, and Tale, he was ready to tell Wen Yu to pick a new member for the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan said to Yin Lin and the rest, "Next, the astronomical parliament will invite 2 new members. In the future, you don't have to attend every weekly parliamentary meeting if you are busy. Now that the astronomical parliament has deepened its relationship with you, the constellations will contact you at the start of every parliamentary meeting. You just have to reply, and you will be able to enter the astronomical parliament to attend the parliamentary meeting even if you aren't asleep." Lin Yuan nodded at Wen Yu, and she activated the astronomical parliament. The constellations hidden in the sky started to move, and a figure wrapped in willpower runes appeared in the astronomical parliament. This figure looked up at the star-filled sky and the 2 figures seated on the golden thrones. He wondered if he had arrived at the home of the gods. Chapter 1484, The Fifth Person, Bulletin Po. While this figure was confused, Lin Yuan and Wen Yu used the astronomical parliament's ability to check on this figure's background and experiences. Both of them frowned, and their faces promptly fell. Once they saw this person's background, they simultaneously decided that they had to keep this person in the astronomical parliament to become the contractor of the 5th North-South constellation seat. Lin Yuan had helped many people since becoming a spirit chi professional. All of them had their own type of misfortune. For example, Lu Ji had been injured because of the insect queen and plunged from being a member of the Radiance 100 sequence to a regular person who could not even wield a fei. Wen Yu's talent had been damaged after she tried to help a friend. She ended up ostracized by her friends. Qin Lun and Qin Yu had been unable to be under sunlight because they had awakened their beast patterns. However, this figure was much more unfortunate than Qin Lun, Qin Yu, Wen Yu, and Lu Ji. Yet, describing this person's experiences as unfortunate was also slightly inaccurate. They were truly tragic. According to his memories and experiences, Lin Yuan knew that he was a young man who had awakened a willpower rune by accident. From the moment he was born, his life was riddled with misfortune, and there had almost been no opportunity where he could catch a break. The person on the receiving end of all this adversity and mishap was called Buletin-po. The lives of Buletin-po and his older sister, the only family left in the world, were a constant struggle. His sister's kidnapping and forced marriage were just the final straw for this young man. The root of the young man's troubles was not his misfortune but that he lived in the strange federation, the Spirit Mother Federation. Lin Yuan was familiar with the Spirit Mother Federation. The Startling Lines continent was northwest of the Radiance Federation and was also the closest continent to the Radiance Federation. However, there was also another federation that was close to the Radiance Federation called the Cold Sand Federation. Dear readers, you are reading on our content copy site. Please copy and search this link https://tinurl.com/39hpcn6j to support us. There were two large federations in the Cold Sand Federation. One of them was the Spirit Mother Federation, where Buletin-po lived. The Spirit Mother Federation and Sand Island continent were neighbors in the Cold Sand Federation. Both of these federations had a Class 5 Creation Master each. However, the Sand Island Federation had almost 3 times more Class 4 Creation Masters than the Spirit Mother Federation. Nonetheless, both federations were equally matched because of the Spirit Mother Federation's special system of governance. The Spirit Mother Federation's governance system was split into 3 levels: the Earth Mother, Sky Mother, and Spirit Mother. There was only one Spirit Mother in the Federation, and the Sky Mothers ruled the Earth Mothers. The Earth Mothers had absolute authority over regular people and could sentence any of them to death as long as they were not going against any laws. Buletin-po's older sister had caught the eye of the youngest son of an Earth Mother. He could not do anything to her without breaking a rule. But if he married Buletin-po's sister, everything he did would be considered a matter of the Earth Mother's household. Their strict rules were violent and unreasonable. Even the Spirit Mother was restricted by the Spirit Mother guards at times. For example, the Spirit Mother could never get married. Additionally, he had to accept disciples in their prime and teach them how to become Class 5 Creation Masters. In the Spirit Mother Federation, Class 5 Creation Masters were passed down from generation to generation. When they talked about the Spirit Mother Federation, Lin Yuan could sense that the Moon Empress did not want to talk too much about it and that she resented the Spirit Mother Federation. At that time, he had no idea why the Moon Empress abhorred and despised the Spirit Mother Federation. Now that Lin Yuan understood the circumstances in the Spirit Mother Federation, he shared her sentiments. The only thing that jumped out at him about the Spirit Mother Federation in the past was that they liked to tattoo themselves. They covered themselves in tattoos from the time they were born to the day they died. From Buletin-po's experiences, Lin Yuan had a better understanding of the Spirit Mother Federation. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard Buletin-po mumble, "Am I dreaming or dead?" Buletin-po sounded worried when he mentioned death. Lin Yuan sensed that Buletin-po was afraid of his sister grieving over him. Lin Yuan said to the confused Buletin-po, "You're not dead. Welcome to the Astronomical Parliament. Do you remember the wish you made before you fell asleep?" Buletin-po was incredulous as he stared at the two figures on the golden thrones. It went without saying that he remembered the wish he had made before he fell asleep. His head was still full of thoughts of how he could save his sister even after he fell asleep. Buletin-po did not even have time to be shocked that gods were real before he hurriedly said, "I'm willing to do anything if you can save my older sister. Please save her." The moment he spoke, he fell to his knees with his eyes full of hope. In the Spirit Mother Federation, people valued pride above anything else because pride was the equivalent of dignity. Only people with pride had the courage to stand at the top and survive. Buletin-po's current action indicated that he had abandoned his pride. This meant that he cared about his sister more than his pride. With Buletin-po's plea, it meant that he had agreed to the Astronomical Parliament's contract. However, Lin Yuan needed to think carefully about how he could help Buletin-po to save his sister. The best way would be to turn Buletin-po into an Earth Mother. However, Buletin-po did not fulfill the two conditions that were necessary for one to become an Earth Mother. As of now, Buletin-po was only a D-rank spirit chi professional. Although he had accidentally comprehended a willpower rune, he had never contracted a fey. Hence, Turning Buletin-po into a king-class expert would be impossible. Although Lin Yuan could give a diamond/epic fey to Buletin-po, Buletin-po's spirit chi professional rank was too low to form a contract with it. Thus, Lin Yuan could only try the second method, which would be for him to take a gamble that Buletin-po possessed creation master potential, just like the gamble that he was taking on Beisu. If he lost the gamble on Beisu, the only cost would be that Beisu would not be able to strengthen his subordinate's source-type life forms. But if he lost the gamble on Buletin-po, he would lose his sister. Lin Yuan had never been in Buletin-po's position, but Lin Yuan could try to stand in his shoes. Chapter 1485, Appearance of the Sixth Person. Lin Yuan could not imagine how he would feel if Chu Xi had encountered the same situation as Buletin-po's sister, and he was helpless to do anything. But no matter how he thought about it, the only way to fix the issue would be for Lin Yuan to take a gamble on Buletin-po's creation master talent. The astronomical parliament was unable to transfer experts and could not deliver Buletin-po to them. If Buletin-po truly had creation master talent, Lin Yuan would be able to help him to become a class 3 creation master in a short period. Currently, Buletin-po was 15 years old. He would be seen as a rare genius in the Radiance Federation if he could become a class 3 creation master at his age. If a Sky Mother in the Spirit Mother Federation discovered an outstanding Earth Mother, he would be rewarded by the Spirit Mother. As such, the Sky Mothers were always trying to support the Earth Mothers they discovered. Once Buletin-po's creation master talent was discovered by a Sky Mother, the Sky Mother would definitely report the discovery of Buletin-po to the Spirit Mother in order to gain a reward. Rumor was that the Spirit Mother had already accepted 4 disciples. It was likely that he would not mind accepting another genius disciple like Buletin-po. Lin Yuan asked when Yu, Libra, the Lyra constellation called Buletin-po into the astronomical parliament. Let him form a contract with it. When Yu said to Buletin-po, Leo is allowing you to join the astronomical parliament. Place your hand on the back of the Lyra constellation seat and use your soul to form a contract with it. Buletin-po jumped to his feet and clumsily placed his hand on the back of the Lyra constellation seat. He knew that they had agreed to his plea. His sister was saved. Although he had no idea how they would help him, they had to be powerful, given how they had the power to bring him to this place. None of the Earth Mothers that Buletin-po had met had this ability. At the same moment that Buletin-po placed his hand on the Lyra constellation seat, the Lyra constellation in the sky lit up. The Lyra constellation landed on Buletin-po and enveloped him in light. At the same time, Star Spirit Seat was used on Buletin-po, and Lin Yuan used Genius-connected tails to send a sea of Creation Master resources to Buletin-po. Once the knowledge was transferred, Lin Yuan said to Buletin-po, when you leave the astronomical parliament, you will have the ability to contact the astronomical parliament. Use the knowledge in your head to buy spiritual ingredients with your savings. If you can use the spiritual ingredients to concoct spirit fluids, you will know what to do next. If you can't concoct spirit fluids, contact me using the astronomical parliament. The moment Lin Yuan spoke, Wen Yu sent Buletin-po out of the astronomical parliament. Buletin-po woke up on his bed. Before he could wonder if the experience had been real, a bomb of knowledge exploded in his mind. He had been dizzy for almost an entire day. But as hungry as he was, he could not think of eating. His heart was full of gratitude and excitement. He knew that he had met his savior because he felt that he was capable of using spiritual ingredients to concoct spirit fluids that only creation masters could produce. Buletin-po tentatively climbed down from his bed and took out half of the savings that he and his sister had put away. He used this money to buy some crimson red fruits. When crimson red fruits were added to fish lantern grass and 7 other support spiritual ingredients, a crimson potion could be produced. When animal-type feys drank the crimson potion, they could increase their stamina. Experts could also drink the crimson potion to quickly replenish their stamina. Buletin-po planned on concocting a bottle of crimson potion. If he was successful, he would be able to head to the Creation Master Association immediately to see the Sky Mother there and register to become an Earth Mother. If he failed, Buletin-po could quickly contact the person in the constellations. After all, his sister did not have long left. The marriage procession in the Spirit Mother Federation lasted for 4 days. The first 3 days were meant for visiting the parents. However, his parents were dead. Thus, he only had a day left to save his sister. Buletin-po did not return home after buying the spiritual ingredients. Instead, he rented the lowest class room in the Creation Master Association and tried to use the knowledge in his head to concoct the crimson potion. With only knowledge and no practical experience, Buletin-po struggled with the process. But 20 minutes later, He had a bottle of dark red spirit fluid in his hand. When he drank the dark red potion, tears started spilling out of his eyes. These tears were not out of sadness but joy because he knew he could become an Earth Mother. He could now reach the same status as the sixth young master. He could save his sister. Buletin-po decided he would protect his sister while repaying the two figures amongst the constellations. However, Buletin-po had no idea that he was going to cause shock waves to reverberate through the Spirit Mother Federation by becoming the youngest Class 3 creation master in the Cold Sand continent and becoming the disciple of the Spirit Mother. One banquet amongst the stars had planted the seed of change in the Cold Sand continent. After Wen Yu sent Buletin-po away, she used the stars to search for more desperate people who were willing to sacrifice everything for one wish. However, the more they searched, the more awkward Lin Yuan and Wen Yu felt because most of the people were not struggling, and their wishes were not especially important. Most of them wanted a never-ending source of money, unending power, or a woman who was out of their league. Even if Lin Yuan could grant these wishes, he would not do so because it would make him a despicable person. Additionally, the astronomical parliament did not require such people. At that moment, a person wrapped in 2 willpowers appeared in the astronomical parliament. This figure froze for a moment before they started to peer around their surroundings. This indicated that the person had his fair share of experiences. Otherwise, he would not have been able to train such steely composure. Chapter 1486, Pirate Wolun. Yin Lin, Beisu, and Tale started mumbling to themselves when they saw the figure looking around. Clearly, they had forgotten that they were even less composed when they first arrived at the astronomical parliament. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had already started checking through the willpowers and experiences of this figure. The two of them shared a look. This time, they did not immediately decide to allow this person to join the astronomical parliament. Instead, she asked the figure, "Do you know why you're here?" This question immediately attracted Wolun's attraction. When Wolun first arrived in this constellation-filled sky pocket, he thought he was hallucinating due to a lack of water. But soon, he realized that things were not as simple as he thought because he could sense the power of laws and willpowers coming from the two figures seated on the golden thrones. One could not dream up the power of laws and willpowers. Spirit Chi professionals would not struggle to awaken willpower runes if they could. Moreover, Wolun sensed that there were 3 people near him who were looking at him curiously. This meant that he had accidentally entered a mystical space. Lin Yuan's question made Wolun think. Wolun had no idea why he had come here, and he badly wanted to know how he had managed to reach this place. Wolun got his bearings and said warily, "Lord, I am just a lowly sailor. I have no idea why I'm here. Please let me know." Lin Yuan was not surprised to hear this response. According to Wolun's memories and experiences, Lin Yuan knew what kind of person Wolun was. Given that he had fainted from dehydration, it would be difficult for him to remember the wish he had made in his final moments of consciousness. Hence, Lin Yuan needed to give him a reminder. "You managed to reach this place because you made a wish saying that you were willing to give up everything. I can fulfill your wish." Lin Yuan's words took Wolun by surprise. Wolun immediately realized what had happened when he looked through his memories. Soon, elation spread across his face. This meant that he and his friends were saved. "But before that, you have to tell me what you can do for me," said Lin Yuan. When the astronomical parliament took in Beisu, Yin Lin, and Tale, Lin Yuan had not asked them this question. However, he was stricter with Wolun and Su Yiren because they were both very ambitious. Su Yiren was desperate to live so she could restore the Dark Continent to its former glory, while Wolun wanted to go on more adventures to become a more outstanding sailor. Wolun had a dream, but it was in conflict with the astronomical parliament's goal. The astronomical parliament needed a leader and strategist who could set up a new faction in a new continent to expand Sky City's reach and not an adventurer who had wanderlust. If Wolun chose to help Sky City over his dream, he would be worth being saved by Lin Yuan. There was an abundance of sad people in the world who were about to die. If Lin Yuan did not save Wolun, he could save someone else. It made no difference to him. Wolun immediately fell quiet as he carefully thought about Lin Yuan's question. Soon, Wolun realized that Lin Yuan's question had a hidden meaning. Lin Yuan was actually asking him about what he could contribute. When Wolun introduced himself, he said that he was a sailor. Evidently, the person seated on the throne did not think that sailors were very valuable. When he was on the brink of life and death, Wolun had seriously questioned his dream of adventuring. If he had not decided to sail northwest to search for new islands despite knowing the dangers involved, he would not have ended up trapped by the sawfin bite sharks. Before he fell unconscious, Wolun had even groggily had the idea of opening a small bar in an alley. However, the owner of a bar seemed even less valuable than a sailor. After pondering for a while, Wolun came up with a way to demonstrate his value. Lord, I have been risking my life at sea ever since I was young. Although I haven't gained much out of it, I have accumulated a decent network of resources. If you have any need for it or find yourself near the Violent Wind Federation, I can recruit sailors to sail the waterways. Additionally, I can use spiritual ingredients to form large boats. Although these boats can't compare to the island whales, they can get through the sea without any problems. However, as long as you are willing to spend money to buy gold and above spiritual ingredients, I can build boats that are impervious to the attacks from diamond sea beasts. Lin Yuan was immediately interested and said, "You claim that using gold spiritual ingredients to build boats can defend them from the attacks of diamond sea beasts. Then what about using diamond spiritual ingredients? Will they be able to defend attacks from myth-breed feys?" Wolun was shocked. How many diamond spiritual ingredients were required to build an entire boat? Wolun could not imagine the cost. Yet, it was clear that this figure who asked the question did not care about diamond spiritual ingredients. Wolun said hesitantly, "Lord, myth-breed sea beasts are able to use laws to utilize the sea's power. There is a saying amongst sailors. Encountering a myth-breed fey can only result in death. Even if you use diamond spiritual ingredients to build a large boat, it won't be able to hold up against a myth-breed sea beast's violent attacks. However, I believe that using diamond spiritual ingredients will be able to protect a boat from the attacks of fantasy breed and suzerain sea beasts." With this, Lin Yuan decided that he would take Wolun into the astronomical parliament. There were countless sea beasts in the main world. Although it was much easier to use a large boat to replace an island whale in running trading routes, any accidents would result in a total loss. The Violent Wind Federation's boat construction skills were non-parallel. Any person who identified themselves as a sailor in the Violent Wind Federation went out to sea in a boat that they made themselves. However, the sailors in the Violent Wind Federation were also called pirates. Chapter 1487, Lin Yuan's Plan. Sailors usually sailed on the boats they built to uninhabited islands to drain them of all their resources and gain an income. There were even sailors who acted like pirates. According to Wolun's memories, Lin Yuan knew that Wolun belonged to the former group. This was also the reason why Wolun said that he had gained a considerable reputation amongst the sailors. There were many occurrences where Wolun saved sailors who were in the midst of being robbed by pirates. Although there was a great risk involved in using boats built with the Violent Wind Federation's construction skills to run trading routes in the main world, this danger would not be present in the dimensional worlds. Lin Yuan's territory in the marsh world had widened significantly, and there was a serious lack of manpower there. Experts like the kill-food sky butterfly were the only ones who could harvest resources for the territory. But if a large boat was placed in the marsh world, each trip it made would be able to gather a large amount of hidden marsh soil. If White Pavilion navigated the boat, no marsh crocodiles would dare to attack the boat. Additionally, Lin Yuan had learned from Silver Umber Black that sea emperors or sea kings guarded most sea territories. If he could get in contact with a sea territory's sea emperor or sea king in advance, even a small boat would not run into danger when sailing in that territory. Presently, Lin Yuan had the Sea Emperor Silver Umber Black as one of his subordinates. The distance between the Radiance Federation and the Violent Wind Federation was about the same as the distance between the Radiance Federation and the Azure Federation. The Azure Federation and Radiance Federation were able to set up the Radiance Azure Waterway because they had formed good relationships with all the sea clans in the area. Suppose Silver Umber Black went ahead to make preparations or utilized special methods. In that case, it could be possible to set up the Radiance Wind Waterway between the Radiance Federation and Violent Wind Federation. Nonetheless, these plans were out of Lin Yuan's scope for now. The best thing that Wolun could do would be to set up a faction comprised of sailors in the Violent Wind Federation. Lin Yuan needed to think about how he could help Wolun overcome his problem. Your ability has proven your worth. You can place your hand on the back of the Ophiuchus constellation seat and form a contract with it. Wolun did not hesitate to form a contract with the Ophiuchus constellation seat and asked, "Lord, what should I do from now on?" "Use your connections with the other sailors to set up a faction. Once you're done, I will tell you what to do next," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan changed the topic and asked, "What is your current spirit chi professional rank?" Wolun hurriedly said, "Lord, I am an A-rank spirit chi professional." Lin Yuan asked curiously, "If you're an A-rank spirit chi professional, why is your tied armor C Fern only gold 9/fantasy I?" Lun was embarrassed when he heard Lin Yuan's question. Previously, the Tide Armor Sea Fern was only Gold 9/Epic. Although Lun was an A-rank spirit chi professional, he spent most of his time adventuring and his money on his boat. Hence, he had not asked a creation master to evolve this main combat fey. He had only evolved the Tide Armor Sea Fern when he had been in danger and decided to take a gamble. Lun had found 4 platinum tree cores on an island and fed them to the Tide Armor Sea Fern. This had enabled it to evolve to legend quality. Next, Lun used a willpower rune that was suited to the Tide Armor Sea Fern and evolved it to Gold 9/Fantasy I. However, Lun did not expect the Tide Armor Sea Fern's evolution to be insufficient to save the boat. There were not only gold grade but also platinum saw-fin bite sharks in the water. The Tide Armor Sea Fern could easily defeat the gold saw-fin bite shark. It could also hold its own against 2 gold saw-fin bite sharks. However, there were at least 20 platinum saw-fin bite sharks amongst the hundreds of saw-fin bite sharks in the water. Hence, the Tide Armor Sea Fern would be shredded almost instantly after it entered the water. Moreover, Lun had also noticed a few black figures in the water that were about 10 meters long. These saw-fin bite sharks were likely to be diamond grade. Lun regretted not investing more of his money into evolving the Tide Armor Sea Fern in the past. But as embarrassed as he was, since Lin Yuan had asked the question, he would tell Lin Yuan about his situation in detail. When he heard Lun's response, Lin Yuan felt that Lun truly lived up to his background of being a wild adventurer. Lun's spirit chi professional rank allowed Lin Yuan to come up with a way to help him. Through their interaction, Lin Yuan found out that Lun was affiliated with control-type aquatic phase. Lin Yuan also learned from Genius that there were currently no spirit fluids stocked up that would be able to evolve the Tide Armor Sea Fern to diamond grade. But coincidentally, Lin Yuan had a fey that was compatible with Lun's other willpower rune, the Blue Ring Sea Octopus. Lun's other willpower rune was the Water Poison willpower rune, and the Blue Ring Sea Octopus was a small aquatic fey that used poison as a means of combat and control. There happened to be a spirit fluid concocted by the 100 Questions beasts that could evolve the Bronze/Legend Blue Ring Sea Octopus to Diamond grade. The Diamond/Fantasy Blue Ring Sea Octopus could easily kill the Diamond Saw-fin Bite Shark with its poison. Once the Saw-fin Bite Sharks were killed, and the water was cleared, the sailors would be saved. Once the sea turtle stuck in the propeller was removed, the boat would be able to move again. When you awake, you will realize that some items have appeared in your hand. Make sure to keep them a secret from the other people on the boat. If a seed of evil sprouts in any of the people on the boat, they will try and kill you. You will know how to get rid of the saw-fin bite sharks once you see these items. Lin Yuan told Wen Yu to use Star Spirit Seed to send the Blue Ring Sea Octopus and 4 bottles of spirit fluid to Lun. Lin Yuan used some broken water-type laws to fuel the transaction. These broken water-type laws would only affect the cohesiveness of the sea in the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Chapter 1488, Lun's Luck and the Unnamed Bloodline. After using up these water-type laws, the sea on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt became clear enough that a large whale could be seen happily swimming about within it. More than half an hour had been spent addressing Lun, and the Astronomical parliamentary meeting was about to come to an end. After chatting to Yin Lin, Bei Su, and Ta Lei for a while and having them become acquainted with Lun, the parliamentary meeting ended. Lun opened his eyes at the same moment that he left the astronomical parliament. He was faced with a fiery sun beating down on the surface of the sea and illuminating the horizon. The sunlight had wiped out all traces of darkness. Lun had been a sailor for more than a decade and saw the sunrise on an almost daily basis. Yet, this was the first time that he was amazed by its beauty. When he returned to his senses and remembered that he had just attended the astronomical parliamentary meeting, he was afraid that it had all been his imagination despite knowing that it had not been a dream. At this moment, he saw a strangely shaped ring next to his hand. There was a blue crystal in the shape of a cute octopus embedded in the ring. Lun was certain that this was the first time he was seeing this ring. From its craftsmanship, he knew that the other sailors had not made it. He remembered the person wrapped in laws and willpowers telling him that he would receive some items when he woke up and that he would know what to do with them. Lun thought, is this ring spatial equipment? Lun used his spiritual energy to touch the ring and realized that there was indeed a large space within the ring. The space was large enough to contain the entire boat. As he continued looking inside the ring, he noticed 4 spirit fluids and a basin in the corner of the space. A small octopus was lazily stretching out its tentacles in the basin. It also changed its color intermittently. There were brilliant blue spots all over the octopus body, indicating that it was full of venom. Lun hurriedly summoned the basin and 4 bottles of spirit fluid out of the ring. He finally realized what Lin Yuan meant. Lun immediately checked the octopus species fey and the 4 bottles of spirit fluid. He was not a creation master and did not have the skill to check on them. However, he had been a sailor for long enough to gain experience. Lun had not been able to say anything when he saw the octopus species fey in the ring. But now that he was taking a closer look at it, he saw that it was bronze/legend. This discovery left Lun trembling violently. He had no idea how bronze/legend feys were nurtured, but he was well aware of their significance. Lun dared not imagine what status the person seated on the golden throne in the astronomical parliament had to be able to give out a bronze/legend fey so easily to save a person. Moreover, this octopus species fey used venom to attack and was very compatible with the willpower rune He Eta Alpha Delta comprehended. This meant that he would be able to combine the two immediately. Does this mean that I'm about to contract a bronze/fantasy fey? What a lucky break! With all of Lun's experience, he could not tell what the 4 bottles of spirit fluids were. However, the crystal bottles were marked from 1 to 4 to let Lun know the sequence in which they should be used. Lun reached out his hand and carefully formed a contract with the octopus in the basin. As cute as the octopus was, Lun immediately noticed it was extremely venomous. Before the contraction was complete, the octopus venom would be effective on Lun. Many spirit chi professionals in the Violent Wind Federation had died by the venom of a poison-type fey before they could form a contract with it. Lun would not have to be afraid of the blue ring sea octopus's venom once he formed a contract with it. After the contraction, Lun sensed that the blue ring sea octopus was very affectionate toward him. This left him stunned. He had only had one fey up till now and had never experienced the joy of communicating with a fey spiritually. Lun scooped the blue ring sea octopus out of the basin, and it used its tentacles to grab his fingers in a loving manner. He checked the time and saw that it was almost time to wake the other sailors up. Lun summoned the water poison willpower rune from his spiritual spatial zone and moved it toward the cute blue ring sea octopus. Soon, the blue ring sea octopus fused with the water poison willpower rune, and it evolved into a bronze/fantasy fey. Lun opened the 4 bottles of spirit fluid and fed them to the blue ring sea octopus in sequence. When the blue ring sea octopus drank the first spirit fluid, it remained the same size. However, the blue rings on its body became brighter. This meant that its venom had become stronger. But when it drank the second spirit fluid, it started to transform. Suddenly, it grew into a 15-meter tall monster. When its 8 tentacles were fully stretched, they reached a length of 25 meters. This left Lun stupefied. If Lin Yuan was here and looking at the gold blue ring sea octopus, he would gasp at how lucky Lun was. There were many legends about octopus species feys. Prehistoric octopus species feys could awaken the giant octopus bloodline. Prehistoric feys that had awakened the giant octopus bloodline had a chance of triggering that unnamed bloodline. For example, Gulang's cuttlefish of days past had been the crimson giant wings cuttlefish before it awakened the unnamed bloodline. Now that the blue ring sea octopus had accidentally awoken its giant octopus bloodline, it had the chance to trigger the unnamed bloodline. Chapter 1489, Giant Cuttlefish Carnage. If the blue ring sea octopus was not still affectionately placing its tentacles on Lun, he might have fled to the cabin to hide. But as shocked as Lun was, he was also over the moon. The sawfin bite shark was capable of quickly hunting down its prey. Lun had been afraid that the blue ring sea octopus' small size would cause it to be devoured by the sawfin bite sharks even after using its venom attacks. Even if it did not end up dead, it would be trapped inside the sawfin bite shark. The stomach of the sawfin bite shark was not an enjoyable place to be. The sawfin bite shark's main diet consisted of sea turtle feys. Given that it could even digest the hard shell of sea turtles, it would be difficult for the blue ring sea octopus to survive, much less escape from being dissolved by the stomach acid. However, Lun did not have to worry about that now. The blue ring sea octopus was so large that it would only be injured by the sawfin bite shark's bites, and its life would not be in any danger. But it did not take long for Lun to realize that he was wrong. When the blue ring sea octopus drank the 3rd bottle of spirit fluid, its body started to grow again until it reached a height of 35 meters, while its tentacles grew to a length of 80 meters. Lun was also shocked by the tens of small nodes that grew all over the blue ring sea octopus tentacles. However, these nodes were only small in comparison to the blue ring sea octopus tentacles. Each of them was actually at least 20 meters in length. There were also a few that were 30 meters. The bright circles on the blue ring sea octopus body were hurting Lun's eyes. He gulped before feeding the last bottle of spirit fluid to the blue ring sea octopus. When the blue ring sea octopus drank the last bottle of spirit fluid, he felt himself falling as the deck let out an ominous creak. At this point, the blue ring sea octopus covered Wolun's entire line of sight. The 150-meter-long deck could no longer contain the mutated blue ring sea octopus. Half of its body hung out of the boat and dipped into the sea. By Wolun's estimation, the blue ring sea octopus was at least 80 meters tall, and its tentacles reached at least 300 meters. The nodes on its tentacles ranged from 5 meters to 100 meters in length. It was almost as large as a small whale species fey. The diamond/fantasy blue ring sea octopus was not only enormous but also had half-meter-long dark blue spikes protruding from its tentacles resembling fangs. Wolun could not imagine an entity that could sustain the damage of being hit by one of the spike-covered tentacles. The spikes were the same color as the rings on the blue ring sea octopus. Evidently, they were also chock full of venom. The blue ring sea octopus was either hungry or had a violent personality, as it immediately started attacking the sawfin bite sharks from the moment it entered the water. The sawfin bite sharks had followed enough boats to come up with a routine. They would surround a boat, and food would eventually fall from the sky. This routine was embedded in the genes of the sharks after generations of interacting with the violent Wind Federation. However, this memory would bring about the downfall of this group of sawfin bite sharks because the creature that had entered the water was not a thirsty sailor but the mutated blue ring sea octopus. The blue rings on the blue ring sea octopus lit up and turned the sea around it a brilliant blue. When the sawfin bite sharks came in contact with the venomous water, their bodies immediately turned numb. The blue ring sea octopus threaded its tentacles through the sawfin bite sharks like they were kebabs. The blue ring sea octopus felt that killing the sawfin bite sharks this way was boring. It drained its venom and waved its tentacles around to catch the sawfin bite sharks in a makeshift net. The blue ring sea octopus killed all the sawfin bite sharks by casually waving around its tentacles. Wolun sensed the blue ring sea octopus's joy while looking in shock at the sea that had been stained red by the sawfin bite shark's blood. Hundreds of the sawfin bite sharks had been killed in cold blood. The blue ring sea octopus size, grade, and venom left the sawfin bite sharks utterly unable to fight back. The sea breeze quickly dissipated the stench of blood. Meanwhile, the sailors who had felt the boat sink slightly dashed up to the deck and witnessed the final moments of the cruel battle. Little Monkey, whose flight or fight instincts heavily leaned toward flight, was stunned for 2 full minutes before he asked Wolun, "Big brother Wolun, are we going to be eaten by this gigantic octopus?" Although the giant octopus was fully submerged in the water, Little Monkey could tell from the silhouette beneath the water that it could capsize the boat. Little Monkey was certain that he was about to die and turned to sprint into the cabin. But Wolun grabbed his shirt after he only managed to take 2 steps. Wolun did not expect Little Monkey to assume that the blue ring sea octopus was going to attack the boat. He did not immediately explain to Little Monkey that the blue ring sea octopus was a fey he had obtained by accident. Instead, he asked Little Monkey, "Little Monkey, why are you rushing to the cabin?" Little Monkey replied honestly, "I will go and prepare some sawfin bite shark meat. Let us fill our bellies before we greet death." Wolun rolled his eyes at Little Monkey and said, "Are you going to add your blood to it too?" Chapter 1490, Listen has returned. Tears welled up in Little Monkey's eyes. He was willing to give up his life if it meant that Wolun and the other sailors could survive. However, this was not the case at all. The most positive thing that could happen would be that his blood would make the sawfin bite shark meat digestible by the sailors. However, Little Monkey could not tell Wolun this because it would make the other sailors unwilling to eat the sawfin bite shark meat. While Little Monkey was in conflict, he felt a weight land on top of his head. It was from Wolun's hand gently caressing his head. Wolun did not say anything else to Little Monkey. Instead, he looked deep into Little Monkey's eyes for a moment before he turned and shouted toward the sea, "Blue Ring, use your tentacles to clear out the turtles blocking the propellers. Then, we will cook the turtles into soup." All the sailors recovered from their shock, and cheers soon erupted from the deck. The boat carried the cheers and joy of the sailors off toward the harbor in freezing Dragon City. Since the astronomical parliament had evolved to 3 stars and Wen Yu's spiritual energy had increased significantly, she was not dizzy or exhausted even though this parliamentary meeting had lasted more than 40 minutes. Lin Yuan looked at Wen Yu after they left the astronomical parliament. He thought about the information he learned about whale ocean commerce when he was at Zhou Jiaxin's store. Although he had mentioned to Wen Yu about establishing channels of information, he had not had time to start on this. But now, Lin Yuan decided to make setting up the intelligence department Sky City's first priority. "Wen Yu, what are your plans for the intelligence department? Wen Yu replied seriously, young master, Sky City has never had an intelligence department. We will have to start from scratch and do it step by step without relying on information from any other faction. We need to ensure that every person in the intelligence department has unquestionable loyalty because this is the only way to ensure the accuracy of the information. As for the secrecy part, the information will be fully transferred through Paper Crane's promise, so there will be no need to worry. Dear readers, you are reading on our content stealing site. Please copy and search this link https://bomb.so/jamia to support us. Lin Yuan now knew that Wen Yu had made careful plans for the intelligence department. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought about Qin Lun, who was currently training alongside Listen. Qin Lun had awakened the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion beast pattern and formed a contract with the Polar Night Blue Sky Scorpion. He was an assassin skilled at espionage, which made him suitable to work in the intelligence department. Qin Lun had gained experience with Listen on this trip to Indigo Azure City. It would be a good idea to send Qin Lun to Wen Yu's side so she could train him and have him help her with setting up the intelligence department. The number of white-clothed followers was increasing, and they were king-class experts who could not reveal their identities. As such, the main world was still unaware of the white-clothed followers. All of the feys contracted by the white-clothed followers were different and had different skills. Wen Yu could choose a few who would be suited to work in the intelligence department. Wen Yu, talk to Big Brother Lu and pick a group out of the white-clothed followers so you won't have to scramble to find labor. A small smile appeared on Wen Yu's face as she said softly, young master, with faceless paper and truth form paper, it will be tedious but not difficult to set up the intelligence department. Don't worry. In less than 6 months, I will finish setting up Sky City's intelligence department, and we will immediately be able to receive any information about the major factions. With faceless paper, I will be able to standardize the appearance of all the intelligence workers. Even if another faction tries to pull a scheme, it will be useless. After talking with Lin Yuan about the details of the intelligence department, Wen Yu returned to her room to log into StarWeb so she could continue managing Sky City's private faction territory. Next, she was going to instruct the elemental paper to produce many faceless papers. Additionally, Wen Yu was going to increase her power to design spirit Qi accessories. All of these tasks completely filled up Wen Yu's time. Lin Yuan also had to return to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone to continue working hard. He needed to work 2 hours daily to fulfill the order from Cloud Lake City and Mountain Bell City. Moreover, Lin Yuan needed to head to Whale Ocean Commerce's manor with the rest of the Creation Masters 3 days later with faceless paper attached to his face. Nothing was different for Lu Ji, Lin Yuan, and Wen Yu. However, the world had changed for most of the Spirit Qi professionals and normal people on StarWeb and in the real world. News of the Warm Sun Fund opening in the Xia region had indeed caused a huge commotion on StarWeb. But before the commotion could reach its peak, it was blanketed by the news of the Abyssal World opening. The 32 major cities from the Radiance Federation were going to build mirror cities in the Abyssal World, and the factions would be building their territories inside the mirror cities. Hence, Creation Master resources in the Radiance Federation were tight. Metal-type spiritual ingredients and ice-type feys became extremely expensive, while the price of fire-type feys and strange flames fell. The changes and waves in the market affected the revenue of countless factions. However, this was inevitable because it was the natural progression of changing times. Meanwhile, Listen, Endless Summer, and the rest had returned to the royal capital from Indigo Azure City. Endless Summer made a beeline for the return from faraway mansion the moment she arrived at the royal capital. Listen was going to do the same. However, the royal capital was the first city to set aside territory for itself in the Abyssal World. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was a faction that operated within the royal capital and needed to build its representative faction in the mirror city of the royal capital in the Abyssal World. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce would need to pay a security deposit and undertake the costs of building the representative faction. Chapter 1491, Lin Yuan's Prediction. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was completely different from what it used to be. It could not even compare to a rising faction a few months ago. Eventually, it entered the luxury resources business and managed to break into the rising factions market. But a few months ago, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce took over all of the Zheng family's resources, which happened to overlap with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce's role. Now, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was one of the top veteran factions. Although the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had not changed its address in the royal capital and still remained in the small White House, it was not eligible to occupy a 10,000 square meter business territory. The royal capital's building department had already rushed Listen many times. Although Listen could do anything with his connection to Lin Yuan, he still preferred to do things by the book because Lin Yuan was the same. Listen only rushed back to the return from faraway mansion when it was time for dinner. With Listen and endless summer back in the mansion, the return from faraway mansion was bustling with life. Lin Yuan called Master Hong Shen, Zhang Xiaobai, Lu Pinru, Tan Ran, and Xin Ying over to have dinner in the mansion. After dinner, Listen went over to Lin Yuan and said softly, "Young master, I am done with all the business in Indigo Azure City." Lin Yuan nodded. He was not going to ask Listen how he planned to handle the Zheng family. Nonetheless, Listen said, the Zheng family's main role is also luxury resources, and they have hired almost 4,000 spirit craftsmen over the years. 4 of them are Class 4 spirit craftsmen, over 200 are Class 3 spirit craftsmen, and most of the remaining ones are Class 2 creation masters. They have 6 times the number of spirit craftsmen as the Heavenly Craft Pavilion. After the Zheng family fell, Zheng Qian immediately took control of the spirit craftsmen and prevented them from leaving the Zheng family. When I went over to take over control of the spirit craftsmen, most of them had a deep resentment toward Sky City because we won them from a blood pact ultimate fight. Hence, I don't think we'll be able to make full use of them. They can only put the finishing touches on luxury goods. With the added labor of these spirit craftsmen, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce will be able to trade on a whole other scale. The 7 Class 4 spirit craftsmen and your rare spiritual resources will enable our auctions to gain an even better reputation. Lin Yuan did not express an opinion. Zheng Qian had already told Lin Yuan about the spirit craftsmen. Lin Yuan was not interested in these spirit craftsmen despite lacking spirit craftsmen because they would never be loyal to Sky City. Now that Listen had taken over control of the spirit craftsmen and given them suitable jobs, they were fulfilling their function. Listen changed the topic and said softly, "Young master, Zheng Qian is very capable. After obtaining the Zheng family's luxury goods, I left him with Indigo Azure City's shallow sea resources so he could develop them. The Indigo Azure City's shallow sea resources are a large treasure chest. How far it can be developed is up to Zheng Qian's abilities." From what Listen said, Lin Yuan could tell that he had already made his peace with his grudge against the Zheng family. Lin Yuan did not comment on what Listen said. The Zheng family, which Zheng Qian led, was the most profitable source of income that Sky City had. Anything that Zheng Qian did would earn money for Sky City. It was a good idea for Zheng Qian to develop Indigo Azure City's shallow sea resources. If he was capable enough to do a good job, Lin Yuan did not mind opening up another road for Zheng Qian by allowing him to interact with Gao Feng and helping Gao Feng nurture aquatic feys in the shallow seas. Although Lin Yuan had not left the mansion in the past few days or gone to the abyssal world to train, he was still very interested in the situation there. Lin Yuan asked, "Listen, what do you think the biggest change in the Federation since the opening of the abyssal world is?" Listen was slightly stunned and thought for a while before replying, "Young master, I have been paying attention to the situation in the abyssal world since I heard about the opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. My understanding is that the price of the metal-type spiritual ingredients that can be used to create the cities in the abyssal world has inflated to 4 times their usual price, while ice-type feys that can make their environment colder are now 15 times more expensive. The plant-type feys that are resistant to heat have become at least 3 times more expensive as well. However, luxury goods are experiencing the biggest change in price. Their price has already multiplied, but I think that this is only the beginning. I predict that the price of luxury goods will reach up to 4 times their previous price." Listen's voice became excited when he mentioned the part about the increase in the price of luxury goods. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce was currently standing at the precipice of a changing generation. Soon, Listen would be confident enough to take the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to the level of top factions. Lin Yuan was amazed by Listen's response. The price of metal-type spiritual ingredients and ice-type feys had gone up because they were badly needed in the construction of the cities in the abyssal world. As a result, most adventuring crews would choose to enter subterranean dimensional rifts because they would be able to obtain metal-type spiritual ingredients and sell them to gain the biggest profit. Low-class creation masters would invest most of their time and energy into nurturing ice-type feys. This would cause creation master resources for other types of feys to become scarcer and the price of feys to climb. Spiritual ingredients came from feys. When the price of feys increased, so would the price of spiritual ingredients. There would be countless people who would be leading harder lives due to this change. Cultivated Garden was the Radiance Federation's store of food and resources. In the event of a change of times, many opportunists would try to stock up on metal-type spiritual ingredients and ice-type feys to sell them at the peak of their value. However, Lin Yuan believed that Tianfeng would step in quickly to open up cultivated garden and inject resources back into the market so that the price would fall back to their original levels. Chapter 1492, Cultivated Garden's Sudden Declaration. However, cultivated garden would only release goods that spirit chi professionals and regular people commonly used. They would not release luxury resources after an increase in the price of luxury resources because they did not affect the livelihoods of the people living in the Radiance Federation. The price of luxury goods had reached such a high point because the factions were fighting for the sake of their pride. Hence, the other price of luxury goods would continue to spike after the price of the other resources stabilized. After all, the factions would have to buy new luxury goods to decorate their territories in the abyssal world. This would definitely drive the price of luxury goods even higher. Moreover, when the opportunists found out that the regular spiritual ingredients were no longer as profitable, they would definitely set their sights on luxury resources. Lin Yuan would wait to see how Listen could grab hold of this benefit of the changing times to propel himself to the top. In the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had not heard once from Bulletin Po. It was said that no news was good news. Apparently, Bulletin Po did have creation master talent. It was likely that Bulletin Po had become a creation master and saved himself. In order to better understand the current situation in the Radiance Federation, Lin Yuan logged onto Star Web after he was done with work to check the forums and discussions. Lin Yuan saw that many messages were about the inflation of spiritual ingredients. Return to the past, what the hell is going on? It only cost 600 Federation dollars to buy the ice crystal grass yesterday. Why does it cost 8,000 Federation dollars today? With 8,000 Federation dollars, why would I buy normal ice crystal grass? I would be better off buying bronze ice crystal grass. Lin Yuan could tell that Return to the Past did not understand the current situation. It was reasonable that the price of the ice crystal grass had increased, and it was only going to climb higher. However, the astronomical increase in the price of the spiritual ingredients was indeed frightening to Lin Yuan. It was likely that the spirit chi professionals who were affiliated with ice-type feys were falling in despair now. Even if these spirit chi professionals came from rich families who could afford the ice-type feys at their inflated price, it would still cost tens of times more to buy the ice-type spiritual ingredients necessary to nurture the ice-type feys. It now cost tens of times more to nurture an ice-type fey than other types of feys. No person or faction would be able to end the ongoing inflation easily. Even if Lin Yuan spent all of Sky City's wealth, he would be helpless against the market movements that were fueled by the changing times. Pouring Sky City's wealth into the market would be the equivalent of pouring a cup of water into a lake. Lin Yuan continued to read the other posts. Shadow of Cloud Peaks, what the hell? The foundation of my garden is done, and I have hired a construction crew. The cost of materials was estimated to be 120,000 radiance dollars. But after just 1 day, it has changed to 960,000 radiance dollars. How am I supposed to build my garden now? Spring Glow, this is so frustrating. The creation masters are so busy now that even money can't buy their time. Why have all the creation masters that I used to work with gone to Whale Ocean Commerce? Does anyone understand the situation? Why does Whale Ocean Commerce need so many creation masters? Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. It was understandable that creation master resources would be tight at this time when the 32 major cities were building mirror cities in the abyssal world. Even if Tianfeng released many resources that allowed the price of metal-type spiritual ingredients and other feys to return to their original level, he would not be able to address the lack of creation master resources. Even if the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had not opened in the Radiance Federation, there would still be insufficient creation master resources in the Radiance Federation. Now that the cities in the Radiance Federation were building mirror cities in the abyssal world, the already insufficient creation master resources would be even more drained. It seemed that the price of creation master resources in the Radiance Federation would definitely skyrocket, and their place in society would also be raised. As a result, top lifestyle professions like Class 5 Spirit Craftsmen and Class 5 Weavers would be relegated to share the ranks of Class 4 and below creation masters. Shadow of Cloud Peaks post linked the lack of creation master resources due to the changing times to Whale Ocean Commerce. Every time Lin Yuan refreshed the page, Shadow of Cloud Peaks post received even more likes and replies. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yuan noticed that Shadow of Cloud Peaks post had become the most popular post on Star Web. Whale Ocean Commerce was gathering so many creation masters to achieve a nefarious goal, and the sudden opening of the abyssal world was shining a blinding spotlight on them. This left them with no way of backing out. It would be useless no matter how hard Whale Ocean Commerce tried to stop this. After the matter, Whale Ocean Commerce would definitely receive a visit from the members of royalty. Although Whale Ocean Commerce had not done anything this time, their previous action would still be uncovered by the spirit guards. Thus, the only way out for Whale Ocean Commerce would be to take the risk in the hopes that it would lead to a miracle. Lin Yuan never understood why Whale Ocean Commerce dared to do such a thing. Were they really confident of being able to escape after doing such a thing? As Lin Yuan continued to read the posts on Star Web, he saw that the number of posts about the price of goods was increasing. It could be said that the Radiance Federation was being pushed to its limits. Now that Lin Yuan understood the situation and was about to leave Star Web, Cultivated Garden released a declaration through the Star Web officials to all of the people on Star Web. Cultivated Garden, with regards to the opening of the Abyssal World, the major cities need to build mirror cities in the Abyssal World, and the extreme heat of the Abyssal World has resulted in the price of many feys and spiritual ingredients rising significantly. Cultivated Garden has decided to release 600 million tons of bronze metal type spiritual ingredients, 100 million tons of silver metal type spiritual ingredients, 20 quadrillion tons of gold metal type spiritual ingredients, 10 billion tons of platinum metal type spiritual ingredients, and 500 million tons of metal type spiritual ingredients. We will also be letting out 111 trillion ice type feys. The other spiritual ingredients and feys whose prices have been affected will also increase their supply by Cultivated Garden, so their market prices will return to normal. The message stated that Cultivated Garden would help to control the price of all the feys and spiritual ingredients in the market. In 72 hours, the prices of all the feys and spiritual ingredients in the Radiance Federation would return to normal. Any city or region whose price did not return back to normal could report this to the Star Web officials. Chapter 1493, Cultivated Garden's Member of Royalty. Lin Yuan was shocked when he saw this message. Soon, a wave of warmth overwhelmed him and spread throughout his entire body. What charisma and capability of a federation! Lin Yuan had expected that Cultivated Garden would step in to stabilize the market. However, he did not expect them to act so quickly. 2 days after the incident took place and the wave of commotion on Star Web had just started rolling, Cultivated Garden had already slammed a lid down to quell the matter. Lin Yuan was also shocked to the point of fear when he saw the resources that Cultivated Garden was going to release. What kind of concept and wealth was this? Not even 10,000 Class 4 subterranean dimensional rifts produced so many metal-type spiritual ingredients. Moreover, Cultivated Garden was not just releasing this amount of metal-type spiritual ingredients just once but on a monthly basis. The 111 trillion ice-type phase could change the weather of a limited area in the Abyssal World. Cultivated Garden's action made Lin Yuan aware that he had been thinking on too small of a scale. He had also thought about gathering resources. However, he had only thought about producing more soldier ration radishes and cultivating various plants in the marsh world to corner the plant-type fey market. This should sustain Sky City for a few hundred years. But now that they were faced with a great change of times, Sky City's original method of gathering resources was no longer effective. Lin Yuan felt it was time for him to expand his scale and horizons by allowing Sky City to gather more resources quicker. The dimensional light moth had reached Diamond X/Legend. By eating space, it could easily open up Class 3 or 4 dimensional rifts. Class 3 or 4 dimensional rifts were nightmares to weak factions but treasure troves to powerful factions. The dimensional light moth was the key to opening the treasure troves. Lin Yuan did not have a lot of manpower under his control and could not harvest resources from many dimensional rifts using only the white-clothed followers. However, Lin Yuan harnessed faith power and had many apostles under him. These apostles also had many believers and favored believers. All the apostles could lead their believers and favored believers to harvest resources from various Class 3 or 4 dimensional rifts. A few hundred soldier ration radishes was clearly insufficient. Lin Yuan planned on using the Red Pagoda's life-form sacrificial fire to roast the soldier ration radishes to turn their stems wooden more quickly. He would then start splitting them into ramets. He would build a breeding base in the marsh world. This was the best way to gather and accumulate resources from the marsh world. Time flew by, and 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. 2 days later, the price of common feys in the Radiance Federation returned to normal, but the price of luxury goods had started to spike. The Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had received many orders for custom luxury goods, but Listen rejected all of them. He was not afraid that this would offend the factions who had placed the orders. The increase in the price of luxury goods was not related to spirit craftsmen, but the increase in the price of basic resources used to produce the luxury goods. Thus, these factions would come to beg the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce again in the future. After all, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had no lack of resources that could be used to produce luxury goods. This was Listen's biggest secret weapon during these changing times. There was a palace that resembled a pagoda on a mountain in Ascending Dragon City. This palace had 33 floors, and there was a wheat-shaped carving on the tip of each curved edge protrusion that was sandwiched between each floor. This made the pagoda appear both exquisite and humble. There were also patterns of various delectable fruits all over the pagoda. A hungry person would probably start salivating immediately the moment they laid eyes on the pagoda. When one drew near, they would see a large farm around the pagoda. There was cultivated garden specialty crop sky fragrance rice planted on the farm. According to legend, eating 1 grain of sky fragrance rice could fill one's stomach for 10 days. Moreover, one would experience a continuous recovery of spiritual power during the 10 days. However, all of the members of royalty in the Radiance Federation knew that the owner of the sky fragrance rice was a miser. Thus, even they had only been able to eat the sky fragrance rice less than a handful of times. A chubby and sour-faced middle-aged man was swinging around his hoe as he hoed the furrow between 2 sky fragrance rice. He was extremely hard-working and dug out neat furrows that looked as though they had been measured out using a ruler. At that moment, a young man walked over. He took care not to step on the furrows that the rotund man had just created. He stood at the edge of the fence and shouted, "Tianfeng, we have sent out all the resources. According to our investigation, the prices of the various resources have returned to their original levels." Tianfeng set the hoe to the side and touched one of the sky fragrance rice before walking out of the field with a satisfied look on his face. As he walked, he said, "The amount of resources we sent out this time differs greatly from the deficit reported by the guard captains. Cicada Song's men are detailed workers, and a situation like this where resources differ by 10,000% has never happened. Have you found out the cause of this?" The young man frowned and said, "We have found out that there are 2 reasons for this situation. The first reason is that the guard captains of Indigo Azure City and Raging Waves City have saved a large amount that they used to buy up resources they can use to build their mirror cities. These 2 cities forgot to include these resources when they balanced their accounts. It is a mistake on their part. The second reason is that Whale Ocean Commerce has recruited many creation masters of various classes in the name of doing some kind of test." Tianfeng frowned and roared, "Nonsense! Only 2 days have passed. What does inflation have to do with the lack of creation masters?" This difference occurred because the guard captains of Indigo Azure City and Raging Waves City forgot to include their accumulated resources. For now, keep a close watch on the market's pricing changes. Once the market stabilizes, I will go and ask Diwanchen why the hell he needs so many creation masters. Chapter 1494, Call to Mystic Moon. The young man was confused by what Lord Tianfeng meant by nonsense. Was he referring to the guard captains of Indigo Azure City and Raging Waves City or Whale Ocean Commerce? The matter should be over once the 2 guard captains gave their reports. However, if Tianfeng interrogated Whale Ocean Commerce, it would eventually lead to an investigation by the spirit guards. But Whale Ocean Commerce had kept such a low profile over the years that there should be no problems even if the spirit guards investigated them. It would take at least 10 days for all the prices of spiritual ingredients to stabilize. During this time, the young man needed to pull his socks up to keep himself from being reprimanded by Tianfeng. When the young man turned to return to work, a question appeared in Tianfeng's mind. The opening of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had been a last-minute decision by the members of royalty. Otherwise, the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift should have opened after the Radiance 100 sequence. It was impossible that Whale Ocean Commerce was recruiting creation masters because they had heard about the opening of the Abyss Dimensional Rift in advance. Thus, why did Whale Ocean Commerce need so many creation masters? Moreover, the Imperial Court had placed a restriction on all the top factions to prevent them from using resources and casually affecting the situation in the market. It would be fine if Whale Ocean Commerce was only recruiting high-class creation masters, but recruiting many low-class creation masters would prevent these low-class creation masters from being used by smaller organizations. Countless chambers of commerce and star web stores would crumble because they were unable to hire these low-class creation masters. Tianfeng had an urge to investigate Whale Ocean Commerce, but he pushed it down quickly because he had a more important thing to do over the next few days as a member of royalty. He needed to maintain the stability of the prices of the goods in the Radiance Federation to protect the regular people and spirit chi professionals from being affected by the changing times. It was soon time for Lin Yuan to participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test as a Class 2 creation master. Lin Yuan had woken up at the crack of dawn. He put on a plain grey set of spirit chi clothes and looked out the window. It was a beautifully sunny day, but puffy clouds were obscuring some of the sunlight. But it did not take long for the sunlight to evaporate the clouds into a mist that spread out across the sky. Lin Yuan started to think as he stared at the thick clouds. If his guess about whale ocean commerce was true, this was an earth-shattering matter that concerned the Radiance Federation's well of creation master resources. Ever since he met Ji Feng and understood his circumstances, Lin Yuan could not help but speculate about the whale ocean commerce's recruitment of creation masters. As a top faction that had been formed from 3 families, the 3 families should share a close relationship. Moreover, Sea Sky Nurture's role was creation masters and should be the most active of the 3 families. However, 10,000 Flags Trading had exterminated Sea Sky Nurture. Even if they had a deep grudge, Whale Ocean Commerce needed creation master resources in order to expand themselves. Lin Yuan had heard from Miao He when they went to Connected Beast Park's residents that the number of island whales that Whale Ocean Commerce had not increased. This meant that 10,000 Flags Trading already had a large number of creation masters even before they killed the Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt as though he had just stumbled on a key point that he had missed up till now. Creation master resources. What kind of creation master resources needed to be replenished using the lives of creation masters? Lin Yuan should tell the Moon Empress about this matter. He had not done so because the Moon Empress had locked herself away to train. If Lin Yuan told Mystic Moon about this matter, he would undoubtedly tell the Moon Empress about it and disturb her training. Once the training of a top expert was disturbed, it would be challenging for them to return to that state of mind. On the other hand, this matter was a guess that Lin Yuan had come up with after putting together all the information he had gathered. If his guess was wrong and the Moon Empress caused a huge commotion by launching an investigation, it would turn the situation into a joke. Lin Yuan was going to act on his own and decided to give Mystic Moon a call before he acted. Lin Yuan was now the Moon Empress disciple, and anything he did was a reflection of the Moon Empress. Telling Mystic Moon in advance would enable him to react if anything happened. Previously, Lin Yuan had used faith power to enhance White Speak, and White Speak's power had reached pinnacle immortal. Recently, the comments on Star Web had exploded, and Lin Yuan's faith power had almost doubled. Hence, White Speak would become even more powerful if Lin Yuan stepped in to enhance it again. Lin Yuan did not think that Whale Ocean Commerce had an expert more powerful than the pinnacle immortal White Speak. However, there was no guarantee. A wise man would predict and prepare to mitigate possible risks. If Whale Ocean Commerce happened to hide an expert who had eternal power, telling Mystic Moon in advance would allow him to step in to help if the situation called for it. But when he called Mystic Moon, the call was not picked up even when the call rang to its end. Lin Yuan could not help but frown. This had never happened when Lin Yuan called Mystic Moon. The latter would always pick up after 3 rings or less. Lin Yuan did not wait for Mystic Moon to call him back. Instead, he called Mystic Moon again. When the call rang to its end, Mystic Moon hurriedly picked up and said apologetically, "Young Lord, I am currently upgrading Star Web with 2 other members of royalty and did not have my phone with me. I was only just informed of your call." Mystic Moon knew Lin Yuan well. If Lin Yuan called him twice in a row, it meant that something urgent had to have happened. When Lin Yuan heard that Mystic Moon was upgrading Star Web, he hurriedly said, "Uncle Mystic, how long do you need to upgrade Star Web?" Mystic Moon replied honestly, "Young Lord, thanks to you, my sacred source life form has gained another star and my power has crossed that rut. My sacred source life form and spiritual energy make up 1/3 of Star Web. When my spiritual power and I gain an increase in power, Star Web's spirit sensing net will also be fundamentally improved. Since the upcoming Radiance 100 sequence will be taking place on Star Web's upgrade will be completed 10 days before the Radiance 100 sequence if I work hard alongside the 2 other members of royalty." Chapter 1495, Night Leaning Moon's Cooperation. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard what Mystic Moon said. Upgrading Star Web was important to the entire Radiance Federation. This matter involved 2 other members of royalty besides Mystic Moon and was of utter importance. However, Lin Yuan's situation was just as paramount. After pondering for a few moments, Lin Yuan still decided to tell Mystic Moon about his hypothesis. However, he told Mystic Moon a summarized version. Mystic Moon froze, and his breath hitched. He turned to look at the other 2 members of royalty and said, "Young Lord, Night Leaning Moon has been staying at the Radiant Moon Palace recently. I will call her and ask her to cooperate with you as well as protect you from the shadows. You can take the lead on this matter, and she will accommodate you." Mystic Moon paused before adding, before the Moon Empress closed herself off to train, she told you to go ahead and do everything and anything that you want. She will always support you. Lin Yuan hung up the call and waited for Night Leaning Moon to call him. Although Night Leaning Moon was Lu Ji's master and was not considered an outsider, Lin Yuan did not want to involve Lu Ji in this matter. Lu Ji was also going to try to become a Radiance envoy. If Lin Yuan's guess was wrong, involving others would only cause their reputation to take a hit. Although a tarnished reputation would not have any effect on the Radiance 100 sequence selection, any spot on one's reputation during the Radiance envoy selection could cause one to lose many votes. As such, Lin Yuan was going to shoulder this matter on his own. Lin Yuan's phone rang in less than 5 minutes. When he picked it up, he saw that it was coming from a foreign number. Lin Yuan's phone rang very rarely, and any call that he did receive came from people he knew. Hence, it was likely that this foreign number was a call from Night Leaning Moon. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, he heard a hoarse and cold voice say, "Little Yuan, this is Night Leaning Moon. I'm a friend of your master. Let me know if you need me to do anything, and I will get right on it." Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He was not stunned by Night Leaning Moon said that she was going to cooperate with him because Mystic Moon had already assured him that she would do so. He was surprised by the way that she had introduced herself. It would have been expected for her to introduce herself as the chief guard of the spirit guards or Lu Ji's master. Yet, she introduced herself as a friend of his master. This meant that the Moon Empress was extremely important to Night Leaning Moon. However, Lin Yuan had heard from Mystic Moon that the Moon Empress rarely interacted with the spirit guards. Since Night Leaning Moon said that she was going to help him, he told her about his plan. "Chief Guard Yet, let me tell you what I think is happening." He proceeded to tell her about his guess in detail, including the tragedy that happened to Ji Feng and the entire Sea Sky Nurture. After listening to Lin Yuan's hypothesis, Night Leaning Moon fell silent for a moment before she replied, "Even if Whale Ocean Commerce's plan doesn't involve killing tens of thousands of creation masters, 10,000 flags trading's massacre of Sea Sky Nurture is already a major crime. Little Yuan, once you act, I will station 5,000 spirit guards outside Whale Ocean Commerce's residence to watch over you. I will also give you a Night Jade. The Night Jade will form a shield around you if you are ever attacked. If the Night Jade is shattered, I will automatically be transported to where the Night Jade is. Once you infiltrate Whale Ocean Commerce's residence, you can investigate as boldly as you like without worrying about safety." Night Leaning Moon had already heard the news that Whale Ocean Commerce was recruiting creation masters for a test. Although she did not think that a top faction that had established itself as a top faction decades ago would cause problems, she still intended to send 2 guard envoys to investigate. But due to the fight with the Sea Clans, Night Leaning Moon had to send many guard envoys and spirit guards to the seaside cities to prevent the Sea Clans from causing trouble. As a result, there were not many spirit guards left in the royal capital. Night Leaning Moon had been staying at the Radiant Moon Palace and addressing documents sent from the various regions. Zhou Ming and Yu Zhe had also been beside themselves with work. It was only natural for Night Leaning Moon to work harder than them. Night Leaning Moon felt that Lin Yuan's guess was pure conjecture. But since he was going to put himself in danger to investigate for the sake of the Radiance Federation, it was evident that he had the character of a Radiance envoy. Night Leaning Moon had started being friendly with Lin Yuan because of his relationship with Lu Ji, and she wanted to extend her affection to the people that Lu Ji cared about. But now, Night Leaning Moon genuinely admired Lin Yuan. Compared to her disciple, who was preoccupied with being a protector, Lin Yuan was more focused on the big picture. Lin Yuan's face lit up with joy. He was not afraid that he would be in danger, but that White Speak would be unable to protect the thousands of creation masters on its own. But now that there were going to be another 5,000 spirit guards standing by, they would be able to step in to protect the creation masters if an accident took place. Lin Yuan replied with gratitude, "Thank you, Chief Guard Yet." Night Leaning Moon replied with a smile, "Little Yuan, you can call me Auntie Night. You don't have to call me Chief Guard Yet in private." Night Leaning Moon hung up the call. Soon, Lin Yuan saw a blanket of darkness creeping over the bright sun. The blanket of darkness entered the mansion and his room before arriving at his palm. It turned into a square jade pendant. This was probably the Night Jade that Night Leaning Moon had mentioned. This method of delivering the Night Jade allowed Lin Yuan to understand the concept of being a member of royalty. What Night Leaning Moon just did was beyond Lin Yuan's previous comprehension. Lin Yuan saw that it was almost time to leave. It was at this moment that he received another call. He saw that it was coming from another unknown number that was different from Night Leaning Moon's. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan instinctively assumed that the call was still coming from Night Leaning Moon. But when he picked up, a male voice said, "Is this Chu Yuan? I'm from Whale Ocean Commerce. You are expected to be at the meeting point in an hour. I'm calling to remind you not to be late. Moreover, you don't have to bring anything additional with you. When you arrive, Whale Ocean Commerce will provide you with everything. Additionally, the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters from Sea Sky Nurture have all expressed the desire to accept disciples. So you should grab the opportunity." Chapter 1496, Why Are You Staring at Me? Lin Yuan was so angry that he almost started to laugh. It was clear that there was a motive behind the call, and it was that Whale Ocean Commerce hoped that everyone who registered would turn up. Thus, they sent an attendant over to tempt the Creation Masters. The people from Sea Sky Nurture were dead, except for Ji Feng. Whale Ocean Commerce was using dead people as bait to reignite the motivation of the Creation Masters to turn up. Lin Yuan saw no need to tear into this attendant and said, "I will head to the meeting point now." He forced a voice of excitement out of himself and talked to the attendant a while more before the attendant hurriedly hung up the call to contact other applicants. Lin Yuan did not ride Blackie in the royal capital because it was too eye-catching. Lin Yuan, who looked different thanks to Faceless Paper's transformation, called for a silver Divine Travel Black Swallow. He rode the Divine Travel Black Swallow all the way to Whale Ocean Commerce's meeting point. He arrived at the meeting point 40 minutes early, but it was already crowded there. Whale Ocean Commerce's meeting point was currently the most crowded place in the entire royal capital. Lin Yuan noticed that all of the Creation Masters had flushed faces of excitement. Some of them were hopeful that they would be able to join Whale Ocean Commerce, while others wanted to be picked by Sea Sky Nurture's Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. A few of them were also feeling rival rows toward the younger and more capable Creation Masters. Lin Yuan could not help but be displeased by this. At that moment, he would prefer that his guess fell flat over discovering Whale Ocean Commerce's secret. However, it would be impossible for everything to be nothing more than his conjecture. The attendant's call proved that there were problems. To readers. Our content is stolen. Please copy and search this link https://tinyurl.com/39hpcn6j to support us. Just as Lin Yuan was about to wait for the right time to investigate the situation in the surrounding stores, he realized that most of the Creation Masters around were looking at him. He was surprised by this because he had used Faceless Paper and even looked in the mirror before he left. He had also put on a very plain set of Spirit Chi clothes. Could overly plain looks also attract attention? I couldn't look more average. Why are you staring at me? If you find me ugly, most of you have even plainer looks than me. Lin Yuan grumbled to himself. However, he neglected the fact that Faceless Paper could change one's appearance but not one's bone structure or aura. The beauty of one's bone structure and aura was usually in contrast with one's features. People who had more pleasing features usually had less remarkable bone structures and auras. Now that Lin Yuan's appearance was suppressed to its full extent, his perfect bone structure was like a large cannon for his aura. However, he was completely unaware of this. At that moment, an elder Creation Master who had been surrounded by a group of fawning younger Creation Masters walked toward Lin Yuan and said haughtily, "Buddy, are you also here to take part in Whale Ocean Commerce's test?" Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. The elderly man looked at Lin Yuan's chest and saw no Creation Master crest. Hence, he asked, "You seem young. You can't be older than 18 years old. Are you a Class 1 Creation Master?" With Lin Yuan's face shape, he could continue to look like he was in his 20s well into his 30s and 40s. He had always been frustrated by his youthful looks. Despite being over 18 years old, he still looked like he was 16 years old. The Faceless Paper had only changed his looks and not his bone structure. Hence, he still looked rather young. When the elderly man mentioned the Creation Master crest, Lin Yuan took out his Class 2 Creation Master crest and placed it over the left side of his chest. The Creation Master crest was the most obvious way to display one's Creation Master status. Given Lin Yuan's current age, he would receive many questions if he did not wear his Creation Master crest. It went without saying that he did not put on the Class 2 Creation Master crest that the Moon Empress had given to him because Whale Ocean Commerce would discard their plans when they saw it, regardless of how desperate they were. The elderly man gasped when he saw Lin Yuan's Class 2 Creation Master crest, and the Creation Masters around them also turned to look at him in shock. After all, it was rare to see a Class 2 Creation Master who was only around 16 years old. Only veteran and top factions could produce such talented descendants. After a short pause of surprise, the elderly man exclaimed, "It really is true that the best comes from the young. I was more than 30 years old by the time I became a Class 2 Creation Master. If I became a Class 2 Creation Master at your young age, I would probably be a higher class Creation Master now. Lin Yuan could tell from the Creation Master crest on the elderly man's chest that he was a Class 3 Creation Master. He was very close to becoming a Class 4 Creation Master. Normally, people who became Class 2 Creation Masters before they reached 20 years old would become Class 4 Creation Masters by the time they reached 80 years old, as long as no accidents happened along the way. The average age of King Class experts in the Radiance Federation was almost 200 years old, so they were considered middle-aged at 80 years old. Zhongzi and Gulang were already Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters, and they could temporarily concoct Grade 4 spirit fluids using special methods. However, neither of them chose to take the Class 4 Creation Master test. This was not because they were unwilling to do so, but because the Class 4 Creation Master test was not as simple as the Class 3 Creation Master test. The Class 4 Creation Master test lasted for a full week. During the week, they would draw questions and fulfill the tasks 7 times. This meant that they would have to concoct 7 bottles of Grade 4 spirit fluids. Zhongzi and Gulang could easily concoct 1 bottle of Grade 4 spirit fluid with special methods, but it would leave them drained. If they were overly drained, their roots would be damaged. Chapter 1497, Appearance of Fangs. Lin Yuan had participated in the All-Star match and was chosen as the lucky member of the audience who challenged the Savage Snake Guild Club. As such, his face was known throughout the Radiance Federation. However, no one had linked him to the Moon Empress disciple. After the Radiance 100 sequence selection ended, Lin Yuan was confident that Black's popularity would dominate every person who participated in the Radiance 100 sequence selection until he became the trending topic on Star Web. Black's trending topic would need a competitor. Otherwise, the commotion would end quickly. As such, Lin Yuan planned on taking the Class 3 and 4 Creation Master tests after the Radiance 100 sequence selection was over and releasing the news that he was a Class 4 Creation Master. This way, his 2 identities would be able to fight for popularity on Star Web again, and Lin Yuan would be able to harvest even more faith power. Frankly, Lin Yuan did not have a strong Creation Master ability, and he did not use traditional Creation Master techniques. Instead, he used his special abilities and the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. In the past, Lin Yuan would not have the courage to take the Class 3 Creation Master exam, much less the Class 4 Creation Master exam. It would be fine if he drew a question that involved evolving a bronze and silver phase quality. But if he drew a question that involved evolving a platinum fey to diamond, it would be easy for a Class 3 Creation Master, but Lin Yuan would be stumped. Now, he had genius, and it would be able to easily handle the Class 4 Creation Master test. During the test, the spirit fluids being concocted were so special that the test was not supervised. Although Lin Yuan's methods were special, no one could refute him that genius and the 100 questions beasts were part of his power. After pinning the Class 2 Creation Master crest on, he could sense many Creation Masters around him looking at him warily and with slight resentment. Evidently, they saw him as their rival. The elderly man who struck up a conversation with Lin Yuan was now observing him carefully. Judging from the spirit chi clothes that Lin Yuan was wearing, the elderly man was certain that this talented Class 2 Creation Master did not have anything special up his sleeve. People with special abilities would not choose to put on spirit chi clothes woven from the bronze sand silkworm. Buddy, you will probably catch the eye of someone from Sea Sky Nurture and might even become the disciple of one of the Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. The elderly man's words only attracted more hatred for Lin Yuan. However, there were more Creation Masters who admired him than envied him. Creation Masters might hold a very different position from other lifestyle class spirit chi professionals, but there was also a distinct pyramid amongst the Creation Masters. A Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Master had already praised Lin Yuan in the few short minutes since his arrival. This was proof of his power. There was a high chance that his plain-looking young man could be picked and accepted as a disciple by one of Sea Sky Nurture's Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters. As such, many Class 1 and 2 Creation Masters walked up to Lin Yuan to introduce themselves in the hopes of becoming acquainted with him. There was an attendant from 10,000 Flags Trading nearby who was verifying the Creation Masters' identities. When the attendance was almost full, the attendant summoned a light green elemental-shaped object that let out a piercing shriek that morphed into a humanoid voice. The shrill and hoarse voice said, "Everyone, get ready. The floating light feather cranes will be here to fetch you to the residence soon." Lin Yuan used true data to check on the light green elemental-shaped object. He saw that it was the source-type item called the Elemental Wind. However, it had been nurtured in a horrible way. Using modeled wind elemental energy to nurture the elemental wind was a waste. However, it was more effective to use the elemental wind than a trumpet. All the chatter died down when the creation masters heard what the attendants said. Their eyes lit up with the hope that this journey would take them to a brighter future. Even if they could not be accepted as a disciple by one of Sea Sky Nurture's Class 4 creation masters, it would also be a good opportunity to join Whale Ocean Commerce. After all, having the support of a top faction was better than having to fight on their own. Besides, they were mere employees who only had to concentrate on work and would receive wages higher than what they earned freelancing. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Yuan saw the shadow of a large crane appear in the distance. The floating light wings crane was a crane species fey with an extremely strong bloodline. The wind and light type floating light wings crane was comfortable to ride and was the fastest diamond avian type fey. Only a top faction like Whale Ocean Commerce could send out more than 10 diamond floating light wings crane. Before Grey became a heavenly family fey, it was also from the winged crane species. This was enough to indicate the floating light wings crane's value. Many creation masters smiled when they saw that Whale Ocean Commerce was willing to send out the floating light wings cranes to fetch them because it showed how sincere they were. After climbing aboard the floating light wings crane, Lin Yuan noticed that the attendants who had come to receive the creation masters were all very friendly to the creation masters, while the riders looked extremely composed. Lin Yuan could also see a hint of amusement in their calm eyes. As such, he thought, it looks like very few people within Whale Ocean Commerce know about the plan. If a person was accustomed to treating creation masters as prey, they would not respect creation masters at all, regardless of how high their class was. This was not surprising because Whale Ocean Commerce's plan involved taking lives, and it would be bad if many people knew about it. It was likely that only the higher ranks knew about it. Since this rider was aware of the situation, Lin Yuan walked up to him, intending to get some information out of him. But when Lin Yuan drew near, the person spoke before Lin Yuan could get a chance to. Before I came, the head of the family gave me a mission. Whale Ocean Commerce's test is very important, and you are not allowed to bring your phone to the test. Please hand all of your phones over to me. You will get them back after the test. Lin Yuan halted when he heard what this person said, and the faces of the creation masters behind him fell. Phones were personal items that were directly linked to the owner's privacy. Even a regular person would be unwilling to have their phone taken away, much less an arrogant creation master. Chapter 1498, The Sacred Source Life Form Decay Body Flesh Ginseng. However, Lin Yuan knew that they would not allow him to keep his phone even if he protested. Whale Ocean Commerce could not give the creation masters a chance to leak information. When the man turned around, Lin Yuan felt a strong heft of pressure that he had experienced from Duan He and Ji Feng in the past. This meant that the rider that Whale Ocean Commerce sent to steer the floating light wings crane was an Emperor-class expert. If they did not hand over their phones, it was likely that blood would be spilled. After all, it was always a good idea to punish one person to make an example out of them. If there were Emperor-class experts amongst the creation masters, a fight could break out between the two sides and result in the floating light wings crane being unable to return to Whale Ocean Commerce's residence. This would cause Lin Yuan to be unable to carry out his plan in Whale Ocean Commerce. Lin Yuan decided that he did not want this to happen, so he was the first to give up his phone. He had contacted Night Leaning Moon once after boarding the floating light wings crane, and she told him that the 5,000 spirit guards were already at their stations. They were waiting for him to give the signal by shattering the night jade. People were fundamentally all sheep. When Lin Yuan took the initiative to give up his phone, the other unwilling but weak-willed creation masters also gave up their phones. When the strongly resistant creation masters saw that more than half of the creation masters had given up their phones, they also gave up. Soon, every creation master had handed their phones. The other floating light wings crane did not have someone like Lin Yuan to get the ball rolling, and the process of collecting the phones did not go well. Fights had already broken out. However, they were still in midair and had not arrived at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence, and the creation masters could escape if they summoned their feys. The greeters from Whale Ocean Commerce played good cop while the riders of the floating light wings cranes played bad cop. After bringing up the possible benefits that came with being under a top faction like Whale Ocean Commerce, all the phones were finally collected. At that moment, many creation masters frowned as they sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, they had already arrived at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence. Lin Yuan looked around at the surroundings and saw that the residence was beautifully decorated and looked like a sprawling natural scenery. It made one feel completely relaxed. From the way that the interior of the residence was decorated, it could not be more clear that Whale Ocean Commerce was one of the top 3 factions. Meanwhile, in Whale Ocean Commerce's study room, De Wanchen and De Wanchenj were standing next to a person wrapped in a black robe. The usually strict De Wanchen said to the black-robed person in a gentle voice, "Third sister, you shouldn't be under sunlight in your current condition. However, we are running out of time. I didn't expect the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift to open so quickly. We are taking a risk by recruiting so many Creation Masters for a test. Now that the market is so volatile and Creation Master resources are so scarce, many people on StarWeb have linked the matter to us. No matter how busy the members of royalty are, they will definitely come and visit us in a week's time. It will be up to you whether we succeed." A weak voice said from within the black robe, "Big brother, I can do it. Four Beasts Territory is a top faction supported by Furnace Stone Metal. Furnace Stone Metal does not have strong Creation Master resources and has invested a lot into building up Four Beasts Territory's Creation Master resources. Thankfully, Furnace Stone Metal aims to enable Four Beasts Territory to dominate the Beast-type Fey market. Otherwise, I would not have been able to absorb so many knowledge-filled bodies. I am almost done absorbing Four Beasts Territory's Class 4 Creation Masters. I have not been able to start absorbing their Class 3 and below Creation Masters. You can send them to the Dark Room alongside the Creation Masters who arrived a few days ago and those who will be arriving today. I am confident that I will be able to absorb half of their bodies and become a Class 5 Creation Master." De Wanchen immediately sent De Wanchenj off to make preparations. De Wanchenj had been panicking ever since the morning. Although he had already reached Immortal, this matter was extremely important and involved not just Whale Ocean Commerce's honor and glory but also the lives of thousands of Creation Masters. When Third Sister said that she only needed to absorb half of the Creation Masters' bodies to become a Class 5 Creation Master, De Wanchenj said, "Third Sister, if you only need half of the Creation Masters' bodies, what do you plan to do with the other half?" The weak voice replied menacingly, "Second brother, I can continue to absorb the bodies full of knowledge after I become a Class 5 Creation Master. They can be like my dessert. I will only be able to become a Class 5 Creation Master because of my mutated soul and sacred source life form. The Decay Body Flesh Ginseng has reached pinnacle 7 stars. The thousands of Creation Masters can enable the Decay Body Flesh Ginseng to evolve to 8 stars this time." De Wanchenj and De Wanchen were shocked. They were still under the impression that Third Sister's sacred source life form was 6 stars and was in its adolescent stage. When did it reach its mature age of pinnacle 7 stars? Despite being the head of Whale Ocean Commerce and an immortal expert, De Wanchen's sacred source life form had only just reached 7 stars. If Third Sister's sacred source life form reached pinnacle 7 stars, her power would reach an unimaginable level. She only mentioned that her sacred source life form reached 7 stars today. Could she be hiding more things from Wanchenj and me? However, De Wanchen did not have the time to ask these questions. It was more important for Third Sister to become a Class 5 Creation Master because that was the only way she would be able to save Whale Ocean Commerce from the members of royalty and open the gates of glory for them. De Wanchenj and De Wanchen were so busy fussing about that they completely missed the spot of darkness in the girl's gaze. The darkness encompassed detachment and derision. It was the look of a higher being sneering at mortals. The girl's lips curled when she thought about the feast that she was about to dig into. Chapter 1499, The Fight That Was About to Break Out. At first, the Creation Masters assumed that they would be able to enjoy good food and lodging when they arrived at Whale Ocean Commerce's residence. They thought that Whale Ocean Commerce would hold a banquet that night to welcome all of them and that the pinnacle Class 4 Creation Masters would be in attendance. After all, there were almost 10 Class 4 Creation Masters amongst the thousands of Creation Masters who had signed up. 2 of them had also reached Advanced Class 4 Creation Master, while 1 of them had reached Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master. They were very notable personalities in the Radiance Federation. Any Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master would be a hot commodity in a top faction. If a Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master joined a rising faction like Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine, they would immediately be given the rank of an elder. This Pinnacle Class 4 Creation Master was named Hiji, and she was one of the rare female Creation Masters. She had come to Whale Ocean Commerce because she was old friends with a few of Sea Sky Nurture's Creation Masters. However, she had not seen her friends or heard a whiff of their news in over a decade. She was more here to visit friends than to participate in Whale Ocean Commerce's test. At that moment, all of the expectations of the Creation Masters fell flat. Whale Ocean Commerce seemed to be in a rush. An elder from 10,000 Flags Trading appeared and said to the group, "All of you are the last batch of Creation Masters to arrive at Whale Ocean Commerce. The earlier batches have already started working. We have also hired 4 Beasts Territories high-class creation masters. Please go and meet up with the other creation masters, and we will assign you tasks. The faces of many creation masters fell. He was the most disappointed of them all. She took a step forward and asked the elder haughtily, "De Zhanhong, you probably recognize me. Are you in such a rush that you can't even give us time to settle down?" De Zhanhong looked at the person who spoke, and alarm bells rang in his head. He had a bad temper. Moreover, she had gained a sharper mind with age and was not easily fooled. But at this point, De Zhanhong could not be bothered to try and explain the situation to He. Thus, he cobbled together a lie and said, "We have encountered some problems, and all the elders from Sea Sky Nurture are working overtime to address the issues. Senior He, it's a good thing that you're here. With all these creation masters here, we were planning to ask all of you to help with the issues." Ever since the creation masters' phones were taken away on the floating light wings crane, He sensed that something was definitely wrong. Sea Sky Nurture's creation masters were all very knowledgeable. The first elder of Sea Sky Nurture had only been a step away from becoming a Class 5 creation master. If he could not settle the problem, she would be helpless as well. The Class 1 and 2 creation master would also only be able to stand by and watch without offering any actual help. How was one supposed to concoct spirit fluids when there was a group of creation masters huddled together? One sneeze and all the spirit fluids would fail. Moreover, Sea Sky Nurture's first elder was friendly and loved hosting. Given his personality, he should have arranged for many attendants to welcome all these creation masters rather than what was happening now. They were not even given accommodations. Suddenly, He felt as though they were a herd of the black-back mountain boars who were currently being herded to slaughter. Ever since their phones were taken away, a fire of rage had been lit within many of the creation masters. Now that He had spoken first, a few Class 3 creation masters started to speak up. "I like working in a quiet environment. If even Sea Sky Nurture's elders and 4 Beasts Territories high-class creation masters can't solve the problem, we won't be of any help either. I need to make a call and contact my student. Since the test hasn't started and I still have no idea what the test entails, it should be fine for me to make a few calls." Many Class 1 and 2 creation masters let out voices of agreement. The other Class 4 creation masters besides He frowned. They looked determined to receive an explanation from De Zhanhong. Since they had become Class 4 creation masters, they did not need to worry about offending any faction. If something did not work in one place, it could work in another. If this faction did not give them proper treatment, other factions would be willing to do so. Creation masters were a key source of production. Since Whale Ocean Commerce was treating them in such a manner, the Class 4 creation masters decided to give up and leave. When Lin Yuan saw how volatile the situation was becoming, he had a bad feeling. Although they had arrived at the Whale Ocean Commerce's residence, they had not met up with the other creation masters who had arrived in advance. Firstly, Lin Yuan was still unsure of Whale Ocean Commerce's goal. Secondly, he was afraid that he would be unable to protect the creation masters who were present if he stepped in now. Hence, he needed to prevent a fight from breaking out between the creation masters and the people from Whale Ocean Commerce and convince them to agree to meet up with the other creation master. This was the only way that they would be able to push Whale Ocean Commerce into revealing their hidden fangs and enable Lin Yuan to discover Whale Ocean Commerce's true scheme. Lin Yuan elbowed his way to the front and said, "Why don't we go and take a look at the situation first? I am friends with Sea Sky Nurture's young leader Ji Feng. The main reason for me being here is to visit him." Lin Yuan turned to De Zhanhong and asked, "Ji Feng should be at the test location, right?" De Zhanhong looked deeply into Lin Yuan's eyes for a moment before he replied, "You're right. Young Master Ji Feng and the other elders of Sea Sky Nurture are at the test location. If you're here to visit him, you will be able to meet with him at the test location." The word meet reverberated in Lin Yuan's head. 10,000 Flags Trading had personally killed all the elders of Sea Sky Nurture. Ji Feng, who had managed to escape, was no different from a dead man in the eyes of 10,000 Flags Trading. By meet, they meant that he was going to die along with the rest of them. When He heard De Zhanhong say that the elders of Sea Sky Nurture were all at the test location, she took a step back. She decided to ignore De Zhanhong's disrespect and put a pause on any decisions until she met up with the elders of Sea Sky Nurture. Chapter 1500, Are you trying to end 4 Beasts territory? Although He had acquiesced, the other Class 3 and 4 creation masters had no intention of doing so. Hence, the situation was still extremely tense. But without He representing them, the other two Class 4 creation masters did not voice out their thoughts. Clearly, the scales of power in the situation were tipping toward De Zhanhong. At this moment, a deep voice said, "Apologies, everyone. Whale Ocean Commerce has been swamped with work because of the test, so we haven't had the time to provide you with the best conditions. Why don't you head to the test location with me first? After all of you gather together, we will hold a giant banquet to welcome all of you." A tall man with a light gold shirt walked toward the group. He had a pair of phoenix eyes that gave him a sinister look. However, Lin Yuan could tell that there was a hint of solemnness and hesitation in his expression. De Zhanhong hastily dipped his head and said, "Second young master." De Wancheng waved at De Zhanhong to dismiss him. Recently, De Wancheng had become a hot topic amongst the factions. Ever since Whale Ocean Commerce exposed De Wancheng, Whale Ocean Commerce gained the chance to get a leg up on the cage of Brahma insects and Rhine life form. Now that De Wancheng had gained immortal power, the Class 3 creation masters had no choice but to back down. He was the only one who had the right to talk to De Wancheng as an equal, but she was intentionally remaining silent now. Hence, the resistant creation masters also lost the courage to fight back. De Wancheng started by nodding to He before he walked over to greet her. During this time, his gaze landed on Lin Yuan, and his eyes immediately narrowed. Lin Yuan's aura was indeed special. However, De Wancheng could sense that Lin Yuan was only a B-rank spirit Qi professional and was not capable of making any significant waves. De Wancheng could see through Lin Yuan immediately because he had asked the sacred sword-wielding queen to stop blocking his grade. If De Wancheng could not see through him, he would definitely become suspicious. When Lin Yuan thought that De Wancheng was about to turn his gaze away, De Wancheng said, "Did you say that you are good friends with Feng? He has been laying low alongside the other elders of Sea Sky Nurture for over a decade. You were probably just a young child 10 years ago." Upon hearing that, Lin Yuan replied with a smile, "The friendships you make in your youth are the deepest. I remember that De Hao once announced his friendship with Ji Feng on Star Web. Unfortunately, I can't compete with their friendship since they were able to see each other over the last 10 years. When Lin Yuan mentioned De Hao, De Wancheng's expression changed. Lin Yuan noticed this. De Wancheng looked at Lin Yuan as though he was looking at a dead man and said to the crowd, "Follow me. This test is so important that we built a special location for it. When you enter through the underground palace, stay neatly lined up and don't make too much noise." If De Zhanhong had been the one who said this, the Class 2 and 3 creation masters would have immediately been displeased. However, it was De Wancheng who had spoken. Lin Yuan decided that he would blend in with the crowd. But just as he was about to join the group of moving bodies, He grabbed his wrist and whispered into his ear, "Walk next to me. You're from Whale Ocean Commerce, right?" Lin Yuan's lips twitched, but he immediately realized why He had come to such a conclusion. He remembered that he had been on the same floating light wings crane as He. It had been evident that the greeter attendant and the floating light wings crane's rider had been playing good cop and bad cop. When this plan did not work, they needed someone to pretend to take advantage of the situation to enable Whale Ocean Commerce to reach its goal. Lin Yuan should be the mole planted amongst the crowd who would help Whale Ocean Commerce when things were not going their way. However, Lin Yuan had done all this to achieve his goal, and the results were coincidental. Naturally, Lin Yuan could not tell He about this. He did not nod, nor did he deny it. Instead, he cupped his hands together and followed her submissively. This caused a wave of anger to bubble up within He, and it almost erupted. She felt as though this young man next to her was like a brick wall that was impossible to get through. Soon, De Wancheng led the group to the underground palace that was built in the mountain behind Whale Ocean Commerce. This underground palace looked similar to the one in the Return from Faraway Mansion. This was because Whale Ocean Commerce could also afford to instruct the spirit craftsmen to use suzerain metal type and spatial type spiritual ingredients to turn the basement into a cage that was blocked off from the world. No one on the surface would be aware of what happened inside the basement. De Wancheng opened the door to the basement with one hand. Lin Yuan immediately caught a whiff of the faint odor of decay. Creation masters were very used to this stink because many spiritual ingredients were more effective after they rotted. They walked through the door into a long tunnel lined with lanterns containing strange flames. As such, the tunnel was as bright as the surface. De Wancheng did not walk in. Rather, he stood by the entrance and watched as all the creation masters marched in. When the last creation master stepped through the door, De Wancheng walked in and locked the door behind him. He smiled like a hungry beast, and the creation masters at the back of the line felt a chill go up their spines. Lin Yuan and He were walking at the front. He lost track of how many flights of stairs he had descended. He estimated that he had been walking for 20 minutes ever since he entered the tunnel. As for the height, he was at least 800 meters underground now. He was at least 800 meters underground now. This was much deeper than the return from faraway mansion's basement. At this moment, an angry cry of desperation screamed, "What has Whale Ocean Commerce done to my grandfather, father, and uncle? Why haven't I seen them in 4 days? Why did you have to kill the Class 3 creation masters from 4 Beasts territory? Are you trying to end 4 Beasts territory?"